Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 423, The Embrace of the Viper. Chapter 423, The Embrace of the Viper. You have all seen the notice from Konoha, haven't you? In Iwagakure, Inoki, the Tsuchikage, sat in his seat and placed a paper document on the table. His stern gaze swept across the high-ranking officials seated around him. So what if Hiruzen Sarutobi died? One of Iwagakure's senior officials scoffed in dissatisfaction. Did Iwagakure suffer any less? Kitsuchi is still lying in the hospital recovering from his injuries. In his opinion, whatever Konoha said was meaningless. What was the point of an apology without actual compensation? But the current situation in the ninja world is not suitable for us to take the initiative and provoke a conflict, another elder said, shaking her head. Furthermore, it is true that a large number of Uchiha clan members defected from Konoha. If we use that as a reason to hold Konoha responsible, then would we also have to take responsibility for the actions of our own rogue shinobi? She was not optimistic about starting a war now. The attack on the allied shinobi forces could indeed be partly blamed on Konoha, but their greatest enemy was still the person who attacked the allied shinobi forces. According to the intelligence they had received, that person had already been confirmed to be Heavenly Demon. That made Iwagakure's excuse for attacking Konoha rather weak. If they brought up the recent attacks against Iwagakure's merchant caravans and shinobi squads by Konoha ninja, Konoha had already explained that those attackers were rogue shinobi and had provided sufficient evidence. It would not be proper to keep clinging to that point. Information about rogue shinobi was usually reported to every ninja village. The purpose was to make it clear that the person had defected and that their actions had nothing to do with their original village, thereby avoiding greater disputes. Every ninja village had rogue shinobi. The only difference was whether they had more or fewer. If Iwagakure used this as a pretext to attack Konoha, it would set a terrible precedent. In the future, other ninja villages could also use rogue shinobi from rival villages as a reason to attack one another. At that point, everything would truly descend into chaos. After all, every village had missing nin, and some rogue shinobi had even posed serious threats to other villages. Did Iwagakure not have rogue shinobi of its own? Deidara, that young boy who played with explosions and had once been highly valued by Inoki, had also defected, hadn't he? Then what about the shinobi we sacrificed? You want to sacrifice even more people for the sake of those who already died. I think you have lost your mind. The two senior officials immediately clashed. Inoki felt a headache coming on. Internally, Iwagakure was basically divided into two factions over this matter. One was the hawkish faction, which supported demanding compensation from Konoha. If Konoha refused, they wanted to declare war and carve up the land of fire. The other was the dovish faction, which did not advocate declaring war on Konoha over this incident and instead supported resolving the matter peacefully. As for the moderates, he, Inoki, was the greatest moderate in the room. This entire incident, from beginning to end, carried a strong sense of unease. In Inoki's view, the dispute with the Land of Fire was only a minor issue. The truly important questions were elsewhere. Who exactly had occupied the Land of Water? What level of strength had that opponent reached? And why had Heavenly Demon appeared at the allied shinobi forces' encampment and launched such a brazen attack? According to Kitsuchi, Heavenly Demon's attack had only caused that level of damage because they received an early warning. If there had been no warning, would the casualties have been even worse? Kitsuchi had said that the power of that explosion felt as if it had even surpassed Inoki's strongest ninjutsu. That was simply absurd. The last people whose strength had been that despair-inducing were those two monsters, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Fortunately, they had died early. Otherwise, Konoha's territory might not have remained so limited, and even the surrounding great nations might have been largely annexed by the Land of Fire. Enough. Inoki tapped the table. The entire conference room instantly fell silent. However, the hawkish elder still looked indignant. Clearly, he considered this an excellent opportunity. Even so, everyone present knew that all major matters in Iwagakure had to be decided by Inoki. Once Inoki made a decision, the others basically could not oppose him. This was the authority Inoki had built in Iwagakure over many years. For this matter, we will first observe the attitudes of Kumogakure and Sunagakure, Inoki said. If they intend to divide the Land of Fire, then... Inoki's eyes flickered. He had previously informed Sunagakure that his village had been attacked, and he had added an extra detail to the intelligence he passed to Kumogakure. That detail was simple. The shinobi who attacked Iwagakure had all been wearing Kumogakure forehead protectors. If Sunagakure and Kumogakure intended to take this opportunity to divide the Land of Fire, then Iwagakure would naturally join the war. A bargain like that could not be missed. But if Kumogakure and Sunagakure did not make a move, then Iwagakure naturally would not act either. If they have no intention of dividing it, then our main objective this time remains the land of water. Do not forget that the reward given by the daimyo this time is 3 times the previous amount, Inoki said with a serious expression. The fact that the allied shinobi forces had nearly been wiped out before they even made a move had shaken the daimyo of the 4 great ninja villages. The terrifying power of that explosion had also deeply intimidated those cowards. In order to save their own lives and completely eliminate this threat, the daimyo had increased the mission reward by 3 times on top of the original amount. 3 times. That was an extremely exaggerated figure. Even Inoki could not help feeling tempted. With such a large sum of money, many of Iwagakure's projects that had been delayed due to insufficient funds could finally be resolved. Inoki even felt that those daimyo had probably emptied their family fortunes by now. If they had not, it would not be easy to produce such an enormous sum. Those scoundrels. Whenever he had asked them for money before, they spoke of financial difficulties, poor harvests, and how the daimyo's household had no surplus grain. If he believed that again, he would be a dog. Increase contact with Sunagakure and Kumogakure. I want to know their intentions immediately. Following Inoki's order, team after team of shinobi left Iwagakure. Across the ninja world, many similar small teams were moving as well. With tacit understanding, they bypassed the land of fire and traveled through various smaller nations. A vast net slowly spread open. No one knew who would be caught in it. Kenichi, come quickly and take a look. Is this what you called a thermal imager? The moment Amamiya Kenichi arrived on Seabreeze Island, his excited teacher pulled him straight into the laboratory. Kenichi looked at the object in his teacher's hand with some surprise. It looked like a telescope, but the lenses were extremely large. If worn on the head, it had the strange visual effect of covering nearly the entire face. He had only just settled Deidara and Sasori. He had not expected that the moment he arrived at his teacher's place, Orochimaru would mention a thermal imager. This was indeed a small device Kenichi had once described to Orochimaru. However, he had not been very optimistic about his teacher successfully researching it. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru had actually made one. Let me try it. Kenichi picked up the goggles and put them on. They were indeed large. They covered his head down to his nose, leaving only his mouth exposed. At that moment, Orochimaru turned off the lights. In the dim laboratory, Kenichi could barely see anything. But when he turned his head, he saw his teacher's thermal image. The exposed skin gave off the clearest heat signature and appeared very distinct. Areas covered by clothing also appeared, but overall, he could only see a standing silhouette and could not make out finer details. But that was already enough. Kenichi scanned the laboratory again. The alcohol lamps looked rather peculiar through the thermal image. Then he took off the goggles. Teacher, this. Kenichi was genuinely surprised. To be honest, he really had not expected Orochimaru to successfully research something he had only mentioned before. Yet not only had his teacher produced it, the effect was also quite good. Although the device was large and rather heavy to wear, for a shinobi, that amount of weight was not a major problem. He could wear it all day without issue. The only trouble was that wearing it would affect normal vision. Even so, it was a very practical tool for monitoring enemy movements at night. Before Kenichi could finish speaking, a gust of wind brushed past him. In the next instant, a pair of hands wrapped around his neck from behind and locked across his chest like a cold restraint. Kenichi. It was his teacher's voice. Kenichi could feel Orochimaru standing right behind him. That borrowed body seemed light and ordinary on the surface, but Kenichi had experimented on it before and knew exactly how dangerous it was beneath that appearance. The scene looked ambiguous at first glance, but Kenichi felt no such feeling at all. His entire body broke out in goosebumps. He would never believe his teacher had approached him like this for anything beyond intimidation and testing. This was Orochimaru, after all. At that moment, Kenichi felt as if he had been caught in the coils of a venomous snake, with its tongue slowly brushing across the side of his neck. I heard that you killed Lord Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, his teacher said softly. Orochimaru's voice was warm and pleasant, and Kenichi could even feel his breath near his neck. But the pressure on Kenichi only grew heavier. Sure enough, his teacher knew about it. Kenichi even suspected that Konoha might have deliberately leaked the information. However, Konoha could not hide it even if they wanted to. Shinobi from the other villages should have already known as well. In that case, it was better for Konoha to announce first that Heavenly Demon had killed Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naturally, Orochimaru would also learn of it. Yes, teacher. When I used the nuclear weapon, Lord Third Hokage was at the allied shinobi forces encampment below. He should be dead, Kenichi said calmly, his breathing steady. At the same time, intricate lightning patterns appeared around his eyes. If his teacher dared to make a move, Kenichi would immediately counterattack. Although Orochimaru had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kenichi also possessed one. He had also mastered Sage Mode. If he truly had to fight his teacher, Kenichi was not worried about being at a disadvantage. In the darkness, Orochimaru did not speak. But Kenichi could feel his teacher's arms tightening around him, and his breathing gradually became unstable. It seemed Orochimaru still held some feelings toward his former teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Could Kenichi's appearance and guidance have pushed his teacher onto a different path? A path where Orochimaru had not come to hate the village and Hiruzen. Was this considered lifting a stone only to drop it on his own foot? Kenichi did not know. But at that moment, all of his chakra was quietly gathering. After an unknown amount of time, Orochimaru released him. How terrifying, my disciple. I did not expect you to grow to this extent. Orochimaru's voice had returned to normal, but there was a faint chill within it. Kenichi waved his hand, and the lights came back on. Orochimaru stood in front of him with a smile, looking at him. However, there was still a hint of coldness in his eyes. Teacher, I also did not expect Hiruzen Sarutobi to be down there at the time. Kenichi scratched his head helplessly. At my core, I am still someone who respects his teachers and values the path they taught him. He was telling the truth. He knew that after he transmigrated, he had been a war orphan. If Orochimaru had not appeared and taken him away, it would have been much more troublesome for Kenichi to grow up. Moreover, Root had the excellent habit of recruiting members from orphanages. If Root had targeted him, things would have become even more troublesome. Furthermore, although Orochimaru had been somewhat strict with him at first, after Kenichi became his disciple, Orochimaru had also taught him through both words and example. In that sense, he truly was a very good teacher. Orochimaru looked at his disciple indifferently. After learning that his teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had died at Heavenly Demon's hands, his usually calm heart had stirred slightly. At that moment, his feelings had been truly complex. It was difficult to say what kind of mindset he had held. However, when he thought about the fact that Hiruzen had already been implanted with cancer cells by him and likely would not have lived long anyway, Orochimaru's heart gradually calmed again. This time, his probing of Kenichi was mainly to see whether his student was a truly ruthless person. If he was, then Orochimaru would have to be on guard. You killed Hiruzen Sarutobi. Konoha definitely will not let it go. They may even deduce that Heavenly Demon is the one who occupied the land of water. You should make preparations in advance, Orochimaru said with a wave of his hand, his tone somewhat complicated. Kenichi shrugged. He had already made those preparations. After all, as he did more and more things, maintaining his disguise would only become increasingly difficult. Sooner or later, it was bound to be exposed. Just as Kenichi was about to say something, he felt his ring grow hot. He instinctively lowered his head and looked at it. It was the Akatsuki communication ring. It seems the Akatsuki also knows the news, Orochimaru said, glancing at his student. Then he noticed that Kenichi's expression was not panicked. Instead, he looked slightly amused. Could it be? Orochimaru fell into thought. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 424, Chapter 424, The Hokage's Funeral. Chapter 424, The Hokage's Funeral. Leader, did you call us here today because of the mission jointly issued by the daimyo of the four great nations? Kakuzu licked his finger, his eyes shining with excitement. As a mercenary ninja who frequently accepted missions, Kakuzu had seen plenty of bounties. However, very few offered such an astonishing reward. It must be that mission. I heard the reward far surpasses every other mission in the exchange office, another figure said with a nod. Amamiya Kenichi glanced at him. Although the man's face was blurred in the phantom body space, Kenichi recognized him at once from his hairstyle. Kisame Hashigaki. A rogue ninja from Kirigakure with enormous chakra reserves. The sight of Kisame made Kenichi recall something rather amusing. In his previous life, he had once seen a greasy man cosplaying as Kisame and singing on a short video platform. Of course, the Kisame in front of him was definitely not that man. Kenichi looked around. This time, the Akatsuki seemed to have issued a full assembly order. Almost everyone was present. Kenichi even noticed Obito standing opposite him, wearing a mask and seemingly still playing the role of Toby. Obito noticed Kenichi's gaze and exaggeratedly waved at him. The movement instantly drew the attention of every member present. Kenichi's mouth twitched. Obito was definitely doing that on purpose. Still, Kenichi had not expected Obito to continue maintaining his Toby persona. Aside from Obito, Sasori and Deidara were also present, along with two unfamiliar faces. Kenichi only glanced at them briefly and did not pay much attention. Although he did not know who those two were, he assumed they were probably just cannon fodder. Kakuzu's rate of consuming teammates was faster than the Akatsuki's rate of recruiting new members. Haiden, who had originally been the most suitable partner for Kakuzu, was still inside Orochimaru's laboratory. Therefore, any Akatsuki member who partnered with Kakuzu and lacked sufficient strength could easily end up being killed by him. As for their heads, they would naturally become money in Kakuzu's little treasury. Quiet. Nagato, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. The members who had been discussing the matter instantly fell silent. Obito's eyes were calm, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. I gathered everyone here today, on one hand, to assign the monthly missions. On the other hand, Nagato glanced at Kenichi. He had heard Kenichi's plan. Since Kirigakure in the Land of Water had already been destroyed, it meant Kenichi's plan had officially begun. Because of that, the question of where the Akatsuki should go next had become the most troublesome issue for Nagato. Jade, what do you have to say about Kirigakure in the Land of Water? Nagato looked at Kenichi. If they wanted to pull the entire Akatsuki onto Kenichi's war chariot, then putting the matter on the table was necessary. It would also prevent the awkward situation of their own people fighting each other. That was the main reason Nagato had called for this full-member meeting. Orochimaru glanced at his disciple. Judging from the leader's attitude, Nagato did not seem surprised at all by the conquest of Kirigakure. In that case, his conjecture was probably correct. The other Akatsuki members were not fools either. The moment they heard the leader's words, they realized that the hottest event in the ninja world recently, the conquest of the Land of Water, might have something to do with Heavenly Demon, a member of their own organization. That's right. I conquered Kirigakure in the Land of Water. It has now become my sphere of influence, Kenichi admitted frankly. In an instant, the phantom body space fell silent. Everyone looked at Kenichi in surprise, except for Nagato and Orochimaru. Although Obito had known about it for a long time, he still put on an exaggeratedly shocked expression to maintain his persona. You conquered the Land of Water. So you were the one who destroyed Kirigakure. Kisame was clearly shaken. When he had first learned that Kirigakure had been destroyed, he had felt somewhat uncomfortable. After all, he was a rogue ninja from Kirigakure. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, it was impossible for Kisame to have no sense of belonging to the village. However, because of Uchiha Madara's invitation, he had still joined the Akatsuki and worked toward the Eye of the Moon plan. Later, when he suddenly heard news of Kirigakure's destruction, Kisame had been greatly surprised. As a ninja of Kirigakure, he naturally understood his village very well. In his opinion, although Kirigakure had become somewhat weak, even Konoha of the Land of Fire should not have been able to annex it so quickly. And yet, Kirigakure had truly been destroyed just like that. It was me. Kenichi nodded. There was no need to hide such a thing, and it could not be hidden for long anyway. The reason he had tried to block the news before was only to buy himself some time to develop. But since the matter had already been exposed by the 4 great nations, Kenichi naturally no longer cared. After all, this incident was already known throughout the ninja world. Trying to suppress the news now would be a fool's errand. The Land of Water must be rich, right? Kakuzu looked at Kenichi with envy. He did not care about the destruction of a ninja village. He only cared about money. In Kakuzu's opinion, since the daimyo of the 4 great nations were so wealthy, the Land of Water must also possess a great deal of money. Quite rich. Kenichi looked at Kakuzu with a half-smile. Kakuzu only cared about money and nothing else. As long as there was enough money, everything could be negotiated. He was much like someone who would always ask for more, no matter the amount. But now. Kakuzu frowned as he looked at Kenichi. Since Kenichi had occupied the Land of Water, did that not mean the mission was impossible to complete? The Akatsuki could not possibly accept that mission and then attack its own sphere of influence. That would be far too stupid. Judging from the leader's expression, Kakuzu knew Nagato probably had no intention of doing that either. Then can't we go to the Land of Water? Obito suddenly said in an excited tone. Kenichi glanced at Obito. What exactly was Obito thinking? However, Kenichi was indifferent to Obito's suggestion. Whether Obito came or not made little difference. After all, even if Kenichi refused to let Obito enter, Obito could still sneak in any time he wanted. Black Zetsu was extremely troublesome as well. Although the thermal imaging device developed by Orochimaru worked well, Kenichi was skeptical about whether it would be effective against Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu seemed capable of emerging from underground, which proved that he possessed some kind of earth-burrowing ability. Thermal imaging would naturally be blocked by soil, so it would be impossible to see Black Zetsu if he had beneath the ground. I plan to move the Akatsuki's base to the Land of Water and incorporate the Land of Water into our organization's territory, Nagato said. Everyone was stunned. Even Obito could not help looking at Kenichi. Was Nagato trying to seize Kenichi's spoils? That made Obito very happy. He had been worried that Kenichi might have reached some form of cooperation with Nagato. If those two had joined hands, Obito would have to kill Nagato at all costs, or at least retrieve his Rinnegan. With the help of Nagato's Rinnegan, who knew how much more trouble Kenichi could cause him. If it reached that point, Obito might have no choice but to use Edo Tensei to summon Uchiha Madara as quickly as possible and have Madara take action himself. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. He naturally saw everyone's reactions, but what he cared about most was Obito's response. He caught the fleeting surprise in Obito's eyes. "Leader, if I remember correctly, the land of water is my territory, right?" Kenichi said with a gloomy expression, his tone full of hostility. Nagato paused for a moment. There should have been no need to say this. He and Kenichi had already. But then Nagato realized something. "Yes. But you are also a member of the Akatsuki. If you refuse to accept this, then you will become an enemy of the organization," Nagato said calmly. His tone did not invite suspicion. Everyone knew this was the leader's usual way of speaking. "So I'm supposed to work for the Akatsuki for free?" Kenichi's tone grew even angrier. Among everyone present, Sasori and Deidara looked at Nagato at the same time. Orochimaru seemed to be considering something, his gaze constantly shifting between Kenichi and Nagato. As for Kisame and Obito, they were simply watching the show. "The Akatsuki will give you compensation," Nagato continued. Even if they were truly planning to take Kenichi's spoils, the organization naturally could not give nothing in return. That would dampen the enthusiasm of the members present. It was also the right time to offer a compromise. Soon, Nagato and Kenichi began arguing about what compensation should be given. In the end, they did not reach a clear conclusion. Nagato ended the group meeting, merely stating that the Akatsuki's base would soon be moved to the land of water and that Kenichi would receive proper compensation. Of course, this compensation could not be discussed openly, so Nagato still had to pull Kenichi aside for a private meeting. This did not make the others suspicious. Although Obito felt somewhat worried, after thinking about the recent dispute between Kenichi and Nagato, as well as their performance during this period, he relaxed considerably. "First, I need to gather enough corpses of powerful individuals. I hope Black Zetsu can be more efficient." Obito sighed. Black Zetsu had already gone around the ninja world digging up corpses. Edo Tensei was powerful, but there were still some areas that needed improvement. The experimental Uchiha Madara from before had completely failed to meet Obito's expectations. Although it had possessed some strength, it was still far too weak. It could not be used as a basis for summoning the real Uchiha Madara through Edo Tensei. Before this, Obito had still hesitated over whether he should reincarnate Madara. But as the pressure Kenichi placed on him continued to grow, Obito gradually stopped worrying about those concerns. As for Orochimaru, before leaving, he glanced at his student and the leader, then smiled. This was truly interesting. "Here, with our deepest respect, we offer our most profound condolences for the passing of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi." At the same time, in Konoha, the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, was attending a funeral. Tsunade had attended many funerals recently. The attack on the allied shinobi forces had caused many Konoha ninja to sacrifice their lives. Although the third Hokage had protected most of Konoha's forces by himself, some unlucky people had still died beneath the terrifying explosion. Those who miraculously survived also died while waiting for Tsunade to arrive and heal them. When Tsunade finally began treating the wounded, she discovered that their organs and bodies were in a deeply abnormal state, as if a deadly bacterial toxin was constantly stealing away their lives. Because of that, even when she did everything she could, many people still died. Therefore, the first funeral had been a joint funeral for those ninja. After that came the internal funerals held by the various clans. Finally, it was the Hokage's funeral. Because of Hiruzen Sarutobi's status, his funeral was the most solemn and special of all. Under Konoha's cloudy sky, sobs rang out from time to time. Occasionally, low murmurs could be heard as well. "Hokage-sama, may you rest in peace." As the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi had been an old leader who had sat in the Hokage's seat for a very long time. The villagers had their own understanding of his worth. Moreover, the ninja present who had survived the terrifying explosion also shared a close bond with the third Hokage. It was the Hokage who had sacrificed his own chance to live in order to protect them, the embers of Konoha. "Third Hokage, rest in peace." Someone could not help shouting. Then more voices followed, one after another. The people vented the fear and anger in their hearts, and their cries rose into the sky. Tsunade gripped the railing tightly as she watched the scene before her. She knew that this was Konoha's will of fire. Although the old man had done many things that went against his conscience, at the very least, he had truly upheld everything a Hokage should do. Where the leaves danced, the fire burned on. "Elders, I wonder if you still have any objections to my proposal?" Tsunade asked softly as she looked at the flames before her. Udatane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura, who stood behind Tsunade, silently exchanged glances. Then both of them sighed. the die was cast. What else could they do? Now, Tsunade only needed to rally the people, and everything would become irreversible. Moreover, if Tsunade were ruthless enough, she could even use this opportunity to completely strip them of their power. We will follow the fifth Hokage's decision, Hamura said, lowering his head. At this moment, there were no other dissenting voices in Konoha. Tsunade nodded. Then it was time to implement that plan. Ninja would not be allowed to sacrifice themselves in vain. Someone would have to pay the price. Orochimaru, the next time we meet, we will be mortal enemies, Tsunade murmured to herself. Below, at the funeral site, the people were still shouting with emotion, sending off Hiruzen Sarutobi. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 425, Chapter 425, Amamiya Kenichi's Intelligence Network. Chapter 425, Amamiya Kenichi's Intelligence Network. I didn't expect you to take over the land of water and Kirigakura all by yourself. Inside the phantom body space, only Amamiya Kenichi and Nagato remained. Nagato no longer bothered hiding his true intentions. It was just good luck. Besides, Kirigakura's strength wasn't that impressive anyway, Kenichi said with a shrug. Occupying Kirigakura had indeed exceeded his expectations. At first, he had thought that a single atomic bomb would not be enough to deal with the village. After all, Kirigakura still had the Three Tails. Who would have thought that even the Three Tails could not stop Kenichi's atomic bomb? Although it had survived, it had barely been clinging to life. In the end, Kenichi had simply ended its suffering. Perhaps atomic bombs had some special bonus effect in the ninja world. Even if it wasn't impressive, it was still one of the great ninja villages, Nagato said, looking at Kenichi with a complicated expression. Although he had decided to cooperate with Kenichi back then, he had never expected Kenichi to advance this quickly. Without even needing Nagato's help, Kenichi had occupied Kirigakura and the land of water on his own. That made Nagato's gaze toward him rather complex. This guy was truly a madman. Occupying Kirigakura and the land of water was not the real problem. After all, if Nagato wanted to do such a thing, it would not be impossible. The Super Shinra Tensei he had prepared earlier had the power to flatten an entire ninja village, and he also had a way to deal with the Three Tails. However, the trouble had never been the occupation itself. The real trouble was the situation one had to face afterward. The Akatsuki possessed enough strength to occupy a ninja village and a country, but Nagato had been biding his time until now. The plan to collect the tailed beasts had not even begun yet. His intention was simple. If he did not act, then he would remain still. But once he did act, he would strike decisively and collect all the tailed beasts as quickly as possible. That was the only way to avoid being discovered by the ninja villages and then jointly besieged. Even with the Rinnegan, Nagato still felt uncertain about facing the combined siege of 5 villages. That was precisely why he had spent so long preparing. But he had not expected Kenichi to move so quickly. Before Nagato was even ready, Kenichi had already taken down Kirigakura and severely wounded the allied shinobi forces. That made Nagato feel as if he could no longer fully see through Kenichi. If we move the base here, will that guy notice anything? Kenichi narrowed his eyes. At first, he had disagreed with moving the Akatsuki's base to the land of water. After all, keeping the Akatsuki rooted in the center of the ninja world was also beneficial to him. If the 4 great ninja villages chose to attack the land of water at the same time, then with the Akatsuki stationed in the center of the ninja world, his strategic options would be much broader. At that time, if they attacked from 2 directions, perhaps they could even ambush the various ninja villages. Or they could have Nagato use Super Shinra Tensei in the other ninja villages to quickly stabilize the overall situation. Kenichi had been very curious about this before. If Nagato's Super Shinra Tensei was so terrifyingly powerful, why had he not simply spent a few days using one Super Shinra Tensei on each ninja village? If he had done that, there would not have been so many later troubles with the allied shinobi forces. Super Shinra Tensei had flattened Konoha, killing countless ninja. Even Kakashi had died during Nagato's attack on Konoha. One could imagine how powerful that technique was. Even if some powerful individuals could survive, it could still solve most problems and even nip in the bud those geniuses who might become threats in the future. However, Kenichi later realized that his identity as the heavenly demon had already been exposed. Konoha and the other ninja villages knew about it now. If the Akatsuki continued to remain in the center of the ninja world, there was a very high possibility that they would be besieged. Moreover, moving the Akatsuki's base to the land of water would also make it easier for Kenichi to monitor and research Obito and Black Zetsu. After all, if Nagato was in the land of water, there was no way Uchiha Obito would not come, right? Once Obito came, Black Zetsu would naturally follow. When Black Zetsu arrived, Kenichi wanted to research how exactly Black Zetsu crossed the sea. Could he possibly merge into seawater? At the same time, Kenichi could also strike at Obito. When Obito arrived, Kenichi could bring out the resurrected Rin Noera in front of him. Then, with Rin's cooperation, he could arrange a carefully staged scene to shake Obito even further and strike at that bastard from multiple angles. For Obito, crushing his heart was the cruelest method. Probably not. After all, the news that you, the heavenly demon, attacked the allied shinobi forces and caused the death of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, has already spread throughout the ninja world, Nagato said, shaking his head. He was not too worried about this issue. He had only made this decision today after hearing that piece of intelligence. After all, with the heavenly demon attacking Konoha's Hokage and causing the Hokage's death, it was perfectly normal for the Akatsuki to choose to move to the land of water to avoid being implicated. Even if that man was extremely suspicious, he would not be able to find any obvious clues. After all, if the Akatsuki continued to stay in the land of rain, it would eventually be attacked by the various ninja villages. Kenichi nodded. That was true. He had already killed Hiruzen Sarutobi as the heavenly demon. Although the Akatsuki would also attract serious attention from the other ninja villages, it could not be ruled out that they might be besieged by those villages. In that case, choosing to relocate was also normal. Have you tried researching them during this period? What were the results? Kenichi yawned. He had already exited the phantom body space and returned to the capital of the land of water, to his own laboratory. Now he could slowly chat with Nagato about what had happened during this period. No. Their behavior has been very normal. I also tried searching for the person you mentioned, but even with the Rinnegan, I couldn't find any trace of him, Nagato said, clearly in a poor mood. He had tried searching for Black Zetsu before, but he simply could not find him. That had made Nagato lose his appetite for a while. After all, the thought that someone might be hiding nearby and watching while he ate made his entire body uncomfortable. He had even worried that Konan might be spied on while bathing. Konan was also his friend, but she was a woman. Nagato had not known how to bring up such a thing. If that guy were so easy to find, he wouldn't be so disgusting, Kenichi said, not especially concerned. Black Zetsu's combat ability might not be impressive, but his concealment ability was definitely at the highest level. In a sense, if Black Zetsu were treated as the true protagonist of Naruto, then the whole story would become a behind-the-scenes novel about Black Zetsu saving his mother, where Black Zetsu, acting as the hidden mastermind, achieved his ambitions by taking advantage of Uchiha Madara's foolishness. But this also indirectly proved that Black Zetsu's own strength was not particularly great. If Black Zetsu were truly powerful, then why would he need Uchiha Madara to act at all? He could simply complete the plan by himself. It was precisely because Black Zetsu lacked sufficient ability that he had to borrow Uchiha Madara's power. Therefore, it could be concluded that Black Zetsu did not possess the power to subdue the tailed beasts. At the very least, he definitely could not subdue the Nine Tails. Who exactly is this person you mentioned? Nagato frowned as he looked at Kenichi. He knew very little about Black Zetsu. All he knew was that Black Zetsu was with the person who called himself Uchiha Madara. I don't know. The only time I saw him was at the Akatsuki's base, Kenichi said, shaking his head. Although he knew that Black Zetsu was a temporary creation left behind by Otsutsuki Kagaya, how was he supposed to explain that to Nagato? Otsutsuki Kagaya's appearance back then had been a massive plot hole because there had basically been no foreshadowing beforehand. Everyone had thought Uchiha Madara was the greatest villain and the final boss. Who could have known that Otsutsuki Kagaya would suddenly appear? Then Black Zetsu suddenly betrayed Madara, pierced through his heart, and began narrating his grand plan and everything behind it. So, was Kenichi supposed to tell Nagato the story of Black Zetsu saving his mother? If he did, he would also have to explain why he knew about such ancient events, and that would be far too troublesome. Nagato sighed. Not knowing that person's true identity made Nagato uneasy. With such powerful concealment ability, what exactly was Black Zetsu planning? And why had he joined the Akatsuki? Moreover, that person had never revealed this ability in front of Nagato. What was he trying to do by concealing it? His intentions were truly damnable. Oh, right. When the Akatsuki moves here, I want to research the Geto Mazo, Kenichi said, remembering an important matter. The Geto Mazo was the husk of the divine tree. Although all nine-tailed beasts had been extracted from it, leaving only an empty shell, it should still possess research value. That's fine. After all, I still need to compensate you. But didn't you already take some of it before? Nagato looked at Kenichi in confusion. He remembered that Kenichi had already exchanged rewards for it previously. I can never have too much of that kind of thing, Kenichi said with a smile. But in his mind, he had a unique idea. The Geto Mazo's strength was decent, but its complete form required the fusion of all nine-tailed beasts to create the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Kenichi was thinking that if he could research the Geto Mazo and then fill it with all nine-tailed beasts, that would also be a way for him to become stronger. However, there was a prerequisite. One needed to awaken the Rinnegan. The control of the Geto Mazo should be directly related to the Rinnegan. Without the Rinnegan, controlling the Geto Mazo would probably be impossible. Therefore, Kenichi first planned to research whether the Geto Mazo could be destroyed. If it could be destroyed, then even if Uchiha Madara were resurrected, it would not be a major problem. However, even if Uchiha Madara were resurrected now, it probably would not be too troublesome. After all, the Geto Mazo required an enormous amount of chakra. The reason Nagato was so emaciated was because he had been drained after summoning the Geto Mazo. If he used it a few more times, he probably would not even need to wait for Naruto to grow up and use talk no jutsu. Nagato would already have passed away. If Uchiha Madara were resurrected, he would have to solve two problems. The first was how to retrieve the Rinnegan. The second was how to fully resurrect. Now that Chio was dead, there was no one else who knew the one's own life reincarnation. No problem, Nagato said without refusing. It was only the Geto Mazo. If Kenichi's plan could be successfully implemented, then even giving the Geto Mazo to Kenichi would not matter. Nagato only wanted to create a world of peace. To fulfill his dear friend's final wish. After exiting the phantom body space, Kenichi massaged his temples. The current situation in the ninja world was somewhat strange. He was not entirely sure what the other 4 ninja villages were thinking, nor did he know what Konoha intended to do. Although he had Yakushi Kabuto and Uchiha Shirori establish an intelligence network, building an intelligence network was never a simple matter. It was too difficult to produce results in a short period of time. At present, the only reliable ways to obtain intelligence were to buy it from information brokers and to have Kabuto provide it. Before Kenichi could even finish handling the affairs of the ninja world, Obito and Black Zetsu were already coming. That only made Kenichi even busier. Shirori. Kenichi called out. Uchiha Shirori instantly appeared before him using the body flicker technique and respectfully lowered her head. Take this to Yakushi Kabuto. You know where he is, right? Kenichi wrote something on a slip of paper and handed it to Shirori. Shirori respectfully accepted it and nodded. She did know Kabuto's location. Immediately afterward, Shirori extended her hand, and the slip of paper disappeared from her grasp. Kenichi stroked his chin. Although he did not know whether this would succeed, he still had to try. If it succeeded, that would naturally be best. If it failed, it did not matter. It was only a casual move. That lord's ideas truly are unique. Yakushi Kabuto was not surprised by the sudden appearance of the slip of paper. He picked it up and glanced at it. For a moment, he was stunned. Then he could not help licking his lips. During this period, he had been causing trouble in Iwagakure according to Kenichi's request, inciting the emotions of the villagers. The effect had been quite good. Indeed, the emotions of the populace can be guided, Kabuto said as he looked at Iwagakure outside, a faint smile appearing on his face. Then he turned and began packing his belongings. Since Lord Amamiya had issued a new order, it was almost time for him to leave this place. Moreover, Iwagakure's hounds had been tracking him during this period. If he did not leave soon, escaping would become difficult. Kabuto touched his face. Fortunately, that lord had given him a ninjutsu especially suited for spies. With this face, leaving Iwagakure would not be a problem. It just so happened that, during this period, Iwagakure was organizing merchant caravans on a large scale. Previously, the caravans had been attacked by enemies. Now that this issue had been resolved, they had to quickly resume their normal lives. Thus, a merchant from Iwagakure named Tsuchikan Hiroshi left Iwagakure with a caravan and headed toward Konoha. Not long after Tsuchikan Hiroshi left, Iwagakure's Umbu arrived at the room where he had been staying. However, they found no clues whatsoever. In the end, the Umbu could only leave the room in frustration. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 426, Chapter 426, Killing the Heart is so interesting. Chapter 426, Killing the Heart is so interesting. Amamiya Kenichi looked at the girl in front of him, sitting quietly off to the side as he observed her. Rin Noera had not woken up yet. Although Kenichi had already resurrected her through one's own life reincarnation by using a Chunin soul, Rin still showed no sign of awakening. If the technique had not succeeded, and if Rin's heartbeat had not returned to normal, Kenichi might even have suspected that he had revived the wrong person. She looks like a gentle, refined young lady. It seems my dear brother Obito likes the girl next door type, Kenichi muttered as he looked at Rin. Her breathing was steady, but what caught his attention most were the 2 small horizontal marks on her cheeks. At first glance, Kenichi had thought Rin had drawn them on herself. However, after examining her cheek, he discovered that those markings seemed to be naturally part of her face. That reminded him of Naruto, who had whisker-like marks on his own cheeks. Still, it had to be said that the real Rin was indeed quite pretty. She possessed a quiet charm. While she was not an unparalleled beauty, she was pleasant to look at, the kind of girl who would have received many love letters from boys during her academy days. However, in Kenichi's eyes, Rin's greatest value was not her appearance. For him, it did not matter what Rin looked like. Even if she were an unparalleled beauty, her greatest use would still be helping him complete his psychological attack on Obito. Brother Amamiya. A timid voice came from outside the laboratory. Kenichi paused for a moment, then immediately stood up, pushed open the laboratory door, and walked out. Standing outside was Uchiha Hikari. Brother Amamiya, have you eaten yet? Hikari looked at him with a smile. Her hands were clasped behind her back as she leaned forward slightly. The moment Kenichi saw her like that, he knew she must have brought him food. Not yet. Hikari, have you eaten? Kenichi gently ruffled Hikari's hair. This little girl really did have a good personality. Hee, I've eaten. Brother Amamiya, this is for you. Hikari happily took out a bento box. Kenichi paused, then casually accepted it. The warmth from the bento box passed through the metal casing and into his hand. You can do it, Brother Amamiya. But please don't overwork yourself. Hikari waved her small fists, cheering him on. Then she happily ran off. Hikari knew that her brother had been very busy lately. She wanted to help, but she did not know what she could do. She wanted to go to the battlefield, but Kenichi disagreed. Because of that, Hikari could only think of other ways to support him. Kenichi watched Hikari's retreating figure and smiled as he shook his head. Then he opened the bento box in his hand and took a look. Inside was a very home-style meal. There was tamagoyaki, a few side dishes, rice as the main portion, and a grilled fish placed on top. Well, it could only be described as a very traditional-style bento. Although it was not exactly to Kenichi's taste, he was not a picky eater. After all, it was Hikari's thoughtful gesture. So Kenichi still took the bento box back into the laboratory and ate while continuing to observe Rin's physical condition. Just as Kenichi put the grilled fish into his mouth, he noticed a prompt appear on a nearby instrument. He leaned over and glanced at it. It was an electroencephalogram monitor, and the display showed that Rin's brainwaves had begun to fluctuate. According to previous experimental records, once the brainwaves react, it means Rin should be waking up around now, Kenichi said while chewing the grilled fish in his mouth. Only then did he realize that the grilled fish Hikari had made had no bones. He wondered how she had managed that. After a little while longer, Kenichi finished the bento Hikari had made. Rin finally reacted as well. The girl whose existence had caused countless deaths in the ninja world slowly opened her eyes. This is... Rin looked bewildered. She remembered that she had already died. She remembered returning to the Pure Land, waiting there day after day. Waiting. Ah. Obito and Kakashi. No, didn't I die? Rin suddenly sat up. The pain she had felt while still alive instantly returned to her memory. She had died. In order to prevent the Three Tails from threatening the village, she had rushed toward Kakashi without hesitation and died by his hand. So why was she alive again now? Rin's gaze immediately locked onto Kenichi. This strange room contained only this man. He was very handsome, and his eyes were strange. That instinctively made Rin want to reach for her weapon. But she quickly realized that she was wearing only a loose patient garment, and her ninja tool pouch was nowhere to be found. Exclamation point. Rin's pupils contracted. She immediately tried to use ninjutsu, but before she could even form hand seals, Kenichi caught her wrist. Rin Noera, don't be so nervous, Kenichi said gently. Rin's reaction was extremely intense. She tried her hardest to break free from his grip, but it was useless. Kenichi rolled his eyes, then casually tossed a set of clothes to her. There was also a Konoha forehead protector with them. The sight of that forehead protector made Rin freeze for a moment. Let me introduce myself. I am a ninja of Konoha, and my teacher is Orochimaru, Kenichi continued gently, using what he believed to be his most charming tone. Kenichi could certainly force Obito to watch the girl he cared about being used as a pawn in front of him, but he felt that doing so would only enrage Obito. It would not truly crush his heart. Or rather, the effect would not be good enough. But if he made Rin trust him, rely on him, and eventually stand on his side of her own will, then had her show that trust in front of Obito, or even declare that she believed in Kenichi. TSK, TSK, TSK. By then, the one shouting, "My pain is greater than yours," probably would not be Nagato. It would be Obito. You're a ninja from the village? Rin looked at Kenichi, doubt still lingering in her eyes. Kakashi is my good friend. Kenichi took out a photo and handed it to Rin. Rin's pupils contracted. She saw Kakashi's face. Although he was wearing a strange mask and had grown older, she recognized him. This person was Kakashi. And beside Kakashi stood someone smiling brightly. That person was the man right in front of her. In an instant, much of Rin's doubt faded. The fact that he was Kakashi's good friend even made Rin feel a faint sense of closeness toward Kenichi. But then she remembered her current state and hurriedly began putting on the clothes. While she dressed, Rin glanced shyly at Kenichi. This person. But then she saw that Kenichi had already turned his back to her. Rin sighed in relief, and the nervousness and embarrassment in her heart eased slightly. I'm Rin Noera. May I ask who you are? Rin's voice still carried a trace of embarrassment. She tightened her clothes around herself. The clothes fit surprisingly well. My name is Amamiya Kenichi. Kenichi turned around and looked at Rin, who had now finished dressing. His heart remained completely calm. After all, he understood her condition very clearly, perhaps even more clearly than Obito did. However, now that he thought about it, Kenichi's eyes lit up. He had an interesting idea. Amamiya Kenichi. Rin murmured the name, then gave him a grateful smile. Thank you, Mr. Amamiya. But why have I been resurrected? Immediately afterward, confusion appeared in her eyes. After all, resurrection was no simple matter. She even remembered seeing something before. Then she had suddenly fainted, and when she woke up again, she was here. Because I'm conducting an experiment to develop a resurrection ninjutsu, and you happen to become the test subject. Kenichi did not answer immediately. He only looked at Rin with a complicated gaze. After a moment, he spoke with a cold expression. Rin stared blankly at him. Was that so? She was merely the test subject of a resurrection ninjutsu. But why had he looked at her with such a complicated gaze just now? Rin was somewhat lost. Soon after, Kenichi sent her out. Kenichi still had experiments to conduct, so Rin could only walk outside in a daze. She did not know what she should do. The security in this place was very strict. Many Uchiha clan ninja were responsible for protecting it. When they saw Rin, all of them showed expressions of shock and surprise. However, they would not allow her to leave. Rin became even more bewildered. Then she met a girl. The girl was very enthusiastic and introduced Rin to their current location. This was a secret laboratory outside the Land of Fire, one with an extremely high level of secrecy and security. Ordinary people could not freely enter or leave, so Rin could only live here temporarily. Who exactly is this Amamiya Kenichi? Strong curiosity surged within Rin's heart. She felt that Kenichi was full of stories. This strange man seemed to be hiding secrets buried very deep. How is it? Have the arrangements been made? Kenichi sat in his laboratory, cleaning the entire room. The research he was about to conduct next was somewhat dangerous. Lord Amamiya, everything has already been arranged, Uchiha Shirori said respectfully. Kenichi nodded. It was good that the arrangements had been made. Kenichi was not very good at gaining a girl's affection, and he did not know how to make Rin develop trust in him quickly. But in order to strike at Obito, he still tried hard to come up with a plan. In the end, Kenichi decided to put on a play. A grand drama. The entire Land of Water would become the stage, and every controlled ninja would become the finest actor. The goal was to make Rin lower her guard as quickly as possible, trust him, rely on him, and eventually see him as someone worth standing beside. Shirori glanced at Kenichi. She could not quite understand Lord Amamiya's intentions. After all, the arrangements this time were far too strange. First, Lord Amamiya had used shadow clones to write many diaries and similar materials, then placed them somewhere that appeared deeply hidden but was actually easy to discover by accident. After that, he made his subordinates memorize a series of deeply emotional stories that gave Shirori goosebumps just from listening to them. The scale was even quite large. The people in the capital were quickly preparing everything, all to satisfy Lord Amamiya's demands. And all of this was only for that girl. Was it worth it? Or did Lord Amamiya truly care about her that much? Shirori was somewhat confused. If Kenichi could hear Shiori's thoughts, he would tell her that it was worth it. Very worth it. Although it was troublesome, it was also extremely entertaining. Just imagining Rin standing on his side, speaking for him in front of Obito while Obito hid in some dark corner, twisting in pain and crawling through despair, made Kenichi tremble with excitement. That damn Uchiha Obito. That bastard had caused him trouble again and again. Kenichi had tolerated him for a long time. Now that he finally had a suitable method of revenge, Kenichi wished he could fast forward directly to the moment he brought Rin before Obito and showed him a scene that would completely shatter his mind. By then, Obito would probably suffer a full mental collapse, right? You may leave, then. Remember to carry out this plan completely, Kenichi said with a wave of his hand. He was not particularly concerned about whether the plan would succeed. With so many people acting alongside Rin, it would naturally be best if Rin fell into the role he had prepared for her. But if she did not, that did not matter either. He had plenty of ways to drive Obito mad. Completely mad. Yes, Lord. Shirori respectfully departed. Although she was deeply confused, because of the parasites and her own principles of conduct, Shirori would perfectly execute Kenichi's plan. After Shirori left, Kenichi began making modifications. He quickly transformed his temporary laboratory into a sterile laboratory. He planned to conduct research here. Research into that peculiar nano disease. However, considering the special nature of this disease, Kenichi still decided to have shadow clones conduct the research, while his real body would only be responsible for receiving memories and reading logs. But I always feel that this doesn't seem like a virus. If it were a virus, then traces of it should be found in the body's tissues, Kenichi said as he took out a scroll. At the same time, he recalled the contents of his previous memories. The mortality rate of this disease was extremely high. But strangely, no virus could be found inside the patient's bodies. Either the virus was hiding somewhere else, or it was not a virus at all, but something entirely different. Kenichi shook his head. Forget it. It did not matter. No matter what caused this disease, he would find the source. After that, perhaps he could begin the weapon development process. Although it was somewhat inhumane, war itself had always been like that. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 427, Chapter 427, The higher one stands, the more one thinks, and the more one worries. Chapter 427, The higher one stands, the more one thinks, and the more one worries. Has it been checked? Did you find the person who left this letter? Tsunade frowned as she looked at the letter in her hand, then asked the Umbu standing before her. The Umbu shook his head. The letter had appeared out of nowhere that morning in the director's office of the orphanage. Written on the outside were the words, "For the eyes of the fifth Hokage, Lady Tsunade, only." Because of that, the letter had quickly been delivered to the Hokage's office. The Umbu had checked it according to protocol, searching for poison, jutsu seals, or any other traps. There was nothing on it. It was only an ordinary letter. As for the contents, naturally, the Umbu did not dare read them. After all, there was a signature in the lower right corner. Amamiya Kenichi. A former rogue ninja of Konoha, Orochimaru's student, and currently Konoha's highest-ranked missing nin. A madman. Moreover, the Umbu's superior had specifically instructed him to deliver the letter to Lady Tsunade immediately after confirming it was safe. Under no circumstances was he to open it himself. The Umbu knew very well that the more one knew, the greater the danger. So after completing the inspection, he delivered it directly to Tsunade. Tsunade pinched the bridge of her nose, anger flickering in her eyes. What exactly did that bastard Amamiya Kenichi want? He had only just caused her teacher's death, yet now he dared send a letter to her. Could it be that he still wanted to? Tsunade froze for a moment. It was not impossible. She quickly tore open the letter in her hand and read it carefully. The contents were very simple. There were only a few short sentences. Yet after reading them, Tsunade's heart could not calm down for a long time. Tsunade closed her eyes. Her breathing grew heavy, and her chest rose and fell violently. Immediately afterward, she slammed her hand down on the table in rage, shattering it in an instant. However, the letter that Tsunade had also slammed onto the table remained completely unharmed. This madman. Tsunade gritted her teeth, staring furiously at the letter in her hand. She wished Amamiya Kenichi were standing in front of her right now. She swore she would give him a brutal punch. One that would make him regret ever being born into this world. Call Jiraiya over, Tsunade said, painfully pinching her brow. Her emotions told her that nothing Amamiya Kenichi said could be trusted. She had to avenge her teacher and the Konoha ninja who had sacrificed themselves. But reason told her that this matter had to be considered carefully. Because if it was true, it would be incredibly good news for Konoha. The Umbu hurriedly left. Only Tsunade remained, sitting silently in her chair and staring at the letter in her hand. The contents were not long, yet she had already read them countless times. Even so, her heart remained deeply conflicted and pained. Teacher, is this why you slowly stopped being yourself after sitting in this position for so long? Tsunade stared blankly at the ceiling. For the first time, she felt as if she suddenly understood her teacher's pain. Tsunade, what happened? Jiraiya rushed over. He had originally planned to leave Konoha and continue gathering information on the Akatsuki while looking for clues about Amamiya Kenichi and Orochimaru. To his surprise, before he could even depart, Tsunade had summoned him. Look at this. Tsunade's tone carried a trace of reluctance. She was struggling against herself. Struggling against her own rationality. That struggle caused her immense pain. Jiraiya was confused, but he still took the letter. After only a few glances, he crumpled it in his hand. His arm trembled. It was obvious that if this had not merely been a letter, but a sheet of metal, Jiraiya might have already torn it apart. How dare that bastard say something like this? Jiraiya glared furiously at the letter in his hand, his anger surging. But he had no choice but to hand the letter back to Tsunade. If he kept reading, he really might not be able to hold himself back. Tsunade rubbed her temples. What that little bastard Amamiya Kenichi had written was not complicated. Simply put, he confessed that he was Amamiya Kenichi, that he had occupied the land of water and Kirigakure, and that he had unexpectedly learned he caused Hiruzen Sarutobi's death, which filled him with great pain. Therefore, in order to repay Konoha, he claimed that he had not forgotten the saying, where Konoha's leaves dance, fire will burn. He said he was a resolute inheritor of the will of fire. To atone for his mistakes, he wanted to co-govern the land of water with Konoha. The mission shares from the land of water could also be allocated to Konoha. A very simple proposal. And precisely because it was so simple, it enraged Tsunade even more. Emotionally, Tsunade did not believe a single word from Amamiya Kenichi. That little bastard was cunning and unpredictable. Could he be an inheritor of the will of fire? How was that possible? If that were truly the case, would he have still tried to wipe out the allied shinobi forces when he attacked their outpost? But if he had truly held back, that would make things even harder for Konoha to defend against. At that time, people from every ninja village would ask Konoha why only Konoha's forces had survived unharmed. Had Konoha planned all of this? The thought alone made Tsunade want to send troops directly to the land of water, capture Amamiya Kenichi, and torture him with the cruelest punishment she could think of. She wanted to make that little bastard regret being born. But the words that came afterward caused Tsunade deep pain. She was no longer only Tsunade. Nor was she merely the old man's student. She was also Konoha's fifth Hokage. She carried far too many burdens. Only after standing in this position could one truly understand what it meant to walk on thin ice. For Konoha, Amamiya Kenichi's proposal was clearly of incredible value. That was the land of water. A great nation. A great village. If that country fell under the land of fire and Konoha's influence, then Konoha would no longer need to worry about potential attacks from the land of water. Its economy would also develop rapidly. What had all the wars in the ninja world been fought for? Was it not to secure their village's position and gain more mission shares? With the land of water, Konoha's sphere of influence would expand dramatically. That would be a great achievement recorded in the village's history. Tsunade, what are you thinking? Jiraiya seemed to understand why his old friend was so conflicted. He looked at her tentatively and asked. Tsunade did not speak. She was also in pain. On one side were her teacher and the ninja who had sacrificed themselves at Amamiya Kenichi's hands. On the other side were the enormous benefits Konoha could gain. A village. A country. If they could be brought into Konoha's sphere, the village would gain immeasurable advantages. Even if the land of water could not be fully incorporated, Amamiya Kenichi could still lead it while allowing Konoha to share in its profits. On the surface, the land of water would remain independent, but in reality, it would fall within Konoha's sphere of influence. That could also avoid provoking hostility from the other villages. Moreover, that bastard Amamiya Kenichi's strength was truly formidable. If Amamiya Kenichi and Orochimaru returned, then even if the other three villages attacked, Konoha would not be without the strength to resist. Complex emotions swirled inside Tsunade's mind. Jiraiya, Tsunade lifted her head painfully. She did not know whether a friend could understand her. She was no longer just Tsunade. I know what you mean, fifth Hokage, Jiraiya said with a sigh. He naturally understood what his friend faced after standing in that position. Even so, he still felt uncomfortable. If it had been the old Tsunade, she would probably have acted without hesitation. In that instant, Jiraiya seemed to see the figure of the third Hokage. If it were the third Hokage, he would surely agree without hesitation and then work to draw Amamiya Kenichi in, wouldn't he? After all, compared to a village and a country, an individual's life and death truly seemed insignificant. Just a number. Jiraiya's figure looked somewhat dejected. Tsunade's gaze was complicated, but she still issued an order for the head of the Nara clan to come see her. This matter was far too important. Tsunade could not make a careless decision alone. Jiraiya slumped down beneath the Hokage rock and looked up at the majestic face of the third Hokage carved into the cliff. His gaze was somewhat unfocused. Perhaps he really had misjudged the old man back then. Standing in that position truly came with too many restraints. Jiraiya knew Tsunade's plans. Tsunade had not intended to hide anything from him, so Jiraiya was well aware that Tsunade had previously been determined to avenge the old man and the ninja who had died unjustly. But now, the thought that if everything Amamiya Kenichi said became reality, that man might live peacefully in this world, and Konoha might even praise his achievements, calling him someone who had sacrificed everything for Konoha and inherited the will of fire, made Jiraiya feel uncomfortable all over. Tsunade has her concerns, but I don't. Jiraiya stood up. In this world, there always need to be people willing to do seemingly foolish things. Tsunade had her concerns. She needed to consider the village. But what about him, Jiraiya? He could do what he wanted. That was what made him the true Toad Sage. As he hurried along, Jiraiya saw a crowd gathered around the general store, discussing something animatedly. Several curious girls went over to take a look, only to immediately spit in disgust and run away. Jiraiya became a little curious, so he walked over to see what was happening. Then he noticed that the general store had received a new item. It was said to be a strange little novelty meant for single men who felt lonely at night. Jiraiya glanced over and saw a lifelike girl standing there. But after taking a closer look, he realized she did not move at all. TSK. These people's ideas are really. Jiraiya was not interested. A doll was fake, after all. He was a man who only dealt with the real thing. So he quickly left. After Jiraiya left, two middle-aged couples also hurried over. Meanwhile, Yakushi Kabuto, who had already sold his goods, packed his belongings and continued toward other villages with the merchandise Uchiha Shirori had previously delivered. This time, he was playing the role of a merchant traveling between different ninja villages, solely to complete the mission Amamiya Kenichi had assigned him. But I didn't expect Lord Amamiya to sell these kinds of things. That really is strange, Kabuto said with a yawn as he left Konoha. This mission was relatively much simpler. Perhaps it could be considered a kind of rest. I have a bit of a headache. Amamiya Kenichi rubbed his temples, feeling a slight ache building behind his eyes. Ever since he obtained the remains of a nano-disease patient, Kenichi had begun his research. However, his current research was divided into 3 directions. One shadow clone was dedicated to researching nano-disease. Another shadow clone was focused on studying nuclear physics books. As for Kenichi himself, he was attempting to outline the basic structure of a hydrogen bomb and see whether it could be built by hand. However, if I want to make a hydrogen bomb, the essential problem is obtaining the right fusion materials. But right now, I don't have the necessary instruments, Kenichi sighed. The reason producing an atomic bomb had been comparatively simple was entirely because the system had rewarded him with devices for detecting and extracting uranium. The problem was that making a hydrogen bomb now meant starting from nothing. Fortunately, the system had previously rewarded him with a set of nuclear physics books. Otherwise, Kenichi would probably be completely clueless right now and would not even know where to begin. But even with knowledge, trying to build a hydrogen bomb by hand was no ordinary feat. Kenichi drew on a piece of paper. First, the issue of raw materials had to be solved. Although the relevant hydrogen isotopes seemed similar on the surface, there were actually significant differences between them. Obtaining them required extremely demanding nuclear processes and specialized separation methods. Even the relatively easier material was still very complex to produce. For Kenichi, extracting those key substances would already be extremely troublesome, let alone preparing all the other necessary components. The thought alone made his headache grow worse. The difficulty of producing these things was immense. For now, he could only take it one step at a time. It was at that moment that Kenichi felt an extra segment of memory appear in his mind. He thought about it briefly, then understood. The shadow clone researching nano-disease had made a novel discovery, which was why it had informed him. Soon, Kenichi received the experiment log. Although the memories transmitted by the shadow clone had already given him the full picture, reviewing the experiment log was still a quick way to sort through the details. Experiment log, a new pathogen structure has been identified. What an interesting discovery. Nano-disease itself is actually a fungus primarily found in the spinal cord. Looking at the experiment log in his hand, Kenichi raised an eyebrow. A fungus? This thing was actually a fungus. Could diseases caused by fungi really be this terrifying? And how had it become so contagious? If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 428, Chapter 428, Strange Hobbies Are Not Necessarily Good. Chapter 428, Strange Hobbies Are Not Necessarily Good. Fungi. This really is interesting. Amamiya Kenichi looked at the experiment log in his hand with curiosity. I didn't expect the source of the infection to be a fungus, and it's hidden in the spinal cord. No wonder nothing was found in the blood before. But if that's the case, what is its transmission route? Generally speaking, diseases were mostly spread through bacteria, viruses, fungi, or hereditary factors. However, hereditary diseases were much more troublesome to study, so Kenichi had never seriously considered systemic hereditary diseases. After all, although hereditary diseases were more hidden and insidious, they took far too long to develop. Weapons based on that principle usually focused on genetic diseases, specifically targeting people with certain genes in order to achieve large-scale extermination. It was extremely cruel, and the difficulty of researching it was also extremely high. If research of that level succeeded, it basically meant walking toward a world war. Among conventional diseases, bacterial and viral infections were relatively common, while fungal infections were less frequent. However, precisely because they were uncommon, fungal infections were fine if they did not flare up. Once they did, they could become rather troublesome. Kenichi remembered seeing similar cases in the news in his previous life. There had been a man who liked smelling his socks every day after taking them off. Over time, that habit caused a fungal infection in his lungs, leading to pneumonia. So, it was not strange for humans to have unusual hobbies. As long as those hobbies did not affect others, having something a little odd about one's preferences was not necessarily a problem. Even so, it was best to avoid some of the worse ones. For example, that unlucky fellow who gave himself fungal pneumonia by smelling his own stinky socks. Although Kenichi could not quite understand why someone would enjoy smelling their own stinky socks, a hospital visit could cost quite a lot of money. In addition, Kenichi also knew that some people liked smelling other people's socks. There were even more perverse individuals who liked smelling other people's intimate clothing. Those habits could also lead to fungal infections. If it's a fungus, then shouldn't the usual mode of transmission involve spores? Kenichi looked at the test tube in his hand, falling into thought. Inside the test tube was the fungus extracted by his shadow clone. Kenichi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and carefully observed the liquid before him. Soon, a large number of scattered constituent elements appeared in his vision, then gradually transformed into different substances. Proteins, water, some trace elements, and then a strangely shaped object appeared before Kenichi's eyes. It looked somewhat like a robot dog, angular and distinct. When Kenichi discovered it, the little thing was using tentacle-like or arm-like appendages to bind a cell. Then the cell rapidly dried out. No. Rather than dehydration, it's more like the cell was injected with some kind of special substance, and even its nucleus and other internal components started breaking down. Kenichi looked at the tiny thing inside the tube. Now he understood. This fungus's method of feeding was somewhat similar to that of certain spiders. Both injected venom, or something similar, before digesting the nutrients inside their prey and absorbing them. In the end, only a shriveled shell was left behind. That also explained why people infected with this disease often ended up dying from dehydration. Since it's a fungus, is its transmission method really through spores? If it can spread through spores, then the destructive power of this thing may exceed my imagination. Kenichi licked his lips. Fungal spores were extremely small and could spread through the air under certain conditions. But so far, this peculiar nano-disease had not shown any obvious large-scale transmission route. Kenichi's current infection method was to directly introduce infected blood into ordinary people to trigger infection. However, that method was troublesome and not very suitable for weapon development. Judging from the disease progression in the Hyuga clan patient, this special fungus did not seem to have the ability to spread its spores into the air on its own. So, the next research direction is to study this fungus's transmission method and see whether its spores exist in the blood. This thing is very likely related to spore transmission. Kenichi quickly determined his next research direction. Fungi were extremely small. Without a high-powered microscope, it was very difficult to find them, let alone fungal spores, which were even smaller. Kenichi believed that the main reason those patients had been infected was that the injected blood contained fungal spores or similar reproductive structures, which then triggered the rapid spread and reproduction of the fungus inside their bodies. However, normally speaking, fungi did not reproduce this quickly. That only proved how strange the ninja world truly was. This was also Kenichi's first time seeing a fungus that looked like a robot dog. He had once heard from a friend that some bacteriophages looked like tiny robots. Now, even robot dogs had appeared. However, if bacteriophages were used properly, they could have very good effects in treating certain diseases. As for this robot dog, if it were used properly, it was estimated that there would not be many living people left in the ninja world. What Kenichi was doing now was researching how this robot dog operated, what its original transmission method was, and whether its spores could travel through the air and infect people through inhalation. If that was possible, then this weapon's power would be immense. Although the probability was not very high, he could still try to study it. Even if that direction failed, he could still collect enough fungal spores and use them as a weapon through other means. I also need to study its stability. Fungi usually have good stability and a low chance of mutation. But this is a world where chakra exists, so who knows? Kenichi mused quietly. Speaking of which, this fungus still did not have a name. Kenichi suddenly felt that he might as well name the little thing. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to call it Pandora fungus. The meaning was simple. Even he did not know what kind of monsters would be released once Pandora's box was opened. I hope it doesn't mutate. Otherwise, I really wouldn't dare use this thing. Kenichi wiped his hands. Although the fungus was sealed inside a glass test tube and could not be seen with the naked eye, he still subconsciously wiped his hands and thoroughly disinfected them. After witnessing this thing's power, Kenichi's mysophobia was starting to emerge. No wonder most professionals involved in virus or disease research seemed like germaphobes. How could they not be? Ordinary people could not see bacteria and other tiny pathogens. They needed professional equipment to observe them. Who knew whether they might accidentally carry some strain after an experiment? That was why they had to disinfect themselves over and over again. The strict and tedious disinfection procedures in laboratories had been summarized through the lives and lessons of countless scientists. Kenichi split off a shadow clone and had it take the experiment log into the laboratory. As for his main body, he went to the prison in the capital of the Land of Water. He planned to bring out a few prisoners and send them to his shadow clone as test subjects. When he arrived at the prison, Kenichi saw several ninja wearing forehead protectors escorting some Kirigakure ninja inside. Kenichi did not mind. In fact, most enemy ninja would be imprisoned first, then injected with insect eggs, turning them into Kenichi's most loyal dogs. However, after the incident with Suigetsu Hozuki, every ninja who was successfully injected now needed to be monitored for a period of time. Only after confirming that the parasite's control was perfect would they be granted freedom and allowed to loyally serve the country. After obtaining the subjects he needed, Kenichi hurriedly left the prison and returned to the laboratory with them. He still had many things to do. While the ninja world was still in chaos, he had to push his research forward as quickly as possible. Black Zetsu, why do you seem so preoccupied lately? On a treetop, Uchiha Obito stood above the canopy, gazing into the distance while asking in a seemingly casual tone. Black Zetsu's behavior had been very strange recently. Obito had specifically told Black Zetsu about forming an army of the dead. They had already obtained Edo Tensei. With this ninjutsu, they could build a very powerful army under their command. Because of that, Black Zetsu had been running all over the ninja world collecting the corpses of powerful individuals. As for how to revive those people, Obito had already prepared a method. They could completely use White Zetsu as sacrifices for the revival. It's nothing, Black Zetsu said, shaking his head. But Obito clearly did not fully believe him. Black Zetsu also knew that if he did not say something, Obito would definitely grow suspicious. The problem was that what he had discovered earlier was difficult to explain, and he could not tell anyone about it. He could only wait until his mother was resurrected and then find another way. I was just thinking. Amamiya Kenichi has been very quiet lately. What exactly is he doing? Black Zetsu knew how to divert Obito's attention. The answer was simple. Mention Amamiya Kenichi. Clearly, his idea worked. The moment Amamiya Kenichi was mentioned, Obito's expression darkened slightly. That guy's attack method last time was truly terrifying, Obito said, his expression ugly. Although he had Kemui and had avoided the most violent part of the explosion, the shockwave and the lingering radiation afterward had still made Obito suffer greatly. That was also the main reason Obito had not continued searching for opportunities there. Hee. With such a terrifying attack method, it will probably be difficult for the 4 great ninja villages to join forces against Amamiya Kenichi, Black Zetsu said playfully as he looked at Obito. Obito had been chosen by Madara as his successor, but compared to Uchiha Madara, his strength was still somewhat unsatisfactory. That was not to say Black Zetsu thought Obito was weak. If Obito were weak, he would not have caused the Nine Tails attack and controlled the Three Tails Jinchuriki, Yagura. However, compared to Uchiha Madara, Obito's strength was still clearly inferior. Although Amamiya Kenichi's attack was terrifying, in Black Zetsu's opinion, it was still missing something. Obito frowned. He turned his head and glanced behind him. There was a carefully cultivated White Zetsu there. If it was used as a sacrifice, it should allow Uchiha Madara to display considerable strength. But using Edo Tensei on Uchiha Madara was not an easy task. They were still researching how to improve the effect of Edo Tensei. The version they had obtained so far only allowed the reincarnated subject to be used as a humanoid walking bomb. It did not allow the dead to display much true strength. Therefore, it still needed time for improvement. But Obito did not know how much time he had left. After thinking it over, Obito thought of someone. Orochimaru. Orochimaru was Amamiya Kenichi's teacher, and he definitely knew how to use Edo Tensei. If they could obtain some of Orochimaru's research results, that would be a major step forward. Black Zetsu looked at the contemplative Obito, then squatted down and tore apart a leaf in his hand. His mood was also somewhat complicated. Back then, were there other Otsutsuki who came to this world? Black Zetsu recalled the underground facility he had accidentally discovered while collecting the corpses of powerful individuals from each ninja village. Curious, he had sneaked inside to take a look, only to unexpectedly discover a shocking secret. In this world, there were actually other members of the Otsutsuki clan still alive. When Black Zetsu learned this news, he was so shocked that he almost failed to maintain his physical stability. To avoid being discovered by that person, Black Zetsu had quickly fled. The only thing he could confirm now was that no other Otsutsuki clan members had come to this place back then. Otherwise, his mother would have been discovered long ago. It was even more impossible for the Six Paths brothers to leave behind such pure-blooded descendants. So who exactly was that mysterious Otsutsuki? This left Black Zetsu deeply restless. "I'm going out for a bit," Obito said. Then he left. Black Zetsu was not surprised. He knew Obito's little habit. Whenever Obito became agitated, he liked to go to Konoha's cemetery, look at Rin Nohara's grave, look at his own grave, and listen to Kakashi talk to himself. This was also one of Obito's common ways of relaxing. That guy, who exactly is he? Black Zetsu's expression darkened. The other party was an Otsutsuki. But what exactly did he want by hiding until now? Had he discovered Black Zetsu? Although Black Zetsu was very confident in his concealment abilities, the other party was still an Otsutsuki. He could not be fully certain that he had not been noticed. Black Zetsu sighed. He was still uneasy. But if he did not confirm it himself, he probably would not be able to rest properly. So Black Zetsu also left. Meanwhile, Obito sprinted toward Konoha. He missed Rin. And he also wanted to see his friend, Kakashi. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 429, Chapter 429, Obito's Fury. Chapter 429, Obito's Fury. "Do you think you're worthy of my daughter?" An angry, somewhat familiar voice interrupted Kakashi, who was walking. Puzzled, he walked toward the sound. That voice was very familiar. The closer he got, the clearer the owner of that voice became in his mind. Rin's parents. Kakashi's steps grew faster. Ever since Rin died by his hand, Kakashi had visited her parents. The money he saved from missions would also be sent to them. But clearly, the pain of losing their daughter still left Rin's parents often immersed in grief and anger. Even so, Rin's parents had never hated Kakashi. Even after Kakashi told them that Rin had died by his hand, they never blamed him as a murderer. They saw everything Kakashi did. Kakashi often visited them, bringing food, daily necessities, and of course, more money. They also never asked him for help. They did not want to torment another person with their daughter's death, especially when that person had been their daughter's good friend. Because Kakashi often visited Rin's parents, he naturally recognized their voices. When Kakashi pushed through the crowd and walked over, he discovered that the place surrounded by people was a general store. However, because it sold adult products, it had been designated as an adults-only general store. At this moment, Rin's parents were arguing emotionally with the owner. What happened? Kakashi walked over. His forehead protector and extremely conspicuous silver-white hair allowed the people present to recognize him immediately. Several people quickly made way, and Rin's parents also saw Kakashi, who was frowning. "Kakashi. You came at just the right time. Quickly deal with this beast. What kind of things did he sell?" Rin's parents were not very old, but the pain of losing their daughter had made them look older than their true age. White hair and wrinkles were already clearly visible. Kakashi supported Rin's mother, who looked as if she was about to faint from crying, then turned his gaze toward the sweating store owner. "This. Ninja-sama, this really isn't my fault. You know I'm just a businessman. I can't possibly know what every ninja looks like." When the owner saw Kakashi, even more sweat appeared on his forehead. He wiped his brow again and again. "It's over. These two old people seem to know this ninja." The owner sighed inwardly. It seemed this matter could not be settled peacefully today. Offending a ninja and offending an ordinary person were two completely different things. What exactly happened? Kakashi asked again. Rin's parents were still crying, but they seemed unwilling to talk about it. That made Kakashi even more confused, until the constantly sweating owner led him into the general store. The moment Kakashi entered, he froze. A lifelike replica stood before him with its hands placed behind its back and a faint innocent smile on its face. Although it was not wearing a ninja forehead protector and had instead been dressed in inappropriate adult store clothing, Kakashi recognized who it resembled at a glance. Rin Nohara. Rin. Rin, you. In an instant, countless emotions surged into his heart. Kakashi instinctively rushed to Rin's side and pressed both hands firmly on her shoulders. The touch felt almost indistinguishable from a real person. But Rin only continued to smile. Her eyes seemed to be looking at Kakashi. Only now did Kakashi realize something was wrong. Rin was dead. Kakashi was completely certain of that. After all, he had personally pierced Rin's body. He had watched her die with a smile in front of him. He had attended her funeral. If that was the case, then why would Rin be standing here alive? This. Ninja-sama, this is merchandise I recently acquired from a merchant from Iwagakure. The owner said, still wiping his sweat. You bastard. You shameless beast. This is my daughter. This is my daughter. Rin's mother shrieked in grief, as if only by doing so could she vent the fury in her heart. The owner did not dare speak. Before, he had still dared to argue, since the two middle-aged people were not ninja. But now that Kakashi had appeared, the owner did not dare say anything more. Kakashi silently looked at the replica in front of him. It was so alike. Its appearance was almost identical. But looking at the way it had been dressed, and thinking of the special nature of this general store, Kakashi knew that Rin's likeness appearing here could not mean anything good. Then he saw the sign above it. Advertisement, clean-cut girl next door design. Adult use replica. Further description omitted. Kakashi's mouth twitched. How many did you receive? Kakashi turned his head and asked. The priority now was to find out how many the owner had obtained and how many had already been sold. As for the Iwagakure merchant, Kakashi did not expect to find him. That person had most likely already left. I only had 4 in total. I wanted all of them, and then. The owner swallowed nervously. He did not know how the ninja in front of him would deal with him after he answered. I sold 2. Only this one is left. The owner finished speaking. Kakashi keenly sensed that something was wrong. He looked at the owner, his gaze turning dangerous. Where is the other one? Kakashi's voice was as cold as ice. The owner could not speak. His legs trembled. Then he collapsed to the ground, begging for mercy and insisting that he had not known the identity of the doll. Kakashi took a deep breath. Rin's father belatedly realized what had happened. He clenched his fists in rage, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Anyone could see the anger burning in his heart. I'll buy all of them. Who were the other 2 buyers? Kakashi asked calmly. The owner hurriedly retrieved another Rin replica from his bedroom, then pushed the unsold one to Kakashi as well. But the owner did not know who the buyers were. Konoha was too large. There were many residents, and there were also visiting merchants. He could not necessarily remember the faces of customers who were not regulars. Kakashi could only let it go. He instructed the owner to obtain the buyers' addresses if they appeared again, then helped Rin's parents, who had cried until they fainted, leave the general store. The outcome was not good. The merchant from Iwagakure had already left, and the identities of the 2 buyers were unknown. Kakashi gave the unused replicas to Rin's parents. As for the used one, he burned it to ashes on the spot with fire release. Obito was trembling. His entire body shook violently. He lay on the ground in a fury, his fists buried deep in the mud. He was so angry that his teeth almost shattered, and blood flowed from his mouth, dripping into the soil. Sharp stones pierced his fingernails, but he continued trembling uncontrollably. The pain was swallowed by his rage and turned into fuel for it. Although Kakashi had not said everything clearly, Obito had heard enough. Rin's likeness had been made into a doll and sold. The moment Obito understood that, he lost all composure. He did not even have the patience to keep listening. He rushed directly into Konoha. He swore he would make those 2 bastards pay. No matter what, he had to find them. As he searched relentlessly, a disturbing thought also entered Obito's mind. What would a sold doll like that be used for? It was a question that did not require much thought. Obito shook his head. It could not be like that. Absolutely not. He could not accept such a thing. But the intense fear in his heart told him that this thought was probably the possibility closest to reality. Obito no longer knew what he was thinking. He merely continued searching mechanically, numbly moving through different rooms, looking for Rin's figure. Looking for the girl from his dreams. Whether Obito was lucky or unlucky, he did not have to search for long. By evening, he found one of the Rin replicas in an apartment room. There was also a man in the room, using the replica for an obscene purpose while muttering filthy words that made Obito's mind go blank. Obito stood silently in the corner. Of course, he could tell who it was. He recognized her at a glance. Although she was dressed strangely and still wore that fixed smile, he recognized her instantly. And that ugly thing of a man had dared to defile her likeness. He watched the scene before him, and the final string of sanity in his mind snapped. I want you to die. Obito unleashed his fury. Countless wooden spikes shot up from the ground, violently piercing through the entire apartment building and carrying 2 figures high into the sky. In an instant, countless wooden spikes tore through the apartment. At their tips was the man, who was instantly impaled by countless wooden thorns. For this man, Obito granted the highest blessing of his hatred. He made the wooden spikes pierce him from below, then split into more spikes from inside his body, instantly turning him into a wooden puppet. The man spat blood. His body, controlled by the wooden spikes, was forced into a kneeling posture of repentance. His eyes were filled with countless protruding wooden thorns, creating a bizarre sense of twisted art in that moment. Obito stared blankly at the equally damaged Rin replica beneath the man. It was still smiling. Its clothes were torn, and its mouth mechanically played pre-recorded obscene lines. At that moment, the fury inside Obito reached an unimaginable level. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly, faintly advancing toward another level before ultimately stopping. You're not Rin. You're not. Obito roared like a madman. The enraged Obito instantly attracted the attention of countless Konoha ninja. Numerous figures leaped toward the giant wooden spikes towering in the middle of Konoha. Beneath his mask, Obito's scarlet Sharingan glared furiously at the approaching Konoha ninja. His heart was filled with such rage that even killing that man 10,000 times would not be enough to vent it. So he charged down. Fearlessly, he charged down. Under the bright moonlight, a strange and twisted figure plunged resolutely toward the dense crowd below. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 430, Chapter 430, What? I attacked Konoha. Chapter 430, What? I attacked Konoha. Lord Amamiya, according to the latest intelligence, Konoha was attacked by an unknown ninja last night. Many ninja suffered casualties, and the attacker escaped from the village afterward. Amamiya Kenichi had just woken up in the morning when he heard this important report from Uchiha Shirori. He froze for a moment. Konoha was attacked again. Wait. Why did he say again? Naturally, because Konoha being attacked was no longer anything new. Counting on his fingers, ever since the end of the Ninja World War, Konoha had actually suffered very few attacks within its own borders. The only major one had been the Ninetales incident caused by Obito, which led to the Ninetales rampaging through the village and killed the fourth Hokage. After that, when Naruto grew up and went out to train, Konoha was attacked by Pain. Pain used Super Shinra Tensei and successfully flattened Konoha. If Naruto had not returned and used Talk no Jutsu, Konoha might have truly been destroyed from that day onward. After all, Konoha had suffered heavy casualties back then. Even the future sixth Hokage, Kakashi, had died in that battle. Although he was eventually revived by Nagato, he had still technically died in battle once. But aside from those, there had basically been no other attacks on the village during that period. However, ever since Kenichi transmigrated, such incidents seemed to have become less rare. For example, last time, he had heard that Killer Bee almost hit Konoha with a tailed beast ball. Unexpectedly, Konoha had almost been attacked again today. This development was truly interesting. And then? Who was the attacker? Is there any information? Kenichi yawned, then began brushing his teeth and washing his face. Even in the ninja world, he still had to brush his teeth and wash his face. Kenichi felt someone should invent a ninjutsu specifically for brushing teeth and washing faces. That would make things much more convenient. Unfortunately, this world clearly had no useful ninjutsu of that kind. The development of ninjutsu was basically focused on combat and killing enemies. It rarely developed in any proper civilian direction. Then, according to the intelligence, the attacker is said to have been Heavenly Demon, Shirori said. Her expression became strange, but since Kenichi had asked, she still honestly reported the intelligence she had received. Oh, Heavenly Demon. Kenichi yawned again. That name had been appearing quite often lately. Wait. Wasn't he Heavenly Demon? Kenichi froze for a moment. His still foggy mind, which had only just woken up, instantly cleared. He immediately realized how shocking the information in Shiori's words was. Heavenly Demon. Kenichi looked at Shirori in surprise. He was Heavenly Demon. How could he not know that he had attacked Konoha last night? Why would he attack Konoha in the first place? He had spent all of last night conducting experiments in the laboratory. How could he have had the spare time to go all the way to Konoha and launch an attack? Could it be that he sleepwalked to Konoha last night and used deep forest emergence on the village? Why do they say Heavenly Demon attacked? Kenichi frowned. He did not quite understand this matter. Could it be that Konoha had been attacked last night by a method similar to his own? Although he had not sold the weapons he had developed, there were still ways to achieve similar effects in the ninja world. Because last night, a high-rise apartment building in Konoha was destroyed by wood-release ninjutsu, resulting in countless casualties. The attacker also used several wood-release techniques, Shirori answered honestly. Kenichi's mouth twitched. That was truly interesting. When Kenichi attacked the allied forces of the 4 ninja villages, he had used wood-release, wood-golem jutsu. Konoha definitely knew that he was skilled in wood-release. As a result, when they were attacked by wood-release last night, it was not strange for them to think he had attacked Konoha. The problem was that he really had not done it. Kenichi felt a little speechless. He had done nothing, yet a massive black pot had been firmly placed over his head. Truly, morality was declining, and people's hearts were no longer what they once were. Would release. Kenichi scratched his head. At this time, the only other person who should be able to use would release was the child who had not yet grown up. But that child's strength was definitely not enough. However, Kenichi remembered that Uchiha Obito also seemed capable of using similar would release techniques. He definitely had not gone to Konoha, and his shadow clone had not been deployed there either. So it could not have been done by his shadow clone. In that case, who had caused the incident in Konoha? That did not seem too difficult to guess. Uchiha Obito. Why did he attack Konoha? And why destroy an apartment building? Could it be? Kenichi suddenly thought of the items he had previously asked Shirori to deliver to Yakushi Kabuto. The items Sasori had made for him. The merchandise named Rin no Era. Although it was called Rin no Era, it was essentially only a batch of dolls. However, considering the realism and lifelike quality of those dolls, Kenichi felt it would not be strange if they triggered someone's trauma. Even in his previous life, something of that level would probably have been censored into oblivion by web novel reviewers and forced to undergo modifications. Although Kenichi did not quite understand why even a doll of that level would be censored, he could only attribute it to Sasori's craftsmanship being too realistic, to the point that the doll was almost indistinguishable from a real person. So that means Obito should have seen Rin's doll. If he was unlucky enough, he might even have witnessed its special function. The only thing I don't know now is what Obito will do next. Kenichi pondered for a moment, then waved his hand. Shirori respectfully withdrew. However, this development was within Kenichi's expectations. He had asked Sasori to make the Rin doll precisely to anger Obito. However, if he wanted to completely enrage Obito, a doll of Rin would not be enough. It had to be Rin herself. And the real Rin was currently experiencing a wonderful adventure in the capital of the Land of Water. As for whether Rin could fall into the traps he had carefully arranged, Kenichi was quite optimistic. After all, it was difficult for any mastermind to make an entire city act in a play together. Now, Kenichi was using the entire population of the Land of Water's capital as actors, accompanying Rin through a passionate drama of long-standing, deeply rooted unrequited affection. Then, by using a few small tricks to move her heart, there should still be a chance to capture Rin's trust. After all, how could an ordinary young girl ever encounter an entire city acting for one person, all for the final goal of making her fall for that one person? Of course, if Rin still refused to become Kenichi's captive in the end, he had another method. A more unique method. However, that method might be seen through. If it was exposed, the blow to Obito would not be as great. But that did not matter. He only needed to completely devastate Obito before Obito saw through it. Has Rin drunk the water of grace? Kenichi walked out of his bedroom and asked Koyuki Kazahana, who was lying on the sofa reading a novel. She already drank it, Lord Amamiya, Koyuki said, looking at Kenichi with seductive eyes. She was wearing a dress today, but it was a very special dress. From Kenichi's angle, the design was clearly meant to be provocative. As long as she drank it. Kenichi nodded, then walked into the kitchen. He had given Rin the water of grace, and that item contained a special substance. Parasitic insect eggs. High-level parasites at that, ones with minimal impact on the human body. Under Kenichi's command, the parasites would only grow quietly for now and would not secrete anything to control Rin in the short term. However, if Rin still could not come to trust him, then Kenichi would have no choice but to resort to somewhat more despicable methods. All of this was ultimately for the sake of completing his revenge against that fool Obito. Brother Amamiya. Uchiha Hikari happily ran into the kitchen and suddenly hugged Kenichi around the waist. Kenichi rubbed Hikari's head and smiled as he said good morning. Koyuki pouted. Vixen. What does Hikari want to eat today? Kenichi asked gently. Hikari answered without hesitation. I love everything Brother Amamiya makes. Looking at Hikari's innocent smile, Kenichi could not help rubbing her head again. This little girl was truly interesting. Recently, she had not given him any gloves, hats, scarves, or similar items, which made Kenichi feel much more relaxed. Heaven knew how many daily necessities Hikari had given him during the previous period. Kenichi even felt that he could directly open a glove shop without any problem. Of course, he could also open a scarf shop or some other kind of store. A sweater shop would not be out of the question either. After Kenichi finished making tonkatsu ramen and sat down to have breakfast with Hikari, he looked at the cheerful girl and suddenly felt curiosity mixed with a slight sense of panic. He decided to ask what she had been doing recently. Hikari, are you planning to give me something soon? Kenichi asked tentatively. He accepted Hikari's goodwill, but he really could not withstand her overly powerful affection. Her enthusiasm could easily overwhelm him like a rising tide. Hikari froze. A trace of panic at being caught flashed across her face. Immediately after, she put on an innocent expression and shook her head at Kenichi. Kenichi's mouth twitched. All right. Confirmed. Hikari was planning something big for him. The only question was whether it would be a surprise or a scare. That gave Kenichi a headache. Why did you go to Konoha again? In a secret base, Black Zetsu looked at Uchiha Obito in confusion. Obito's mood was extremely poor. Ever since he returned heavily injured, he had looked half dead, which left Black Zetsu greatly puzzled. Black Zetsu was not in a good mood either. Yesterday, he had gone to investigate the suspected Otsutsuki base. However, once he arrived outside the base, he did not dare go inside. He knew what kind of abilities the Otsutsuki clan possessed. What if he was discovered after entering? Because of that, Black Zetsu wandered around the area for an entire night. He only dared to monitor the perimeter and failed to obtain any useful information. That made Black Zetsu rather annoyed. Obito's eyes were vacant. He was seriously injured because yesterday, overwhelmed by rage, he had lost his mind completely. He had not even thought about avoiding other people's attacks and instead charged straight into battle against Konoha's powerful ninja. Fortunately, Jiraiya had not been there yesterday. Otherwise, Obito would have ended up even more miserable. Black Zetsu secretly curled his lip. This Obito was indeed the executor chosen by Uchiha Madara, but Black Zetsu had to admit that the man's brain had serious problems. If the plan did not still require him, Black Zetsu truly would not want to cooperate with Obito. How far has the Edo Tensei research progressed? Obito sat up as an idea formed in his mind. Ever since he saw that unbearable scene yesterday, Obito's heart had been filled with grief and rage. He wished he could kill that merchant immediately. But then another question occurred to him. Why would someone make a doll that looked exactly like Rin? And why place it in Konoha? A coincidence? Bullshit. The details and appearance were almost identical. If that was a coincidence, Obito would not mind tearing off his own head and kicking it like a ball. He could accept that the person who made it had used Rin's photo. Or perhaps even directly copied Rin's appearance. But who would care about Rin? Although Rin was the best girl in Obito's heart, Obito himself knew that Rin had only been a chunin when she died. The only important person still related to Rin was Kakashi, but Kakashi was only a jonin. Was it really worth going this far just to strike at a jonin? Because of that, Obito suspected that this had been aimed at him. But who would deal with him this way? Obito could not figure it out. No one else should know that he was still alive. However, what Obito wanted most right now was to use Edo Tensei on Rin. Seeing a normal Rin would let his heart forget the person he had seen yesterday. Not yet. The targets revived through Edo Tensei still don't have much combat power, Black Zetsu said, shaking his head. Obito took a deep breath. That was fine. He was not reviving Rin to have her help him fight. He just... Edo Tensei. Rin no era. Obito paused, falling into thought. If he had enemies, Amamiya Kenichi was undoubtedly the first choice. Could Kenichi be the mastermind behind this? And last time, since Obito had stolen Rin's remains, had the other party noticed and used this to test him? The more Obito thought about it, the darker his face became. Thinking carefully, it really did seem possible. Amamiya Kenichi, that bastard, would absolutely do something like this. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 431, Chapter 431, This world is sick, so I brought the cure. Chapter 431, This world is sick, so I brought the cure. Pandora really is interesting. Amamiya Kenichi could not help rubbing his temples as he looked at the experiment log in his hand. The fungus he had named Pandora was the source of nano disease. Through his research, Kenichi had also discovered several interesting things, such as Pandora's peculiar method of transmission. Logically speaking, most fungi spread through spores. But clearly, Pandora did not follow the usual rules. The spores of this thing only displayed extremely strong transmissibility after coming into contact with blood. Before that, they simply drifted with the wind, going wherever the air carried them. Even if they floated into someone's mouth, they would not cause an infection. Only when they touched blood would the spores become active. This characteristic was somewhat strange, but Kenichi was already used to it. Nature was full of wonders. He had seen even more amazing creatures before. For example, some people especially liked eating lobsters, and certain lobsters could essentially live for an extremely long time, almost theoretically immortal. Some jellyfish also possessed similar traits. So it was very normal to encounter anything in nature. Some animals and plants possessed almost magical characteristics. Because of that, it was not surprising that a fungus like Pandora required specific conditions to spread. However, this characteristic is a little troublesome. If it cannot be made airborne, then its effect is somewhat similar to a toxin, only more potent and far deadlier, Kenichi mused. If it had to be transmitted through blood, Pandora's strategic value would be greatly reduced. Even so, it could still be used like poison, a toxin that killed once it entered through a wound. The only difference was that this toxin acted more slowly, but once it took effect, it was far more lethal. Based on the current cases, even Jonin-level ninja who contracted Pandora were pushed to the brink of death, able only to lie in the hospital and wait for the end. If the infected person was a weaker Chunin or Genin, death would come even faster. From this perspective, if this thing cannot be improved, it can only be applied to weapons and used to attack enemies. If it is to become a large-scale weapon, it must be paired with something that can reliably create wounds. Kenichi felt a headache coming on. But there was no other way. Pandora was the best sample he had ever seen. Other diseases did not meet the conditions he wanted. Diseases that could kill within 3 days after onset basically did not exist in the ninja world. The people of the ninja world were abnormal. Their physical fitness was simply too strong. It was truly not easy for conventional diseases to kill them. Now, there seemed to be only 2 paths before Kenichi. The first was to use Pandora as a weapon coating, with ninja needing only to draw blood in combat. In a sense, it would be somewhat similar to Heiden's fighting style. The second was to modify Pandora itself. But that was destined to be a long process. Although Pandora was only a tiny fungus, changing the way its spores spread would undoubtedly take a great deal of time. Leaving aside how to find the trait that allows spores to spread through the air, just cultivating Pandora itself is already a difficult problem. Kenichi sighed. The thought of cultivating bacteria and fungi gave him a headache. It was well known that fungi and bacteria inside a laboratory and those outside a laboratory might as well be different species. Even the same fungus might die instantly if the lab temperature changed by a tiny amount. But outside the laboratory, even inside a refrigerator, life could still find its own way. Moreover, Pandora was highly lethal to animals and required blood as its nutrient source. Without blood, it entered a dormant state, and Kenichi did not know how long that state could last. After all, some fungal spores could lie dormant for decades, or even longer. There was also no ninjutsu in the ninja world that could quickly make time pass, so Kenichi could only figure everything out himself. It's better to tackle both approaches at once. In the end, Kenichi decided to pursue both directions simultaneously. However, using Pandora spores as a weapon still required experimental verification. Fortunately, many rebels had appeared in the Land of Water during this period, giving Kenichi enough criminals to use. When the time came, they could serve as experimental material, and afterward, they could also be recycled as containers for cultivating Pandora. Lord Amamiya. Uchiha Shirori knocked on the door. Kenichi raised an eyebrow when he heard her voice, but he still walked out. Too many things had happened in the ninja world recently. That very morning, he had even learned from Shirori about his own attack on Konoha. What's wrong? Kenichi asked. He wondered whether Konoha had made some move. Lord Amamiya, Miss Konan, whom you mentioned earlier, has arrived at the border of the Land of Water, Shirori said respectfully. Kenichi was stunned for a moment. Konan. Then he remembered what Nagato had said before. She came that quickly. Kenichi was a little surprised. He truly had not expected Konan to arrive so fast. If Konan was here, did that mean Nagato was also coming? That was truly interesting. Thinking of Uchiha Obito, who might arrive with the Akatsuki's main force, Kenichi sneered. That dog Obito must have seen Rin no Era by now, right? What would he think after seeing his goddess treated like that? But presumably, such a blow was still not enough. Shirori, where is Rin no Era? Has she discovered those things yet? Kenichi asked. Since the Akatsuki was coming, the second act prepared for Obito should also begin. At the very least, the actors needed to be in place. She has, Lord Amamiya. Miss Rin no Era is currently becoming more and more curious about you, Shirori immediately answered. More and more curious. That was good news. It meant she was starting to develop curiosity about him. Kenichi felt that if one wanted to pursue a girl, making her curious was a very good start. If she felt nothing at all, then there would be no possibility from the beginning. Still, it was a little slow. Once that dog Obito arrived in the Land of Water, he might send Black Zetsu to gather intelligence. If Black Zetsu reported everything to Obito, how would Kenichi strike at that dog afterward? It seemed he still needed to speed things up. Guide her subtly, Kenichi told Shirori. Shirori immediately recorded it in her schedule. After that, Kenichi left the laboratory. He needed to go to the border and meet Konan. He also needed to see when the Akatsuki would arrive. The Land of Water was not very large. Or rather, the ninja world itself was not very large. Traveling by airship, Kenichi quickly arrived at the location Shirori had mentioned and met Konan there. Konan was still the same as before. However, Kenichi noticed that when she looked at him, her gaze had softened slightly. Compared to how she looked at others, there was a little more warmth in her eyes. That made Kenichi glance at Konan again. Could it be that because he had formed a cooperative relationship with Nagato, Konan's impression of him had also improved? If this were a dating game, he would probably see Konan's affection bar floating above her head right now. If it were. Ahem. Kenichi, I came to confirm the location of the organization's base, Konan said, glancing at Kenichi. Looking at the somewhat unconventional man before her, a gentle warmth flickered in Konan's eyes. Although this guy was a little unreliable, he had changed Nagato. All right, no problem. But when does the organization plan to move? Kenichi rubbed his hands together with a chuckle. Konan gracefully floated to his side. Carried by the wind was a faint, pleasant fragrance from some unknown flower. It was subtle, but lovely. Kenichi looked at Konan's delicate face and could not help becoming a little lost in thought. He suddenly wondered what this world would be like without war. Without war, without conflict, would Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato have become high school students? Would they have worn school uniforms, laughed and played every day, argued over how to solve a problem, and discussed where to go after the final exams? But now, Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko had lived in fear since childhood until they met Jiraiya. Even after becoming ninja, they could only struggle to survive in this painful world. In the end, Yahiko died, and Nagato went mad. It seemed only Konan had silently supported her two best friends all this time, with no special feelings between them. Jade, what's wrong? Konan asked. There was a trace of confusion in her indifferent eyes. From just now, Kenichi had been staring blankly at her. Konan did not think he liked her. After all, she had not met him many times. Nothing. I just feel that the sooner the agreement between me and the leader comes to fruition, the better, Kenichi said with a smile. He had been under some pressure during this period. After all, he had done too many things, and countless people had died at his hands, or indirectly because of him. Sometimes, Kenichi would also wonder whether the war he had brought to this world was destructive. Would it also lead to the birth of more war orphans like Nagato and his friends? But just now, looking at Konan's indifferent expression, Kenichi suddenly understood. War had always existed. If he acted like Naruto, the ninja world would only maintain peace for a very short time. Unless the divisions between ninja villages were erased, unless the concept of ninja villages was eliminated, and unless everyone believed they belonged to one country, permanent peace would never come. In that process, sacrifices were inevitable. But there was no other way. Changing the world was like this. Without bloodshed, it was impossible to overthrow the current terrible state of the ninja world. Many people would secretly curse him and accuse him of being a villain, but Kenichi did not care. He could not always be seen as a righteous figure. What was honey to him could be poison to his enemies. Were Nagato and Konan not the ones supporting him? To them, he was the righteous one. Once he unified the ninja world and brought peace, he would become Nagato's savior. I also want to see that day come, Konan said. She froze for a moment, clearly not expecting Kenichi to say something like that. Then she smiled. It was a very gentle smile, and the warmth in her eyes as she looked at Kenichi deepened further. For some reason, Konan felt as if she had seen Yahiko's shadow in Kenichi. Let's go. I'll take you to see the map of the land of water, Kenichi said with an easy smile. It did not matter if others did not understand him. He knew he was doing the right thing. This damned world should enter a new stage. As for the remnants of the old era, if they were willing to integrate, there would still be a place for them aboard the ship. If not, they could only drown beneath the tide of the times. Amamiya Kenichi. Rin Noera sat on a chair. The afternoon sunlight lazily spilled through the glass and fell over her, only to be broken apart by swaying leaves outside. The shifting light flickered uncertainly, like a young girl's wavering thoughts. What kind of person is he? Rin was a little curious. She did not know much about the person who had resurrected her. She only knew that he was very powerful. After all, resurrecting the dead was not something ordinary ninja could do. But after reviving her, he had immediately sent her away. His flustered eyes and complicated expression had left a deep impression on Rin. That also made Rin somewhat curious about Kenichi. However, it had only been a few days since she was resurrected, and she had only seen the person who revived her on the first day. Now, she was gradually learning more about this resurrected world. But what surprised her most was still Kenichi. He seemed. Rin gently bit her lower lip, holding something in her hand. This was something she had accidentally found in a flowerbed outside the laboratory after she went back out of curiosity. She had been too embarrassed to go inside, so she had walked around the area instead. It was a fragmented experiment log. It recorded how much effort Kenichi had poured into resurrecting his beloved. The tone was almost frantic, and the emotions written between the lines seemed to soak through the paper. During this period, she had also carefully asked about certain things. Those pieces of information, along with the conversations she had overheard, were gradually pushing her toward an answer that made her heart uneasy. The beloved person Amamiya Kenichi wanted to resurrect, the person he loved, seemed to be. Could it be her? A gentle breeze blew through the open window, ruffling Rin's hair and stirring the thoughts in her heart. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 432, Chapter 432, The Grand Finale. Chapter 432, The Grand Finale. How do you feel? Amamiya Kenichi walked through the land of water with Konan. The entire land of water was now under his control. Although some extremists from the land of water occasionally caused trouble, they were not particularly difficult to handle. It seems the daily lives of the people here haven't changed much, but... Konan looked at the villagers around them. The people here were living normally and did not seem to have been greatly affected by the war. But strangely, their moods seemed relaxed. Many smiled as they spoke. The joyful expressions of the adults and the happy laughter of children made Konan feel much better as well. This is the annual tax schedule for the land of water. Kenichi casually handed her a document bag. The heavy document bag left Konan somewhat bewildered after she received it. Wasn't it supposed to be a tax schedule? Why was it so thick? What taxes does a person from the land of water have to pay from birth? Kenichi sat on a nearby railing and muttered to himself. It sounded like a question, but also like a statement. Konan's hand trembled involuntarily. She seemed to understand what Kenichi was about to say. No tax is required at birth. But afterward, a nutrition tax must be paid in order to receive maternal care. Then there is an annual population tax. If someone wants to test for ninja aptitude, an additional testing fee is required. If they cannot become a ninja, they must start helping their family work. Buying seeds requires seed tax, land use tax, and land maintenance tax. Even watering one's own field requires paying a water pipe depreciation tax. Kenichi's lips curled into a sneer. As one of the 5 great nations, the land of water should theoretically have had a relatively good standard of living for its people. However, this good was more like a carefully calculated kind of good. The people's living standards were tightly controlled by the daimyo and the kage. Their lives were not great, but they were not so bad that they could no longer survive either. They had just enough to eat and keep living, just enough that they would not be forced into rebellion because they had no other options. Combined with the military deterrence of ninja, even if someone became dissatisfied with the world and wanted to change it, an ordinary genin would already be a difficult opponent for them to handle. After Kenichi occupied the land of water, he obtained the tax forms from the daimyo of the land of water. When he first saw them, his expression had been the same as Konan's. He had never expected the tax items alone to form such a thick stack. The fee for each individual tax item was not very high. But once all those scattered payments were added together, they became a terrifying figure. This was especially true for farmers engaged in agricultural work, who could barely save much money each year. Even so, those greedy bloodsuckers still weren't satisfied. They even hired people to cause trouble and released pests, forcing these struggling people to use their savings to hire ninja, thereby creating missions. Kenichi looked at a family of 4 busy in the fields, his gaze distant. He had once been very curious. Were there really that many missions in the ninja world? Did people truly need ninja to find a cat? Did they even need ninja to help harvest crops? For most people living in poverty, such tasks would usually be done by themselves, or with mutual help from others in the village. Those were all perfectly normal things. But in the ninja world, everything changed. Harvesting sweet potatoes and similar tasks became missions, turning into pieces of paper posted in each village's mission center. If a person ate well and dressed warmly every day but still failed to gain weight, it was not because of some external factor. It was because there were too many parasites inside them, sucking away too much blood. Of course they could not grow fat. The ninja world had already formed a complete ecosystem. The daimyo ruled ordinary people. The kage and the daimyo held equal status in name, but the kage possessed more real power. The daimyo were responsible for creating various pretexts to madly extract wealth, then exchanging that money for the kage's military protection. Under this system, unless the kage decided to act, ordinary people could do nothing at all. Even a genin at Sasuke's level was a dimension-reducing blow against ordinary people. An ordinary person could not tell whether the opponent was a clone, nor did they have any way to counter a genin's ninjutsu attacks. Although the great fireball technique was often mocked as a ninjutsu that never killed anyone, for ordinary people, it was a terrifying technique that could leave no ashes behind if its power were increased even slightly. That was not even mentioning higher-level ninjutsu. Under such cruel rule, ordinary people naturally could not resist. They could only submit to the system and live difficult lives. It was not surprising that a serious illness could directly push them back beneath the poverty line. The most terrifying part was that this system had formed very quickly after the ninja villages were established. Even after 3 ninja world wars, the situation in the ninja world had not changed at all. The Naruto manga told the story of bonds and struggles among a group of ninja. But what about ordinary people? Who cared about them? They were only background figures in the manga. Konan fell silent. She thought of her past with Yahiko and Nagato, the original purpose behind the Akatsuki's founding, and Yahiko's once shining eyes and somewhat childish dream. This world is sick, and I have brought the cure, Kenichi said. In Konan's eyes, Kenichi's figure began to overlap more and more with Yahiko's. At that moment, she seemed to truly see her friend Yahiko reappear in this world. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. This crazy world did not belong only to ninja. It also belonged to ordinary people. If Kenichi himself did not have the system, he would merely be an ordinary person. Should ordinary people simply live numbly like this? My name is Konan, Konan said. Kenichi froze. Of course, he knew Konan's name. But Konan had never introduced herself to him so proactively before, so Kenichi had always addressed her by her organizational codename. My name is Amamiya Kenichi, Kenichi replied with a slight smile. It seemed Konan had understood his meaning and was willing to cooperate with him more deeply. That was a good thing. Konan's talent was excellent, especially her paper person of God technique. That was truly amazing. 600 billion explosive tags had been turned into an ocean by her alone. Who could withstand that? Kenichi even suspected that this had something to do with Konan's ability. Otherwise, what kind of concept was 600 billion explosive tags? Even if Kakuzu joined the Akatsuki and worked until he was coughing blood every day, he might still not earn enough for that terrifying amount. Explosive tags were not especially cheap. Even at 300 ryo per tag, that was an unimaginably frightening sum. Even if the wholesale price of explosive tags could be slightly cheaper, it could not possibly be that much cheaper. Yet Konan had mentioned 600 billion explosive tags. That was truly frightening. Leader. I will mention this matter to the leader later. Perhaps our cooperation will become closer then, Konan said. She glanced at Kenichi and hesitated for a moment. In the end, she decided to let Nagato decide whether to tell Kenichi his name. Thank you. Kenichi continued walking with Konan toward the location she had chosen earlier, passing through several villages along the way. The people in these villages all seemed to be in good spirits. I'm curious. What exactly did you do? Konan could not help looking at Kenichi again. She was curious about what Kenichi had done. Why did she always feel that these people seemed so happy? Actually, I didn't do much. Kenichi scratched his head. Although he was good at research, he truly did not know how to formulate tax rules. After all, specialization existed for a reason. So Kenichi had simply summoned the tax officials from the capital of the Land of Water, held a simple small meeting with them, and proposed his ideas. After that, he had them revise the tax system as quickly as possible. Of course, to prevent those scoundrels from fooling him, Kenichi implanted parasites in them. That also made them work wholeheartedly for him. This is the tax policy of the current country called the Land of Fire. Kenichi handed a very thin document bag to Konan. Konan accepted it blankly and looked at the document bag in her hand. It was very light. And yet very heavy. Most redundant tax items have been removed. The current taxation is very normal, Kenichi casually explained. A portion of the Land of Water's taxes had originally been supplied to Kirigakure as military expenditure, and a large portion had been kept by the daimyo himself. Only a very small portion had been used for public infrastructure. Even then, the daimyo had still not been satisfied. That beast had continued collecting taxes from certain companies and wealthy individuals to support his lavish lifestyle. Kenichi had even seen a pure gold toilet in the daimyo's bedroom. So, Konan compared the two document bags. It was such a light thing. But for some reason, at that moment, it felt so heavy in her hands, as if the entire Land of Water were pressing down on it. So, it is equivalent to every household spending less. Kenichi gave her a more understandable explanation. As Konan listened to those weighty figures, she felt a little dizzy. She even swayed while walking and nearly fell. She suddenly understood why these people were smiling so happily. After all, the heavy burden on their shoulders had suddenly been lifted by a great deal. But will this affect the ninja village? Konan noticed a problem. No. In fact, military expenditure will not take up too much. If a country's military expenditure ratio is very high, then either that country is currently at war, or that country intends to start one, Kenichi said, shaking his head. Like a certain lighthouse country in his previous life, military expenditure generally only accounted for 3.2% of GDP. Konan did not quite understand, but when she heard that there would be no major impact, she became even more surprised. If there was no impact, then just how much burden had Kenichi reduced for the people of the Land of Water? In fact, managing a country is not easy. It is very difficult for one person to manage everything, Kenichi said with a sigh. The Land of Water did not look large, but it had a considerable population. So many accumulated matters falling onto one person every day was truly torturous. Moreover, preventing corruption was even more difficult. Fortunately, Kenichi had his own special methods. During this period, he had Koyuki Kazuhana separately summon the governors of various towns in the Land of Water to the capital for performance reviews. Along the way, he had the Umbu collect information on their political achievements. He would deal with some, keep the capable ones, and then let them receive blessings. After receiving blessings, these individuals would be unable to engage in corruption. Because of that, Kenichi was confident that the Land of Water would develop better and better in the future. This template could also be applied to larger territories later. With the parasites, the physical fitness of these governors would also improve, which could be considered a benefit. This terrible world should also usher in its grand finale, Kenichi sighed. Let's go. I'll check the base's location, Konan said, exhaling a long breath. Although she did not know how Kenichi would manage things in the future, at least for now, he was doing very well. So, what should our attitude toward the Land of Water be now? Meanwhile, in Konoha's new Hokage Tower, the argument continued. If the other party is truly willing to be incorporated into Konoha's territory, I think we should find a way. Udatane Koharu expressed her opinion. But what if Amamiya Kenichi is lying? Mitokado Hamura hesitated. The fact that the heavenly demon was Amamiya Kenichi was somewhat surprising, but was this information really true? If it was a lie, Konoha might be besieged by the other ninja villages. Even the daimyo of the Land of Fire might react strongly. Tsunade pinched her brow. Just as she had expected, they were still trapped in this endless debate. However, there was no choice. This matter concerned the entire ninja village. Although she was the Hokage, she had to consider it carefully. Tsunade looked out the window, feeling somewhat weary. She regretted agreeing to become Hokage. This position truly was not meant for humans. If she could, she still wanted to be the Tsunade who lived freely. The Tsunade who, upon hearing this news, could charge straight into the Land of Water without hesitation and beat Amamiya Kenichi half to death. But Tsunade truly felt what it meant to be unable to act freely. Some things were genuinely difficult to decide when one had to care about the consequences. The more burdens one carried, the harder it became to move. I hope Jiraiya's journey goes smoothly. Tsunade gritted her teeth. She thought of the night before Jiraiya left, when they had talked all night. She had even made a bet with him on whether he could return alive. And she won. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 433, Chapter 433, next, please welcome the developer of the Ninja World Internet. Orochimaru. Chapter 433, next, please welcome the developer of the Ninja World Internet. Orochimaru. Konan, you're back, cough, cough. How did it feel after seeing it today? Nagato was still the same as before. Inside the Akatsuki's base in the Land of Rain, he looked tired and physically weak. Even so, when he saw Konan return, he still forced a smile and looked at her gently. Konan had gone out to inspect the future location of the Akatsuki's base. At the same time, Nagato had also wanted her to interact with Amamiya Kenichi and see what she thought of him. Although Nagato had already confirmed his cooperation with Kenichi, caution was still necessary. Furthermore, Nagato had thoughts of his own. His current physical condition was very poor. He did not know how much longer he could hold on. If he died, what would happen to Konan? Konan was the only person Nagato could not let go of. His cherished friend. It was pretty good. That Amamiya Kenichi. Konan's eyes became a little dazed. She thought of the Land of Water she had seen earlier. And those villages. She had personally chosen the Akatsuki's base location based on the map, so the scenes she saw along the way could not have been arranged temporarily. Amamiya Kenichi had truly done those things. Konan told Nagato about her experiences in the Land of Water. This time, the Akatsuki was relocating its base, and she had gone to see the actual situation with her own eyes. She also needed to decide whether they should truly cooperate with Kenichi. After all, once Nagato and Konan moved there, the Akatsuki would be marked as part of the Land of Water. At that point, it would become even more difficult to accept missions throughout the ninja world, and the organization's future development might undergo new changes. That was the main reason Nagato had to be so cautious. Amamiya Kenichi really did that. Nagato's expression darkened when he heard that the Land of Water's daimyo had created countless pretexts to collect taxes. But when he heard that Kenichi had cancelled most of those taxes, leaving only a few, and that the local common people were very happy, a faint smile appeared on his face. When Nagato was young, he had heard his parents talk about daily matters. He knew that even in the land of rain, taxes had been terrifying. For ordinary people, being able to save even a little money was already considered good. Now that Kenichi had taken over the land of water, he had truly cancelled many of the taxes there. What if he could take over the entire ninja world? At that point, the entire ninja world would belong to him. Everyone's taxes would be greatly reduced. How happy would those people be then? Children at home would probably be able to eat meat often, instead of needing to ration it carefully. And without war, ninja would no longer break into homes for no reason and slaughter entire families. Then let's move. Move the organization's base over there. Nagato made up his mind. The plan to collect the tailed beasts was likely a trap. Now that the Three Tails was dead, they would have to wait for the Three Tails to revive before they could collect it. In that case, it would be better to follow Kenichi's plan first. At least so far, Kenichi was doing quite well. If this method could be applied to other parts of the ninja world in the future, then Yahiko's dying wish might truly be realized. I truly hope I can see that world arrive before I die. Lord Amamiya. Uchiha Shirori respectfully lowered her head. Kenichi glanced at her. She was still the same as always. Any progress with Rin no Era? Kenichi casually put away the experiment log in his hand. Research on Pandora had slowed down recently. It had proven that studying a fungus's genetic sequence and finding the gene that could change its transmission method was extremely difficult. However, research on another front had been very effective. After attempting to apply Pandora fungus as a toxin to weapons, the results were excellent. Test subjects who were scratched or stabbed were almost all infected with nano disease, and the killing effect on ordinary people was very obvious. Research on ninja was still ongoing, but Kenichi did not intend to use too many research materials. Otherwise, the attrition rate among ninja would become far too high. There has been some progress, Lord Amamiya. At present, Miss Rin no Era has begun actively investigating matters related to you, Shirori said softly. Kenichi nodded. It seemed there had indeed been some progress. At least Rin had started to show curiosity about him. The Akatsuki's relocation would still take some time. After all, the organization had many things to move, the most important of which was naturally the Geto Mazo. However, if the Geto Mazo was to be moved to the land of water, it would need to be summoned, which was very troublesome. Nagato's body probably could not withstand the strain of summoning the Geto Mazo many times. Previously, Nagato's relocation to Takigakure had been more about attracting the attention of the ninja villages, thereby making it more convenient for Kenichi to attack Kirigakure and the land of water. The Geto Mazo itself had not changed location. With this amount of time, there should be no need to rush into controlling Rin's mind. However, how to guard against that scoundrel Black Zetsu was still a troublesome problem for Kenichi. Black Zetsu's concealment ability was still extremely strong. Finding him would not be easy. TSK. This kind of undetectable guy is really annoying. If Black Zetsu were brought to my previous life, he could probably become the strongest paparazzo in the world. Kenichi rubbed his temples in distress. At present, he had no way to deal with Black Zetsu. Although his teacher had developed thermal imaging, its current use was still quite limited. It was fine for night detection, but the device itself was very large, inconvenient to wear, and easily damaged. Speaking of his teacher. All right, you may go. Remember to continue guiding Rin no Era. Inform me when she urgently wants to see me, Kenichi said with a wave of his hand. Shirori respectfully bowed, then slowly withdrew from the laboratory. Kenichi scratched his head. He wondered what his teacher had been doing all this time. Ever since the rift between him and his teacher over the death of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kenichi had not received any information from him. Thinking of this, Kenichi picked up his phone and pressed the call button. There was a long silence on the other end. After a while, his teacher's voice finally came through. Kenichi. Is there something you need me for? His teacher's voice sounded very calm, as if nothing had happened between them before. However, Kenichi could not quite grasp his teacher's personality. Sometimes Orochimaru seemed to be smiling, but in reality, he might have already planned your death in his mind. Teacher, I wanted to ask whether you have any projects currently underway, Kenichi said. He was a little curious. Orochimaru and Amato Sanshu were currently the two people with the highest scientific research ability among those Kenichi knew. As for Amato Sanshu, Kenichi did not know what mysterious thing he had been working on recently and did not ask too much. He had only heard before that Amato seemed to have more ideas for the ninjutsu reflection device he developed and was currently improving it. And his teacher was even more mysterious. I've been researching the one's own life reincarnation you gave me earlier, his teacher said calmly, without the slightest fluctuation in his tone. Kenichi felt somewhat helpless. It seemed his teacher was still uncomfortable inside. Although Kenichi himself knew about the cliché butterfly effect, he truly had not expected that his teacher would develop a rift with him because he had caused the third Hokage's death. In the original work, it seemed his teacher had personally taken action to send off the third Hokage. So could this be a case of hatred running so deep that it had to be settled personally? Because Orochimaru hated the third Hokage so much, he had to kill him with his own hands to be satisfied. That was too absurd. Cough, cough. Teacher, I have a project here, but it is still in the experimental verification stage. Would you like to take a look? Kenichi asked tentatively. He knew his teacher's personality. It was difficult to make Orochimaru interested in conventional things, especially when he was in a bad mood. But if it was a brand new research project, that could instantly catch Orochimaru's attention. Even if his teacher was unhappy, he would still be interested in knowing what Kenichi intended to do. Kenichi was very confident about that. Oh. What project? A hint of emotion finally appeared in Orochimaru's tone. His teacher had indeed been interested. Teacher, where are you? I'll come find you and explain it in detail. Kenichi rubbed his hands together. He planned to use the internet to draw out his teacher's curiosity. However, explaining the internet was too complicated. They needed to meet in person if he wanted to successfully pull his teacher into the project. His teacher did not refuse and directly agreed. So, what is this project you're talking about? When Kenichi found Orochimaru, he was sitting on a sofa and playing with a jar. Kenichi could clearly see that the thing inside the jar was Haiden's head. Haiden's eyes were empty as his head floated in nutrient fluid. A long time had passed, but Haiden's head showed no signs of decay. It looked exactly the same as before. If his eyes had not been so still, Kenichi would have thought Haiden had woken up. Teacher, it's like this. When you use a computer, have you ever wondered why information cannot be transmitted between two computers? Kenichi chuckled as he rubbed his hands, then could not help glancing at Haiden's head again. Haiden was truly miserable. Although Kenichi knew that Haiden's misery was entirely his own fault, it had to be said that his current state could truly be described as tragic. He was constantly soaked in that jar, never seeing the light of day. Now, even his brainwave activity had stopped. Kenichi had learned before that Haiden's brainwaves had already been still for a long time. In a sense, Haiden was now in a vegetative state. A vegetative person who could not think at all and only possessed the most basic bodily instincts. But thinking of Haiden being soaked in a jar day after day, seeing only darkness, unable to tell day from night, unable to sense the passage of time, knowing nothing at all. It was already good that he had not gone mad. Are you talking about something similar to a mobile phone? Orochimaru pondered for a moment, then thought of mobile phones. They were somewhat similar to what Kenichi was describing. Both could transmit information over long distances. Something similar, but more special, Kenichi said. He did not deny it. At the very beginning, the internet had used dial-up access. Some people of a certain age probably still remembered those days. So there was nothing wrong with saying that phones and the internet were related. Teacher, hypothetically, if we embedded a super-large relay station at a certain location, one capable of simultaneously handling calls from every place and every period of time in the ninja world, allowing all of them to communicate independently without interfering with each other. And if, within this relay station, there was a dedicated system space where people could leave messages they had written themselves, and others could immediately see those messages after they were posted. Kenichi smiled at his teacher. What kind of world would that create? The internet could be called a world-changing weapon. An intelligent person would naturally be able to see what it contained. His teacher fell silent, clearly thinking about what would happen if such a thing truly came to exist. Then Orochimaru realized that if something like that existed, he could exchange ninjutsu knowledge with people in the land of earth even while staying in the land of water. Any novel ninjutsu could potentially spread through it. And whoever controlled this relay station would instantly obtain a vast amount of strange knowledge. Some might be useful, some might not, but something valuable could always be found within it. If that were the case. So, you already know how to make this. Orochimaru looked at Kenichi with interest. Of course, he knew his student would not say something like this for no reason. Since Kenichi had brought it up, he must have his own reason. That meant the greatest possibility was that he already had an idea. Yes, teacher. It's like this. My younger sister, Uchiha Hikari, whom I took care of before, has a rather special ability. Kenichi briefly explained that the emergence of the internet was inseparable from Hikari. Hikari's ability was very special. If it was researched, it might allow a novel form of internet to appear in this world. His teacher listened very carefully, considering in his mind whether this matter was feasible. However, if what Kenichi said was true, then this really did have a certain possibility of being realized. Teacher, if it succeeds, this world will usher in an era of information explosion. All ninjutsu, and even intelligence itself, may be revealed on this epic-making product. Kenichi looked at Orochimaru seriously. I understand. His teacher revealed a faint, excited smile. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 434, Chapter 434, If Blood Brothers Can Do It, So Can I. Chapter 434, If Blood Brothers Can Do It, So Can I. Looking at his excited teacher, Amamiya, Kenichi also revealed a faint smile. He understood Orochimaru's personality very well. For his teacher, the most interesting things in this world were collecting all kinds of ninjutsu and pursuing the truths of science. In order to achieve that goal, Orochimaru had even developed a powerful ninjutsu like living corpse reincarnation, which allowed him to attain a form of immortality. Although there seemed to be some problems with it. For example, his teacher now looked more and more like the gender of his current body. This made Kenichi wonder whether something had gone wrong during Orochimaru's development of living corpse reincarnation. Otherwise, why would he become like this? During this period, every time Kenichi saw his teacher, he felt as if Orochimaru had changed completely. He could barely remember what his teacher used to look like. Then what about Uchiha Hikari? Without her cooperation, this research will be difficult to conduct, Orochimaru said, glancing at Kenichi. He knew that Hikari had a very good relationship with his disciple. That girl named Hikari often clung to Kenichi. It could be said that this experimental research absolutely required Hikari's ability to cooperate. But if they wanted Hikari to participate in the experiment, they would probably need Kenichi's approval. Teacher, Hikari's ability comes from the Mangekyo Sharingan. As for the abilities of the Sharingan, you should understand them very well, Kenichi said, glancing at his teacher. Even now, he still did not know what ocular jutsu his teacher had awakened. The Mangekyo, the eye that reflects the heart, possessed the miraculous ability to make the user's wishes take form. Of course, that did not mean that if someone wanted to become invincible, they would immediately become invincible. Rather, if someone wanted to become invincible, the eye would grant them an extremely destructive ocular jutsu to assist that dream. If someone wanted to change an unfavorable future, they might awaken an ocular jutsu like Izanagi, which could rewrite death itself. It was truly a blooming field of different abilities. Even Hikari had awakened an ability called Yachihoko. Kenichi wondered what kind of thoughts Hikari had been holding when she awakened that ability. So I, as your teacher, need to participate in this experiment, Kenichi said seriously. After hearing this, Orochimaru glanced at him with a playful look in his eyes. It seems you care a great deal about your younger sister, Orochimaru said with a teasing smile. Kenichi shrugged. He did care about Hikari. He had seen her attachment and feelings toward him. Naturally, he would not treat such sincerity with indifference. If the number of experiments may be limited, I think you should call Sado Amato over and have him participate in the research as well. That would minimize the chance of wasting each precious experiment, Orochimaru said. Seeing that Kenichi did not respond, he could only give up the idea of using Hikari as experimental material. His student's strength was growing more and more powerful, and his ideas were becoming increasingly insane. What surprised Orochimaru the most was that Kenichi had truly been trying to turn those ideas into reality, and had even conquered an entire country. Thinking of the mushroom cloud that had risen from the direction of Kirigakure when the capital of the Land of Water was attacked that day, Orochimaru felt a trace of fear toward his student. If it were not for a matter of principle, Orochimaru truly would not want to have any conflict with him. All right, teacher. I thought so too, Kenichi said. He did not object to his teacher's suggestion. If he wanted to find a way to complete the Ninja World Internet as quickly as possible with a limited number of experiments, then the more capable researchers involved, the better. Sado Amato himself was a genius scientist. With his participation, perhaps they really could find a way to create the Ninja World Internet before it affected Hikari's eyesight. By the way, one of my projects is about to produce results. So if you want to research what you mentioned, you had better wait for me for a while, Orochimaru said, thinking of the project he was currently working on. He had been studying that ninjutsu for some time, and now he seemed to have found some clues. Because of that, he could not focus on other projects for the time being. As for researching with a shadow clone, that would not work either. That ninjutsu required his personal presence, and he did not want to miss out on the amazing ninjutsu his student had mentioned. A shadow clone could also participate, but it would not be quite the same. Kenichi was not too concerned about this, but he was a little curious about what his teacher was researching. Could it really be one's own life reincarnation? But if it was one's own life reincarnation, what else could be improved about it? Could it be modified so a genin could revive a jonin? If that were the case, then Kenichi's high-end combat forces would no longer suffer losses. Just thinking about it made Kenichi a little excited. After setting a time with his teacher, Kenichi went to find Sado Amato and discussed the Ninja World Internet with him. Sado Amato was also very interested and immediately agreed. However, Sado Amato also had some research of his own to complete, so he also needed some time. It seems I'll have to wait a little longer before researching the Ninja World Internet, Kenichi said with a yawn. He looked up at the sky. The sky above the land of water was clear blue today. However, before starting research on the Ninja World Internet, he could still do some other things. Hikari, I need to collect a blood sample from you. Kenichi looked at Uchiha Hikari in front of him. After hesitating for a moment, he still spoke. Hikari extended her arm without hesitation. There was not the slightest trace of fear in her eyes. Seeing this, Kenichi said nothing. He simply took out a syringe and collected a small amount of blood from Hikari. Throughout the entire process, Hikari looked at him with a dependent gaze, which made Kenichi feel uncharacteristically embarrassed. Aren't you going to ask what I'm going to do with it? Kenichi asked. Why ask? Big brother Amamiya is Hikari's big brother, Hikari said as if it were completely natural. Kenichi froze for a moment after hearing that. Then he smiled and ruffled Hikari's hair. Don't worry. Big brother won't do anything bad. In fact, if this research succeeds, it will be good for you too, Kenichi said with a smile. The reason he took Hikari's blood was for another matter. It was well known that as the Mangekyo Sharingan was used more often, its ocular power continuously grew stronger, but it also continuously damaged the user's body and eyes. Normal people could not withstand that burden, so their eyes would eventually go blind. This was the greatest limitation of the Mangekyo Sharingan in its early stage. The more it was used, the closer the user came to blindness. This was a restriction Kishimoto added to the Mangekyo. However, as combat power continuously increased later on, if the Mangekyo kept leading to blindness, it would no longer keep up with the power scaling. Thus, the Eternal Mangekyo appeared. Of course, Eternal Mangekyo was not the official term, but it was a widely circulated name. In the ninja world, only 2 people had achieved the Eternal Mangekyo. One was Uchiha Madara. The other was the future Sasuke. The method to awaken the Eternal Mangekyo required fusing the Mangekyo Sharingan of another blood relative. The closer the blood relationship, the higher the possibility of successful fusion. Even so, throughout the ninja world, only 2 people had become Eternal Mangekyo users. Kenichi also possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan now, but because he feared blindness, he had always used it cautiously. How to turn the Mangekyo into the Eternal Mangekyo was also a topic he had been researching. Hikari smiled and held onto Kenichi's clothes. She did not care about research or benefits. She only wanted to enjoy the pleasant feeling of being with her big brother right now. Big brother, what are we eating later? Hikari tilted her head and asked. Kenichi answered without much thought. Barbecue. It was almost noon anyway, so he could continue his research after eating. Eternal Mangekyo, a higher-ranking Sharingan above the Mangekyo Sharingan, and possibly one of the prerequisites for achieving the Rinnegan. Based on currently known information, the Eternal Mangekyo requires the fusion of 2 Mangekyo and has extremely high requirements for genetic similarity. Unknown, whether straight tomoe and curved tomoe effect Mangekyo fusion cannot currently be proven. After lunch, Kenichi, who had played with Hikari for a while, returned to his laboratory. He was currently researching how to fuse the Mangekyo Sharingan. As for researching the Ninja World Internet, he still had to wait for his teacher's research to be completed. Mr. Sado Amato's research had also reached a critical stage, so he could not come out to participate in the Ninja World Internet research for the time being. Kenichi did not mind. He could use this time to try researching Mangekyo fusion. The probability of fusing Mangekyo increases between brothers. That much is certain. After all, both Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke did it this way and obtained the Eternal Mangekyo, Kenichi said, looking at the experiment log in his hand and falling into thought. This was almost the only information currently available about the Eternal Mangekyo. But since it depends on blood relations, there should be no closer blood relation than oneself, right? Kenichi licked his lips. He had a rather bold idea. In the field of science, there was a sensitive term called cloning. In fact, ever since the first cloned sheep appeared, cloning technology had no longer been a particularly profound problem. However, because cloning involved many ethical and moral issues, the use of cloning technology had always remained a sensitive topic. But that was in his previous life. Now that Kenichi was in the ninja world, he naturally did not have those so-called concerns. If I clone myself, then allow the clone to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, can I take the clone's eyes and fuse them into my own body? Can that open the Eternal Mangekyo? Kenichi frowned in thought. Ever since he learned about the Mangekyo's upgrade method, he had held this idea. However, there were still several difficulties that needed to be solved. The first difficulty was mastering cloning technology. Fortunately, he had already obtained cloning technology from Sado Amato, so cloning himself was no longer a problem. The second problem was growth. After all, if he perfectly cloned himself, it would take a long time for the clone to grow from an embryo to an age where it could awaken the Mangekyo. Even at the fastest, it might take 6 or 7 years. 6 or 7 years was far too long. Fortunately, Sado Amato had previously researched how to make clones grow quickly, which could accelerate the process. However, rapid growth would also cause the clone to age rapidly. Would the clone's Mangekyo be affected by this? And after fusion, would there be any impact? All of these questions needed to be considered. Forget it. I should find an experimental subject and test it first. As for Hikari's, Kenichi looked at the blood in the test tube. After hesitating for a moment, he put it down. The clone's personality was also a problem. When Mr. Sado Amato previously created clones for his daughter, he discovered that clones produced through that method tended to have more violent personalities. Because of that, Kenichi ultimately decided to have a jonin from the land of snow come over for the experiment. Soon, the jonin provided Kenichi with blood. That meant he could begin attempting to clone. However, he did not have the cloning equipment himself, since Kenichi had not conducted similar research before. It seems I still have to go see Mr. Sado again. Kenichi stood up. He hoped this experiment would succeed. If it did, he could quickly obtain a new pair of eyes for himself. Obito acquiring Edo Tensei had always been a thorn in Kenichi's side. If he did not quickly improve his strength, Kenichi was truly worried about facing that madman Uchiha Madara in the future. Such a hassle. Jiraiya stood in a border city of the Land of Fire, gazing into the distance. Ever since the Land of Water was conquered, there had been no ships traveling between it and Konoha. That meant if Jiraiya wanted to enter the Land of Water, he would have to find a way himself. Either he had to obtain a boat and sneak in, or... Jiraiya looked at the airship beside him. This airship was one he had taken from Konoha. It was a high-altitude airship belonging to Konoha. It flew at a very high altitude, and its speed depended on the rider's chakra reserves and the power of their ninjutsu. The stronger the wind release ninjutsu released, the faster it could travel. Jiraiya sighed. He did not really like riding airships. They always gave him an uncomfortable feeling. Amamiya Kenichi. Orochimaru. You're both there, aren't you? Jiraiya looked out at the sea. Across the water lay the enemy. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 435, Chapter 435, Clones. Chapter 435, Clones. Amamiya-kun, what are you planning to clone this time? In Amato's laboratory, Sado Amato looked at Amamiya Kenichi curiously. This was his first time seeing Kenichi borrow experimental equipment from him. If Amato remembered correctly, Kenichi had no prior experience in the field of cloning. He had mentioned his cloning technology before, but at the time, Kenichi had clearly not been very interested in cloning. Amato had not expected him to suddenly become interested now. Ah, I have a novel idea I want to try. Kenichi looked at the intricate instruments before him. At first, he had thought Amato would not have much cloning equipment. To his surprise, the equipment occupied an entire room. Amato glanced thoughtfully at Kenichi. He remembered that Kenichi had previously invited him to participate in a fascinating project, one that would allow people from all over the world to communicate in the same place. Amato was very interested in it, but because of his current experimental issues, he had to postpone his participation for now. He only wondered what Amamiya-kun planned to clone by borrowing the cloning machine from him now. Amamiya-kun, the operation of these cloning machines is not very complicated. Amato gave up on probing further. As a researcher himself, he naturally understood that some things were not convenient for others to know. For example, he also had some very unique research that he would not reveal unless absolutely necessary. So Amato decided to directly explain the cloning process to Kenichi. After all, although these machines looked numerous, they were actually very simple to operate and not particularly complex. First, if you want to complete cloning, we need to use this machine. Amato tried to explain in as much detail as possible. Kenichi listened very carefully. This knowledge was crucial to the success of his cloning plan. Every profession was separated by a mountain. Kenichi knew nothing about cloning, so if he wanted to perform the cloning operation himself, he had to master this knowledge as quickly as possible. Fortunately, using a machine and designing a machine were two completely different levels of difficulty. After Amato carefully explained the entire cloning process, Kenichi gained a certain understanding of cloning. Now, it would not be a major problem for him to use these machines to complete the cloning process himself. Mr. Amato, I'd like to ask, what is the growth rate of the clones produced by your cloning machine? Kenichi asked, thinking of the most important matter at hand. From Amato's explanation, Kenichi understood that Amato's cloning technology was already quite mature. At the very least, cloning a person was not an issue. The real problem was that Kenichi also needed speed. If the clone's growth rate was the same as that of an ordinary person, then it would take far too long. It would take at least 7 or 8 years for the clone to grow to a stage where awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan was possible. And even then, there was still a possibility of failure. Oh, you're asking about the clone's growth rate. At present, there are two cloning methods. Amato clapped his hands. Regarding the growth rate of clones, Amato had put a great deal of thought into finding a solution. The first is the very traditional cloning method. Clones produced this way are similar to ordinary people and grow slowly from childhood into adulthood. The disadvantage is that it takes time, but the advantage is that the clone itself is very normal, Amato said with a smile, beginning to explain his current cloning methods. Kenichi could hear the barely concealed pride in Mr. Amato's voice when he spoke about cloning technology. However, Amato had every reason to be proud. After all, not everyone could achieve what he had achieved. It could be said that in the ninja world, Amato was the leading authority in the field of cloning. Kenichi had no interest in this cloning method. If he wanted normal growth, he would not have asked this question. He had come to Amato specifically to ask about a method to quickly turn clones into combat-ready forces. Then there is the second type. The growth rate of clones cultivated using the second method is astonishing. They can reach the state of an 18-year-old in around 3 months. However, because their growth is so rapid, their aging process is also incredibly fast, Amato said, mentioning his improved second cultivation method. But when he spoke of this method, Amato's expression became somewhat unusual. Even he did not know exactly how he had achieved it. It was a miracle born purely by chance. But he had succeeded, and even now, thinking about it felt rather magical. Kenichi nodded. This was the effect he wanted. However, when he considered that even such rapid growth still required around 3 months to reach maturity, he felt that time was still a little tight. But there was no other way. After all, 3 months was already extremely short. Normally, waiting for a clone to reach 18 years old would take 18 years, which was far too long. Mr. Amato, for these rapidly growing clones, will their organs continue to experience this rapid aging phenomenon after being removed from their bodies? Kenichi could not help asking. This was a question he cared about greatly. After all, if the organs continued to rapidly grow and age after being removed from the body, the risk would be very high. Moreover, although eyes were considered relatively special organs in the human body, eyeballs did have a lifespan. The most direct manifestation of this was that young people often had good eyesight, while older people generally developed presbyopia. That was a direct reflection of the eye's aging process. In later stages, it became increasingly difficult for the eyes to see clearly, requiring the use of reading glasses. This was a process almost everyone would experience. Amato's expression became much more serious. I have researched it before. The current conclusion is that conventional organs like kidneys and hearts, after being removed and transplanted into the bodies of normal people, will still show signs of rapid aging. He had also considered cultivating clones and using their organs to replace damaged ones. But that idea had failed. Although rapidly growing clones could mature quickly, Amato himself did not know how he had managed to make them grow so fast. Because of that, he was not very clear on the reason behind the rapid development and growth of their cells. In any case, the organs of these rapidly growing clones would still age quickly even after being transplanted into other people's bodies. After transplantation, they generally could not last more than 2 years. The organs would need to be replaced after about 1 year. However, strangely enough, after replacement, the recipient's own organs might also show signs of rapid aging. Kenichi frowned slightly. If that was the case, then creating a fused Mangekyo Sharingan would likely require many more experiments, and the experimental cycle might become quite long. 3 months to reach 18 years old. That means roughly 6 years of growth per month. The average human lifespan is about 70 to 80 years. Does that mean that after fusing the Mangekyo Sharingan, I would still need to wait a year to observe whether it affects the fused Mangekyo? Kenichi took a deep breath. 1 year and 3 months. No, perhaps 1 year and 2 months if shortened. Even so, that was a massive stretch of time. A year was enough to change many things. Who knew what Obito would do now? If Kenichi had not provoked Obito before, perhaps he could still have temporarily developed in secret, waiting until he became stronger before confronting him. But now, Obito was probably enraged to the point of madness. The events that had already unfolded had made the relationship between Kenichi and Obito as irreconcilable as fire and water. So quiet development was probably out of the question now. Unless he thought of another way to stall Obito, making him believe that all plans were still under his control. If he could also make Black Zetsu think the same, then perhaps Obito would not rush into anything. Then, Amamiya-kun, feel free to use the equipment here. I've already told you how to operate it. If you want to achieve the second type of growth rate, you need to press the red button, Amato said after patiently waiting for Kenichi, who had fallen deep into thought, for a while. Kenichi quickly thanked him, then saw Amato off. The other party disappeared directly in front of him. Amato had used a shadow clone to receive Kenichi. That also showed that Amato's current experiment had indeed reached an important stage. Otherwise, he would not have been so busy that he could not even come out to meet him in person. Ah, Uchiha Madara really is troublesome. Kenichi looked at the empty laboratory, feeling as if a shadow were pressing down on him. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Uchiha Madara's oppressive presence had been overwhelming. It far surpassed that of Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had appeared suddenly without much build-up. One could even say that Kagaya appeared almost entirely for the sake of later plot developments, since her appearance introduced the Otsutsuki clan. But purely in terms of the pressure he exerted on the two saviors, Naruto and Sasuke, Madara was indeed more prominent. Every time they thought they had defeated him, he would pull out a new trump card and overturn the table again. Kenichi shook his head. Forget it. Now was not the time to think about these things. Instead of worrying about Uchiha Madara, who would certainly appear in the future, it was better to focus on completing his current research project. Moreover, Kenichi also had a new countermeasure against Madara. Madara before revival and Madara after revival were two completely different matters. Having the Rinnegan and not having the Rinnegan were also two separate things. Therefore, Kenichi only needed to research a ninjutsu that could forcibly release Edo Tensei, then use it on Madara. The built-in release method of Edo Tensei definitely would not work. Madara was a powerful individual who could directly release himself from control and prevent himself from being affected. That meant a different approach was required. He would send Madara back to the Pure Land. After that, he would protect Nagato. Otherwise, if Obito took Nagato's eyes, what could Madara do? Let me see. According to Mr. Amato, what needs to be done now is. Kenichi took out the blood sample of the Jonin he had extracted earlier. Now, he needed to begin the cloning operation. I hope everything goes smoothly, Kenichi sighed. 1 year and 2 months. And one test subject was definitely not enough. It would be best to have another, which meant another Jonin would have to be consumed. Although a Chunin could also awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, there might be some errors. A Jonin using the Mangekyo Sharingan would place less strain on the body, which was beneficial for his experiments. As Kenichi followed the steps one by one, he finally pressed the red button. Many bubbles appeared in the capsule filled with nutrient solution. Kenichi could not see anything clearly. He could only see tubes connected toward the center, but the object at the center was still too small. Next, this little thing will soak in the cloning tank, absorb nutrients, and grow up. Kenichi looked at the nutrient tank in front of him and shook his head. Then he pressed a button. An iron cover lowered, shrouding the nutrient tank and making it impossible to see what was inside. This was also something Amato had made. It did not have any particular function. It simply prevented people from seeing inside, which might reduce their sense of guilt somewhat. The progress of scientific research sometimes brought about situations that left people uncertain how to feel. The weather in the land of water was beautiful. Warm sunlight spilled over every inch of land. Rin Noera sat on a rock, resting her chin in her hands as she gazed at the lake before her, lost in thought. Is it fake or real? Rin painfully tapped her head. Before her death, she had already reached the level of a Chunin, so she had some experience and knowledge. Because of that, her heart felt conflicted. She always felt that something here seemed off. But she did not know exactly what was wrong. Her own investigations all pointed toward one possibility. The man named Amamiya Kenichi loved her. Loved her very much. That was why he had done so many things. But in Rin's memories, there was no trace of anyone named Amamiya Kenichi. If it's fake, then how did he get so many people to lie to me? So it should, probably be real. Rin's eyes became somewhat hazy. After hesitating for a moment, she stood up. She decided to go find Kenichi herself and ask him about the doubts in her heart. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 436, Chapter 436, Gathering Intelligence Still Requires Radar. Chapter 436, Gathering Intelligence Still Requires Radar. Research into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan had entered a stagnant period, and Amamiya Kenichi had no particularly good solution for it. After all, even with Mr. Amato's cloning technology, it still required enough time before any results could be seen. Come back here in about 2 months, Kenichi muttered as he looked at the now quiet laboratory. He had borrowed this laboratory from Amato for a period of time. Fortunately, Amato rarely used the cloning facilities anymore, so Kenichi using these labs could be considered putting them back to work. Moreover, ever since Amato's daughter had been revived, he did not seem to have made any new research progress in cloning. The problem to study then will be whether the rapidly grown cloned eyeballs will be affected after fusion. If they are affected. Kenichi glanced at the laboratory. Several sealed jars were placed there, containing the clones he had produced this time. Among them, one was special. That clone would grow normally. It was a precaution Kenichi had prepared just in case. Scientific experiments were like this. Some research projects required an extremely long time, often measured in years or even decades. If something went wrong during that period, all the effort poured into the project would be wasted. That was one of the more torturous aspects of scientific research. Cloning technology was still relatively tolerable. If it were bacterial or fungal cultivation, even subtle changes in air humidity could cause all previous effort to go down the drain. For now, Kenichi could only temporarily leave this place. Amato's nutrient tanks were enough to support the clone's nutritional needs for a month. When replenishment was needed, he could arrange it then. Lord Amamiya. Uchiha Shirori hurried over. Kenichi glanced at her. He remembered that he had entrusted Shirori with relaying Yakushi Kabuto's intelligence and handling Rin Nohara's matters. Kabuto's intelligence was usually one way, since he often traveled around the ninja world. Whenever he went somewhere else, he needed to report his location first before Shirori could deliver anything to him. So Shirori appearing now was most likely because of Rin. Is it Rin Nohara? Kenichi narrowed his eyes. Shirori nodded. Kenichi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The fish had taken the bait. All right. I'll head over in a bit. Kenichi stretched. Now that the fish had taken the bait, what came next required more meticulous work and preparation. Only then could Rin deeply believe the lie he intended to weave for her. Kenichi specifically went to the laboratory where Rin had been revived, changed his clothes, and then wearily pushed open the door. The moment he opened it, he saw Rin. She was wearing casual clothes and standing not far from the laboratory entrance, looking uneasy. It was clear that Rin was very nervous. At that moment, Rin also noticed Kenichi. The instant she saw him, she was startled. Then a hint of panic appeared in her eyes. In the next second, she seemed as if she intended to slip back into the laboratory. Amamiya. Sir. Rin's first call was loud and urgent, but then she seemed to hesitate over what title she should use for the person in front of her. In the end, her voice quickly softened, and she timidly called him, Sir. I. Kenichi's expression was somewhat hesitant. That hesitation instead made Rin a little bolder. Yes. The person in front of her had this kind of personality. Someone who was not good at expressing himself. Mr. Amamiya, may I talk to you? Rin asked tentatively. At the same time, she quickly walked over and cleverly blocked the space between Kenichi and the laboratory. The news and stories she had learned during this time had given Rin a deeper impression of this person. Even so, she still wanted to ask him herself. She had many, many questions. All right. Kenichi's gaze was complicated. The afternoon sun was covered by clouds. Rin walked beside Kenichi with her hands behind her back. They were in the garden. Kenichi, who had initially seemed somewhat uneasy, now appeared a little calmer. However, his gaze would occasionally fall on her. Whenever he noticed that she was looking back at him, he would awkwardly turn his head and rub his nose. Mr. Amamiya, do you know me? Rin could not help asking the biggest question in her heart. She remembered never having met Kenichi. But the experiment logs and the information she had heard were all very strange. I once saw you at the hospital, when you were treating the injured. Your smile was beautiful, and your medical ninjutsu was excellent, Kenichi said, like a shy young man recounting the beginning of pure feelings. His slightly reddened face and ears showed Rin the nervousness and shyness of their owner. Rin nodded in sudden understanding. As expected, she still could not remember. But she had indeed been a medical ninja, and she had indeed helped some ninja before. Perhaps it had been then. She had still been young at the time and could only assist from the side, but she had never expected to be noticed by the young men in front of her. Watching Rin fall into thought, Kenichi turned his head and looked into the distance with an embarrassed expression. The most troublesome part had begun. Kenichi himself was not absolutely confident that he could make Rin stop doubting him or develop feelings for him. But what he could do was try to guide her in that direction. It was troublesome. But also interesting. Mr. Amamiya. Rin silently led Kenichi around the garden several times. It was clear that she was conflicted. Kenichi did not rush her. Along the way, she had asked all kinds of questions, and Kenichi had answered them all. Now, she finally stopped. What's wrong? Kenichi did not know what Rin was thinking, but he tried to maintain his emotional stability. I'm very grateful that you revived me, but I don't know how to. Rin spoke with some hesitation, her mind in turmoil. Although she knew that Kenichi truly liked her, perhaps even loved her deeply, her emotions were too complicated right now. She did not know how to face Kenichi's feelings. Just then, before Rin could finish speaking, a warm embrace enveloped her. Rin stiffened. Instinctively, she reached out, intending to push the man holding her away. I know. But that steady voice, faintly carrying a trace of tears, made Rin's hand pause. Now, this is good enough. Kenichi held her a little tighter. Rin could hear the man's heartbeat. It was beating fast. Restless and unsettled. Before Rin could think any further, Kenichi let go of her, then turned and quickly left the garden. His departing figure looked somewhat unsteady. Rin stood there in a daze, watching him leave, lost in thought. So troublesome. Kenichi returned to the laboratory and rubbed his face. Although he did not have much dating experience in his previous life, he tried to apply some scenes he had seen in anime to Rin. He had almost said, "The moon is beautiful, isn't it?" Kenichi did not know what the outcome would be. After all, he had done everything he could. The human heart, unless controlled by a parasite, was very difficult to completely manipulate. Kenichi also had no intention of truly emotionally manipulating Rin. Although Obito's fall into darkness was related to Rin, it was essentially Uchiha Madara's scheme. Blaming everything on one girl would be wrong. So Kenichi only intended to guide Rin and let her confess to him at the right time and place. That would strike Obito and make him reveal more weaknesses in his rage. But if that's the case, couldn't I just use a parasite? Kenichi suddenly noticed a crucial point. No. If I use a parasite and Obito notices something unusual, it won't be as satisfying. Kenichi shook his head. Wasn't he spending all this time and effort precisely to drive Obito completely mad? The ninja world had reached its current state partly because of Obito, but an even larger part was because of Uchiha Madara. However, some of Obito's actions and behavior during this process were truly incomprehensible. I wonder what Konoha is planning. But there doesn't seem to be any special intelligence coming through right now. I also wonder what the other villages are thinking. Kenichi gazed into the distance, feeling a little nervous. It was the tension of facing an unknown situation. The atmosphere in the ninja world was very strange. Logically speaking, since he had annihilated their allied forces, those villages should have shown some reaction. Whether posturing openly or secretly forming alliances, at the very least, they should have done something. But now, the ninja world seemed calm, as if that event had never happened. The more things were like this, the more uneasy Kenichi became. In the end, it was because his foundation was too weak. If he could acquire Kirigakuru's intelligence network, perhaps he would not be as clueless as a headless fly right now. I did have Kabuto set up an intelligence network and combined it with some ninja from Kirigakura and the Land of Snow, but expanding it quickly is still too difficult. Kenichi was somewhat troubled. If only he had a satellite. The existence of a satellite would allow him to quickly grasp large-scale military movements in the ninja world. But a satellite, which had seemed simple enough in his previous life, was hellishly difficult in the ninja world. Unless Kenichi could complete the system's side quests and obtain the book on manufacturing satellites, crafting one by hand would be extremely difficult. Wait. While creating a satellite from a technological perspective is very difficult, what if I approach it from a ninjutsu angle? Could I research something? Kenichi became a little interested. But then he thought of another problem. To create a ninjutsu capable of achieving a satellite's effect, it first had to have the ability to ascend and fly, overcome the planet's gravity, and also possess the ability to take pictures or share vision. Combining all of those would be hellishly difficult. Can I simplify it? Kenichi took out a few sheets of paper. His requirements for the satellite were not very high. It only needed to gather enough information. If airships were not yet widespread in the ninja world, then perhaps he could send a shadow clone up in an airship and quickly fly around the ninja world to gather intelligence. Wait. That doesn't seem impossible. Kenichi looked at the ideas he had casually written down, and a bold thought struck him. It was well known that a shadow clone could transmit memories and other information back to the original body when dispelled. Although a shadow clone appeared to be a living person, it was essentially an energy body composed of chakra. This meant that shadow clones did not have some of the traditional survival needs of normal humans, such as breathing, eating, or sleeping. So, if he created a stone capable of flying rapidly at high altitude, then sent a shadow clone up with it and used the Mangekyo Sharingan to observe information on the ground, could it achieve a satellite-like effect? There would definitely be some issues. For example, whether the ground could be seen clearly, and whether it would be discovered by other ninja villages. But undeniably, it had a certain degree of feasibility. A shadow clone could perfectly serve as a camera. With the enhancement of the Mangekyo, it would even be a high-definition camera. Even if it was too far from the ground and the objects appeared very small, large-scale personnel movements, such as ninja gatherings, would still be easy to discover. In that case, I just need to create a ninjutsu. A ninjutsu that can make a stone fly at high speed. Kenichi spun the pen rapidly in his hand as he continued conceptualizing this idea. High-speed flight was not difficult. Making a stone fly was also not difficult. There were ninjutsu in the ninja world capable of achieving such things. But making a stone orbit the ninja world at high altitude and high speed, while maintaining that state for a period of time, was extremely difficult. Moreover, the ninja world was vast. Apart from the land of water, the other four great nations were not on the same longitude or latitude. So this radar would also need the ability to turn. The control problem probably needs to be handed over to a thruster. But wouldn't that just turn back into technology? Kenichi's eyes gradually lost focus. Creating even a simplified version of a radar truly was not an easy task. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 437, Chapter 437, a ninjutsu version of a radar satellite. Chapter 437, a ninjutsu version of a radar satellite. To create this kind of ninjutsu, the difficulty really is a little metaphysical. Amamiya Kenichi murmured to himself, deep in thought, as he looked at the stone spear in his hand. After coming up with the idea of perfecting the ninjutsu he envisioned, Kenichi began making attempts. He decided to start from the basics, which meant first creating a stone that could withstand the abrasion caused by high-speed airflow at high altitude. Otherwise, it would be far too comical if the stone was completely worn away before it even completed a single rotation. This problem isn't too difficult. It just needs to be hard enough. If that's not enough, I can even add a metal shell to it. Either way, as long as I carefully control the stone created by ninjutsu and reshape it each time. Kenichi looked at the rhomboid stone in his hand. This stone was the carrier he had made for the radar. It was not very large, but it was enough for a shadow clone to lie on it and observe the ground below. Its shape had also been made as streamlined as possible in order to reduce air resistance and increase speed more easily. As Kenichi looked at the stone in his hand, an interesting thought suddenly came to him. Since stones and similar objects had to consider air resistance, could throwable ninjutsu such as the Rasengan also be reshaped in this manner? Would that increase the speed of the ninjutsu? This was a very interesting question. However, now was not the time to think about such things. Kenichi planned to research the feasibility of that idea after his radar was successfully created. The stone itself is ready now, and its hardness is acceptable. However, continuous high-altitude flight may still cause some wear. A layer of metal plating should solve that problem. Kenichi looked at the stone in his hand. With the radar's carrier now complete, two most important issues remained. First, how would he send the stone to a sufficiently high altitude? In the past, this question would not have been a problem at all. He could simply use an airship. But ever since Kenichi promoted airships throughout the ninja world, every village now had them. Even border areas had airship troops for defense and surveillance. Even at the border of the land of water, Kenichi himself had deployed some airships to monitor and protect the land of water from attacks by other forces. This was truly shooting himself in the foot. For the radar to gather intelligence effectively, it needed to fly at a sufficient altitude to covertly probe for information. Otherwise, if it was discovered by airships from other villages, the intelligence it gathered might become useless. Therefore, Kenichi's goal was to make the radar fly higher than airships. Much higher. Only then would it meet his requirements. Then comes the second problem. How do I keep the radar operating at high altitude and high speed? It also needs to have some ability to turn. Kenichi fell into thought. If radar satellite technology were more mature, he could simply launch several satellites at the same time for monitoring. But the current level of technology was far from enough. Assuming no turning is needed, and instead several radars are created at once, then shadow clones can be used to monitor each one. Kenichi wrote down his thoughts, then frowned and shook his head. This method was not impossible, but it had a certain drawback. Namely, the use of shadow clones would accumulate mental fatigue. Kenichi had tested it before. The long-term accumulated fatigue from multiple shadow clones was truly exhausting. That was also why Kenichi rarely used many shadow clones simultaneously for study and scientific research. If this drawback could be solved, Kenichi was confident that the ninja world's technology would advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. But for now, solving this issue seemed almost impossible. Forget it. Let's solve the first problem first. Kenichi shook his head. Although the second problem was also troublesome, if the first problem could not be solved, then everything else was meaningless. So, the question was, how could he send a large stone to high altitude? This was not an especially difficult problem. Kenichi could even try some strange methods now, such as using the water jet effect. If a sufficiently large and heavy object smashed into the ocean and instantly reached the seabed, it would create a temporary cavity in the water. That cavity would then be instantly filled by the surrounding seawater. When it closed, a powerful upward current would form in the center. That current could even launch a person into the sky. So, theoretically speaking, if a sufficiently heavy and massive object smashed into the ocean, it could send a stone flying into the stratosphere. If he found an even deeper place, perhaps it could even send the stone into outer space. However, this clearly did not meet Kenichi's requirements. To achieve this, the object would have to be massive enough. A ninjutsu of that scale could already be directly used as an offensive ninjutsu, much like Uchiha Madara's Chibaku Tensei. Propulsion. After thinking for a while, Kenichi came up with this idea. In his previous life, whether it was rockets weighing hundreds of tons or airplanes weighing over 600 tons, they all relied on propulsion to fly into the sky. Although Kenichi's stone was heavy, it was still far from weighing a ton. That meant if he used the propulsion system of a rocket from his previous life, it would likely send the stone directly into outer space while saving a great deal of fuel. But wouldn't that mean I'm directly creating something from the technology side? Wait, I don't actually know how to make rocket propulsion. Kenichi froze for a moment. A thruster was naturally an excellent choice. The problem was that he did not know how to make one. Although he had made rocket launchers before, those had limited size and involved only very basic propulsion. That was different from the propulsion required to make rockets. Otherwise, why could some small countries make rocket launchers but not rockets? It was because the technological content of rockets was far higher than that of ordinary rocket launchers. Although Kenichi was currently only making a simple radar, that did not mean the simple radar satellite could use the propulsion system of a rocket launcher. It could perhaps be launched that way, but it would most likely crash and explode shortly afterward. So technological propulsion was not feasible. Thinking of this, Kenichi remembered that his airships, as well as most commonly used airships in the ninja world, now relied on wind release for rapid movement. Could his radar use the same method for propulsion? As long as enough chakra was output and the ninjutsu's recoil was powerful enough, it did not seem impossible. However, while ninjutsu like wind release, Great Breakthrough had decent effects in the ninja world, they did not seem to fully meet Kenichi's requirements. However, this problem isn't unsolvable. I just need to improve the ninjutsu. Kenichi thought of the essence of ninjutsu that his Mangekyo Sharingan had once seen. After using one's own life reincarnation and Edo Tensei, the normal composition of the ninjutsu seemed no different from the outside. But in Kenichi's Mangekyo Sharingan, he could see that the chakra formed a door. A profound and mysterious door. Combining the effects of those two ninjutsu, Kenichi knew that those two doors were probably gates to the Pure Land, and souls were released from within them. Thinking of this, Kenichi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Chakra gathered around his body and began to flow according to his will, starting with the hand seals for wind release, Great Breakthrough. And in Kenichi's eyes, streams of chakra began forming strange shapes. They looked somewhat like runes. Immediately afterward, the runes underwent a peculiar change. Then Kenichi expelled wind release, Great Breakthrough from his mouth. I see. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. Wind release ninjutsu were also like this. They were composed of a rune. So, was this rune the fundamental rune for all wind release ninjutsu? Kenichi temporarily set the thought aside. The main problem now was not this. He could research the unified structure of ninjutsu another time. For now, he needed to solve the radar satellite issue first. Wind release, Great Breakthrough mainly focuses on lethality and offensive power. But if it is used for radar propulsion, then lethality and offense can be disregarded. I only need to pursue recoil. Kenichi sighed. Researching and improving ninjutsu was not an easy task. Fortunately, wind release, Great Breakthrough was only a C-rank ninjutsu, so it was not difficult to learn. If Kenichi slowly adjusted it, he should be able to modify wind release, Great Breakthrough into the form he wanted. However, during the modification process, the strange rune he had seen earlier kept flashing through his mind. Perhaps the composition of ninjutsu in the ninja world was even more mysterious than he had imagined. Wind release ninjutsu. I remember that Danzo Shimura seemed to have done deeper research into this kind of ninjutsu. Kenichi thought of a certain shadow of the pot. Speaking of Danzo Shimura, the strongest impression he left was his arm full of Sharingan. Aside from that, there was the wind release ninjutsu he mastered. Thinking of this, Kenichi casually found a genin from the prison and used Edo Tensei to reincarnate Danzo. Amamiya brat, can't you just let this old man rest peacefully in the Pure Land? Danzo looked at Kenichi with some helplessness. He felt that he must have committed some great sin to be bossed around by this little punk Kenichi every day. He had been living a relatively relaxed and pleasant life in the Pure Land. His obsession with becoming Hokage had faded, and he had even gone to apologize to those he had wronged. He had never expected to be summoned again by Kenichi. Danzo Shimura, I need your help researching a wind release ninjutsu, Kenichi said. He had no intention of chatting with Danzo and directly stated his request. Then why should I help you? Danzo looked at Kenichi with interest. He was an Edo Tensei body. At worst, he would simply return to the Pure Land. If you don't help me, I'll confine your soul in this body. Kenichi revealed a kind smile. As long as he inserted a kunai and used a soul restraint device, he could confine Danzo's soul inside this body. If not for the fact that he could not find Uchiha Madara's remains, Kenichi would even want to reincarnate Uchiha Madara and confine him, replacing the vessel every 30 days. As for the body, of course it would be a beginner who could not even be considered a genin, someone who had just had chakra extracted. If Uchiha Madara could still display his extraordinary strength in that kind of body, then Kenichi would accept it. Unfortunately, he did not know where Madara's burial place was. Otherwise, if he could directly find Madara, he would not have to worry about Obito's various contingencies. The power gap between Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara was extremely obvious. Tisk. Danzo was somewhat helpless, but he still began improving the ninjutsu according to Kenichi's request. Regarding wind release ninjutsu, he, Danzo Shimura, did indeed have some research. By the way, Danzo, have you seen the third Hokage in the Pure Land? Kenichi thought of another person. Hiruzen Sarutobi. The former strongest Hokage of Konoha, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, had been proficient in all kinds of ninjutsu. Naturally, he was also very proficient in wind release. If Hiruzen assisted, perhaps Kenichi could obtain the improved ninjutsu he wanted more quickly. Knowledge came first, and specialization followed. It was better to leave professional matters to professionals. I have. Hiruzen Sarutobi holds quite a grudge against you, Danzo said, a smile appearing on his face. He had indeed seen Hiruzen. The latter truly harbored deep resentment toward Kenichi. However, with the guidance of his teacher and some companions, Hiruzen had recently accepted the fact of his own death. Wait, you're not thinking of. Danzo looked at Kenichi with some surprise. He seemed to know what Kenichi was planning. After all, he's the professor of ninjutsu, isn't he? Kenichi smiled. He went out and found another genin, also a prisoner from the Land of Water's capital prison. Danzo looked at Kenichi's figure, his eyes carrying an indescribable meaning. This young man before him was very mature. And ruthless. He had personally killed Hiruzen, and now he wanted to reincarnate Hiruzen to serve him. Was this something a human would do? Kenichi did not care. Hiruzen had occupied the Hokage position for so long. He must have known many secrets. However, Kenichi was not especially interested in those secrets. He only wanted to quickly complete his ninjutsu development and try launching the radar satellite as soon as possible. That way, he could gather intelligence on the ninja world sooner. As Edo Tensei proceeded, the genin before them transformed into Hiruzen Sarutobi. Immediately afterward, his eyes opened. Those black eyes carried a trace of confusion at first. But soon, Hiruzen saw Kenichi standing nearby. Amamiya Kenichi. Hiruzen suddenly sprang up, opened his mouth, and spat out a fire-release ninjutsu. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 438, Chapter 438, Wind Release, Airship Bursting Charge Technique. Chapter 438, Wind Release, Airship Bursting Charge Technique. As expected of you, third Hokage. Amamiya Kenichi could not help exclaiming as he looked at the towering flames before him. Hiruzen Sarutobi truly was Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even though Kenichi had only given him a genin's body as the vessel for Edo Tensei, he could still unleash such a powerful ninjutsu with that physique. He truly lived up to the title of Konoha's strongest Hokage. At the very least, before Kishimoto revised the first Hokage setting, Hiruzen's performance had certainly justified that title. After all, who had Hiruzen been facing at the time? Orochimaru, the first Hokage, and the second Hokage. That was equivalent to facing 3 Kage-level powerhouses at once. Yet Hiruzen had still successfully sealed the arms of the first, the second, and Orochimaru. One could only say that his strength had truly been formidable. One had to remember that there had not been as many later revisions back then, nor had there been the setting that the strength of Edo Tensei depended on the completion level of the technique. Furthermore, Hiruzen had already been old at the time, and his physical stamina had greatly declined. Otherwise, if he had directly sealed Orochimaru, perhaps Sasuke's later defection might never have happened. Amamiya Kenichi. You actually used Edo Tensei on me. Hiruzen stared at Kenichi, both shocked and enraged. How had this little rascal turned into something like this? Although Kenichi used to be somewhat troublesome, Hiruzen had once thought of him as a child who inherited the will of fire. Now look at him. To hell with the will of fire. This scoundrel was simply the greatest villain, the kind who would be sentenced directly to death if sent to Konoha's prison. There was no saving him. Hiruzen, long time no see, Danzo Shimura said slowly, his emotions complicated as he looked at his old friend. Only then did Hiruzen notice the other person in the laboratory. Danzo, you were also subjected to Edo Tensei. Hiruzen stared at his old friend, stunned for a moment. However, he immediately saw the cracks on Danzo's face and his black eyes. All of those signs proved that the person before him was not alive. Moreover, Hiruzen had personally presided over Danzo's funeral. He simply had not expected to meet him again in this place, and in this manner. Danzo sighed. He felt that his past self had been far too foolish. He had competed with Hiruzen for so long, yet he had never experienced even a single day as Hokage, not even on the day he died. And judging by Kenichi's strength, if Kenichi had not defected from the village, the next Hokage certainly would not have been Danzo either. "You're serving Amamiya, Kenichi?" Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. Ever since he had been reincarnated by Edo Tensei, he had sensed something abnormal in his body. Compared to before, his current body no longer had the uncomfortable feeling of old age. However, his strength was also greatly restricted. The power he could exert was nowhere near what he possessed while alive. At most, it was probably comparable to his strength when he had been a Chunin. If Danzo was also serving Kenichi, then dealing with the two of them would be nothing more than a pipe dream. "Third Hokage, I summoned you out simply because I want you to help me develop a ninjutsu," Kenichi said, unable to stop himself from cutting in. If he did not speak now, this place would turn into a reunion between Hiruzen and Danzo. But had Hiruzen not seen Danzo after going to the Pure Land? "I will not help you," Hiruzen refused decisively. Kenichi tried to threaten Hiruzen using the same method he had used against Danzo, but Hiruzen showed no sign of compromise. That left Kenichi somewhat frustrated. People with persistence and principles were indeed harder to threaten. For Hiruzen, having his soul bound, being unable to return to the Pure Land, and being imprisoned in this body were still not enough to shake the will of this professor of ninjutsu. "Then I'll just have to drop an atomic bomb on Konoha," Kenichi said with a smile. Since that did not work, how about threatening him with Konoha? As long as a person had something they were tied to, something they cared about, they could be threatened. For Hiruzen, he might not care about himself, but he would definitely care about Konoha. That was why many spies could not allow themselves to leave behind attachments. Once they had attachments, they had weaknesses. And weaknesses could be exploited by enemies. Hiruzen's expression instantly turned grim. He did not know what an atomic bomb was, but he knew how severe the consequences of the previous explosion had been. And that had been with him present. What if he had not been there? If Kenichi, that scoundrel, really dropped that thing called an atomic bomb on Konoha, how many ninja would be killed or injured? Perhaps Kirigakure had sent out no news precisely because it had been attacked by that strange weapon. "You truly are a demon, kid," Danzo said. Looking at his old friend's dark expression, Danzo knew Hiruzen had compromised. There was no other way. Kenichi, that little scoundrel, had seized the thing Hiruzen cared about most. Although Danzo often mocked his old friend for losing his courage as a ninja and becoming cowardly, he also knew that Hiruzen truly held Konoha in his heart. On the day of that explosion, if Hiruzen had chosen self-preservation, he should not have died. But Hiruzen chose to sacrifice himself. He protected Konoha's future. Even Danzo had to admit that compared to himself, Hiruzen was more suited to being Hokage. Because if Danzo had faced such a threat, his first reaction would have been to preserve himself, not to unconditionally protect the Konoha ninja behind him. "I don't like threatening others either. Cooperation is a pretty good option. The problem is that many people don't like cooperating with me," Kenichi said with a shrug. If he were truly a villain, there would be even more things he could do. But he still had a bit of a moral bottom line. Hiruzen and Danzo could not help looking at Kenichi at the same time. They were a little confused. How did Kenichi have the nerve to say that? Did he have a moral bottom line? Perhaps. But certainly not much. After all, just playing with the souls of the dead was already enough to be scorned by the people of the ninja world. Moreover, this guy was using Edo Tensei, which directly desecrated the corpses of the dead and required remains as a medium. That meant Kenichi possessed some of Hiruzen and Danzo's remains. Kenichi's mouth twitched. What did the looks on those two guys' faces mean? If Konoha was willing to cooperate with him and follow his lead, then Kenichi certainly would not attack Konoha. But that was clearly impossible. Whether it was Konoha or the other ninja villages, they would certainly prioritize their own interests. That was unavoidable. So war was also unavoidable. After all, what could not be obtained at the negotiating table could only be obtained through war. This time, the letter Kenichi sent to Konoha was only meant to make it more difficult for the other ninja villages to unite. He did not truly expect those villages to choose to cooperate with him and attack other ninja villages. Counting the time, Kabuto should have arrived at Kimogakure by now, right? Kenichi rubbed his hands. He was indeed a little curious about how the muscular brothers of Kimogakure would view his letter. Kenichi had written 2 letters. One was sent to Kimogakure, and one was sent to Konoha. As for Sunagakure and Iwagakure, those 2 villages were not especially outstanding in strength. Considering the issue of time, as well as the possibility of problems arising if he gave too many offers, Kenichi did not write to them. In the letter to Konoha, Kenichi revealed his true identity. In any case, he had never expected an alias to hide his identity forever. He himself knew that certain things might expose who he really was. As for the letter to Kimogakure, he did not reveal his identity. He merely proposed the intention to jointly govern the land of water with Kimogakure. Such conditions would certainly be very tempting. After all, neither Kimogakure nor Konoha could possibly let go of a large nation like the land of water. Moreover, the land of water was relatively close to both the land of fire and the land of lightning. In Kenichi's view, this bait was extremely tempting. It was absolutely impossible for Kimogakure and Konoha not to be tempted. Although the relationship between Konoha and Kimogakure seemed good recently, once the interests of an entire country were involved, neither side could truly trust the other. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for the ninja of the 4 great ninja villages to unite. That could give Kenichi more time to strengthen his own power. If there were some unexpected gains, that would naturally be even better, such as making Konoha and Kimogakure fight each other. However, Kenichi himself knew that this was a bit difficult unless his luck was exceptionally good and various coincidences all came together. But if he truly had that kind of luck, it would be better to just manually create a hydrogen bomb and, by coincidence, have the hydrogen bomb succeed. That would have a much better effect. What ninjutsu do you want to modify? Hiruzen asked with a frown. He did not want to cooperate. But could Konoha truly withstand Kenichi's attack now? Although Hiruzen was dead, he still cared about Konoha. During this time in the Pure Land, Hiruzen had met some ninja from Konoha who had come down after him. All of them had died from serious injuries sustained in the previous explosion. If Kenichi used that thing called an atomic bomb on Konoha again, then Konoha would probably lose many, many more lives. Wind release, great breakthrough. I need to modify this ninjutsu to maximize its recoil, Kenichi said without hesitation. The moment Hiruzen heard this, he understood what Kenichi intended to do. After all, the airship Kenichi had previously developed used wind release ninjutsu for propulsion, and Hiruzen himself knew this. If I modify it, you truly won't attack Konoha? Hiruzen asked, narrowing his eyes. Kenichi nodded without hesitation. He truly had no intention of attacking Konoha. The destructive power of an atomic bomb against a village was simply too strong. Just look at Kirigakure. A perfectly good village was now gone. That had also made Kenichi's rule over the land of water more difficult, and the loss of the intelligence network had also been extremely fatal. So Kenichi really did not plan to use an atomic bomb against a village. Occupying a village and slowly winning over its people was better than directly destroying the village and having to start everything from scratch. Moreover, in the future, he would have to deal with the Otsutsuki clan. Having enough troops to replenish his forces was also very important. You can try this ninjutsu. Unexpectedly, after a moment of silence, Hiruzen directly took out a piece of paper, wrote something down, and threw it to Kenichi. Kenichi picked it up suspiciously and glanced at it. Wind release, airship bursting charge technique. Kenichi blinked. He even suspected that he had read it wrong. But that was indeed the name written on the paper. What in the world was this airship bursting charge technique? Previously, after the village developed hot air balloons and airships, we tried to research them. I arranged for people to organize and develop ninjutsu suitable for those 2 flying tools. The airship bursting charge technique is the one that best fits your requirements, Hiruzen said. He touched his chest, then lowered his hand. Kenichi casually threw him a cigarette. He knew what this old smoker wanted to do. However, he did not smoke and did not have tobacco or a pipe, so he could only give the old smoker this. Hiruzen caught it with a complicated expression, then lit it and put it in his mouth. He had considered what would happen if Kenichi broke his word. He knew it was possible. But he still did not dare to gamble. If he refused and Kenichi truly dropped the atomic bomb, how would Hiruzen face the villagers and ninja in the Pure Land? He would probably wish he could bash his own head against something and die again in the Pure Land. Is there anything more powerful? Kenichi asked after he finished reading. Konoha was indeed Konoha. They had improved a specialized ninjutsu so quickly. However, he could also tell that this ninjutsu was still very conservative for the sake of the airship and hot air balloon safety. The problem was, Kenichi was using stone radars and shadow clones. He did not need to worry about safety. All he wanted was speed. Nothing else. It can be modified, but an ordinary airship wouldn't be able to withstand it, Hiruzen said, taking another puff. In any case, he was dead now, so smoking no longer mattered. He simply wondered how Tsunade was doing. Thankfully, he had already handed the Hokage position to Tsunade beforehand. Even if he died, the Hokage position would still belong to Tsunade. Otherwise, things would have been far too troublesome. It doesn't matter. I only need speed, Kenichi said with a wave of his hand. He did not care about safety. It was only a shadow clone anyway. It would not truly die. As long as it was fast enough, that was all that mattered. It will take some time, Hiruzen agreed. This was not too difficult a problem. He only wondered what Kenichi had invented this time. Alas. He hoped the village would be safe and sound. That way, his efforts would not be in vain. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 439, Chapter 439, Obito unexpectedly learns news of Rin no Era. Chapter 439, Obito unexpectedly learns news of Rin no Era. Today was a big day. Amamiya Kenichi stood on the dock, gazing into the distance. The boundless ocean stretched endlessly before him, with no other islands or land in sight. It had to be said that although the ninja world was somewhat small, it still had a basic amount of territory. However, the ocean here seemed to occupy a vast amount of space, which caused a persistent shortage of arable land. Once the ninja world was unified in the future, Kenichi planned to let the people rest for a period of time. During that process, he would unify the scattered cultural systems of the ninja world and aim to establish a common framework. However, it was strange. The languages and written scripts of the ninja world were fundamentally the same, yet the ninja world lacked the foundation for true grand unification. At that time, I can try to study the overall map of the ninja world, then see how to develop agriculture and science, Kenichi muttered. He looked at the sea before him, his eyes somewhat distant, pondering which path he should take in the future. Although there was still a long way to go before the ninja world could be unified, Kenichi felt that as long as the clones could successfully merge into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he could accelerate the entire process. In short, what Kenichi needed most right now was time. As long as he had enough time, he could narrow the gap between himself and Uchiha Madara, and eventually defeat Madara head-on. But it did not matter. The phone in his pocket had just fallen silent. Kenichi, have you formed some kind of cooperative relationship with the leader? Orochimaru's voice came from the phone. Hearing his teacher's question, Kenichi fell silent for a moment, then gave a soft hum of confirmation. He had indeed formed a cooperative relationship with the leader. What he had not expected was that his teacher had seen through it. Since Orochimaru had seen through it, what about the other members of the Akatsuki? Had they noticed anything unusual? The others did not matter much. Kenichi simply did not want to provoke Obito and Black Zetsu's nerves. As long as he could keep those two stable for now, his plan still had a chance of success. The call disconnected. It seemed his teacher only wanted to understand that one question. Kenichi glanced in the direction of Orochimaru's laboratory and wondered what his teacher was thinking. He also wondered whether there were any other Otsutsuki in the ninja world. If there were, would they also be hiding like Black Zetsu? If those people did not want to be discovered, finding them would not be easy, not even for Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan. The land of water was an island nation, and the weather of island nations often changed quickly. Not long after, the previously clear weather became completely overcast. The sea breeze swept past the members of the Akatsuki. Kenichi looked up and saw that dark clouds had already covered the sky. The clouds grew heavier, and the air became oppressive. A storm was coming, and the waves were no longer calm. Lightning patterns appeared at the corners of Kenichi's eyes. At the edge of the sea, several ships slowly appeared in his vision. Kenichi knew that the main force had arrived. Soon, the ships reached the dock. After the vessels stopped, Konan, dressed in the standard black robe with red clouds of the Akatsuki, was the first to fly down. Pain followed closely behind her. Behind them, several large boxes were unloaded. "Leader, are you the only ones from the Akatsuki who came?" Kenichi first greeted Konan, then looked at Pain. The Rinnegan in Pain's eyes made Kenichi feel a little envious. "Some members are out on missions," Pain said coldly. Kenichi did not mind. He curiously looked around, then saw Sasori and Deidara come down as well, both carrying various items, large and small. "Land of water, what a nostalgic place," Kisame Hoshigaki said as he disembarked from the ship. He looked at the land of water, now changed beyond recognition, with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. On the dock, the most talkative person was not Kisame, who had returned to his homeland. It was Obito. Senior Jade. The next person to descend made Kenichi's eyes narrow slightly. It was Uchiha Obito. At this moment, he was wearing a mask, playing the role of Toby, and his voice was full of excitement. "Senior Jade, you're amazing for taking over the land of water. You truly are my idol." Obito smiled, looking very happy. "Oh, it's Toby. You came to the land of water too." Kenichi looked at Toby in front of him, revealing a kind smile. Then, like an elder brother, he walked over and patted Toby on the back. "Senior Jade, you're truly too strong. Having a genius like you in the Akatsuki is enough, isn't it?" Obito said with exaggerated enthusiasm. Kenichi looked behind Obito but did not see Black Zetsu. Had that guy already infiltrated the land of water? That was truly disgusting. Even though Kenichi knew Black Zetsu might be hiding nearby and spying for information, he currently had no way to deal with him. Let's go then. I'll take you to the location I found earlier for the Akatsuki's base, Kenichi said with a chuckle, leading Konan and Nagato forward. However, when he saw the boxes carried by the pains, Kenichi's expression became a little strange. Was Nagato lying inside those boxes? Senior Jade, where is the old site of Kirigakure? Can I go take a look? Obito asked. Along the way, Obito frantically asked all sorts of questions, making Kenichi's scalp tingle. However, Kenichi also knew that Obito was probably trying to dig a pit for him through casual conversation. Or perhaps he wanted to probe for information. For the first time, Kenichi felt that this path was far too long. He really did not know how Konan had chosen it back then. They should have simply set up the Akatsuki's base at the border of the country, so he would not have to endure Obito's torment. Senior Jade. Obito came again. What's wrong? Kenichi felt somewhat impatient, but to avoid arousing Obito's suspicion, he still asked amiably. Senior Jade, look. This is something I bought outside. Obito smiled and took out an item. Kenichi was startled. He was not surprised that Obito had obtained a Rin no Era doll. After learning that Obito had caused chaos in Konoha, Kenichi had already understood that Obito might have seen Rin's doll, which made him furious and ashamed. However, what Kenichi had not expected was that Obito had actually made a similar doll himself and brought it out to question him. After all, Obito taking out this item and asking him about it surely meant he wanted to test him. As for what Obito would do after the test, Kenichi did not know. But it had to be said that this was indeed something Obito would do. Facing the possibility of exposing his true identity for a doll, a normal villain would probably not do something like this. But Obito did. Was he an idiot? Or was Obito no longer planning to pretend and intended to reveal everything? Kenichi could only think of these possibilities. With a muffled rumble in the sky, followed by a flash of lightning, Kenichi saw what Obito had taken out. It was indeed a doll of Rin no Era. However, it was much cruder and of far lower quality. It was completely unlike the one Sasori had made. Isn't this Rin no Era? Kenichi said in surprise. The furious Obito froze for a moment and looked blankly at Kenichi. What was with this reaction? Did Amamiya Kenichi know Rin no Era? Rin no Era? Senior Jade, how do you know who she is? Obito forcefully suppressed the surprise and shock in his heart, then asked urgently. Kenichi heard this and showed a nostalgic smile. I once heard my friend mention this girl, and I also saw her once when I was young. Obito immediately knew who Kenichi was talking about. Kakashi. How did he remember? Obito's consciousness blurred for an instant. Amamiya Kenichi, this bastard, was about the same age as him and Kakashi, perhaps even a year older. If that was the case, it was indeed possible that Kenichi had seen Rin no Era. But Obito remembered that after Rin started school, there had been no one named Amamiya Kenichi around her. If it was Kakashi, then it would not be strange. Kakashi should have photos of himself and Rin. Previously, Kenichi had intended to strike Obito and drive him completely insane. But now, Obito himself had presented a new way to play. How do you have a doll of Rin no Era? Kenichi asked Obito curiously. He had been pondering how to make the resurrected Rin appear more subtly. But now, the item Obito had taken out gave him a perfect opening. I was doing a mission and accidentally saw it in a shop, Obito subconsciously gave the answer he had prepared earlier. But then, he discovered another problem. But I don't remember Rin ever saying she had been made into a doll by someone, Toby. Where did you get this? Kenichi asked curiously. Obito froze. What did Kenichi just say? He did not remember Rin no Era ever saying she had been made into a doll by someone. Rin. Ah. Are you talking about Rin no Era? She's in the new capital now, but she was only recently revived, so she might not be suitable for meeting people yet. Kenichi suddenly slapped his palm, then said with some difficulty. Obito stood rooted to the spot. What had he just heard? Kenichi said he would ask Rin when he got back. Was it Rin no Era? It could only be Rin no Era, right? After all, he had taken out Rin's doll. But how would Kenichi ask Rin no Era? Could it be? Could it be? Obito thought of a possibility. His mind was filled with one sentence. Rin no Era was in the new capital. She had only recently been revived. Obito's mood gradually calmed. And as he looked at Kenichi, his eyes slowly became dangerous beneath the mask. It really was you, you bastard. Amamiya Kenichi. Only someone like you could do something like this. You must have already known my true identity, which is why you were trying to use Rin against me. Obito was almost driven mad with anger. If it were anything else, he could have endured it. But when it came to Rin no Era, Obito could not tolerate even the slightest offense. Even knowing that such a direct question might expose his true identity, Obito still did it. "Senior Jade. Can I meet this girl?" Obito asked eagerly. He even disregarded maintaining his persona. In his mind, there was only that mad thought. That possibility that made him tremble just by thinking about it. "Toby, what's wrong?" Kenichi looked at the swaying Obito with a face full of concern. Inside, he was secretly delighted. The annoyance he had felt from being disturbed by this bastard Obito had diminished a little. Heavy rain began falling from the sky. Pouring raindrops landed on Obito, soaking his hair and unsettling his heart. You're Toby, right? If you don't hurry, you'll fall behind, a gentle voice said. Obito turned his head and saw Deidara looking at him strangely. "Toby, what's wrong?" Conan asked, somewhat worried. Nagato glanced at Kenichi. He looked concerned on the surface, but Nagato knew that Kenichi must have done something to make Toby so distraught. Nagato looked at the faint smile on Kenichi's lips and could not help shaking his head. This guy truly had a twisted sense of humor. But resurrection. Nagato thought of the Rinnegan's ocular technique. What he had not expected was that Kenichi, that bastard, also possessed a similar resurrection ninjutsu. This was truly extraordinary. However, that was also good. The stronger Kenichi's power became, the higher the possibility of achieving that dream. Uchiha Obito stumbled back a few steps. He looked blankly at Kenichi and Conan, who had come over to ask what was wrong. He could only see their mouths moving, but he could not hear anything. A sharp ringing filled his ears, leaving him bewildered and helpless. But Kenichi could almost guess what Obito was feeling. "Is this all it takes to break you, Obito? What will you do when you meet Rin no Era, yet cannot express your love or reveal your true identity? How much pain will you feel when you discover Rin no Hara's feelings for me?" Thinking of Obito's pained and struggling expression, Kenichi felt utterly refreshed. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 440, Chapter 440, Obito, my mind collapsed. Chapter 440, Obito, my mind collapsed. The rain continued to fall. Obito ran through it, running madly, almost using the fastest body flicker technique he had ever learned in his life. He was heading toward the new capital of the Land of Water. Earlier, Amamiya Kenichi had already brought Nagato and Conan to the location chosen for the Akatsuki's new base. Throughout the entire journey, Obito had been restless, pacing back and forth like a trapped animal. After everything was settled, he used the excuse of going out on a mission and slipped away. He knew his actions might seem suspicious. But at this point, Obito truly could not care less. At this moment, his heart was fixed on only one thing. One person. Rin no Era. Before that, the Akatsuki's relocation had gone smoothly. On the way to the new base, Toby had been far too enthusiastic. Toby ran really fast, didn't he? Such a qualified organization member isn't common, Kenichi said, smacking his lips. That scoundrel Obito must have rushed over to see Rin. Kenichi wanted to go and watch the fun, but he also wanted to see what Obito planned to do. Yes. This member is very good, Deva Pathpain said as he walked out. Inside the base, various items brought from the Land of Rain were being arranged. Nagato still had some free time. Kenichi glanced at Nagato. That guy Nagato must have been speaking sarcastically. Nagato did not have much goodwill toward Obito. Especially after learning that Obito and Black Zetsu were hiding secrets, and might even be plotting against him, Nagato had grown even more displeased with the two of them. However, he hid this emotion well. Because of the ghetto statue, Nagato's expression was not easy to read. After all, how many rich expressions could a person who had been reduced to skin and bones make? "My name is Nagato." Just as Kenichi was about to bid farewell, Nagato suddenly spoke. Kenichi froze when he heard it. He truly had not expected Nagato to reveal his real name to him. Was this a sign of trust? Or was it because Conan had previously visited the current Land of Water, causing Nagato to recognize him more? But no matter what, it was good news. Kenichi licked his lips. He was going back to the capital, and he could not wait to return and watch the fun. After leaving the Akatsuki's new base, Kenichi quickly returned to the capital of the Land of Water. He did not bother looking for Obito. There was no need. As long as he found Rin, Obito would certainly be nearby. At the same time, Obito had already reached the outskirts of the city. Finally, he saw it. The capital of the Land of Water. He had been here before. Back when he controlled Yugura, he had passed through the capital. But at that time, Obito had not even been interested in glancing at it. Now, looking at the city before him, Obito stopped far away. He stood foolishly in the rain, staring at the distant capital with mixed emotions. He did not know what he should do. Should he go over? Or should he not? Would it be all right to go dressed like this? Should he change his clothes first? By the time Obito came back to his senses, he had already entered the capital of the land of water. The bustling crowd and noisy streets seemed not to exist for him. He stumbled forward, step by step, searching through the city. The heavy rain gradually softened. Obito's vision became clearer and clearer. But he still could not find the person he wanted to see. Rin, Obito murmured, looking around in a daze. Why were there so many people here? Why were there so many people here? Why were all these people blocking him from finding Rin? Uncle, can your soba noodles be a bit cheaper? A familiar voice sounded. It was like a sudden clap of thunder in a quiet summer night. Like the loud crash of a desk being overturned in an examination hall. In an instant, it pierced through Obito's ears and soul. Obito stood rooted to the spot, stunned. A moment later, he tremblingly turned his head, little by little. At that moment, the rain in the sky stopped. Then if I buy another portion of green vegetables and a portion of tonkatsu, can it be a bit cheaper? In Obito's line of sight, a girl wearing casual clothes was holding a small wallet and bargaining with a vegetable vendor. Her lively eyes. Her familiar face. Her happy smile. All of it made Obito feel as if he had been isolated from the entire world at this moment. No. It was as if he had isolated the entire world, just to see the person before him. Rin Noera. Obito was certain that the person in front of him was Rin. Her appearance was something he recalled every night. Obito might mistake others. He might even mistake his former family members. But he would never mistake Rin Noera. Obito leaned against the wall, silently watching the girl before him. This was the girl in his heart. But the question was, if she truly was Rin, then why would Amamiya Kenichi choose to revive her? In the ninja world, wasn't the only resurrection ninjutsu the Rinne rebirth technique? This special ninjutsu came from the Rinnegan's ocular power. Could there be other resurrection techniques in the ninja world? But why? Why had Black Zetsu never told him? Obito looked at the living Rin before him, feeling utterly confused. So the question was, why had he not revived Rin before? Although Kenichi himself knew that resurrection ninjutsu in the ninja world was rare, extremely rare, it was definitely not completely non-existent. For example, was his own Edo Tensei not one? There was also Rinne rebirth. But Obito seemed to have truly never considered this direction. He had only wanted to carry out the Eye of the Moon plan. He wanted to create a world where Rin existed. Obito loved Rin. He had never denied this. As a result, he saw his friend Kakashi kill Rin with his own hands. Although he saw that Rin had rushed into it herself, the pain in his heart was still unbearable. Obito and Rin Noera. These two people had run through most of the story of the Hokage world. Although Rin died very early, she had a fanatical pursuer named Obito, who committed all kinds of terrible acts for her sake. And he was also very strange. He even felt that his teacher, Minato Namikaze, was strange enough as well. Minato had clearly been the fastest man in the ninja world, yet he had failed to save Rin. And Obito himself had done many evil things. He had caused the Nine Tails incident in Konoha, released the Nine Tails, and killed his teacher and his teacher's wife. Even though Minato and Kushina had been very good to him, Obito had still attacked them without mercy. He said it was to achieve his plan. But his way of thinking was strange enough. He had controlled the Mizukage, Yagura, and implemented the Bloody Mist policy. He had joined the Akatsuki to monitor whether the organization was acting according to the plan. After Nagato died, he had even dug out Nagato's Rinnegan and killed Konan. All of this had been for the Eye of the Moon plan. All of it had been to create a world where Rin Noera existed. But now, Obito's heart wavered. He suddenly no longer understood what he had been striving for all this time. Moved. Shocked. Ecstatic. Obito did not know how to describe his current mood. But suddenly, he felt a surge of relief. He was certain that the person before him was Rin Noera. The Rin he had always longed for. The Rin who had died right before his eyes. At this moment, Rin had finished buying her things. She happily carried the vegetables she had bought, then turned around to head home. Then she saw Obito standing not far in front of her. A trace of doubt flashed in Rin's heart. And not far behind Rin, Obito leaned against the wall, constantly rubbing his chest with one hand. Right now, he only felt nervous. No. He should say extremely nervous. Just now, after Rin spoke, Obito suddenly felt as if he were about to drop dead. That intense heartbeat made his entire body tremble. He wanted to confess his feelings to Rin. He wanted to tell her how much he had missed her. But the words reached the tip of his tongue, and nothing came out. It was like some strange surrender ritual. Excuse me, do you know me? Rin looked curiously at Obito before her. As she spoke, she noticed that the mysterious masked man in front of her shivered all over, and his hands even lifted straight up. I. The masked man said nothing. Then he fled in a panic, leaving Rin utterly bewildered. However, she soon shook her head. For some reason, she had felt a familiar sensation from that person just now. Although she did not know what it was, it felt very familiar. But now that feeling was gone, and the other person had already run away. So Rin did not think too much about it. She walked home with the things she had bought. After all, it was almost dinner time, and she was planning to cook. On the other side, Kenichi had just returned to the capital. The most painful thing in this world was probably dealing with government affairs. Even in the ninja world, this was a very tormenting matter. Kenichi even felt that the reason the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had aged so quickly was probably because he dealt with government affairs every day. When a ninja did not have much time to train and was forced to handle all sorts of government affairs every day, it became extremely difficult for that ninja to improve their strength further. Lord Amamiya. Just as Kenichi was about to look for Rin, Uchiha Shirori found him first. What's wrong? Kenichi asked. The large pile of documents in Shiori's arms made his scalp tingle. Lord Amamiya, these are the government documents you need to handle this month, Shirori said respectfully. The moment Kenichi heard that, he already wanted to run away. Looking at the documents in Shiori's hands, Kenichi felt a headache coming. Although the ninja world had daimyo and an official system, after Kenichi carefully investigated and cleaned up the problems, he found that most of these people were occupying positions without doing their work. They were simply coasting along. Some people in charge of fiscal taxation and related policies could not even do basic arithmetic. The documents they processed were simple and crude, with all numbers rounded down. As for the rounded-off amounts, all of them went into their private coffers. This made Kenichi sigh. The fact that the ninja world could maintain its current peace was truly thanks to the deterrence provided by ninja power. However, not all of them were useless. There were still some capable people. But in the current environment, these people also had certain problems. After Kenichi implanted parasites in them, however, they became the most suitable officials. I still need to establish a complete and perfected management system as soon as possible. That way, I can quickly free myself from these complicated affairs, Kenichi said, pinching his brow. Issues related to the new tax policy were the most numerous. Many citizens even suspected that he planned to levy heavy taxes next month. Regarding the Land of Water's tax policy, the former tax official of the Land of Water wishes to meet the ruler and propose a more effective and profitable tax policy, Shirori reported. Kenichi's mouth twitched. Experimental fields 1 through 20 have completed transplanting, but the farmers are worried that planting such unfamiliar rice will lead to reduced yields. They want help from professional agricultural personnel. Should an expert team be dispatched to provide guidance? Commodity prices in the capital are rising. Many merchant associations wish to launch new trade activities. The Gato Company. Many problems needed to be solved. However, developing commercial transportation meant that spies from various countries might mix in, which was also a problem. But not opening trade routes was also impossible. Some materials in the Land of Water were unavailable and had to be purchased from outside. Commercial development could not take off. The common people were saving both money and food. Industry was also difficult to develop because raw materials could not come in. In a sense, the Land of Water was currently an isolated island. It was still necessary to quickly conquer a new country and extend his influence into the wider ninja world. That would also help avoid the current awkward situation. Give them to me. I'll eat while I work, Kenichi said. He took the thick stack of documents from Shiori's arms and began walking while reading them. I understand. Kenichi sighed. He had once not understood why the Kage did not simply use shadow clones to handle government affairs. Now he understood. Using shadow clones gave temporary ease, but the pain it brought afterward was also intense. When a shadow clone dispersed, all its memories would return to the original. At that time, Kenichi would be equivalent to frantically processing an entire month's worth of government affairs in a very short period of time. Those memories flooding into his brain made Kenichi feel as if he were being forcibly penetrated by knowledge. Handling it himself was tormenting. But at least it was not as painful. Lord Amamiya. A soft voice sounded. Kenichi looked up and realized that he had arrived at the door of Rin's room. Rin was looking at him timidly. Her evasive eyes and slightly shy face instantly made Kenichi feel joyful. It's Rin, Kenichi said, showing a kind smile. And Obito, who was hiding in the distance, crushed the wall in front of him with a sharp snap. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03 Chapter 441, Obito's Madness. Chapter 441, Obito's Madness. Looking at the shy Rin Noara and the calm Amamiya Kenichi in front of him, Obito felt as if his mind was about to collapse. He wanted to rush out, grab Kenichi by the collar, beat him half to death, and question him. What had this bastard done to make Rin look at him like that? However, the moment he saw Rin, Obito forced himself to endure it. The price was that the wall in front of him completely collapsed under his hand. Obito breathed heavily, almost unable to suppress the emotions surging inside him. He desperately wanted to kill Kenichi. Even though Kenichi had revived Rin, Obito still wanted to get rid of that scoundrel. Mr. Amamiya, you. Rin glanced at Kenichi. For some reason, she felt that the boy in front of her seemed taller than before. His handsome features made her fall into a brief daze. What is wrong with me? Rin was a little bewildered. I was handling official business, Rin. Your noodles are about to burn, aren't they? Kenichi raised the folder in his hand and smiled at her. Rin panicked at once and rushed back into her room. A moment later, the faint burning smell finally disappeared. Rin looked a little embarrassed. She clearly had not expected Kenichi to guess her intention. But to Kenichi, this was not strange. Living under Orochimaru's wing for so long had already forced him to develop the ability to read people and adapt to circumstances. Before he became strong, he had possessed enough humility and insight to survive. Once he became stronger, others would need to have enough insight when facing him. Even so, Kenichi did not mind showing care toward others when appropriate. Appropriate care could narrow the distance between people, and might even make others willing to die for him. So Kenichi could naturally tell that Rin had something she wanted to ask of him. Otherwise, Rin probably would not have felt comfortable enough to invite him in. Mr. Amamiya, would you like to eat together? Rin asked. The girl had gone to tidy up the almost burned noodles, also using the opportunity to calm her current mood. Now she looked at Kenichi, who was still outside the door, and extended an invitation. Kenichi paused for a moment, then nodded with a smile and followed Rin into her room. He sat down on a soft cushion and looked around curiously. Rin had decorated her home with a very girlish feel. But what caught Kenichi's attention most was a photo frame. Inside the frame was not a photo. It was a simple stick figure drawing of a girl and two boys. Kenichi immediately recognized them. Rin had drawn Obito, Kakashi, and herself. The ninja squad once led by Minato Namikaze. Although Rin had been resurrected, her belongings had clearly not been restored along with her. The original team photo was gone, so Rin could only rely on her memories to draw the scene from back then. Looking at Kakashi's smug expression in the stick figure drawing, a smile flashed in Kenichi's eyes. Kakashi had always been that smug since childhood. But was that also related to his father's death? If Kakashi's father had never died, what kind of person would Kakashi have become? TSK. The third Hokage and Danzo Shimura truly were heinous criminals, Kenichi thought, shaking his head inwardly. The death of Konoha's White Fang was inextricably linked to those two. They really should thank Kakashi. Kakashi had grown up and had not betrayed the village. At that moment, Rin came out of the room carrying bowls and chopsticks. She had made a bowl of ramen for Kenichi. Kenichi accepted it and immediately recognized it as tonkatsu ramen. There was not much meat on top, but it was very carefully arranged. At the dining table, Rin chatted with Kenichi. Kenichi's hearty laughter even carried out of the room and into Obito's ears. Obito furiously gripped the rockery in front of him, gritting his teeth. He swore that if Kenichi dared to make any improper move, he would rush in immediately. Moreover, Rin's behavior today was far too strange. Previously, every time Rin saw him, she would become very awkward and a little shy, even deliberately avoiding him. But today, Rin had invited him to eat ramen. Ramen she had made herself. The room gradually fell silent. That silence made Obito feel uneasy. Who did Rin like? This was a question Obito could not confirm. Back when he was still part of the team, he had directly expressed his special feelings for Rin. However, Rin's feelings toward him had always been a little blurry to Obito. He always felt that Rin seemed to like him. But Rin also cared about Kakashi. This had once made Obito see Kakashi as both his best friend and his rival. Even after learning that Rin had died by Kakashi's hand, Obito had never thought of killing Kakashi. That was precisely because of his complicated feelings for Kakashi, and because he feared that if Kakashi died, Kakashi would go to the Pure Land and take Rin away from him. Rin, is there something you want to tell me? Kenichi put down his empty ramen bowl and looked at Rin with a smile. Looking at Rin's flustered expression, Kenichi wore a gentle look, like someone deeply moved. He knew that Obito, that bastard, had to be nearby. After all, Obito might fail to find anyone else, but he would definitely find Rin at all costs. Whether Uchiha Obito was currently lurking and writhing in some dark corner was hard to say. But judging by Rin's expression, it might be difficult to deliver a full blow to Obito right now. The only good news was probably that Obito did not yet have the courage to forcibly take Rin away. Rin lowered her head. She was embarrassed to speak. No matter how she thought about it, this matter seemed a little too much. Even she herself felt that it was too much. But after thinking about it, Rin still suppressed the shame in her heart, lowered her head, and took a deep breath. "Mr. Amamiya, could I trouble you to revive Obito?" Rin bit her lower lip, her hands tightly gripping her pants. At that moment, the air seemed to fall silent. Rin could even hear the wind outside and the sound of stones falling into the water. At that moment, Obito's heart began beating unusually fast. Obito was stunned. He had never expected that Rin had invited Kenichi to eat for this purpose. To revive him. But thinking about it, Uchiha Obito had indeed died in that battle. Rin and Kakashi both believed that. But who knew that after he crawled out of hell, the first thing he would see was Rin's death. He had not even been given the chance to say goodbye to her. But Kenichi would not be able to revive him even if he wanted to, right? After all, he was not dead. How could a living person be revived? "Rin, you." Kenichi's voice carried a hint of hesitation and pain. Obito felt a little bewildered. Was reviving him that difficult? Is it Uchiha Obito? "I remember Kakashi saying that you, Obito, and Kakashi were members of the same squad," Kenichi asked calmly. Rin subconsciously nodded. No. Obito is my very good friend. But he was buried under rocks back then, so I couldn't find his remains, Rin quickly explained. For some reason, facing Kenichi like this made her feel more and more as though she was letting down his feelings for her. Obito's eyes widened. Very good friend. Although there was nothing wrong with Rin saying that, after all, she and Rin had never defined their relationship, and Rin and Kakashi were also very good friends, hearing that phrase still made Obito uncomfortable. "Do you like Obito?" Kenichi asked with a pained expression. Rin trembled all over. Obito no longer bothered leaning against the tree. He suddenly moved closer to the room, hiding above it while doing his best to suppress his presence and aura, listening carefully. Rin looked up at Kenichi. She saw the pain on Kenichi's face and the complexity in his eyes. She recalled the results of her investigation during this period, as well as their previous conversations. Rin did not know how she should face someone as devoted as Kenichi. Obito looked up at the sky. At some point, the dark clouds had scattered. The sky had become clear. His eyes were slightly red. "Rin would want to revive me, and..." Obito suddenly began to laugh. He laughed silently, but he was indeed laughing. Knowing that Rin still thought of him made Obito's mood instantly become pleasant. "I understand, Rin. If you're so conflicted, then don't say it for now. But do you have Obito's body tissue? If not, it's impossible to perform the resurrection ninjutsu," Kenichi interrupted her. He could see that Rin was very conflicted. "Then there's nothing to be done." Kenichi's voice sounded somewhat apologetic. Obito gritted his teeth in hatred. What in the world did Kenichi want to do? Would he do something to Rin? Just as Obito thought of that, he heard a strange sound. "Mr. Amamiya, you..." Rin's voice was full of shock. What did this bastard do? He actually hugged Rin. "Just one hug, Rin." "Just one," Kenichi said gently. Obito had never heard this bastard speak in such a gentle voice before. It disgusted him. But more than disgust, what he felt now was fury. If Obito had such courage, that would indeed be troublesome. When facing his teacher and his teacher's wife, Obito had been ruthless. But when it came to Rin, he was still that shy and timid boy. For Kenichi, this was a good thing. With a loud boom, Kenichi turned his head. He did not look at the girl in his arms, whose body had initially been stiff but had now softened. Instead, he looked toward the center of the city. There, a white wooden spike shot into the sky. Kenichi knew that someone had become exasperated. Someone had become anxious. TSK. What a pity. If he had not been worried about damaging his image in Rin's mind by bringing her along, Kenichi would have wanted to take Rin to the battlefield. With Rin present, fighting Obito would be incredibly easy. Obito would definitely be restrained. But that was also very normal. Although Kenichi had intentionally increased his importance in Rin's heart, it was indeed not easy to move Rin completely in such a short time. How dare they attack here? "Rin, quickly hide," Kenichi said with concern. Although he knew Rin would definitely be fine and that Obito would never hurt her, he still needed to protect Rin. He had to prevent Obito from acting recklessly and trying to take her away. After instructing Uchiha Shirori to protect Rin and take her somewhere safe, Kenichi rushed out. Although provoking Obito had been his original intention, allowing Obito to cause trouble in the city was unacceptable. The capital of the Land of Water was still a ruin waiting to be rebuilt, and Kenichi had too many things to deal with. He truly did not have time to manage another reconstruction of the capital. It would be best to move the battlefield before Obito caused too much damage. Obito could no longer hold back. He wished he could rush in and kill Kenichi right now. But remembering that Rin was inside, Obito still rushed toward the capital, toward the center of the city. At the same time, outside the Land of Water, Jiraiya stood in an airship and watched a distant airship quickly depart, feeling a little curious. What happened? Just now, he had still been thinking about how to sneak into the Land of Water without alerting the guards. Unexpectedly, the guards left in a flash, giving him an opening. However, this also made Jiraiya wonder if it was a trap. If it were anyone else, Jiraiya would not be so cautious. But the opponent was Amamiya Kenichi. That made Jiraiya have to be careful. Underestimating Kenichi could lead to death. Forget it. I'll enter Sage mode first. Jiraiya began gathering natural energy. He wanted to ensure that he could enter the Land of Water in his strongest state to face Kenichi. However, thinking of his previous bet with Tsunade, Jiraiya's eyes grew slightly dazed. He had bet with Tsunade on whether he could return to Konoha alive. Tsunade had won. And Tsunade had never won before. When Tsunade won, some major event was sure to happen. So, Jiraiya smiled. It did not matter. Even if Tsunade won, would he really hide because of that? Could the hatred for the old men, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the hatred for so many Konoha casualties, simply be set aside? The will of fire, old men. I will carry it forward. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 442, Chapter 442, Konoha Jonin. Jiraiya. Chapter 442, Konoha Jonin. Jiraiya. This guy has completely lost his mind, hasn't he? Kenichi looked up at Obito, who stood atop the pale wooden spikes. Around them stretched a dense, hellish forest of thorns, with countless people impaled upon the sharp branches. At least, that was how Kenichi saw it. Obito had gone completely insane. Of course, this had also been Kenichi's goal from the beginning. He had originally thought he might be able to unlock some new and interesting way to play this game, but he had not expected Obito to collapse this thoroughly. The man had probably realized that Kenichi was holding Rin no Era and understood exactly what Kenichi intended to do with her. Kenichi tilted his head. A wooden spike grazed past his neck and nailed itself into the ground behind him. He looked up again. Obito was still standing above him, and that attack had clearly come from him. Kenichi sneered. He wanted to see just how much trouble Black Zetsu could cause without Obito. Taking a deep breath, Kenichi used his thoughts to send evacuation orders to the nearby ninja who had received his blessing. He instructed them to immediately lead the residents of the Land of Water's capital to safety. Population was important. Kenichi was not willing to let these people die just because they were caught in the aftermath of his battle with Obito. With that thought, he stomped down hard. The muscle strength he had built up through countless days of training exploded in an instant, propelling his body upward like a fired arrow. As Kenichi shot toward Obito, countless wooden spikes stabbed at him from all directions. Every strike aimed for a vital point, but most of them targeted his face. The Mangekyo in Kenichi's eyes slowly spun. He did not even need to rely on the Mangekyo Sharingan special abilities to avoid these annoying wooden spikes. But just as Kenichi adjusted his position in midair, he saw a vast wave of fire release blotting out the sky as it surged toward him. Even from a distance, the scorching heat made his hair curl. Caught off guard, Kenichi could only take the fire release ninjutsu head-on. Flames swallowed his body. A moment later, sharp pain tore through his back. A powerful rotational force struck him and sent blood spraying from his mouth. The blood dried almost instantly in the heat of the flames, and Kenichi was blasted backward. A direct hit. No, that doesn't feel right. Jiraiya cautiously watched the burning area ahead of him. Although his fire release ninjutsu had struck Kenichi just now, he did not believe that Brat would be so easy to deal with. More importantly, no one had emerged from the flames. That alone proved Kenichi was definitely fine. Jiraiya. Why aren't you, the great Toad Sage, off collecting material for your novels? What are you doing here? Kenichi crouched atop one of the wooden spikes and looked down at Jiraiya, impatience already stirring in his chest. Normally, he would not have minded chatting with Jiraiya and reminiscing a little. But he truly did not have the time right now. That bastard Obito was probably already moving toward Uchiha Shirori. If Kenichi could not get back quickly, it would become very troublesome if Rin no Era was taken away. Konoha S-Rank Rogue Ninja, Amamiya Kenichi. Jiraiya took a deep breath and roared the words aloud. Kenichi's pupils shrank slightly. What was Jiraiya trying to do? His identity should not have been a secret to Konoha, but Kenichi had not expected Jiraiya to shout it out so loudly here. Fortunately, within the Land of Water's capital, aside from Obito, there did not seem to be any other forces nearby. For now, he did not have to worry too much about his true identity being exposed. No, in some ways, being exposed might actually be useful. Once that happened, the Hidden Cloud Village would certainly have opinions about Konoha. The other ninja villages would also have opinions. That would make things interesting. Konoha Jonin, Jiraiya, is here to bring you to justice. Before Kenichi could think further, Jiraiya had already finished speaking. In the next instant, he charged forward with a great ball Rasengan in his hand. Kenichi was forced to temporarily set aside the matter of Obito and focus on Jiraiya's attack. As for the Rasengan, the ninjutsu that Naruto would repeatedly use from a young age in the future, Kenichi naturally knew it well. Its power was indeed excellent. How strong was Jiraiya? Naturally, very strong. The current Jiraiya had already entered Sage mode. The two toads on his shoulders made that clear. Kenichi did not know whether he should feel proud or troubled. After all, when Jiraiya faced his former disciple in the future, he had not entered Sage mode right away and ended up making a fatal mistake. But now, facing Kenichi, Jiraiya had gone all out from the beginning. That also showed how serious Jiraiya was about killing him. Enough talk. The strange markings on Jiraiya's face could not hide his seething rage. He slammed the great ball Rasengan toward Kenichi's chest. Kenichi's gaze sharpened. He used the substitution jutsu and narrowly avoided the close-range Rasengan. While he was still in the air, he saw Jiraiya rapidly forming hand signs. Almost at the same time, Jiraiya's hair whipped out. The hardened strands shot toward Kenichi like needles, stabbing at his body with terrifying speed. Kenichi did not overthink it. He immediately used the body flicker technique, trying to break past Jiraiya's attack range. But Jiraiya's combat experience was far too rich. A blast of fire release struck Kenichi from behind before he could fully get away, and his body vanished into the flames. Indeed. Kenichi's mood grew more irritable. Jiraiya's battle experience was extremely deep, and his strength was formidable. Kenichi had even confirmed that Jiraiya had already entered Sage mode. This was truly a full-power attempt to kill him. One really can't underestimate famous ninja. Kenichi spat the blood in his mouth onto the ground. He wiped his lips, then looked at Jiraiya with excitement in his eyes. Since arriving in the ninja world, Kenichi had rarely experienced battles this intense. Most of the time, he was more accustomed to achieving his goals through other means. But this time, Jiraiya clearly had no intention of compromising with him. Kenichi could tell from Jiraiya's eyes and his current fighting style. Kenichi did not consider himself an especially cruel person. When facing acquaintances like Jiraiya, especially people with whom he had once had a decent relationship, he generally would not truly get angry and resort to killing. But now that Jiraiya was trying to kill him, Kenichi could not afford to hold back either. Standing before him was Konoha's elite jonin, Jiraiya. Jiraiya, aren't you afraid Konoha will be besieged? Kenichi was somewhat annoyed. Facing Jiraiya, even he had to be cautious. It would be laughable if he made a mistake here. But he truly did not have that much time to waste. Obito made no other moves throughout the exchange. He only continued attacking Kenichi with wooden spikes. That made Kenichi faintly feel that something was wrong. Kenichi glanced upward. Obito still stood there, silent as ever, continuously controlling wooden spikes to attack him. Kenichi licked his lips, stomped down on a tree trunk, and used the recoil to lunge directly in front of Obito. At the same time, he kicked out. Obito retreated. Seeing this, Kenichi opened his mouth and unleashed a great fire annihilation toward him. Obito disappeared. Kenichi sneered. Just as he had expected, the Obito standing there had only been a shadow clone. The real Obito must have gone to find Rin Noera. As expected of Obito. He was truly devoted to Rin Noera. Fortunately, Kenichi had made preparations in advance and ordered Uchiha Shirori to relocate Rin. Obito should not be able to defeat Shirori instantly. Although Shiori's combat power was not particularly high, she possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, so she should be able to hold out until Kenichi arrived. As long as he got there and formed a pincer attack, the problem would not be too big. But before Kenichi could leave, the Rasengan came pressing toward him again. Jiraiya had closed the distance. Kenichi was forced to use the substitution jutsu again to dodge the close-range attack. Uncle Jiraiya, you're really forcing my hand. Kenichi gritted his teeth. The Mangekyo in his eyes spun rapidly. In the next instant, a giant wooden man rose from the forest of spikes below, with Kenichi standing atop its head. The rising wooden man completely crushed the massive tree of spikes beneath it, instantly destroying the battlefield. But that strange, annoying melody was still ringing. Kenichi's body swayed slightly. That only drove his killing intent to its limit. He could sense that this was an extremely dangerous ninjutsu. If he could not deal with it quickly, things would become very troublesome. No, this. Kenichi's pupils constricted. Genjutsu. Jiraiya was actually using genjutsu on him. Hadn't he just been forming hand signs in front of him? But this was not an ordinary genjutsu. An ordinary genjutsu could not affect him. He had the Mangekyo Sharingan. How could a simple genjutsu work on him? If he had not seen any other Mangekyo nearby, Kenichi might have suspected he had been caught by Koto Amatsukami. That unique melody, that strange rhythm, everything about it gave Kenichi a deeply ominous feeling. He looked toward the source of the sound. Then he saw the two toads standing on Jiraiya's shoulders, singing that strange melody at the top of their voices. Kenichi did not know exactly what kind of ninjutsu this was. His memories from his previous life were blurry, and there did not seem to be much information about this technique in his mind. But the unease in his heart told him one thing very clearly. He had to kill those two toads immediately. Otherwise, this would become extremely dangerous. Susanoo. Kenichi clapped his hands together. A strange energy instantly enveloped both him and the giant wooden man beneath him. Black chakra formed armor over the upper half of the wooden man, transforming it into a massive, bizarre figure. A ninja. Susanoo? It can even be combined with wood release. Jiraiya stared at the battlefield in shock. He knew Kenichi could use wood release ninjutsu. He also knew Kenichi possessed the Sharingan. But he had truly not expected that this little brat had already mastered both powers to such a degree. No wonder. No wonder he could kill the old man. Kenichi had not even gotten to experience the satisfaction of landing a proper strike on Obito before this game was forcibly interrupted by someone else. How could he not be annoyed? Jiraiya did not hesitate. Facing the giant half-armored monster before him, he unleashed the strongest fire-release ninjutsu he could use. He had to buy enough time for Fukasaku and Shima to complete Demonic Illusion, Toad Confrontation Chant. But why had the first Hokage's would release once been hailed as the strongest power in the ninja world? It was because wood release ninjutsu was not especially afraid of fire release. And Kenichi had even covered the wooden man with a layer of Susanoo armor. Thus, under Jiraiya's gaze, the massive wooden man raised the black long blade formed from Susanoo and slashed down with overwhelming force. The long blade struck the ground, instantly tearing open a huge crack. Black flames surged upward, scorching everything nearby. Facing that powerful blow and the dark flames clinging to the blade, Fukasaku could only reluctantly abandon the nearly completed Toad Confrontation Chant. If he did not give up, he would have to gamble on whether his body could withstand that terrifying attack. The sword destroyed countless civilian houses. Jiraiya stood in the ruins, covered in dust. His expression was grim as he looked at the massive monster before him. Bringing Kenichi to justice was clearly not going to be easy. Is that it, Jiraiya? Kenichi looked down at the disheveled Jiraiya below, then glanced at the two toads who had finally stopped singing. His killing intent continued to churn. This was not a friendly spar between acquaintances. This was a life and death battle between enemies. Isn't it just fire release? I can do it too. Kenichi took a deep breath. An immense amount of chakra condensed inside his body. Under his will, surging flames spewed toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya dodged quickly. Kenichi did not hesitate. He swung the sword in the wooden man's hand, sending a sweeping slash toward the direction Jiraiya had dodged. This time, Kenichi held nothing back. He did not care even if Jiraiya died. Kenichi then controlled the wooden man beneath him and transformed the tang sword in its hand into a giant round shield. With brutal force, he brought it crashing down toward Jiraiya's head. Far away, Obito looked toward the Susanoo-covered wooden man in the distance. A flicker of apprehension flashed through his eyes. This guy. Obito stared at the massive figure. Kenichi was becoming stronger and stronger. That was troublesome. But right now, Obito had to figure out how to deal with the people in front of him. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 443, Chapter 443, The Battle Enters the Second Stage. Chapter 443, The Battle Enters the Second Stage. Obito could barely suppress the shock in his heart as he stared at the ninja in front of him. Earlier, he had used a shadow clone to cleverly draw Kenichi away, believing it would buy him enough time to take Rin from that madman. As for what happened afterward, he would deal with it when the time came. Even if he did nothing but stay by Rin's side, that would still be better than leaving her with a scoundrel like Kenichi. But when Obito arrived, he discovered that Rin was no longer in her room. While he searched for her, a group of ninjas surrounded him. Every one of them possessed Jonin-level strength, but what shocked Obito the most was not their numbers or their skill. It was their eyes. Every ninja in front of him had the Sharingan, and all of them were 3 tomoe Sharingan. Caught off guard, Obito had nearly suffered a loss right away. Just as he was trying to figure out how to deal with them before Kenichi returned, he realized that Kenichi seemed to have been delayed by someone else. Then came that furious roar. And the name Jiraiya. That made Obito's heart lift. With Jiraiya holding Kenichi back, Obito should have a chance to take Rin away. However, the ninja before him were all powerful and fearless. Their coordination was terrifyingly seamless. They did not communicate at all, yet their movements fit together as if someone were controlling them from behind. The ninja below began launching all kinds of ninjutsu at him as well, leaving Obito temporarily helpless. At the same time, he had to guard against their strange attack methods, which made him feel even more restrained. Just as Obito was thinking about how to deal with these enemies and find Rin, a kunai suddenly appeared behind him and stabbed toward his back. Exclamation point. Obito turned his head in surprise. There was nothing behind him. Even so, a kunai was lodged in his back. If he had not reacted quickly, that attack might have pierced straight through him. Even then, Obito could not understand how he had been injured. He had not sensed anyone approach from behind just now. Had he? But just as he turned his head, another sharp pain struck him. Obito quickly used the body flicker technique to create distance. When he looked down, another kunai was now stuck in his chest. Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, the battle continued. Facing the massive, monstrous Susanoo-covered wood golem, Jiraiya's hair fluttered in the wind. He stared at the enemy before him with surging fighting spirit, and his heart, long worn down by age and regret, began to pound fiercely once more. Since fire release isn't working, how about this ninjutsu? Seeing the huge shield smashing down toward him, Jiraiya summoned Gamabunta without hesitation. At this point, only someone with Gamabunta's size could contend with the monster in front of him. Gamabunta appeared and immediately parried Kenichi's attack with the weapon in his hand. He looked up at the enormous enemy before him and could not help but complain. Jiraiya, you really dragged me into one hell of a problem. Thank you, Gamabunta. Jiraiya looked at the massive shield that had been blocked and let out a breath of relief. The shield's attack range was extremely wide, making it truly troublesome to dodge. Such massive size and weight made the wood golem no different from a giant summoning beast. Fortunately, when it came to dealing with large-bodied enemies, Jiraiya had his own methods. However, after using ninjutsu on that scale, he would not have much chakra left. Sage Art, Gomen. Flames, oil, and wind release fused together, and a raging inferno instantly swallowed the giant before him. The scorching flames burned every part of the wood golem not protected by Susanoo, making it look completely immobilized. It had to be said that Jiraiya's combat experience was truly rich. But ever since he had seen Kenichi, Jiraiya had continuously used several large-scale ninjutsu. First Gomen, and now he was preparing another high-consumption technique. Could the chakra in his body really support that level of expenditure? Unless Jiraiya planned to sacrifice himself here, Kenichi did not believe he would use up all of his remaining chakra. Jiraiya's breathing was chaotic. His chakra had been greatly consumed by Gomen, but the enemy before him still seemed to have an endless supply of power. His expression remained grim. He stared at the massive figure in front of him and watched as the wood golem lifted its broken knee from the charred black remains. The moment its foot landed, the power of wood release had already grown at a brand new leg. Jiraiya's eyes flashed with a trace of despair. He finally understood why the old man had once said that compared to the first Hokage, he was nothing more than a child. The first Hokage, revered as the god of shinobi, must have made his enemies feel exactly what Jiraiya was feeling now while facing Kenichi. Abundant chakra itself was a talent in the ninja world. An extremely powerful talent. That was probably one of the reasons the Uzumaki clan had once been wiped out. And if Kenichi ever mastered that sage art would release ninjutsu as well. Jiraiya could not help licking his lips. His breathing was already ragged. He had seized the chance during Kenichi's attack to use Gomen and reverse the situation for a moment, but now that the wood golem had fully repaired itself, that move had become meaningless. Sage art, earth release, swamp of the underworld. Jiraiya rapidly formed hand seals. In silence, the swamp of the underworld spread beneath the wood golem's feet. The hard ground instantly turned into a thick swamp, and the wood golem's massive body and terrifying weight caused it to begin sinking. As expected of you, Jiraiya. Kenichi looked at the continuously sinking wood golem, then at Gamabunta in front of it. The giant toad had drawn his sword and was using the back of the blade to press down on the wood golem, forcing it to sink even faster. Kenichi could not help revealing a faint smile. Is that all? There was a hint of disappointment in his voice. He had thought Jiraiya would have a more intricate tactic prepared. Jiraiya's expression grew even heavier. He did not have much chakra left. Although he had studied taijutsu to some extent, he relied more heavily on ninjutsu in battle. If Kenichi also had little chakra left, Jiraiya could still try to force the fight into taijutsu. But what about himself? Once a ninja ran out of chakra, they would truly lose their ability to fight for a short period. Reality was not a game. In a game, if chakra ran dry, one could simply wait and recover while the enemy conveniently failed to attack. But in reality, running out of chakra meant becoming vulnerable. A ninja without chakra could truly die. Jiraiya had to find a way to eliminate Kenichi, this menace, before he could no longer use ninjutsu. He would not allow Kenichi to harm Konoha again. He would not allow him to threaten the village that the old man had sacrificed his life to protect. Once, Jiraiya had reliable comrades by his side, while the old man remained behind them, watching over Konoha and maintaining its place in the world. Back then, Jiraiya only needed to fight with all his might and leave everything else to those behind him. But now, he was facing a powerful enemy again, and everything had changed. The old man was dead. Tsunade remained in Konoha, thinking of the village. Orochimaru had become a rogue ninja. Time had passed, and the comrades who once fought shoulder to shoulder had now become enemies. For a moment, Jiraiya felt as if he had returned to his youth. Tsunade and Orochimaru stood beside him, and before them stood Hanzo, the man once known as the demigod of the ninja world. That memory did not weaken him. Instead, it ignited Jiraiya's fighting spirit. But if he wanted to achieve his goal, then he had to. Jiraiya's eyes sharpened as an idea formed in his mind. Using the flow of the battle against Kenichi as cover, he moved closer to Gamabunta and said something in a low voice. Kenichi deactivated Susanoo. Frankly speaking, Susanoo would have been more effective, but it consumed far too much ocular power. His eyes were already beginning to ache. You dealt with the wood golem. Very impressive. Kenichi looked at Jiraiya and Gamabunta. So how are you going to deal with me now? Abandoning the wood golem made it easier for Kenichi to fight flexibly. He still had plenty of chakra left. The first Hokage's physique was simply too strong. In midair, Kenichi directly activated the 8 inner gates. The gate of opening. The gate of healing. The gate of life. He continued opening them until he reached the gate of limit. Only then did he finally feel real pressure. Kenichi felt the new strength coursing through his body, and a sharp sense of pleasure rose from within him. But even with the first Hokage sage body, and even after training for so long, I've only opened the gate of limit. Looks like I'll need much longer training before I can open the gate of shock. He pondered it for only a moment, but he quickly had no time to examine the changes in his body further. Kenichi used wind release, great breakthrough to blow himself away, then immediately stepped onto the falling blade. His knees bent slightly, and he shot toward Gamabunta in an instant. At the same time, he unfastened the tattered weights on his body. The heavy-weighted bags crashed to the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. The moment those restrictions were removed, the sense of accomplishment from years of training finally paying off left Kenichi slightly intoxicated. No wonder self-torturing activities like fitness were so popular. The feeling of tempering one's body and getting stronger bit by bit really was exhilarating. This guy, the 8 inner gates. He even mastered that forbidden ninjutsu. Jiraiya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. For a moment just now, he had almost thought he was going to die. Kenichi's kick had been unbelievably powerful. Fortunately, with the speed burst from the 8 inner gates, Kenichi could now contend with both Gamabunta and Jiraiya. What he needed was an opening. An opening to severely injure either Jiraiya or Gamabunta. After Kenichi jumped away from the wood golem, Gamabunta brought his sword down as well. The force behind the falling blade was so immense that it created a heavy wave of wind pressure. Kenichi looked at the descending blade. Without panic, he bent his body in midair using powerful core strength. A sharp whoosh rang out. Then came a thunderous roar, like 1,000 Chidori screaming at once. Everything happened in an instant. Gamabunta's toad face was already close at hand. With Sage Mode combined with the state of the 8 inner gates, Kenichi's speed had reached an astonishing level. He could even see his own reflection in Gamabunta's pupils. Just as Kenichi rushed toward him, Gamabunta quickly retracted his sword and leapt backward. While jumping away, he chopped down from above. Kenichi could only forcefully change direction using wind release. A fireball immediately rushed toward the position where Kenichi had turned. Kenichi looked at the incoming fireball, took a deep breath, and chopped down with a hand blade. Enhanced by the gate of limit, his hand blade split the fireball in an instant. But a burning sensation still surged up his arm. This toad. Kenichi looked at Jiraiya, who had escaped again, and annoyance flashed through his eyes. Again and again, Gamabunta had saved Jiraiya from dying by his hand. Jiraiya. Kenichi's gaze sharpened. He rushed toward Jiraiya and kicked at his waist. Jiraiya instinctively blocked, but Kenichi's foot twisted strangely in the next instant, changing direction and kicking toward Jiraiya's neck instead. Caught off guard, Jiraiya was sent flying. His body crashed into the ruins of a civilian house. The feint kick really is useful. Kenichi twisted his neck. He was about to charge forward again when Gamabunta's sword came chopping down. Lightning gathered in Kenichi's hand. Using the power of lightning release, he gripped the lightning tightly and suddenly thrust toward Gamabunta's eye. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. He wanted to use the speed of lightning release to completely deal with Gamabunta. The hand gripping lightning pierced into something soft. Blood splattered across Kenichi's face. Kenichi looked down at the two webbed feet clamping around his hand. His hand had pierced through Gamabunta's webbed foot, and the power of the lightning had charred the flesh. Even so, Gamabunta smiled. Got you. Gamabunta endured the severe pain in his body and looked at Kenichi with joy. Kenichi tried to pull his hand free, but it was useless. In order to catch him, Gamabunta had endured the terrible pain of having his foot pierced. How could he possibly let go now? Even if it cost him his life, Gamabunta would hold Kenichi in place. He knew Jiraiya would not let his efforts go to waste. Jiraiya had always been a man who would not disappoint his comrades. Kenichi was annoyed. This giant toad really was troublesome. But now, there was also time to use that ninjutsu. Kenichi did not look back, but he knew who was behind him. He had already heard the sound of the Ultra Big Ball Rasengan tearing through the air. The Ultra Big Ball Rasengan was close at hand. The roaring wind and surging chakra were like the scythe of the Shinigami raised high above his neck. The Mangekyo Sharingan activated instantly. Kenichi looked at the webbed foot in front of him. Electricity denatured proteins, causing large numbers of cells to die. The complex structures that had originally formed them were simplified in an instant. Decomposition. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 444, Chapter 444, Jiraiya, what is there to resent in getting what you seek? Chapter 444, Jiraiya, what is there to resent in getting what you seek? Kenichi had always felt that his Mangekyo Sharingan ability was rather peculiar. Its direct boost in combat was not especially obvious. Of course, it might also have been because he had not yet developed the right way to use it. But at this moment, while facing Jiraiya and Gamabunta's coordinated attack, Kenichi still activated his Mangekyo Sharingan without hesitation. The elements forming Gamabunta's webbed feet appeared clearly in Kenichi's eyes. As long as he analyzed the material composition in front of him, he could do whatever he wanted with it. In an instant, the webbed feet restraining Kenichi's hands vanished without a trace. Gamabunta was startled. Kenichi did not hesitate. He immediately used the air burst technique to shift his position, narrowly avoiding Jiraiya's Ultra Big Ball Rasengan. The Ultra Big Ball Rasengan slammed into the ground, and its violent power instantly destroyed countless houses. Kenichi felt a pang of heartache. This was the capital of the Land of Water, yet now, a large number of civilian homes had been reduced to ruins. At some point, dark clouds had covered the sky. The bright sunlight was hidden above the thick cloud layer. Because of the Land of Water's unique geography, the weather here was somewhat strange, and many civilian homes had been designed so rainwater could quickly drain off their roofs. However, those designs that prevented rainwater from gathering on rooftops clearly offered no resistance against the destructive power of chakra. The valuables inside those houses were completely annihilated. Fortunately, Kenichi had already notified the nearby residents to evacuate. At this point, even if he and Jiraiya tore down the entire capital of the Land of Water, it was still within his expectations. Mangekyo, the 8 gates, would release Sage Mode. Jiraiya panted as he looked at Kenichi, who stood atop a utility pole. A trace of awe flashed in his eyes. This brat's growth speed was truly astonishing. Jiraiya had not expected Kenichi to reach this level in such a short time. Now, he could say with certainty that Kenichi's strength was more than enough for him to become the next Hokage. And more importantly, how old was Kenichi? A Hokage that young would be able to protect the village for decades. Jiraiya understood better than most just how much a single powerful individual could force the world to bow. One could easily imagine it. If Kenichi had remained in Konoha and become Hokage, Konoha would have entered a long period of peace. Its economy would have developed rapidly, the lives of its people would have improved, and a new generation of geniuses would have risen in great numbers. Jiraiya, wouldn't it be better to just write novels happily every day? Kenichi stood on the utility pole and looked down at him. Jiraiya was old now. With age, his stamina and other physical abilities had inevitably declined. On top of that, in order to counter Kenichi's Susanoo-covered wood golem, Jiraiya had already consumed a massive amount of chakra. How much chakra did he have left for battle now? Through Kenichi's Mangekyo, he could even clearly see the wrinkles on Jiraiya's face. Time had left its marks on Jiraiya after all. Heh. Kenichi, in this world, someone always has to do the foolish things no one else wants to do. Jiraiya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His condition was poor. Because he had consumed too much chakra, he had already been forced out of sage mode. Now, the traces of age on Jiraiya's body were especially obvious. The enormous chakra consumption had also made his spirit and energy feel much weaker than before. Gamabunta was crouched weakly behind him. Its webbed feet were gone. Although there was no pain, the sensation of watching its own feet disappear in an instant still left Gamabunta deeply shaken. It kept its eyes fixed on Kenichi with extreme vigilance. How had this brat become so strong? Kenichi looked at the panting Jiraiya and shook his head. Uncle Jiraiya, let me send you off. Kenichi raised his hand, and surging chakra rapidly gathered in the sky. He had just noticed the cloud layer covering the capital of the Land of Water. It had to be said that the capital of the Land of Water was an extremely suitable place to use lightning release. Gamabunta, return to Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya looked up at the dark clouds overhead and immediately understood what Kenichi wanted to do. This brat had unleashed a similar attack in Konoha before. That technique had been extremely powerful and had covered a wide area. A target as large as Gamabunta simply could not escape it. Jiraiya, you leave too. I'll use the reverse summoning jutsu. Gamabunta looked at Jiraiya anxiously. Although it did not know what kind of ninjutsu they were about to face, it had already sensed death from Jiraiya. Jiraiya did not speak. He formed hand signs and tried to dispel the summoning jutsu, but it failed. Kenichi looked down at Jiraiya, who was trying to send Gamabunta away, and a faint smile appeared on his face. How could he possibly let Gamabunta leave? From the very beginning, this giant toad had caused him quite a bit of trouble and had repeatedly annoyed him. Kenichi planned to taste what one of the great toads of the ninja world was like. With a loud boom, a deafening sound echoed throughout the capital of the Land of Water. Lightning had already begun flashing inside the dark clouds. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. This was not enough. Far from enough. Lightning was a powerful natural discharge phenomenon. Kenichi's lightning dragon was an imitation of Sasuke's lightning release, Kirin, except he poured in more chakra, giving it a wider attack range. But ultimately, it was still only a form of lightning. Powerful, but limited. Fortunately, this was the Land of Water. Kenichi's Mangekyo looked toward the clouds in the sky. Under the astonishing visual enhancement of the Mangekyo, he could see even more details. He wanted to create a brand new ninjutsu. A ninjutsu unique to himself. One that no one else could imitate or use. What is this guy doing? Jiraiya felt uneasy. Kenichi's attack had not yet fallen, but Jiraiya already felt a deeply unsettling pressure. Worse, he still could not dispel the summoning jutsu and send Gamabunta back. I have a very bad feeling about this. Gamabunta's eyes were extremely solemn. It did not know why, but it felt a despairing sense of imminent death. But waiting for death had never been Jiraiya's style. Even though he had already exited sage mode, Jiraiya charged forward without hesitation. He wanted to take Gamabunta out of this place. Jiraiya had already prepared himself to die here, but he did not want his partner to die with him. A large amount of chakra gathered in Kenichi's hand. Water release and fire release alternated under his control, and the clouds grew visibly heavier. At the same time, cold sweat began to bead on Kenichi's forehead. Just as Jiraiya and Gamabunta were about to rush in front of him, two figures blocked Jiraiya's path, one in front and one behind. Jiraiya recognized them instantly. Danzo. And Old Man. Jiraiya's eyes turned bloodshot as he stared at the two figures before him. A kunai was embedded in the back of Hiruzen's head. Danzo had no such restraint. He simply stood calmly in front of Jiraiya. Jiraiya. Danzo looked at Jiraiya and revealed a faint smile. During his time in Konoha, Danzo's impression of Jiraiya had been rather ordinary. After all, Jiraiya was very strong and had the potential to become the next Hokage. But precisely because Jiraiya was so strong, Konoha also needed his reputation greatly. For that reason, Danzo had mostly chosen to ignore Jiraiya to avoid unnecessary trouble. Danzo, you. Jiraiya recalled the masked man standing near Danzo when he encountered him at the Ninja Alliance headquarters that day. That person seemed to have been his student, Minato Namikaze. But Danzo clearly had no intention of reminiscing. He immediately began holding Jiraiya back, preventing him from interfering with Kenichi. Meanwhile, the unconscious Hiruzen mechanically obstructed Gamabunta. Although Hiruzen was currently limited by his resurrected vessel, he was still Hiruzen Sarutobi. Moreover, Gamabunta's webbed feet were completely gone. Against a large toad in that condition, Hiruzen could still manage. So troublesome. Kenichi looked at the clouds overhead. Under his efforts, the clouds had grown even heavier, and the power accumulating within them had become even more astonishing. However, this still might not achieve the effect he wanted. Overall, the process was also extremely troublesome. The preparation took too long, and the amount of chakra required to reach the desired effect was enormous. I remember that the formation of superbolts seems to be related to the distance between the cloud layer and the discharge zone. According to previous research papers, superbolt phenomena often occur in high-altitude regions. Kenichi licked his lips. He had previously tried to increase the chance of super lightning by creating cumulonimbus clouds and thickening them, but he soon discovered that this idea was not feasible. Ordinary lightning usually released energy on the scale of billions of watts. But superbolts could release terrifying energy on the scale of trillions, even tens of trillions of watts. That was an enormous increase. If his previous lightning dragon could destroy a city, then an attack formed by super lightning would be enough to make the world tremble. Of course, concentrating the energy of super lightning and releasing it in a controlled way was not easy. It seems I still need another method. Kenichi activated his Mangekyo. He began analyzing the elements and energy contained in the current clouds. Soon, he discovered that as lightning flashed through the clouds, many strange ions appeared in his field of vision. Positive and negative charges. A flash of insight struck Kenichi. He probably knew what he needed to do to achieve his goal. He needed to gather a large number of positive charges on the target he wanted to attack. At the same time, he needed to guide all the negative charges to gather in one location. Positive and negative charges attracted each other, constantly drawing closer. The moment they met, the accumulated energy would erupt instantly. One had to know that the temperature of ordinary lightning could reach 3 to 5 times the surface temperature of the sun. Then what about super lightning? How astonishing would the energy released at that instant be? Kenichi's eyes gleamed with excitement and curiosity. In his previous life, humanity had not made much progress in the study of lightning. Although mature inventions like lightning rods existed, the energy released by the lightning strikes that occurred across Earth every day could not truly be utilized by humans. Let alone guiding the power of lightning to gather together and erupt at a specific point. Although humans had created nuclear weapons with powerful destructive effects, compared to nature and the entire blue planet, nuclear weapons were still too small. Kenichi's eyes began to ache faintly, but he completely ignored it. He simply focused on the clouds, then saw all the negative charges within the entire cloud layer. After that, Kenichi began looking at the positive charges on the ground. Positive and negative charges moved and attracted one another, but under normal circumstances, the movement of positive charges could not be seen. At this moment, however, under the analysis effect of Kenichi's Mangekyo ability, he successfully saw what he wanted to see. Then, according to his will, those charges came under his control. Warm liquid flowed down his face. Kenichi knew that he had overused his ocular jutsu, and that it was now placing a severe burden on his eyes. After all, this time, he had truly gone all out. The longer this continued, the greater the strain would become. Jiraiya. Kenichi's bleeding eyes looked toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya was still desperately fighting Danzo. From his frenzied fighting style, it seemed that this legendary ninja, once renowned throughout the entire ninja world, had completely cast aside life and death. Perhaps for Jiraiya, from the moment he stepped into the land of water, he had already prepared himself to die here. If one obtained what one sought, what was there to resent? If one obtained the death one sought, what was there to resent? Jiraiya. Kenichi's eyes locked onto Jiraiya. Jiraiya heard his shout and looked up at him. When he saw Kenichi's bleeding eyes, he seemed to understand something instantly. Then Jiraiya forcefully kicked Danzo away. The price was his knee being shattered by Danzo's vacuum great sphere. Jiraiya's left leg bent at an unnatural angle. Looking at Jiraiya's resolute expression, Kenichi sighed softly. Deconstruct. The air suddenly trembled. Reconstruct. Following Kenichi's will, all the positive charges he had observed and controlled beneath the dark clouds gathered onto Jiraiya at that moment. At the same time, the negative charges gathered within the heavy thunderclouds finally found an outlet. A world-ending white light illuminated the entire land of water. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 445, Chapter 445, Jiraiya the Gallant. Chapter 445, Jiraiya the Gallant. The dazzling light forced Kenichi to close his eyes. It was a truly spectacular burst of lightning. Kenichi had gathered almost all the visible negative and positive charges into this single attack. Although doing so had nearly exhausted all the energy within the thundercloud, it had also caused the power of the strike to rise to an astonishing level. The lightning came quickly and vanished just as quickly. Before long, the blinding light that made it impossible to open one's eyes finally faded, and Kenichi opened his eyes again. What appeared before him was a magnificent, almost unreal scene. The impact of the lightning had left all the surrounding buildings in a half-melted state. The houses that had once been sturdy now looked like chocolate left beneath a scorching sun, soft, warped, and collapsed. At the center of the lightning storm was a vast expanse of white. The place where Jiraiya had been standing had strangely crystallized under the immense energy of the lightning. And in the very center of that storm stood two pitch-black shapes. What is this? Kenichi used the body flicker technique and moved closer. He silently observed the scene before him. A huge frog-like creature was shielding a much smaller black humanoid figure. Both of them were completely still. Normally, when lightning struck a person, it would leave lightning-like patterns across the skin while causing severe damage to the nerves and internal organs. But that only applied to ordinary lightning. What had struck Jiraiya was the super lightning Kenichi had captured with the ability of his Mangekyo Sharingan. All the energy of an entire lightning storm had been gathered and released in a single instant. That was an incredibly terrifying feat under an attack like that. Even preserving the bodies of Jiraiya and Gamabunta had become a luxury. Both of them had been reduced to charred remains. Kenichi looked at the blackened remains before him. Jiraiya, the Toad Sage and one of Konoha's legendary Sannin, had met his end here today. For a moment, Kenichi felt somewhat conflicted. After all, he had actually liked Jiraiya quite a bit. He was even a fan of Jiraiya's books. Jiraiya's novels were excellent. Although works such as Ika Ika Paradise and The Story I Had to Tell with Orochimaru contained some explicit descriptions, their true strength lay in the compelling core of their stories. It could be said that Jiraiya had truly raised the art of adult novels to a particular height. He was Konoha's. No. He was the entire shinobi world's undisputed literary giant. Previously, Kenichi had met Jiraiya and spoken with him for a while. Although their relationship was not particularly close, they could still be considered acquaintances. Kenichi shook his head. Then he stomped down and rushed toward his laboratory. With Jiraiya dead, he now had time to deal with Obito. He hoped Shirori and the others could hold Obito back. If Rin were taken away by Obito, then the fun would immediately be reduced by a great deal. After Kenichi left, a figure appeared beside the bodies of Jiraiya and Gamabunta. The figure stood with crossed arms, golden vertical pupils silently watching Jiraiya's remains. No one knew what he was thinking. Outside the capital walls of the Land of Water, two figures in black cloaks patterned with red clouds stood silently in the air. Their eyes were fixed on the battlefield ahead, on the tiny black dot at the center of the conflict. Kenichi had no idea someone had appeared right after he left. He had just rushed back to his laboratory, which had already fallen into complete disorder. Traces of battle were everywhere, and even bloodstains could be seen in several places. Kenichi-sama. Shirori darted out. Her expression was the same as usual, but there was blood on her shoulder. You're injured. Kenichi frowned as he looked at Shirori. Shirori possessed high-level parasite authority, allowing her to command other parasites. Moreover, there were many jonin from the Land of Water and the Land of Snow near his residence. How could so many people fighting Obito still result in her being injured? It had to be remembered that these were not ordinary jonin. These jonin all possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. With so many Mangekyo Sharingan, even if each of them used only one ninjutsu, it should have been enough to give Obito a serious headache. It's just a scratch. Nothing serious, Kenichi-sama. Shirori casually pulled open her clothes, revealing her fair shoulder and the blood stain on it. The mission you assigned has been completed. The masked men did not take Rin away. Kenichi nodded. Obito's ability was indeed troublesome, but Kenichi had already told Shirori what Obito's Sharingan ability was. As long as they paid attention, there should not be any major problems. No one died, right? Kenichi looked at the ruined garden and the damaged houses, rubbing his brow with some irritation. With this level of destruction, he wondered how much it would cost to repair everything again. Fortunately, the daimyo of the Land of Water had accumulated a considerable amount of wealth. Otherwise, Kenichi might truly have had to worry about money. Forget it. Let the residents return. I'll rebuild the capital later. Gather some designers and have them give me a reconstruction plan. Kenichi sighed. Today's events had truly given him a headache. He had only intended to strike at Obito and make him lose his composure. He had not expected Obito to actually lose control, and then Jiraiya had arrived as well. If Jiraiya had not come, Kenichi definitely could have entangled Obito. Perhaps that earlier move could even have been used on Obito. Kenichi knew Obito's Mangekyo ability, and Obito's other Mangekyo was still in his possession. If he wanted to kill Obito first, he could simply stuff a thermobaric bomb inside and beat Obito fiercely. Last time, he had nearly killed Obito in this way. Unfortunately, that bastard Obito had somehow obtained a Mangekyo Sharingan that could use Izanagi, which made things rather troublesome. Now, Jiraiya was dead. As for Obito, who knew where he had fled. Understood, Kenichi-sama. Shirori immediately noted it down. Kenichi nodded. He was about to say something else, but then he paused. He waved his hand at Shirori, and Shirori immediately withdrew. Kenichi turned his head and looked at the ruins behind him. A moment later, a person walked out. Kenichi's eyes narrowed. It was Orochimaru. Sensei, did you see it? Kenichi had no intention of pretending otherwise. The battle here had caused such a massive commotion that even if his sensei was devoted to research, he was not so obsessed that he would notice nothing. Now that his sensei had come here, it meant he had witnessed Kenichi killing Jiraiya. I saw it. Orochimaru looked calmly at Kenichi. He was currently using his familiar Orochimaru appearance. That cold expression reminded Kenichi of the first time he had met his sensei. Back then, his sensei had come to the orphanage in search of research material. Beneath that seemingly gentle, smiling mask had been a pair of indifferent, emotionless eyes. And now, his sensei looked exactly the same. Orochimaru silently watched Kenichi. Kenichi quietly looked back at Orochimaru. Although he had spent a considerable amount of time with his sensei and had developed a teacher-student bond with him, if his sensei intended to avenge Jiraiya, Kenichi naturally would not hold back. You did very well. Orochimaru remained silent for a long time before suddenly speaking. Then, as if all the tension in his body had drained away at once, he sat directly on a broken pillar behind him. Kenichi was stunned. Did very well. The last time he had killed the third Hokage, Hiruzen, his sensei had been extremely agitated. Kenichi had not expected him to react like this now. Jiraiya came here with the resolve to either kill you or be killed by you. Orochimaru spoke in a low voice, looking up at the sky. From the moment he saw Jiraiya battling his student, the emotion in his heart had mostly been amusement. He had wanted to see whether his student could defeat his old friend. If Kenichi could not, then it would not matter. Orochimaru only intended to watch for a while, because he would step in eventually anyway. However, as his student continued revealing one trump card after another, causing Jiraiya's seemingly certain attacks to fail again and again, Orochimaru's expression had grown serious. Especially when Gamabunta sacrificed his hands to restrain Kenichi, Orochimaru had already planned to intervene. He could tell that Jiraiya's Rasengan was aimed to kill. But what Orochimaru had not expected was that his student still had more trump cards. Even after restraining Jiraiya, Kenichi still had enough chakra remaining to unleash such a terrifyingly powerful ninjutsu. At that moment, Orochimaru's concern shifted to Jiraiya. He was somewhat at a loss for words. He did not know whether he hoped Jiraiya would be killed or not. But in the end, as he watched the ninjutsu unleashed by his student grow more and more terrifying, Orochimaru admitted that he became anxious. He did not want his old friend to die at his student's hands. Memories flashed through Orochimaru's mind. Studying under the old men, taking missions together. Fighting side by side. He had intended to act. He wanted Jiraiya to live, then cripple him and force him to stay obediently in Konoha as a literary master. However, when he saw Jiraiya charge toward Kenichi, fully aware that it meant certain death, Orochimaru fell silent. He understood his old friend's will. Succeed, or die trying. So Orochimaru did nothing. He personally witnessed the terrifying feat his student accomplished. His student had developed an S-rank ninjutsu, no, perhaps even something that surpassed S-rank, a technique of unparalleled power. And then Jiraiya died in battle. Until the moment of his death, Jiraiya never gave up on performing ninjutsu. Orochimaru had seen Jiraiya's ruined body. From the final movement of his hand, Jiraiya had still been forming hand seals. It was likely for a summoning jutsu. He had wanted to send Gamabunta back. But Jiraiya had not been able to do it. The dark clouds in the sky began to drizzle. However, because Kenichi had used up all their energy, there was no lightning and no thunder. Only a continuous, gentle rain remained. Rain fell onto Orochimaru's face. Kenichi silently opened an umbrella. He did not open it for his sensei, because he saw what seemed to be even more streaks of water on Orochimaru's face. Rain was good. Because when it rained, even the strongest person could quietly release their emotions. At the center of the battlefield, where Jiraiya had died, two figures appeared. Sensei. Nagato looked at the charred remains through Pain's eyes. If not for the familiar build, he would not even have recognized that the person before him was his former mentor, Jiraiya. Nagato and Konan had witnessed Jiraiya's entire battle. When Kenichi began gathering chakra, Nagato's hands had started trembling, and Konan had turned away, closing her eyes. But neither of them had intervened. Nagato and Konan both knew what kind of person their sensei was. They had also seen Kenichi's hesitation at the time. If their sensei had pleaded or surrendered, Kenichi would not have delivered a killing blow. But their sensei did not. Their sensei continued fighting. He fought like a shinobi. Jiraiya-sensei. Konan's voice choked. She tremblingly reached out her hand. The rain soaked her hair, but it did not touch Jiraiya's remains. A paper umbrella shielded Gamabunta. It also shielded Jiraiya. Just like in the past, when that gentle white-haired uncle had held up an umbrella to protect three little children. Nagato, I want to. Konan looked at Nagato. She could not bear to leave her sensei's body exposed in the wilderness. She had witnessed Jiraiya's will, but now that he was dead, she wanted him to rest in peace. Take him, Haku. Kenichi walked over, but it was only a shadow clone. From the moment he saw a white umbrella appear in the distance, Kenichi knew who had arrived. He also knew about Jiraiya's bond with the Akatsuki organization. Naturally, Kenichi would not stop them. Jiraiya was someone he respected as well. A pure shinobi. Konan glanced at Kenichi, her eyes somewhat complicated. Although she knew this was what her sensei had wished for, facing Kenichi still brought pain to her heart. Nagato said nothing. After nodding to Kenichi, Nagato gently took Jiraiya's body. And Gamabunta's. Their sensei had wanted to send Gamabunta back until the very end. And Gamabunta had wanted to protect their sensei until the very end. At the edge of the battlefield, Fukasaku and Shima, who had only a breath left in them, activated the summoning jutsu and returned to Mount Mayaboku. Tsunade sat in the Hokage's seat, staring blankly at the documents in her hand. She had just won. Earlier, when she happened to pass by a casino with nothing to do, her hands had started itching. So, using a transformation jutsu, she had gone inside to gamble. And she won. The last time she had won like this, the third Hokage had died. Jiraiya. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 446, Chapter 446, Increased Stakes, Impending War. Chapter 446, Increased Stakes, Impending War. Jiraiya, one of Konoha's legendary Sannin, was dead. This news quietly spread through Konoha, and only Konoha knew of it for now. Fukasaku had dragged his injured body back to the village and informed Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, of Jiraiya's death. He also directly stated the identity of the killer. Amamiya Kenichi. It was Konoha's S-rank rogue ninja, Kenichi, who had personally killed Jiraiya, the toad sage who had once shaken the shinobi world. He had also killed the great literary master of the shinobi world. From this day onward, Ika Paradise and the story of me and Orochimaru Heim would be completely finished. After all, the original author was dead. No one would ever write their sequels again. Tsunade sat expressionlessly in the Hokage's chair. She looked at the office before her and felt that it was both familiar and strange. The Hokage's office was empty now. Even Konoha's elders, Hamura Mitokado and Kohara Udatane, did not come to disturb her at a time like this. Any high-ranking official in Konoha knew that Tsunade's mood would not be good right now. Everyone knew the relationship between Tsunade and Jiraiya. Some sharper people could even see Jiraiya's feelings for Tsunade. As for what Tsunade herself thought, she had once had a lover. But he had been dead for a very long time. Jiraiya had liked Tsunade for so many years. If Kato-dan had not remained a thorn buried deep in Tsunade's heart, perhaps the two of them would have become husband and wife long ago. Unfortunately, they had not. Jiraiya had confessed before, but Tsunade had refused. Her heart had never been able to let go of her former lover, Kato-dan, and she could never accept Jiraiya in that way. Later, she gradually grew used to the relationship between herself and Jiraiya. They were close comrades. They were friends. But they were not lovers. Tsunade had always been aware of Jiraiya's feelings for her, but because he was so unreliable, she had always responded to him with violence. Yet even setting aside that romantic affection, Tsunade and Jiraiya had once been extremely close friends. They had been comrades in the same squad. But now, Jiraiya was dead. Tsunade slowly clasped both hands over her head, painfully gripping her hair. Only at this moment, after learning of Jiraiya's death, did Tsunade realize that it was impossible for her heart to feel nothing. After all, Jiraiya had accompanied her for so many years. Such deep affection was extremely rare in the shinobi world. Especially since Jiraiya had also been a powerful ninja. Powerful ninja naturally held high status, and Jiraiya had also been very wealthy. Even so, he had never gotten together with anyone else. Tsunade was in terrible pain. She was a person. She was a ninja. She wanted to avenge Jiraiya. But the village's original plan had been to first communicate with Kenichi and determine whether he truly intended to cooperate with Konoha. If he did, then Konoha would absorb the Land of Water and incorporate it into the territory of the Land of Fire. That would be an immense achievement. It had to be remembered that even during previous shinobi world wars, a powerful force like Konoha had rarely carried out major territorial expansion. The Land of Water was one of the 5 great nations. Being able to absorb it would be enough to leave a heavy mark in the history books. Even Nara Shikaku held great expectations for this matter. After all, what if Kenichi was telling the truth? Would Konoha not become the strongest force in the shinobi world? At that time, as long as Konoha maintained a period of peace and military deterrence, the village would eventually develop to a height that no other village could reach. From the perspective of a Hokage, Tsunade had to support this decision. It was her responsibility to the entire Konoha ninja village. Under normal circumstances, annexing a country would be impossible without half the village's ninja dying. Even then, actually occupying the land of water might still be impossible, because the other countries would not simply stand by and watch. But now, a perfect opportunity lay before Konoha. Even though Tsunade knew there was something wrong with the intelligence. Even though she knew that little bastard Kenichi would never cooperate obediently. But what if? What if it was true? However, from the perspective of a ninja, the moment Tsunade thought that supporting this decision meant she might have to greet Kenichi with a smile in the future and enthusiastically cooperate with him, she felt as if she were going mad. The thought alone filled her with hatred. The old man had died. Her teacher had died at Kenichi's hands. Many Konoha ninja had died at Kenichi's hands. And now, even Jiraiya had died at Kenichi's hands. This was hatred carved deep into the bones. But she had to greet him with a smile. She had to enthusiastically discuss cooperation with him. The moment she thought of this, Tsunade felt as though ants were crawling all over her body, making her unbearably uncomfortable. Ah! Tsunade furiously punched the metal desk. The desk was instantly smashed through, and the floor beneath it was dented deeply by the immense force. The ANBU below looked up at the desk legs hanging from the ceiling and remained silent. One ANBU silently added a desk to the damage report. During this period, Hokage-sama had already smashed quite a few desks. He had once heard from a colleague during casual conversation that the Raikage of the Hidden Cloud village had also smashed quite a few desks. He wondered what sort of intelligence had made them so furious. Just as the ANBU was thinking about how to purchase sturdier desks, another ANBU rushed up to the second floor. All the ANBU immediately became alert. At a time like this, anyone who dared go upstairs had to be carrying extremely important intelligence. Otherwise, no one would dare disturb Hokage-sama right now. Hokage-sama, urgent intelligence. The ANBU hurriedly pushed open the door, only to be met by a pair of cold eyes. Sweat immediately broke out across his forehead. Tsunade took a few deep breaths. Then she stood up, took the intelligence, and glanced at it. The next moment, the document crumbled into shreds in her hand. The ANBU kept his head lowered, not daring to say a single word. Inform the Elder Council, Nara, Akimichi, and the other clan heads. Tell them to come for a meeting. Tsunade's voice was calm. The ANBU nodded, then quickly left. Tsunade, however, remained standing in the Hokage's office, staring blankly at the ruins of the old Hokage building nearby. Her thoughts were complicated. I never thought. I truly never thought. Tsunade murmured to herself. What I couldn't bring myself to do, the daimyo actually did for me. Then she let out a strange laugh. It was a laugh that made anyone who heard it feel faintly unsettled. Soon, Hamura, Koharu, the clan heads of the Inoshikacho families, and the head of the Hyuga clan all arrived at the Hokage's office. The daimyo of the Land of Fire has issued a new mission request. Tsunade's opening words stunned everyone. He is collaborating with the daimyo of the other 3 countries to issue a war mission, demanding that our 4 ninja villages attack the Land of Water at the same time and eliminate the villains who have occupied it. The funding is 5 times the previous amount. 5 times. What did that mean? The previous war commission had already made every village extremely tempted. And now, it had been increased 5-fold. These people must have gone all in. Hamura narrowed his eyes. Before, whenever we asked for money, they dragged their feet. Now they're the ones in a hurry. Koharu agreed. In the past, whenever Konoha requested annual financial support, the daimyo of the Land of Fire would often stall for half a day before releasing the funds. They're afraid. Shikaku looked at the intelligence in his hand, rewritten by the ANBU, and shook his head. They're afraid this wave will sweep over them as well. There's still no news from the daimyo of the Land of Water, and no spies can be planted there. This was completely different from the plan Konoha had previously formulated. Konoha had originally intended to send people to communicate with Kenichi first and then see whether he truly intended to submit to Konoha. Unexpectedly, before the envoys could even be sent out, the daimyo had issued a new mission. The daimyo has also spoken. As long as the Land of Water is captured, it will be divided into 4 parts, with each ninja village occupying 1. Tsunade spoke with a faint smile that did not reach her eyes. She had been in great pain before, constantly tormented by the conflict between her duty as Hokage and her nature as a person. But now, she no longer needed to agonize. The conditions offered by the daimyo were even more tempting. 5 times. That was 5 times the original amount. And the territory of the Land of Water could also be occupied. There was no reason for the 4 ninja villages not to cooperate. So. Shikaku hesitated for a moment before putting forward his idea. Lord Amamiya, urgent intelligence. In the capital of the Land of Water, Kenichi had just been about to meet the designer he had found when Shirori quickly approached him. Kenichi frowned slightly, but he still stopped. His current intelligence network had not yet produced much useful news, and research on radar was also progressing slowly. Hiruzen had refused to cooperate with him. That did not surprise Kenichi. After all, Jiraiya had died in front of Hiruzen, and there was no way to hide that news. So now, the work of improving wind release ninjutsu had been handed over to Danzo. What intelligence? Kenichi knew this was most likely information from Kabuto. At present, his strongest spy was still Kabuto. Kabuto was still active throughout the shinobi world, collecting intelligence for him. Because of Shirori, that intelligence could also be delivered quite promptly. He wondered if it was related to Jiraiya. After all, Jiraiya had been dead for some time now. During this period, the reconstruction of the Land of Water had also been slowly progressing. Kenichi knew that it was time to open the country. However, once the country opened, spies mixing in would be unavoidable. Lord Amamiya, according to Kabuto's intelligence, the ninja of the Hidden Cloud Village seemed to be gathering. Shirori spoke in a low voice. Previously, there were rumors in the Hidden Cloud Village that the Heavenly Demon was merely an employer and that their casualties had nothing to do with him. But now, those rumors have disappeared. They've been replaced by claims that the Heavenly Demon is extremely evil. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. He had offered a pledge of allegiance to both Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village, indicating his willingness to submit to them. Judging from the previous rumors, the leadership of the Hidden Cloud Village should have been tempted. But now, their attitude had suddenly changed. That was very unusual. The previous whitewashing had hinted at their intention. They wanted to guide public opinion and make people believe he was a good person so that cooperation between the village and himself would become acceptable. But now, they had suddenly stopped whitewashing him and had begun attacking him instead. That meant the leadership of the Hidden Cloud Village had changed its attitude toward him. Have any of the people sent to infiltrate the daimyo sent back intelligence? Kenichi looked at Shirori. When he first established the intelligence network, he had entrusted it to Kabuto and some ANBU captured from the Land of Water. After discussion among them, and at Kenichi's request, spies had been dispatched to the ninja villages and to the sides of each daimyo. Some time had already passed since then, so he wondered whether they had obtained any intelligence. The ninja villages were more dangerous. There were too many ways for a ninja village to identify spies. But the daimyo were different. Most daimyo only had a few ninja guards around them, and the strongest among those guards were usually jonin. Most of them were ninja arranged by each country's ninja village to carry out that duty. Under such circumstances, it would be easier to infiltrate and obtain intelligence from the daimyo's side. However, because the daimyo were ordinary people after all, no ninja village had paid much attention to planting spies near them in the past. There had been no need. Moreover, the daimyo of the shinobi world held noble status, so most people would never have such thoughts. But Kenichi did not think these fat, greedy rats had anything noble about them. Even if they were celestial dragons, he would step on their heads today and see whether the body structure of these dogs was the same as that of humans. So Kenichi had planted spies among the daimyo. Lord Amamiya's insight is truly sharp. According to the intelligence, the daimyo seem to have been transferring their assets recently. Shiori's tone was sincere. She truly had not expected Kenichi's request to plant spies near the daimyo to actually produce results. Kenichi stroked his chin after hearing this. The daimyo were transferring their assets. What were these people transferring their assets for? Thinking of the joint mission issued by the daimyo earlier, Kenichi considered a possibility. His actions might have frightened these daimyo. They were afraid that their wealth would be plundered in the same way, so they wanted to strike first. And he was that target. However, he had previously ambushed the main camp of the ninja allied forces and caused heavy casualties to the coalition. As a result, these daimyo had become even more frightened. Either they were transferring their assets to hide them elsewhere, or they intended to use those assets to attack him. Combined with the Hidden Cloud Village's sudden change in propaganda, Kenichi felt that it was more likely the daimyo had increased the stakes. And since Jiraiya had died at his hands, Konoha would probably also choose to attack him without hesitation. How troublesome. Kenichi sighed. Things were troublesome now. The reason he had gone through the effort of offering pledges of allegiance was to stir up chaos in the shinobi world so that he could develop during the confusion. He had not expected these daimyo to be like startled birds. Cede 5 cities today, 10 cities tomorrow, and gain 1 night of peace. Kenichi muttered to himself. Could these daimyo truly remain united? He did not believe it. He would test them. As long as even one of them was not firm, there would always be a way. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03 Chapter 447, The First Satellite Experiment. Chapter 447, The First Satellite Experiment. Kenichi sat in his laboratory, researching ninjutsu with Danzo. Although Hiruzen had become uncooperative because of Obito's schemes and Jiraiya's sudden appearance to fight him, Kenichi had no intention of forcing Hiruzen to agree. After all, Jiraiya had indeed died by his hand, and Kenichi did not want Hiruzen working for him while harboring hatred. You killed Jiraiya. Danzo was forming hand seals to construct a ninjutsu as he spoke to Kenichi. Yes. Kenichi nodded. He had indeed killed Jiraiya, and Danzo had witnessed the scene at the time. Although Danzo had the advantage of Edo Tensei, his strength was still somewhat lacking when facing Jiraiya. If Jiraiya had not recklessly charged straight toward Kenichi, Danzo would not have been able to break one of Jiraiya's legs. In the end, it had been Jiraiya's own choice. He had chosen to sacrifice one leg for the sake of his plan to attack Kenichi. But it had still been too late. Kenichi's ninjutsu had instantly vaporized Danzo, who had been standing far away. Aren't you afraid Konoha will retaliate against you for doing this? Danzo looked at the calm Kenichi, somewhat unable to understand the young man's thoughts. Tsunade and Jiraiya had a very good relationship. Even though an invasion might be approaching at any moment, Kenichi still had the leisure to stay here and research how to make a stone fly farther. Could making a stone fly farther solve the current problem? Danzo was also a little curious about what Minato would think after hearing the news. After all, Minato had been Jiraiya's student. What's the point of worrying? Kenichi said calmly. Will Konoha decide not to attack just because I'm worried? Danzo could not help glancing at Kenichi after hearing this. He had not expected this brat to be so composed. Kenichi formed hand seals. Recently, he had been using his Mangekyo Sharingan rather frequently, so it was not ideal to use it right now to construct ninjutsu. Fortunately, his understanding of ninjutsu had already deepened, so even without using his Mangekyo Sharingan, he could still make improvements. Wind release erupted from Kenichi's mouth. The powerful impact instantly pushed his body backward. However, with the body he had strengthened through training, Kenichi endured the immense recoil. Compared to the airship burst technique, this revised ninjutsu has slightly stronger recoil. Kenichi scratched his head. He was not sure whether this ninjutsu would achieve the desired effect, but it was time to go outside and test it. Amamiya brat. Just as Kenichi was about to go out and continue experimenting with his stones, he heard Danzo call out to him. Kenichi turned his head and saw Danzo drawing something on the table. Although I don't particularly like you, I'm already dead now, so those things no longer matter. Danzo handed the item to Kenichi. Kenichi took it in confusion and discovered that it was a map. It was a map of the Land of Fire, and one location on it had been marked with an X. When I was en route, to prevent Hiruzen from withholding Root's funds, I stored some savings here and never told anyone else, Danzo explained after seeing Kenichi's confusion. Kenichi was stunned. He truly had not expected Danzo to give him something like this. After all, his relationship with Danzo was not good. At present, it was closer to Kenichi coercing Danzo into cooperating with him. However, Kenichi still accepted the map Danzo had given him. Although he did not know how much money Danzo had hidden there, extra income was always a good thing. The Land of Water was currently living off its accumulated resources. With the new capital's design plan about to be introduced, the Land of Water would almost certainly have to reopen cargo transport. After all, the Land of Water was an island nation, surrounded by the sea. It had abundant fishing resources, but it lacked many other things. This had also caused cargo transport in the Land of Water to become extremely developed. Gato, for example, was a wealthy man who had made his fortune in the Land of Water and had once been extorted by Kenichi. Kenichi had considered whether to drain the pond to catch all the fish and confiscate all the wealth of the rich people in the Land of Water. But the consequences of doing so would be severe, so he ultimately gave up on the idea of getting rich all at once. Is there anything you need my help with? Kenichi looked at Danzo and asked. He did not believe Danzo was helping him unconditionally. The other party must have some purpose of his own. There's nothing I need help with. Danzo waved his hand. I simply don't want these funds to remain buried underground forever. It's better to use them for something practical. Danzo had once thought about his clan, but later, he gave up on that idea. Aside from him, the Shimura clan had no outstanding ninja. Leaving those funds to them would be useless. It might even bring disaster upon them because of the enormous amount involved. Kenichi looked at Danzo with a strange expression. He truly had not expected Danzo to think that way. But it did not matter. He only needed to remember this himself. When Kenichi walked out of the laboratory, he saw Hikari leaning against a pillar in front of the laboratory. Her head kept bobbing up and down, making him almost laugh. Hikari, why are you? Kenichi was about to wake her when he noticed that Hikari seemed to be holding something in her hand. He looked over curiously and found that she was holding a key. Kenichi breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was not a gift. Otherwise, he really would not know where to put it. Hikari. Kenichi gently nudged Hikari. She opened her eyes in a daze. After seeing Kenichi in front of her, she blankly wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. Then her face instantly turned red. Amamiya and I. Hikari awkwardly wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, her face flushing crimson. It was an utterly embarrassing moment. Why did you fall asleep here? Kenichi looked at Hikari with amusement. He had not expected the gentle and lovely Hikari to drool too. Then again, Kenichi himself had also used to drool during lunch breaks when he was in school. Amamiya and I wasn't much help during the last battle. I'm sorry. Hikari bowed. Kenichi quickly helped her up, then pinched her cheek with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. He had deliberately not allowed Hikari to help at the time. Hikari was very important to him. He needed Hikari's Mangekyo ability to develop the internet. To be honest, Kenichi also had not thought that dealing with Obito would be so troublesome, even without Hikari's help. So Hikari made this for you, big brother. Hikari handed the key in her hand to Kenichi. Kenichi accepted it blankly. What did Hikari mean? Wasn't this just a key? Big brother, the room is over there. Hikari pointed to a certain place, then looked at Kenichi excitedly. A sense of danger slowly rose in Kenichi's heart. This little girl, Hikari, could not have. Thinking this, Kenichi picked up the key in his hand and nervously walked to the room Hikari had pointed at. He inserted the key and opened the door. What appeared before him made Kenichi freeze in place. It was a room full of clothes. From hats to tops to bottoms, everything was there. Kenichi also noticed that the quality of the clothes seemed to progress as they went farther in. The clothes at the very front looked the most normal, while the farther back they were, the stranger they appeared. But now Kenichi understood. He finally understood why Hikari had given him a key. Hikari, these clothes. Kenichi glanced around and counted the clothes before him. There were 365 sets in total. 365 sets. And these were not merely 365 tops. They were complete outfits, from tops to bottoms to hats, with everything included. Hikari can't do anything. Hikari bashfully lowered her head. In Hikari's memories, the happiest time each year had always been New Year. She would eat with her parents, then cuddle with her mother, and the next morning, when she woke up, she would receive a brand new outfit handmade by her mother. That had been the best gift Hikari had ever received. Kenichi looked at Hikari and could not resist reaching out to ruffle her hair. This little girl was always so silly. Making so many sets of clothes. Did she want him to wear a different outfit for an entire year? He estimated that after 1 year passed, there would be another year's worth of clothes waiting for him. Kenichi tried on the top Hikari had made. It fit quite well, and the material was excellent. The stitching was barely noticeable, making it very comfortable to wear. I like it very much. Kenichi smiled and rubbed Hikari's head. Hikari immediately beamed with joy. Happy times were always short-lived. After sending Hikari back to rest, Kenichi boarded the airship and flew high into the sky. He now needed to confirm whether his ninjutsu improvement had succeeded. How are the new clothes? A shadow clone stood nearby, looking at the clothes Kenichi was wearing, and asked. Not bad. Kenichi fiddled with the radar he had made. This radar had been created some time ago, but it had not yet been tested in actual use. Now was the time to try it out. I think we could consider trying to incorporate aerodynamics and things like supersonic missiles. The shadow clone tried standing on the radar stone. It was acceptable. At least he could stand on it. If he lay down, part of his legs would be left hanging outside. How can you do that without professional knowledge? Kenichi rolled his eyes. Supersonic missiles. Why not just create a wormhole while they were at it? Although ninjutsu in the shinobi world might reach similar levels in some ways, technology was a different matter. Although this radar was also a ninjutsu version, it was still very different from a proper satellite. That problem needs to be solved by you, the main body. Anyway, I'm the one going up as the Suicide Squad. The shadow clone was very clear about his role. Kenichi patted his shoulder, then threw both the satellite and the shadow clone out. The shadow clone used the previously improved airship burst technique without hesitation and instantly flew upward while stepping on the stone. But the stone fell down. Kenichi's mouth twitched. Thankfully, he had chosen an uninhabited area for this experiment. Otherwise, if that stone fell, it would probably kill someone on the spot. Huh. Kenichi looked up. The shadow clone had disappeared very quickly, having already flown to an extremely high position. Kenichi felt that he had fallen into a misconception. Without a stone, could the shadow clone not fly on his own? It was just that the speed and direction of the flight would be difficult to stabilize. each flight was actually relying on. So, would tying it to a high-altitude balloon be better? Kenichi pondered for a moment. But it seemed that would not work either. The high-altitude balloon manufacturing technology here was not mature. The previous high-altitude balloons could only rise slightly higher than airships. Moreover, with such strong recoil, whether the balloon could withstand it was still a question. Now we can only wait. Kenichi shook his head, then slowly lowered the airship. The shadow clone did not need an airship. It was only a clone and could be dispelled later. Kenichi could determine whether the experiment had succeeded based on the memories he would receive. So next. Kenichi looked in a certain direction and scratched his head. In the end, he still piloted the airship over. Soon, Kenichi found what he was looking for. He parked the airship nearby, then took a bouquet of flowers from a scroll and held it in his hand. Before him was a quiet forest with beautiful scenery. Birds sang among the trees, and the breeze stirred the leaves with a soft rustle. Kenichi looked at the grave before him. It was a very traditional grave, and the name Jiraiya was written on the tombstone. This was Jiraiya's grave. Beside the tombstone sat a bouquet of paper flowers and several novels placed inside glass containers. Kenichi could see them clearly. They were the novels Jiraiya had written, from his earliest The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi to The Story of Me and the Orochimaru hymn. Kenichi placed the flowers in his hand beside Jiraiya's tombstone, then looked at the grave before him. He had once considered whether to keep some of Jiraiya's remains, perhaps to revive him or use Edo Tensei. But he had given up on that idea. If he did something like that, his teacher would probably truly turn against him. But will Obito? Kenichi scratched his head. Obito had also learned Edo Tensei. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 448, Chapter 448, Uchiha Madara. Chapter 448, Uchiha Madara. He. I told you not to provoke that Amamiya Kenichi. Now you're suffering, aren't you? In a hidden cave in the land of water, Black Zetsu leaned against the wall with his arms crossed. He looked at Obito in front of him and let out a chilling laugh. That fool Obito. With nothing better to do, he had gone and provoked that madman Kenichi in the capital of the land of water. Black Zetsu had originally intended to discuss important matters with Obito, but since Obito had already gone there, Black Zetsu had naturally followed. Because of that, Black Zetsu had personally witnessed Kenichi brutally beat Jiraiya down. He had also seen Obito flee in panic after witnessing that world-destroying lightning. It made Black Zetsu look at Obito with even greater disdain. He truly did not know why Madara had chosen Obito as the executor of his plan. This fellow was fine as long as that girl was not involved, but once Rin was involved, he became irrational, as if he had lost his mind. On the surface, Black Zetsu showed no abnormality. Inwardly, however, he had already developed other thoughts. Although he did not know why Kenichi had resurrected Rin, Black Zetsu could see that Obito's heart already had a flaw. Rin's resurrection had made Obito anxious. It made him constantly fear losing her again. For Obito, everything he wanted had always been a world with Rin in it. But now, since this world already had Rin, would Obito still be so determined to complete the Eye of the Moon plan? If Obito could no longer complete the Eye of the Moon plan, then he would become unstable. In that situation, if the plan was to be completed, Black Zetsu would need another source of reliance. Black Zetsu's eyes became obscure and unreadable. That guy, his strength is growing stronger and stronger. Obito sat on a chair. Two images kept echoing in his mind. Rin's smile. And the blinding lightning he had seen with his own eyes. At that moment, the fear of death had suddenly enveloped Obito's heart, making him feel deeply uncomfortable. He had not feared death before. After all, if he died, he could see Rin again. But after seeing Rin alive, Obito realized that he seemed to have changed. He had changed without even noticing it. How strange. He had only seen Rin a few times, yet Obito found that he had already changed. He had begun to fear death. He had begun to fear Kenichi's world-destroying ninjutsu. What kind of ninjutsu had that been? Facing such a technique, if his Kamui were seen through by Kenichi, and if Kenichi seized the opportunity to hit him with that ninjutsu, could he survive? Obito subconsciously touched his eye. Inside that eye was a Mangekyo Sharingan with the Izanagi eye technique, an eye that could spare him from death once. It was the only one he had left after using the previous one. Ever since using Izanagi last time, Obito had developed a faint fear of his own Kamui dimension. Sometimes, after entering it, he would immediately come back out again, just to avoid being killed by that strange attack method after entering. That feeling was not pleasant. Once this Mangekyo Sharingan was used, Obito would have no more Izanagi to replace it in the future. Then, if he died, he would truly be dead. He might even be controlled by that bastard Kenichi, just like how Kenichi had controlled the third Hokage, Hiruzen, and Danzo. He would not even find peace in death. After all, Kenichi also knew Edo Tensei. Even if Obito died, unless his bones were completely destroyed, Kenichi could drag him out of the Pure Land. What do you plan to do? Black Zetsu looked at Obito with a smile. Obito's gaze gradually became firm. I used to think that if we wanted to revive that person, we needed to prepare a sufficiently refined Edo Tensei first. Obito spoke seriously. But then I thought about it. That person's talent is so outstanding that if he is revived, perhaps he can improve this technique himself. Obito felt that he was no match for Kenichi. Kenichi's strength was growing stronger and stronger. Now, when Obito faced him, he even felt a trace of fear. And Obito had other ideas. As long as Madara was revived through Edo Tensei, and as long as Madara was sent to deal with Kenichi, Obito could take Rin away. After that. Although Black Zetsu was very powerful, Obito felt that he had also grasped some of Black Zetsu's weaknesses. For example, Black Zetsu could not cross the sea. At that time, Obito would only need to find a small island with abundant resources, far away from the shinobi world. Then he could live a happy and fulfilling life with Rin. Even if he had to farm every day, Obito did not care. As long as he could be with Rin, everything would be worth it. Obito had become completely disappointed with this terrible shinobi world. He no longer wanted to care about what the future of the world would become. He only wanted to be with the woman he loved. He. I always carry a part of Lord Madara's remains with me. Black Zetsu smiled. Madara's Edo Tensei could not be hidden from Obito, and Black Zetsu had no intention of hiding it either. They had originally planned to revive Madara through Edo Tensei, but various matters had delayed it. But now, it was time. It was time to let Madara, the absolute powerhouse who had once dominated the shinobi world, the men whom no one but Hashirama could contend with, see how Edo Tensei should be improved. Obito glanced at Black Zetsu. He always felt that Black Zetsu seemed to have some ulterior motive, but considering that Black Zetsu was the embodiment of Madara's will, that was not surprising. Let's do it. As for the sacrifice, White Zetsu should work, right? Obito nodded. He had made up his mind. He would take Rin and leave. Then he would go far away from the shinobi world, find a place to settle down, and spend the rest of his life with Rin. He. White Zetsu will do very well. Black Zetsu waved his hand with a strange laugh, and a White Zetsu emerged from the ground. This was a very capable White Zetsu, originally intended for later use. But for the sake of completing that plan, using it now was fine. Black Zetsu began to act. He had already learned Edo Tensei, and the operation itself was not very difficult, merely somewhat tedious. As White Zetsu's breathing slowly became steady, his face and figure underwent subtle changes. Before long, a familiar figure appeared before Obito. The man had a head of long black hair. Even with his eyes closed, the mere sight of him was enough to inspire fear. Uchiha Madara. Obito placed Madara into a specially made coffin, strictly completing the final stage of Edo Tensei. Summoning Jutsu. Inside the cave, Obito summoned the coffin. Black Zetsu stood to the side and watched. He felt that this step was somewhat redundant, but there was no other way. The first use required caution. The coffin stood silently in place. After a moment, the coffin lid was kicked open. Then a figure walked out. He scanned his surroundings, then lowered his head and looked at his hands, slowly clenching his fingers. I've been revived. A low voice sounded. No, this is not a perfect revival. Madara raised his head. What was going on? According to the plan, the situation when he was revived should have been different. Madara-senpai, there has been a small problem with the plan. Obito walked over and explained in a low voice. Black Zetsu occasionally interjected, filling in the parts Obito had omitted. Madara listened quietly. Even without saying a word, his mere presence exerted tremendous pressure. As Madara's aura grew stronger, Obito's voice even grew softer. So, the Eye of the Moon plan has run into trouble. The Three Tails is dead, and someone is blocking the plan. After listening to the explanation, Madara frowned and looked at Obito and Black Zetsu. How had the plan collapsed to this extent? Before Madara died, he had already arranged everything he could. As long as Obito was not a complete idiot and strictly followed the plan, he should have been able to use the Akatsuki organization to collect the tailed beasts. Moreover, Madara had even transplanted the Rinnegan into Nagato so that Nagato could help Obito collect the tailed beasts after his death. In any case, childish and ridiculous ideals were always the easiest way to make fools risk their lives for a cause. A powerful Mangekyo Sharingan user, Obito. A Nagato with the Rinnegan and a heart filled with pain. With those two pieces in place, how could anything possibly go wrong? Who is this Amamiya Kenichi? Madara caught the key point. Everything seemed to be connected to this Kenichi. His strength was formidable. He had even killed Jiraiya and that junior, Hiruzen. A rogue ninja from Konoha. Orochimaru's disciple. Obito answered honestly. He is a very powerful ninja who has mastered Sage Mode, Would Release, and even the Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara was stunned for a moment. Sage Mode. Would Release Ninjutsu. Those two terms instantly awakened certain memories in Madara's heart. Hashirama. Senju Hashirama. The only shinobi Madara had ever acknowledged. Powerful. Possessing abundant chakra. The only opponent and friend in the shinobi world at that time who had been worthy of Madara's recognition. However, Hashirama's thinking had been too naive. The shinobi world was not that simple. Mangekyo. Madara noticed another detail. Is he a ninja of my Uchiha clan? The other party actually possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. That should not be possible. If such a powerful clansman had existed back then, why had Madara not known about him? Moreover, his name was Amamiya Kenichi. If he were truly a ninja of the Uchiha clan, he should have been called Uchiha Kenichi. No, he. Obito continued explaining. To Obito, Kenichi had also been someone who suddenly emerged. Before this, the shinobi world had never heard the name Amamiya Kenichi. Obito still remembered the first time he met Kenichi. At that time, Kenichi had come to join the Akatsuki organization and seek refuge. Back then, Obito had felt that it did not matter. He had seen many rogue ninja like that. But now, Obito wished he could travel back in time and kick his past self several times, then immediately kill Kenichi with everything he had. If he had done that, there would not be so many problems now. Interesting. A flicker of excitement flashed through Madara's eyes. Although Madara wanted to complete his plan and had even hidden himself for so many years while planning for so long to achieve it, Madara was still Madara. He was still a genius shinobi who loved battle and was obsessed with combat. To Madara, ever since Hashirama died, the so-called geniuses of the shinobi world had looked no different from children fighting in a kindergarten. But now, a ninja with extraordinary talent had appeared. He possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, Hashirama's Sage Mode and Would Release, and reportedly excellent taijutsu as well. This was simply a shinobi who had developed in every direction. Most importantly, his strength had been acknowledged by Obito. Madara understood this tool he had trained very well. Obito's strength could be considered quite good. At the very least, he had reached Kage level. Yet Obito was helpless against Kenichi. He even needed to resort to reviving Madara through Edo Tensei to deal with this enemy. That alone proved the other party's strength and awakened Madara's desire for battle. Although this was an Edo Tensei body, Madara still felt as if his heart were beating. It was a craving for battle. A craving for a worthy opponent. However, this body cannot unleash even 1/10 of my strength. Madara clenched his fists. This Edo Tensei technique was somewhat interesting. Its chakra seemed infinite, but this body could not unleash his full strength. The limitations were too great. A battle like this would not be satisfying. Although Madara longed for a worthy opponent, the prerequisite was that most of his own strength had to be restored. Otherwise, the fight would not be enjoyable. Madara-senpai, this is also why we awakened you. This technique needs improvement. Obito quickly explained the problems they had encountered. I can naturally see that. Madara snorted coldly. Furthermore, this technique has a restriction that allows the caster to release it and send the soul back to the Pure Land, correct? Who was he? He was Uchiha Madara. Although this crude ninjutsu was innovative in design, it had far too many flaws. If a caster wanted to use that method to send him back to the Pure Land, Madara could directly release the process himself and prevent anyone from controlling him. Obito nodded awkwardly. Let me think. Madara closed his eyes and began exploring his body. He needed to recover most of his strength. Then, he would personally go and see this Amamiya Kenichi, the men who possessed Sage Mode, Would Release, and even the Mangekyo Sharingan. Can he truly dance before me? A hint of fanaticism flashed through Madara's eyes. Black Zetsu remained calm. He believed in Madara. Madara's strength was incomparable to a useless person like Obito. With Madara taking action, if the shinobi world wanted to resist, they would have to gather the power of all nine-tailed beasts and form an allied army to subjugate him. Even then, there would only be a certain possibility of success. Not a guaranteed victory. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 449, Chapter 449, Director of the Legal Affairs Department, Uzumaki Nagato. Chapter 449, Director of the Legal Affairs Department, Uzumaki Nagato. So did this experiment succeed or fail? Kenichi rubbed his temples. He had just received the memories transmitted by his shadow clone, which meant the shadow clone had already dispersed on its own. However, after carefully going through the memories he had received, Kenichi's expression remained somewhat strange. To be honest, he had not expected his experiment to end in such an odd way. First, the shadow clone had indeed flown for a very long time, soaring through the sky. A full day had passed from the moment Kenichi sent the shadow clone upward until the moment it dispersed. However, the high-altitude environment was clearly far more complicated. After using the modified airship boost ninjutsu, the shadow clone discovered that its flying speed was still somewhat slow. Although the chakra consumption from a single use did not seem significant, the total consumption after prolonged use was astonishing. It could even be said that with that level of chakra consumption, Kakashi, before receiving Sharingan gene transplants, would probably collapse completely after using it only a little. The cost efficiency was too low. The good news is that using this ninjutsu allows the shadow clone to directly become a human satellite and fly upward. I don't need to worry about wear and tear. The only losses are probably my chakra and the pain from the memories transmitted when the shadow clone disperses. Kenichi pondered quietly. Although the airship boost ninjutsu did not consume much chakra each time it was used, frequent use resulted in a tremendous overall expenditure. With only one shadow clone sent up, Kenichi estimated that it could barely remain in the air for a single day. That was enough to show just how costly this ninjutsu was. It had to be remembered that Kenichi's current chakra reserves could already be described as having chakra measured by the ton. Even so, he could not endure such prolonged consumption. The only advantage was that this method itself did not require anything else. The shadow clone alone could serve as a satellite. Furthermore, the shadow clone was a chakra energy body and did not need to drink, eat, or breathe. Combined with the enhanced vision of the Mangekyo Sharingan, it could still clearly observe the movement of people below. However, high-altitude air currents also affected the shadow clone. When Kenichi received the memories, he could clearly feel how unstable the flight had been. It still needs improvement. More improvement. Kenichi thought for a moment. This time, the goal is to reduce the resources required for this ninjutsu while ideally increasing its duration. He felt that if this task were entrusted to Danzo alone, it might take a long time. So he decided to give Danzo more manpower. Fortunately, there were many ninja in the land of water and the land of snow. Although not all of them were wind release users, there were still some among them. The only pity was that the Hidden Mist Village had been destroyed by Kenichi. Otherwise, perhaps the Hidden Mist Village would have had a specialized ninjutsu research team, which would have made things easier for him. Kenichi pinched the bridge of his nose, then walked to Amato Sanzu's laboratory to check on the progress of the clones. However, as of now, the clones had not yet reached the stage where experiments could begin. Overall, though, they were growing promisingly. Although the phrase, growing promisingly, sounded somewhat strange, that was indeed how Kenichi felt when he looked at those rapidly growing clones. But I'm really curious. How does a living organism grow this fast? Kenichi looked at the jars before him and stroked his chin. If he did not need these clones to grow quickly for the Mangekyo Sharingan fusion experiments, he would have wanted to draw some blood and research them. Kenichi was also curious about something else. If he extracted Madara's cells and used them for cloning, would a cloned Madara still possess the same overwhelming talent as the original? Kenichi shook his head. Now was not the time to research such things. The situation in the shinobi world was very bad. Since Kabuto had transmitted intelligence last time, there had been no further information. The only thing Kenichi currently knew was that the Hidden Cloud Village was gathering ninja. As for the other ninja villages, no qualified spies had been planted there yet. Kenichi returned to the capital of the Land of Water. There was an important matter he needed to handle today. Some officials he had promoted in the Land of Water were waiting for him. Looking at the bustling capital, Kenichi narrowed his eyes. Although he had decided to rename the country, he himself was still more used to calling it the Land of Water. Many local people in the Land of Water were also more accustomed to the old name. Before this, Kenichi had been busy dealing with the rogue ninja inside the Land of Water and had not had time to bother with it. Now, under the leadership of the constantly defecting Hidden Mist rebels, the number of hidden rogue ninja in the Land of Water was decreasing. Moreover, with the new policies issued by Kenichi, some hidden ninja had also been reported to the guard teams by ordinary people. So, it was time to unify the place names across the entire Land of Water. The old name, Land of Water, would eventually be swept into the dustbin of history. As for the history books of the Land of Water, Kenichi had other ways to handle those. Lord. A man in his early 30s was anxiously looking around. When he noticed Kenichi, he immediately jogged over and looked at him respectfully. How have the arrangements been made? Kenichi walked ahead, and the men carefully followed behind him, keeping pace step by step. Lord, according to your request, all the bosses of the shipping companies at the docks have arrived, the men said softly. His name was Akutami Kyoshi. He had originally been the administrator of the capital. Although the daimyo had been the true ruler in name, expecting those gluttonous parasites who knew only how to enjoy themselves to actually learn governance was asking far too much. The man before Kenichi, however, was very capable. He had managed the capital in an orderly manner. Although he was not a ninja, he had extensive experience in administration. Therefore, after implanting a mid-level parasite in him, Kenichi had allowed him to continue serving as the capital's administrator. At the same time, Kenichi had also entrusted many ordinary civilian affairs to this man. Has Gato, the president of Gato Shipping Company, arrived? Kenichi thought of something interesting. He had once robbed Gato, the future black-hearted merchant, and even placed him under genjutsu. He wondered whether that man was still alive now. Lord, President Gato is also on this invitation list. He has already arrived, Akutami said softly. Kenichi nodded, then walked into a building whose decorative style looked completely out of place compared to the other buildings in the shinobi world. This building had been designed by Kenichi himself, modeled after a certain white palace in appearance. It was also the government office building of the capital. It contained Kenichi's own office, though he had not visited it once since its completion. The building materials and funds had been easy to obtain. Kenichi had simply used the daimyo's private treasury. The cost of this administrative center was nothing more than a drop in the bucket compared to the daimyo's private wealth. Kenichi pushed open the door, revealing a conference room. The long table was already filled with people, but the main seat at the center remained empty. Seeing this, Kenichi took the main seat without ceremony and swept his gaze across the people below him. Most of them were ordinary people. There were no ninja among them. Under Kenichi's gaze, each of them wore a fawning smile. As for the administrators who had been implanted with parasites, the reverence in their eyes could not be hidden. Kenichi's gaze landed on a short man. The man's iconic hair and familiar features allowed Kenichi to immediately recognize his identity. Gato. Gato looked at him with fear while wiping cold sweat from his forehead. The moment he noticed Kenichi's gaze, he immediately lowered his head and did not dare meet his eyes. The mangekyo in Kenichi's pupils flickered slightly. How interesting. Kenichi smiled. The false memories he had implanted in Gato's mind had been broken. It seemed Gato had remembered being extorted by him. But what did that matter? Kenichi did not care. Let alone Gato remembering now, even if he remembered the entire incident clearly, with Kenichi sitting right there, Gato would not dare say a single word. That was the confidence brought by strength. So, the reason I gathered all of you here today is one matter. Kenichi did not pay too much attention to Gato. This kind person he had encountered on his first path to wealth was no longer worth Kenichi's notice. Kenichi did not even need to act personally. He only needed to express dissatisfaction with Gato, and the man would probably end up dead in the street the moment he left the capital. But Kenichi was not that bored. A man like Gato, while black-hearted, had ability. Otherwise, he would not have been able to develop Gato Shipping Company to its current scale. However, he was too black-hearted. Using Gato might bring Kenichi trouble. So Kenichi planned to implant a low-level parasite in Gato and let him honestly run his business. In any case, the reproduction of low-level parasites was now completely problem-free. Kenichi had done this with all important positions and officials. He was not bored enough to control those officials into kissing his feet or erecting statues of him. He simply used the parasites to turn those officials into good officials who were diligent, cared for the people, and would not become corrupt. That way, Kenichi would not have to worry about becoming a new evil dragon. Everyone sat up straight. Their attitudes were respectful, and their eyes were serious. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. No wonder so many people became addicted to the pleasure of power. This feeling was indeed rather satisfying. The country's maritime transport and trade will be opened in the future, but not now. As for the docks, Kenichi took out the plan he had discussed with his political advisors and briefly explained it. There was no other way. The land of water was simply too poor in resources. As a maritime nation, its main economic sources were reselling its local specialties and selling fishing catches. Selling fish could not earn much, because most countries in the shinobi world could fish, except for the small landlocked nations. Not opening up was definitely not an option. The small land of water needed more goods and resources to ensure its people had enough living supplies. Moreover, Kenichi himself needed maritime transport to deliver some of his research equipment, and he also needed to use the land of water daimyo's money to purchase large quantities of goods. Money, when it was just paper, had no value. It only gained meaning when exchanged for various things. Kenichi had originally planned to open up gradually, but now that war might be approaching, he had to be more cautious. At a time like this, ships leaving the land might be plundered by hostile nations and ninja villages. Although sufficiently high profits could make these merchants ignore the risks and continue doing business, these complicated matters still needed to be handled carefully. That was the reason he had summoned the shipping companies. After dealing with the issue of cargo transportation, Kenichi dismissed the shipping company personnel from the conference room. The administrators implanted with parasites remained. During this period, all coastal areas, especially towns near the Shinobi World continent, should complete relocation work as much as possible. Move the people to towns farther inland. Kenichi spoke to the administrators before him. They were all administrators he had personally selected. They had experience in governance and were reliable in their work. After being implanted with parasites, they had become his most loyal subordinates. The rustling sound of writing came from below. War might break out at any time. I need you to handle logistics and coordinate large quantities of war supplies into the capital at the same time. Kenichi pinched the bridge of his nose. He truly did not want to deal with these complicated matters, but there was no other way. He did not have many especially useful subordinates right now. Although his sensei had once wanted to become Hokage, his sensei was clearly not suited for it. Now, his sensei was more interested in ninjutsu research and scientific research. As for Nagato, Kenichi glanced out the window. Nagato was currently with another group of professionals, discussing and formulating the country's first set of laws. As for the original laws of the Land of Water, they were completely unacceptable. They were full of class oppression, and in certain special circumstances, the daimyo even held the so-called first right. It was suffocating. So Kenichi had abolished that complicated and inefficient legal system. He needed to establish new laws. Nagato had initially shown no interest in this work, but after Kenichi explained the importance of laws to him, Nagato had actively participated. Keeping Nagato in the capital was also part of Kenichi's intention. After all, Obito had suffered a loss at his hands. Who knew what Obito might do next? What if he wanted to reclaim the Rinnegan? If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 450, Chapter 450, Ninja Village Mobilization and War Strategy. Chapter 450, Ninja Village Mobilization and War Strategy. Hokage-sama. Shizun pushed open the door and hurried inside. The moment she entered, she saw Tsunade adjusting her clothes. Shizun immediately put down the documents in her hand and rushed over to help Tsunade tidy her attire. Tsunade looked at herself in the mirror. She was no longer young, but because of the ninjutsu she practiced, she had maintained her appearance at the peak of her beauty. Today, Tsunade changed out of her usual clothes. She put on a combat uniform. Shizun handed a Konoha forehead protector to Tsunade. Tsunade accepted it and lowered her gaze to the forehead protector in her hand, her fingers gently caressing the metal plate. Shizun. Tsunade's eyes were slightly dazed. Shizun's hand paused. She waited patiently for Tsunade to continue, but Tsunade said nothing. Once, her ancestors had founded Konoha and fought for Konoha. Her younger brother and her lover had died in brutal war. Not long ago, her closest friend had also died on the battlefield. His remains had not even been brought back to Konoha. Now, Konoha only had Jiraiya's cenotaph. Nothing else. And now, she, too, was about to step onto a new battlefield in the name of the fifth Hokage. Tsunade silently put on the forehead protector. Then she picked up the Hokage had placed to the side, put on her cloak, and walked out. The large characters for fifth Hokage fluttered across her back in the wind. Shizun's eyes shone with excitement. She followed closely behind Tsunade, and together, they walked out of the Hokage building toward the square of Konoha Ninja Village. How are the sky guards prepared? Tsunade asked as she walked, the Hokage hat resting on her head. Hokage-sama, all sky guards have ascended and taken position 500 meters around the village's perimeter. Dedicated sky guards and security systems have been placed every 50 meters, Shikaku said softly as he quickly caught up with Tsunade's pace. Tsunade nodded. Ever since the ninja world allied forces had nearly been wiped out by that madman Kenichi because they were gathered too densely, the current allied forces no longer dared to concentrate their numbers so heavily. How to guard against aerial attacks had even become a key research topic for every ninja village. The heavy casualties from last time could never be allowed to happen again. How is the development of ninjutsu against aerial attacks progressing? Tsunade thought of the devastating attack from before. Jiraiya and the injured survivors had both described its severity. Not very optimistic. Shikaku shook his head. We have never seen that kind of attack method before, nor did we sense any chakra fluctuations. The current research direction is to deflect vertically falling weapons. It was the first time Shikaku had ever seen such a strange attack method. The only possible point of entry was probably the fact that this attack method required a physical object. If that object could be deflected, it might be useful. When they reached the mobilization square, Tsunade heard the noisy sounds ahead. She took a deep breath, straightened her clothes, and stepped forward. Tsunade walked onto the podium. She looked at the ninja lined up below, and her heart felt heavy. She looked at those ninja with solemn eyes. She looked at the people standing at the edges of the square. Some held their children. Some were pregnant, their bellies already swollen. Some were small figures, and some had aged faces. For a moment, Tsunade suddenly did not know what to say. These ninja were someone's husbands. Someone's fathers. Someone's children. Someone's beloved. Some were mothers of several children. But at this moment, Konoha was about to launch a war. For victory. For profit. She had to personally turn these people into soldiers and send them onto a battlefield where an unknown number of them would die. She had to send them to their deaths. Countless people in Konoha would lose their wives and husbands, their fathers and mothers, their children. Yet those who sacrificed themselves would ultimately become nothing more than cold numbers on a merit roll. Aside from their family and friends, who else would truly care? What grand-sounding reason should she use to gloss over this war? For the ninja village? No. This war was merely for greater profit. It was also for Tsunade's own selfish reasons. She could not deny that she wanted to destroy that newly born country, then kill Kenichi and avenge her teacher and Jiraiya. Otherwise, the benefits of annexing a country would be even higher. Tsunade's eyes turned red. She looked at the ninja below. She had experienced war before, and she had served as a commander. But back then, she had not been the one to begin it. She had only been someone who received orders. The one standing on the stage and giving commands had been the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Tsunade suddenly realized that she truly disliked being Hokage. Because once she became Hokage, she could no longer be purely herself. This war. Tsunade took a deep breath. She looked at the ninja and civilians below, her hands gripping the railing tightly. Is for revenge. Swung his fist violently and roared. That madman who occupied the land of water has an inseparable connection to the heavenly demon. He caused our fathers and our children to die in the village they trusted. A's voice was thunderous. Killer B stood behind him and listened silently. He had heard from his brother that the person who occupied the land of water seemed willing to cooperate with the Hidden Cloud village. But all of that had changed after the daimyo jointly issued that tempting bounty. We must avenge them. A shouted loudly. The Hidden Cloud ninja below raised their weapons in excitement, releasing earth-shaking roars. The village is suffering. The environment here is harsh. We all grew up in this place, but acquiring new territory has always been too difficult. Now, however, we have a chance. The Kazekage stood on the stage and looked at the ninja below, his eyes filled with tears. This is a fight for the village's future. We have suffered too much. For the sake of our descendants, we need more fertile land. The Kazekage took a deep breath, his eyes firm. The ninja below all wore resolute expressions. Kazekage-sama was right. Sunagakure was too bitter. The environment here was terrible. Everything was terrible. Fight for the future. The Kazekage shouted. The ninja below raised their hands high. They would fight for the future. As everyone knows, ever since airships appeared, our village's natural barrier has disappeared. Anoki floated in the air, his large nose extremely conspicuous. Below him, the Iwagakure ninja stood in silence. The village needs to develop. Fallen ninja need compensation. Everything requires money. Our Iwagakure needs the bounty mission jointly issued by the daimyo. Anoki spoke very directly, but the ninja below did not object. In the past, Iwagakure had been able to develop peacefully because of the complex terrain around it. Those natural barriers meant Iwagakure never had to worry too much about surprise attacks. But now, that was no longer the case. Airships flying in the sky did not care about steep mountain walls. They turned Iwagakure into a sitting duck. Eliminate the villains occupying the land of water and gain the funds to free the village from its predicament. Please, everyone. Anoki lowered his head. But the morale of the ninja below soared instead. They raised their hands and shouted wildly. For Konoha. Looking at the ninja below, Tsunade took a deep breath. She slowly released her grip. The railing in her hand had already been deeply dented by her fingers. Tsunade looked toward the distant Hokage rock, where Hiruzen's face was carved. Teacher, in the end. I have become a qualified Hokage. Tsunade looked at the ninja below as they raised their arms and shouted. Her heart was extremely complicated, and for a moment, she did not know what else to say. In the end, she still said those grand-sounding words to gloss over the war and inspire morale. She did not want to do this. She even wanted to run away, to make everyone abandon the preparations for war, return to their homes, and live their lives. But she still said it. Suddenly, Tsunade understood why her teacher had once said, "You'll understand when you become Hokage," when faced with her angry questions and mockery. Tsunade looked at the excited ninja below. She watched them shout with passion. She watched the ordinary people with tears in their eyes, yet none of them spoke out to stop them. Tsunade pulled down the brim of her hat, covering her face. She endured the pain in her heart. In the end, she still personally sent them to the battlefield. Behind her, Koharu and Hamura exchanged glances, then sighed. Although Tsunade was powerful and renowned, she was clearly not yet a qualified politician. The Kage of a village was often a politician first, and a ninja second. Regardless, Konoha had completed its war mobilization. At this moment, the 4 ninja villages of the shinobi world had completed their mobilization. War was about to begin. Does the war still have to continue? Kenichi rubbed his temples, a headache gradually building. He looked at the intelligence in his hand, which Kabuto had sent. The content was simple. A. The Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village had already issued a war mobilization. The other party seemed to have no intention of concealing it. He had directly announced the mobilization. Kabuto had attached a note to the intelligence. The Hidden Cloud Ninja had already departed, and it was unknown when they would arrive in the Land of Water. It seemed that his previous use of atomic bombs to attack the ninja world allied forces had not completely deterred them. However, Kenichi also knew that trying to use the same method to eliminate a large portion of the allied forces this time would likely fail. Those people would definitely be prepared. Kenichi-sama, aside from the ninja squads necessary to maintain domestic security, we have already gathered most of the other ninja squads, Shirori said from the side. Kenichi nodded. There were still some hidden mist ninja within the country who had not been apprehended, but Kenichi could no longer spare the attention to deal with them for now. If he could not deal with the ninja allied forces, then what good would maintaining domestic security be, no matter how stable it was? However, he had still left some ninja behind to maintain public order. With the implementation of his new tax policies and other reforms, the people of the country now supported him more as their leader. Those still fantasizing about restoring the Land of Water were only a minority. People, after all, could see who treated them well. Why would they support a parasite who enjoyed the so-called first right instead of supporting a ruler who treated them well? Do I need to make a move? The Deva Path of Pain asked while sitting beside Kenichi. As he spoke, he glanced at the other person in the meeting room. Orochimaru. Yes, but not here. Kenichi closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow when he heard this, then stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Could it be that his student intended to? War cannot happen in our country. That would not be in our interest. Kenichi stood up and looked at the map of the Land of Water spread across the table. The Land of Water was an island chain nation with many small islands, but its total land area was too small. It lacked strategic depth. Moreover, if the war reached the mainland, it would deal a fatal blow to domestic stability and development. That would not be in the Land of Water interest. Why had the United States risen so rapidly during the war in his previous life? Because the flames of World War II had not burned its mainland. Although Pearl Harbor had been attacked, the final battlefield was Japan, not the United States itself. That minimized the threat to the United States' domestic economy and other foundations. Combined with the United States' frantic business of supplying war materials, it became rich and successfully advanced its technology, eventually becoming the #1 superpower. Although Kenichi did not know much about military strategy, he knew some history. And that was enough. We need to take the initiative and force the ninja allied forces to fight us in the Land of Fire. Kenichi pressed his finger against the Land of Fire on the map. Instead of letting the war burn his own land, it would be better to proactively bring the war to the Land of Fire. That would have the least impact on the Land of Water. But how do you plan to force them to fight you in the Land of Fire? Orochimaru asked with interest. This time, the mission issued by the 4 daimyo was given to the 4 ninja villages. If you choose the Land of Fire, Konoha will certainly fight you. But what about the other ninja villages? They might simply raid your main base and then occupy the Land of Water. Then we exchange. A cold glint flashed in Kenichi's eyes. We attack the Land of Fire with our full force. At the same time, we split our forces to attack the other 3 ninja villages and massacre their villagers. This was war. Not playing house. Attack where they cannot hurry to defend. Strike where they must save. Kenichi sneered. No decisive battle. Then wait for him to slaughter their main bases. Although ninja were ninja, they were still human. Their bonds were in their villages. Would they truly disregard everything just to occupy the Land of Water? How could that be possible? Between their main base and a new territory, anyone would know which to choose. Unless those ninja were all heartless, unfeeling machines who insisted on occupying the Land of Water while completely ignoring their own villagers. However, Kenichi did not think such a thing would happen. Attack where they cannot hurry to defend. Strike where they must save. Orochimaru licked his lips, faintly excited. Interesting. Truly interesting. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 451, Preparations Before War. Chapter 451, Preparations Before War. Teacher, large-scale ninja core operations can only be entrusted to you. Kenichi looked at Orochimaru and spoke seriously. Every profession had its own specialization, and every field of knowledge had its own order. Kenichi knew very well that he was not a qualified war commander. Directing battles in a game was one thing. Games could be saved and exited. But that would never work on a real battlefield. The battlefield changed too quickly. Established plans might need to be altered at any moment, and that severely tested a commander's intuition and instinct for war. Among the people Kenichi knew, only Orochimaru had experience commanding corps-level battles. There was no one else. Even Danzo was more skilled in intelligence work and assassination missions. Now that Nagato was present, Kenichi naturally could not let Danzo continue remaining through Edo Tensei. He had already sent Danzo back to the Pure Land. As for the other person with combat experience, Minato. Ever since Kenichi killed Jiraiya, he had not contacted Minato again. Minato had returned to the Pure Land after spending some time with Kushina and Naruto in the Land of Snow. Now, Kenichi did not know how Minato would treat him if he used Edo Tensei to summon him again. After all, Jiraiya had been Minato's most respected teacher. Even Naruto's name had been taken by Minato from Jiraiya's novel, which showed how deep the bond between master and disciple had been. No problem. Orochimaru nodded and agreed. If this were Konoha, Orochimaru would have questioned whether the Hokage had gone mad. Using a single village's ninja to fight against the allied forces of 4 villages. If that was not madness, then what was? But this was the Land of Flame. Land of Flame is the new name of the Land of Water. Orochimaru had already witnessed the elite ninja under Kenichi's command. Jonin, who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. An ace force that would absolutely obey orders and would not retreat even if 90% of them became casualties. Orochimaru had no idea how he was supposed to lose with such forces. This was the Mangekyo Sharingan. Some of the ninja had even mastered Susanoo. For ordinary ninja, these people were simply a force capable of crushing them from another dimension. With sheer numbers, they could even overwhelm Kage-level opponents. The other members of the Akatsuki organization will participate in the battle as a mercenary corps. They'll be used to deal with enemies on the front line and also serve as special operations squads. Kenichi continued making arrangements. As long as the other ninja villages refuse a decisive battle with us and instead attack the Land of Flame, the special operations squads can carry out tactical strikes on their villages. The 4 ninja villages were strong, but Kenichi and his allies were not incapable of resisting them. Every named member of the Akatsuki organization was a talent. Some even possessed the ability to destroy a small country by themselves. Kakuzu and Kisame, in particular, could rival Kage-level combatants. Although they were not full Kage, in the first battle, anyone who did not know their abilities would suffer greatly. Nagato nodded. He had already accepted this mission, and the bounty was very high. It was paid by Kenichi from the daimyo's private treasury. The entire Akatsuki organization had no objections to this, though Tobi and Black Zetsu had not appeared during this period, so no one knew what they were doing. Giving bounties had been Kenichi's idea. He knew very well that Kakuzu was greedy for money. Although the Akatsuki organization and the Land of Flame were essentially bound together now, doing work for money and doing work without money were two different things for Kakuzu. If money was given, Kakuzu would work diligently. If no money was given, Kakuzu might slack off. In Kenichi's view, exchanging money for the service of a powerful ninja was extremely cost-effective. Moreover, Kakuzu's special abilities meant that many ninja would definitely suffer losses when facing him without prior intelligence. Perhaps he could eliminate some important figures in the allied ninja forces. However, how to deal with Kakashi and Guy? That was a problem. Kakashi was very strong. Kenichi had transplanted Sharingan genes into him. If Kakashi awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he would become a very troublesome opponent. But with Orochimaru present, the problem should not be too large. The key was Guy. The moment Kenichi thought of Guy, who had almost kicked out a major solution during the Shinobi World War, his scalp tingled. At that time, Guy had opened the 8 gates, making Six Paths Madara suffer greatly. Facing Guy's final move, Night Guy, Six Paths Madara had not even had the ability to escape. Six Paths Madara had said that the surrounding space was distorted. That meant that in that instant, Madara had been locked down by Night Guy's aura. That kick was unavoidable. In that situation, Kenichi was not even sure whether Obito's Kamui could be used. It could only be said that Guy, who had trained for countless years, burned his life in that moment to deliver the most brilliant kick. One side of Six Paths Madara's body had been shattered. If not for his special constitution, he would have died. That was Six Paths Madara, a powerful figure who had nearly killed Naruto and Sasuke, yet he still could not withstand a few kicks from Guy. If Guy's Night Guy were aimed at him, Kenichi truly could not think of a better way to deal with it. Unless one mastered Six Paths mode and became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, they might be able to withstand Guy's Night Guy. Alternatively, one could use spacetime ninjutsu to escape Guy's attack range while Night Guy was still being prepared. But once Night Guy was unleashed and locked onto its target, it would probably be impossible to escape. Teacher, when dealing with those ninja, especially the Konoha ninja, try to be gentle. In the end, Kenichi could only say this. Although Guy was very strong, his situation when opening the 8 gates was quite special. Kenichi felt that unless it was truly a desperate situation, Guy probably would not open the 8 gates to fight. After all, opening the 8 gates meant burning away one's life. In the original war, there had been many critical moments during the 4th Great Ninja War, but Guy did not open the 8 gates until Six Paths Madara made everyone despair and nearly killed Naruto and Sasuke. Only then did Guy step forward without hesitation. Orochimaru glanced at Kenichi. He did not think Kenichi was being indecisive. Since Kenichi said this, there had to be some special reason, so Orochimaru still nodded. Leader, when the time comes, you and I may need to go together to deal with the 4 Kage. Kenichi finally looked at Nagato. Once the war began, everyone would have their own tasks, and Kenichi naturally could not remain idle. He and Nagato would go confront the Kage of the 4 ninja villages. Delaying or eliminating the top combat forces of those 4 ninja villages would affect the entire battlefield. But saying it was easy. Actually doing it would not be simple. The Sage Art Lightning Release ninjutsu Kenichi had researched himself was powerful, but the preparation work took too long. Moreover, Tsunade had witnessed that ninjutsu and might be on guard against it, so using it would not be easy. There was also the madman Reikage. And perhaps even tailed beasts might appear on the battlefield. All of these were extremely troublesome. Teacher, I'm counting on you. Kenichi sighed. By now, the 4 villages of the shinobi world should have already begun moving. At this moment, he could not sit idly and wait for them to arrive at his doorstep. If he wanted to bring the flames of war to the land of fire, he needed to set out in advance, forcibly land in the land of fire, and then force them into a decisive battle with him there. Otherwise, if the allied forces of those villages reached the vicinity of the land of flame, everything would be too late. Orochimaru stood up and hurried out. He also knew that time was precious. Fortunately, Kenichi had already mobilized the ninja forces of the land of flame. With simple arrangements and logistical preparations, they could depart for the land of fire. Suddenly, only Kenichi and Nagato remained in the conference room. Have you made up your mind to go to war? Nagato looked at Kenichi, somewhat worried. I keep feeling that some people might be playing tricks behind the scenes. Toby and Black Zetsu had not shown themselves during this period. Of course, their official explanation was that they had taken a mission and were outside carrying it out. But who knew what they were really doing? We can't avoid going to war. Kenichi sighed. I also want to delay for a while, but those bastards aren't giving me the chance. He also wanted to buy time. If nothing else, he wished he could at least finish his Mangekyo fusion research. If he activated the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, then advancing to the Rinnegan would not be especially difficult. Kenichi already had some ideas regarding how to advance to the Rinnegan. The only thing holding him back now was how to fuse the Mangekyo Sharingan. Nagato thought of the mission issued by the 4 daimyo and nodded slightly. Faced with such a high bounty, it could only be said that very few people could resist the temptation. It was only natural for the 4 ninja villages to launch a joint attack. This time, the bounty station also has specific bounties. There are rewards for killing ninja from the land of flame. Nagato remembered the missions at the bounty station and spoke to Kenichi with a faint smile. Kenichi frowned slightly. The bounty station was merely an intermediary. This mission was probably also issued by the 4 daimyo. They likely felt that relying on the 4 ninja villages alone was not enough, so they wanted to strike him from every direction. He had not expected the daimyo's reactions to be so intense. Just a bunch of lackeys. Kenichi shook his head. The bounty station had its value. Bounty ninja relied on it to get rich. Although there were indeed some capable ninja among the bounty hunters, the strongest among them was undoubtedly Kakuzu. Without Kakuzu and without the support of the Akatsuki organization's ninja, they might not even be able to handle a jonin. Asuma had been alive all this time, and those useless people had never made a move. Those people probably only dared to kill Genin and Chunin. If they appeared on the battlefield, it would be suicide. Both Kenichi and the allied forces would be hostile toward those people. The allied forces would be hostile because they could not be sure whether those people were truly bounty ninja or spies sent by Kenichi. The people at the bounty station were all money-grubbing types. If Kenichi offered a higher price, they would not hesitate to betray their current employer in an instant. The daimyo must have known that, but they still issued the bounties just to annoy him. If he had not considered the fact that the bounty station was not very profitable, Kenichi would have already planned to destroy it first. I will do my best to help you. Nagato looked at Kenichi seriously. During this period, he had traveled around the land of flame. The people here lived very happily. The policies and taxes set by Kenichi were very well developed, making life easier for the people. Some families could even afford to eat meat. This surprised Nagato. It also made him appreciate Kenichi more. This person truly had a plan. Nagato had experienced a wandering life, so he naturally knew that ordinary commoner families were often lucky if they had any leftover food. But now, under Kenichi's rule, the people here were all living happily. Although they were not yet wealthy, the future had already changed. Moreover, the governors appointed by Kenichi were all very diligent and did not accept bribes. Nagato naturally saw how Kenichi controlled them, but Nagato had no objection to this. In the land of rain, Nagato had also witnessed the luxurious lives of some governors. Even in a very poor small village, the governor's family possessed many gold guns. Nagato had furiously killed many people, but it had been useless. It felt like he could never kill them all. But Kenichi used those strange insects to turn them into honest and benevolent governors. Nagato admired this greatly. Kenichi stood up. His teacher was almost ready to depart, and they could not stop either. Kenichi needed to ensure that when Orochimaru and the others began fighting, he and Nagato could take on the four Kage. This was not a simple task. He also had to ensure that the other three ninja villages understood his intention to force a decisive battle in the land of fire. He had to threaten them. Otherwise, if they received no news and went straight to the land of flame, would that not be awkward? So Kenichi still had many things to do. As for Obito and Black Zetsu, although those two were also very troublesome, as long as they did not show themselves, Kenichi could not do anything about them for the time being. He could only temporarily ignore them and figure out how to deal with them when they eventually appeared. But gifts still need to be given. Kenichi rubbed his hands together. Obito's other eye was still with him, and he planned to send Obito a small gift to remind him of the fear of being dominated. Although that bastard might have his Anaji, a small gift was still necessary. Previously, Kenichi had been too busy to do this. But now that war was imminent, Kenichi was certain that Obito would come out to cause trouble for him. So Kenichi also planned to give him a surprise. An atomic bomb is too wasteful. Let's make a fusion thermobaric bomb instead. Kenichi recalled his old profession. However, this time, for the sake of war preparations, Kenichi also planned to make more. Although the allied ninja forces would surely be wary, it was still a means of attack. It was just that time was not very abundant. Fortunately, with shadow clones, Kenichi could make things faster. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 452, Chapter 452, The Monster of War. Chapter 452, The Monster of War. When communication between people failed to resolve issues, and differences still persisted, the monster called war was born into the world. From the moment of its birth, war had drunk deeply of blood and devoured countless souls. Kenichi stood with his arms crossed, watching as Orochimaru mobilized the ninja of the Land of Flame, arranged logistics, consolidated war materials, and prepared equipment. His eyes seemed slightly unfocused. Strictly speaking, Kenichi did not like war. Although that might sound strange, considering he was the one who had instigated the current war, Kenichi's primary goal had always been to achieve his objectives. Fundamentally, he disliked war. Because war meant the deaths of countless people. It meant bloodshed and sacrifice. Its damage to the economy and social stability was fatal. A classic saying from his previous life could prove how much people hated war. Better to be a dog in a prosperous era than a human in a chaotic one. Every period of war was torment. Torment for the survivors. Torment for the dead. Kenichi hated war. But he had no choice. He had tried to divide the four villages of the shinobi world. He had sent letters to Konoha and Kimogakure. During that time, he had even prepared for the possibility of Konoha or the Hidden Cloud village sending people over. He had thought about how to deal with them and how to buy himself time to develop. But the war had still begun. The clouds of war, it seems, have never truly dispersed from this world. Kenichi sighed as he looked at the white clouds overhead. Before Kaguya came to this world to plant the divine tree, war certainly already existed, but it had been more primitive then. When Kaguya arrived, it became an internal war of the Otsutsuki clan, with two filial sons sealing away their own mother. Then ninja were born, and the nature of war suddenly shifted from cold weapons to supernatural warfare. More people died. The harm done to ordinary people increased dramatically. Humanity had taken a firm step toward self-destruction. Even after the ninja villages were established, the clouds of war did not dissipate. There had already been 3 great ninja wars. And now, this was probably the 4th great ninja war. Brother. A familiar voice sounded. A faint smile appeared on Kenichi's face. He knew who it was. Hikari. So he chuckled and lowered his head to look. Then he saw Hikari. But immediately after that, Kenichi's expression turned grim. Hikari was wearing a very old-fashioned battle outfit, similar to the one Madara had once worn. If not for Hikari's age and gender, Kenichi might even have thought Madara was standing before him at that moment. It had to be said that Hikari possessed a unique aura. A decisive, ruthless temperament from the Warring States period. Hikari, what is this? Kenichi looked at Hikari, frowning as he asked. Although he already knew what Hikari meant by wearing this outfit, it certainly was not because she wanted to play some war game. Especially since Hikari had lived from the Warring States period until now. The meaning of her wearing this attire was self-evident. Amamiya and I want to fight alongside you. Hikari spoke seriously. Looking into Hikari's eyes, Kenichi felt his headache growing worse. As expected, Hikari still wanted to go to war. Hikari had shown this tendency before, but Kenichi had refused her. However, Kenichi also knew that for Hikari, war was not frightening. After all, during the Warring States period, the Uchiha clan had never lacked conflict. Every day, they were either fighting one enemy or preparing to fight another. They were constantly at war. Hikari had long since grown used to war, and to life and death. Kenichi wanted to refuse. He always felt that children should be kept far away from war. But looking at Hikari's determined eyes, Kenichi knew that at this moment, Hikari was serious. She truly intended to follow him to the battlefield. If he refused, it was hard to say whether Hikari would secretly go on her own. Such a melodramatic scenario was not impossible. If Hikari were an obedient, well-behaved child, Kenichi would not have worried about that possibility. However, after spending time with her, Kenichi deeply understood that while Hikari appeared docile and obedient on the surface, she had her own strong convictions deep down. For some reason, Kenichi thought of the warriors who had turned into dandelions for their mothers before he transmigrated in his previous life. He thought of the little girls who had lost their parents in the ruins. He thought of the little girls dragging their younger brothers along. Perhaps his past self in that world had also needed some divine artifact to get rid of oily hair. Hikari, the battlefield is not where you should be. Kenichi smiled gently and ruffled Hikari's head. But there are other ways for you to help me. If persuasion did not work, then offer another path. A safer path. That was how people were. If someone was completely cornered, they were very likely to take an extreme path and do something unpredictable. But if a way out was offered, they would often lose the courage to fight to the death and would consider compromise. In military strategy, this was called besieging 3 sides and leaving one open. Opening a gap could make the enemy's resistance less firm. Of course, some people could easily see through this. For those people, more troublesome methods were needed. Hikari blinked and looked at Kenichi, clearly waiting for him to explain how she could help him. I remember you said that your 8,000 spears dojutsu can transmit chakra regardless of distance, right? Kenichi asked gently. Hikari immediately nodded. That was indeed true. Her dojutsu possessed such an ability. It could absorb chakra. It could also transmit chakra to others. Then, Hikari, stay here and provide chakra to me. Kenichi made his decision. Hikari's will was very firm right now. Forcefully stopping her would likely be useless and might even make her sneak over on her own. Since that was the case, it would be better to let Hikari stay here as a living power bank. That would also ensure Hikari's safety. Besides, Kenichi did not believe he would actually need Hikari to transmit chakra to him. He had a sage body, and he was even afraid of how much chakra he possessed. Hikari hesitated for a moment. But looking at Kenichi, looking at her brother, Hikari still nodded. She decided to do as he said. Since her brother had said so, if she did not listen, he would definitely be very unhappy. Watching Hikari go prepare, Kenichi waved his hand. Shirori quietly appeared beside him. Deliver this letter to position 3. Kenichi spoke calmly and handed over a letter. Shirori silently accepted it. Then the letter blurred in her hand before disappearing. A moment later, the letter had been delivered. How is Rin doing now? Kenichi thought of Rin. In this war, the only thing Kenichi could be certain of was that Obito would definitely not join the battlefield in the early stages. That was inevitable. For a person like Obito, his teacher and his teacher's wife could be killed without mercy. Even though his teacher and his teacher's wife had treated him very well. Even though Kushina had also been kind to him. He could still kill them mercilessly. Only when facing Rin would Obito's heart soften. Miss Rin is doing well, but lately, she often spaces out, Shirori said respectfully. Kenichi watched as the ninja teams began to depart in batches, his expression silent. How to use and leverage Rin was a crucial factor in restraining Obito. Although Kenichi did not feel that Obito posed any real threat to him now, the thermobaric bomb was almost ready. Once it was thrown into the Kamui dimension, it would at least burn through one of Obito's Izanagi. However, making good use of Rin to reduce some trouble for himself was also an excellent choice. Escort Rin to another location. Kenichi began explaining his plan. Then leave some clues in Rin's original room in the capital. Leave a trail of clues along the way, along with some of Rin's clothes and daily necessities. After that, organize a ninja squad to protect Rin. Shirori quietly took notes. When someone tries to take Rin, try to stall them. If you find that you cannot win, or if the casualties become heavy, then killing Rin becomes the top priority. Kenichi finished speaking. If everyone dies. Shirori waited for a moment. Seeing that Kenichi had no additions and instead waved his hand, she left. Kenichi watched the ninja teams gradually leaving the capital, his face expressionless. Many of these ninja were the result of his hard work. He had to personally perform the gene transplantations to stimulate their Mangekyo Sharingan. But now. Kenichi shook his head. His arrangement should be able to stall Obito for a while. Kenichi was very certain that Obito would definitely go looking for Rin. After all, Obito was the most devoted person in the shinobi world. So devoted that he was willing to kill his teacher and his teacher's wife. The only problem was that Obito's heart might still contain Madara's curse mark. But a devoted Obito would probably find a way to solve the problem himself in order to find Rin. So when Obito discovered that Rin was gone and found the clues left behind, he would definitely pursue them. To prevent Obito from giving up halfway, Kenichi had specifically instructed that some of Rin's daily necessities be left behind. If he were not worried about affecting Rin's judgment, Kenichi would even have wanted to leave behind some of Rin's body parts. That would provoke Obito into an even greater frenzy. When Obito found Rin, he would also have to face that ninja squad. While it was difficult for the ninja squad to deal with Obito, that did not mean it was difficult for them to deal with Rin. Rin was only a chunin. Against the attacks of close combat ninja, she was completely defenseless. At that time, Obito would inevitably have to protect Rin. That could be used to severely injure Obito or force him into the Kamui dimension. And there was also a big surprise waiting for Obito inside the Kamui dimension. At worst, it could destroy Obito's Izanagi. With good luck, it might even kill Obito directly. If Obito perfectly dealt with those ninja squads and also protected Rin from being killed, then Kenichi still had a backup plan. Obito, I hope you like the gift I'm sending you. Kenichi left. There was no need to stay here anymore. It was better to go back and accelerate the fusion of the thermobaric bomb, then send it into Obito's Kamui dimension. War was about to break out. Kenichi himself did not have much time to waste. Itachi. In the land of rice fields, inside a small Uchiha clan village, Shisui found Itachi, who was training with Sasuke. Shisui's expression was grave. What's wrong? Itachi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Beside him, Sasuke looked curiously at his older brother and Shisui. He was no longer a completely innocent child and already understood quite a few things. Sasuke could also sense the heavy atmosphere in the air. Itachi was quite satisfied with his current life. Although his father had died, his mother and younger brother were alive, and his mother had emerged from the shadows. She smiled more often now. Although life here was not as prosperous as it had been in Konoha, it was better in its freedom. For this peaceful life, Itachi was willing to give everything. Shisui remained silent for a moment, then handed the note in his hand to Itachi. Itachi accepted it, glanced through it, then returned it to Shisui. I'm in, Itachi said calmly. Shisui nodded. Neither of them wasted words. Itachi understood what Shisui meant, and Shisui knew that Itachi understood his thoughts. No additional communication was needed. The Uchiha clan owed Kenichi too much. Far too much. This debt of gratitude was difficult to repay. Even after the previous attack on the ninja villages, Shisui did not feel the debt had been settled. But now, Kenichi had given them this opportunity. As long as the Uchiha clan gathered its forces and participated in this great ninja war, then after the war, the Uchiha clan would no longer owe Kenichi a favor. A favor, for those who cared, weighed heavier than Mount Tai. For those who did not care, it was merely a joke. But for the emotionally rich Uchiha clan, Kenichi's kindness had to be repaid. Otherwise, Shisui would not be able to rest or eat in peace. However, Shisui did not force everyone to participate in this battle. Kenichi had already stated that this was the fourth great ninja war, and all 4 ninja villages were attacking him. Therefore, only ninja from the Uchiha clan who volunteered to help were needed. Any number would do. Even if it was only Shursui alone. But Shursui still gathered the Uchiha ninja currently capable of fighting, then read the contents of the note aloud. Among the Uchiha present, 90% raised their hands. The remaining people were ninja whose spouses had gone to the battlefield, leaving them alone to care for young children. Looking at his determined clansmen below, Shursui silently nodded. Then he put on the Uchiha clan's battle robes and walked out. Under the starlight and moonlight, one dark figure after another quietly left the peaceful, quiet little village. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 453, Chapter 453, 4 Kage. Chapter 453, 4 Kage. The one who just flew into the sky, was that your shadow clone? On the airship, Nagato looked at Kenichi and asked curiously. He had noticed Kenichi using the shadow clone jutsu earlier and thought an enemy had appeared. He had not expected Kenichi to throw the shadow clone out instead. Yes. I need him to help me gather some intelligence. Kenichi nodded, looking at the lush forest below with a complicated expression. The war had begun. This time, to prevent his sphere of influence, the Land of Flame, from being swallowed by war, Kenichi had begun looking for a way to open the battlefield in other countries. Among them, the only place Kenichi felt was suitable as a battlefield was the Land of Fire. In most previous wars, the battlefields had mainly been concentrated in smaller countries. However, Kenichi's Land of Flame did not border any other country in the shinobi world. Naturally, there were no small nations that could serve as buffer zones for war. Gathering intelligence. Nagato was a little curious. He could not quite understand Kenichi's thoughts. Kenichi glanced at Nagato but did not explain much. The fragments of the Geto statue's body he had previously obtained from Nagato had been divided. Some were given to Orochimaru for research, while Kenichi himself was naturally also studying them. However, the current results were not very good. Although the Geto statue was the husk of the god tree, Kenichi discovered that most of the time, it was closer to a dead object. Its cellular structure was extremely unusual, but all its cells were curled up, making it difficult to study them properly. Kenichi felt that this might be because the cells had lost activity after all of their power had been extracted. That could also explain why summoning the Geto statue often required an enormous amount of chakra. It was because the Geto statue itself needed a great deal of chakra to maintain its operation and normal functions. Even a chakra monster like Nagato, who belonged to the Uzumaki clan, could not withstand the Geto statue's extraction. If one wanted to restore the Geto statue to normal use, it would require an extremely massive amount of chakra. In that situation, it would be impossible to sustain without a tailed beast. Only a tailed beast, which was itself composed of chakra, could supply the Geto statue's consumption. From this perspective, the Geto statue was like a large mecha robot. Powerful, but also extremely energy-intensive. If Kenichi had not been unable to build a nuclear fusion power plant, he would have even considered trying to replace the Geto statue's chakra requirements with electricity, just to see whether it was feasible. I need to find where the troops of those ninja villages are gathered, then send them letters separately. Kenichi nodded. To ensure the battlefield would not be in the Land of Flame, Kenichi needed to make sure the 4 ninja villages understood his intentions. Otherwise, it would be no different from winking at a blind man. Behind the airship, countless ships had already begun landing on the sea. Orochimaru had already started preparing to act. Kenichi had arranged for some Akatsuki organization members to follow him, and later, reinforcements from the Uchiha clan would also arrive. Kenichi stood on the airship with an expressionless face, holding the railing. He had originally wanted to develop slowly. But the shinobi world's reaction had exceeded his expectations. Since the war had already begun, he would strive for complete success in one fell swoop, utterly defeating the 4 ninja villages in this war. Then he would directly occupy them and unify the entire shinobi world. If the battlefield proceeded smoothly, Kenichi was confident he could sweep through the remaining 4 ninja villages. After all, if all these ninja alliance forces perished here, how could the remaining combat power left in the villages themselves possibly withstand Kenichi's army? We've been discovered. Nagato looked ahead. Kenichi followed his gaze and saw an airship with the Konoha symbol in front of them. The other side had clearly discovered them. A mass wrapped in lightning was shot toward them. Nagato did not act, because Kenichi directly used wind release to blow the object away. Immediately afterward, a loud explosion erupted in the air. The object that had just been blown away detonated. A kunai with an explosive tag. That's a pretty good attack method. Kenichi stroked his chin. If that thing exploded inside the airship would definitely become unusable. However, since they had been discovered, it proved that Konoha's allied forces were nearby. That saved Kenichi some effort. Thinking of this, Kenichi dispelled his shadow clone. A surge of memories rushed back, causing Kenichi's eyes to waver for a moment. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. The Shadow Clone had indeed found the location of the Konoha Ninja Alliance. Although the Shadow Clone had not yet had time to dispel itself, Kenichi had dispelled it early. Now, he also knew their location. So Kenichi directly used the airship burst charge jutsu, making the airship rapidly approach a certain location. Behind the airship, Konan led Nagato in continuous pursuit. When Nagato controlled the Deva path of pain, he could not be too far away. Otherwise, things would become very troublesome. Soon, the airship stopped. Many ninjutsu were fired toward it at the same time. Under such dense attacks, it would be extremely difficult for the airship to remain unharmed. However, Kenichi did not care. He looked down. Beneath the trees were many scattered Konoha ninja. At their center stood Tsunade. Found them. Kenichi narrowed his eyes, then jumped down from the airship with Nagato. They needed to quickly open a battlefield. As for notifying the other 3 ninja villages, Kenichi had already entrusted that to Orochimaru and Sasori. The whistling wind entered Kenichi's ears. The forest grew closer and closer. Kenichi's heart slowly calmed. He could clearly hear his own heartbeat and the sound of his breathing. He could even see Tsunade's chest rising and falling with anger, as well as the white mist she exhaled. Kenichi landed lightly on the treetop. Beside him stood Nagato, dressed in his black robe with red cloud patterns. Kenichi wore a mask in the Akatsuki organization's black robe with red cloud patterns as well. He stood high above, looking down at the Konoha ninja below, whose eyes were filled with anger. Heavenly Demon. Tsunade clenched her fists in fury, staring intently at the person standing in the tree. She truly had not expected Kenichi to come here. Did he think that at this point, there was still room for maneuver between him and Konoha? Hokage-sama, how disappointing. Kenichi smiled. For the sake of the deceased Jiraiya, are you planning to abandon our alliance and send these unfortunate souls to their deaths? Kenichi knew Tsunade had not agreed to cooperate. Otherwise, Konoha would have sent an envoy to negotiate. But that did not stop him from saying it to undermine the confidence of the Konoha ninja. You bastard. Tsunade stomped the ground in anger and rushed toward Kenichi. Her fists were clenched tightly. With that punch, even Madara's Susanoo would probably crack. Shinra Tensei. The Deva path of pain extended his hand. In the next second, Tsunade flew backward even faster than she had charged forward, crashing heavily into the ground. Are you sure you want to fight me here? Kenichi looked at Tsunade, then at the Konoha ninja below. He saw Kakashi. Kakashi was looking at him with a complicated expression, but his hand was tightly gripping a shuriken. Kakashi had also made up his mind. Regardless of whether the Heavenly Demon was Amamiya Kenichi, the Heavenly Demon was his enemy. If the Heavenly Demon truly was Kenichi. Kakashi took a deep breath. Then Kenichi was also his enemy. Tsunade frowned as she looked at Kenichi. What did he mean? Was Kenichi planning to change the location of the battle? What exactly was he trying to do? It's not impossible to fight here, but I don't know how many people will die. Kenichi looked at the ninja below. Then his eyelids twitched. He saw Might Guy, who was looking at him with burning fighting spirit. That made Kenichi feel a little flustered. Might Guy was very unreasonable. Facing Guy's 8 gates formation, Kenichi felt that even if Nagato's main body were locked on right now, he would not be able to do much against that kick. Tsunade wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Konoha currently had very few high-end combat forces. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had also been taken away by Kenichi. If Tsunade faced Kenichi and the person beside him alone, she would be in great danger. Tsunade knew some of the Deva Path of Pain's abilities. He had come to Konoha last time and killed Konoha Elder Danzo, but she had not expected him to now be acting together with Kenichi. That made things even more troublesome. I'll wait for you where the 3rd Hokage died. Kenichi left with Nagato. That was also the agreed battle location between him and the Kage of the other 3 ninja villages. As for the other Ninja Alliance forces, Kenichi planned to leave them to Orochimaru. With so many Mangekyo Sharingan users, Kenichi did not believe Orochimaru would lose. Watching Kenichi's departing figure, Tsunade's fists clenched tightly. Hokage-sama, I think Amamiya probably doesn't want the war to happen in the territory he has occupied. Shikaku, Konoha's strategist, saw some clues. Even with airships now, the geographical location of the Land of Water was still what it was. If Kenichi wanted to easily defeat them, he only needed to launch an all-out attack when they crossed the sea. But Kenichi had chosen to come to the Land of Fire and provoke them directly. That was very unusual. During this period, Shikaku had been thinking about how to cross that vast ocean. Now, however, his previous preparations seemed to have been in vain. That guy is really arrogant. Tsunade snorted. Is he planning a battle between Kage? She had also thought of this, but what she could not understand was this. If Kenichi invited her to battle, how could he be so sure she would go? And how did he plan to stop the remaining Konoha ninja? Aren't you worried they won't come? Nagato looked at the scorched earth in front of him, feeling slightly shocked. Such a shocking scene. Even if he personally acted, he probably would not be able to create something like this. Although Super Shinra Tensei was incredibly powerful, there was still a large gap between it and the scene before him. This place had once been a vibrant forest. Now, it had become a desolate wasteland. There were no signs of life. Not even plants remained. It was completely lifeless. No need to worry. If they don't come, I'll go find them. Kenichi spoke calmly. At that point, it won't matter how many ordinary ninja die. He was not worried at all that those people would refuse to come looking for him. If they did not come, then so be it. At most, he would go to their main base and give them a quick end. Kenichi still had one atomic bomb in his bag that he had not used yet. Seeing this, Nagato looked at the battlefield ahead and nodded. The aura here was very strange. Even though there was no life ahead, it gave Nagato a subtle feeling of unease, as if it were full of hidden dangers. And a ninja's sixth sense was often very strong. Soon, a rapid sound came from the distance. Immediately afterward, a figure suddenly appeared to Kenichi's left front. Kenichi glanced over. It was Tsunade. Then two more people darted out. One looked very sturdy, even a little fat, but Kenichi knew who he was with a single glance. It was Akimichi Choza, Akimichi Choji's father and the current head of the Akimichi clan. A member of Inoshikacho. But the other person surprised Kenichi the most. Sarutobi Asuma. He was staring intently at Kenichi with hatred in his eyes. Asuma. Tsunade, are you really comfortable letting him come? Kenichi's expression became somewhat strange. Was Asuma strong? He was a jonin. In an ordinary ninja squad, he could be considered quite strong. But here, Asuma was completely just filling a slot. Choza was part of the older generation of Inoshikacho, and his strength was quite good. His presence here would have a certain impact on the battle. But Asuma truly was not the same. His appearance here was like a husky mixed into a pack of wolves. Ama. Asuma took a deep breath, roaring in anger. This was the guy who killed his father. Although Asuma's relationship with Hiruzen had never been very good, and although he had once been unable to understand his father and had even joined the 12 Guardian Ninja, things had gradually softened later. Now that the old man was dead, how could Asuma be unaffected? But before Asuma could finish speaking, a flash of lightning streaked past. Immediately afterward, a hemispherical force erupted. The fourth Raikage, A, flew backward and smashed through several trees. He stared at the person beside Kenichi with shock and uncertainty. That person had only raised his hand, yet he had immediately sent a flying. What kind of ninjutsu was this? It could even interrupt his lightning release chakra mode. As expected of the fourth Raikage. Still as hot-tempered as ever. Kenichi smiled. You're quite bold, heavenly demon. The Kazekage of the Hidden Sand Village and Inoki appeared together at the edge of the battlefield, surrounding the two people in the middle. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 454, Chapter 454, The Prelude to War. Chapter 454, The Prelude to War. Where's Mei? Kenichi looked at the four Kage who had subtly surrounded him and Nagato, then asked curiously. The angle of their encirclement was rather interesting. They stood in front of him, but no one had positioned themselves on the dead silent land behind him. Then again, the land affected by nuclear radiation always gave people an unsettling feeling. Normal people generally would not want to step into a place like that. Kenichi naturally would not go there either. He was not entirely sure what consequences nuclear radiation might have after coming to this world. What if it caused gene mutation and affected his plan to merge the Mangekyo Sharingan? Would that not be an enormous loss? The other three Kage subconsciously looked at Tsunade. Everyone knew that Mei had joined Konoha, and her condition had been avenging the land of water. However, Mei was indeed not here now. Tsunade did not answer Kenichi's question. Mei's strength was not weak, but Tsunade had her own ideas regarding how to arrange her. Her eyes remained fixed on Kenichi in front of her, though she could not help glancing at the people around her as well. The fourth Raikage, A. But Killer Bee was nowhere to be seen. Was he on the battlefield, or had the Raikage made other arrangements for him? Then there was the Kazekage. His strength was unknown. He had not made many moves, so Tsunade was not sure how strong he was. But since he could become a Kage, he should not be useless. Finally, there was Inoki. An old veteran. A true powerhouse. His particle style was extremely threatening. Facing these opponents, even the Kazekage whose strength was unknown, Tsunade did not dare underestimate him. She knew very well that any ninja capable of reaching the Kage level was no pushover. Underestimating them would only bring disaster upon herself. Tsunade suddenly wondered whether Kenichi was simply too arrogant. Two people actually dared to openly face four Kage. One had to remember that this was only their visible strength. Secretly, no one knew what other trump cards these Kage possessed. Tsunade herself would never dare do such a thing. Perhaps only the first Hokage would have dared. According to records, her grandfather's strength had been exceptionally terrifying, and even the Nine Tails had been nothing more than a toy in his hands. Heavenly Demon, you are surrounded. Inoki narrowed his eyes. He had once cooperated with the Heavenly Demon, but that did not matter. The past was the past. The present was the present. Even Konoha could not use that matter to make trouble for him now. There was a hint of anger in Inoki's voice. He had lived for so long, yet he had rarely seen someone as arrogant as Kenichi. Moreover, the other party had even threatened him, saying that if he did not come, Iwagakure would be attacked. That had made Inoki's nose turn red with rage. Kenichi smiled. He slowly raised his hand and touched the face of his mask. Then he removed it. Kenichi looked solemnly at the four Kage-level powerhouses in front of him, whose expressions had all become uncertain, and licked his lips. Surrounded. We're the ones who have surrounded you. Kenichi dropped the mask in his hand. Lightning patterns spread across the corners of his eyes. Nagato, standing beside him, silently glanced at Kenichi. Did this guy not feel even a little ashamed saying that? Nagato inexplicably took one step to the side. Even so, he silently summoned the other bodies of pain. In an instant, the 6 paths of pain stood beside Kenichi. Summoning jutsu. No, were they hidden ninja? Inoki was somewhat confused. He looked at the 6 uniquely shaped opponents before him, and a trace of seriousness flashed through his eyes. All of them had those peculiar eyes. Could it be? Inoki felt both surprised and uncertain. He thought of certain things. He thought of certain legendary figures in the shinobi world. The Sage of 6 Paths, why think so much? The 4th Raikage, A, was completely wrapped in blue chakra. Amamiya Kenichi, I didn't expect you, a rogue ninja from Konoha, to be the Heavenly Demon. In the next instant, A vanished from everyone's sight. His movement could no longer be tracked by the naked eye. Shinra Tensei. The Deva path extended his hand, and repulsive force erupted again. But this time, A stopped at the edge of the repulsive force. He looked at the men in front of him with surprise. The man's eyes were cold and emotionless, as though he were looking at a weakling. That made A's expression turn extremely solemn. What exactly was this person's ability? Seeing A make a move, the other Kage immediately acted as well. Although the Kazekage and Inoki were surprised that the Heavenly Demon was actually Kenichi, an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, the other party was now standing against them. No matter what, they had to take him down first. As for the fact that Kenichi was the Heavenly Demon, the Kage of the 3 ninja villages had already decided to settle accounts with Konoha later. When that time came, they would certainly take a bite out of Konoha. Amamiya Kenichi. Seeing that Kenichi was no longer disguising himself, Tsunade directly lunged toward him. Akimichi Choza followed at once. Asuma, his eyes bloodshot, charged toward Kenichi from a distance. At this moment, the 6 paths of pain also moved to confront the 3 Kage respectively, while Tsunade, Choza, and Asuma faced Kenichi. At this very moment, the war was officially unleashed. Lady Tsunade, you alone aren't enough. Lightning leaped in Kenichi's hand. The war has begun. Orochimaru stood on Manda with his arms crossed, watching the ninja below. His eyes narrowed slightly. After landing in the Land of Fire, Orochimaru had begun gathering intelligence. Kenichi had entrusted him with the command of large-scale army operations, and Orochimaru intended to perform seriously. After all, he could not betray his disciples' trust, could he? Orochimaru was also very clear about the most important point of this war. They had to prevent the allied shinobi forces from attacking the Land of Flame's homeland. This was the strategic requirement Kenichi had set. In other words, the war could happen anywhere, but it absolutely could not happen in the Land of Flame. That was the most fundamental condition. So Orochimaru now needed to know where the main forces of the other 3 ninja villages were. He also needed to know where they planned to go. Were they going to continue advancing, or wait in place? All of this needed to be controlled by Orochimaru. This is truly interesting. I didn't expect the Akatsuki organization to accept a war commission like this. Kakuzu stood nearby and let out an excited laugh. The money this time was considerable. Although it could not compare to the mission jointly issued by the daimyo, overall, it was still rather good. Don't forget the mission assigned by the Akatsuki organization. Kisame held Samahata and let out a sinister laugh. He did not particularly enjoy working with Kakuzu, but there was no choice. Kakuzu did not have many teammates, and his teammates always died quickly because they lacked sufficient strength. So the Akatsuki organization had still made him Kakuzu's teammate. Of course I won't forget. Kakuzu's eyes were shaped like money. Of course he remembered those missions. As long as those missions were completed, he would receive even more rewards. Those were all money. Orochimaru glanced at the excited Akatsuki organization members below. Unlike the ninja his student had assigned to him, these Akatsuki organization members were very lively. So lively that Orochimaru found them somewhat annoying. Alright, I'll now assign the mission arrangements for this operation. Orochimaru spoke. The Akatsuki organization members exchanged glances. Then Sasori and Deidara were the first to walk over, followed by everyone else. After all, Orochimaru was the official commander-in-chief of the war. Merits and similar calculations were all handled by Orochimaru. Even Kakuzu, after learning that how much money he would receive was related to Orochimaru, did not go against Orochimaru's wishes at all. On the contrary, he was very excited and asked Orochimaru to arrange those special missions for him. It is still uncertain whether the tailed beasts have come out with the allied shinobi forces. If they have, we will deal with them then. Orochimaru spoke calmly. This war was very different. It was difficult to say whether the allied shinobi forces would use the tailed beasts, but Orochimaru felt that the possibility was very high. After all, their goal was to destroy the Land of Flame. There was no war machine more suitable than a tailed beast. Soon, several ninja assigned to gather intelligence opened their eyes. They had obtained the necessary information through their shadow clones. The main forces of 3 of the 4 ninja villages had been found, excluding Sunagakure. Where are the Sunagakure ninja squads? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. He looked at the map in his hand. It was a detailed map of the Land of Fire, along with a map of the Land of Wind, though the latter contained less information. But judging from the map alone, if the Sunagakure ninja troops did not want to waste too much time by boat, they would have to pass through the Land of Fire. Or did they plan to travel by air? Impossible. No one else knew about the Land of Flame's active attack this time, and it was impossible for them to know. The spies in the Land of Flame basically could not get out, and their intelligence transmission efficiency was extremely low. It would be very difficult for the surrounding countries to learn of this immediately, so Sunagakure was unlikely to know that the Land of Flame had chosen to attack proactively. Moreover, although Kenichi had already taken Nagato to deal with the 4 Kage, the enemy should not immediately deduce that the Land of Flame had little defensive power remaining. So where were the Sunagakure ninja? Orochimaru was somewhat puzzled. He knew that the Sunagakure ninja were quite capable. They liked using poison, and puppeteers were their unique specialty. Other ninja villages were not without puppeteers, but none had developed puppetry to the same extent as Sunagakure. Sunagakure's puppeteers were very famous. Where could such a ninja force, whose location was unknown, be hiding? First, keep an eye on the locations of the other 3 ninja villages' forces. Then try to find the Sunagakure ninja. I need to confirm their location. Orochimaru's tone was firm. He had to know Sunagakure's position before he could make targeted arrangements for the next step. Leave it to me. Deidara stepped forward. Orochimaru glanced at Deidara. He knew this person. Deidara had a good relationship with his student and seemed to be his student's admirer. Orochimaru was not interested in Deidara's abilities, nor in what Deidara intended to do. Since Deidara was confident, he would let Deidara take on this mission. If Deidara succeeded, Orochimaru could earn more money. Kakuzu was not very interested. He yawned. Finding people was not within his scope of business. He was willing to do it when he had nothing else to do, but right now, he preferred to conserve his stamina and chakra so he could earn big money later. In the next second, Deidara flew up on his clay bird and began searching for traces of the Sunagakure ninja force. Orochimaru drew 3 circles on the map, marking the locations of Konoha, the Hidden Cloud Village, and Iwagakure's ninja troops. The direction of these ninja forces was very clear. The Land of Flame. But what about Sunagakure's ninja? What exactly were those people planning? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. He found himself somewhat confused, unable to understand what Sunagakure was doing. Kenichi and the others have left. Obito stood inside the cave, looking at Madara in front of him. Madara was modifying Edo Tensei. According to Madara, Edo Tensei was far too low level. There were so many flaws that it could be improved in countless places. And then, Madara's voice was calm as he lowered his head and fiddled with something. The rejuvenated Madara loved his current self. Although this was not yet his complete self, Madara was very satisfied with his young body. Feeling old had been terrible. Do we need to? Obito narrowed his eyes, testing him. Black Zetsu was not there. He had gone out to gather intelligence. Now, only Obito and Madara remained in the cave. Obito touched his chest. The heart that should have died long ago was still beating. He knew there was a cursed seal on his heart. No need. I have no interest in a mere land of water. Madara rejected it without hesitation. He completely disregarded the land of water. Otherwise, with his strength, he could have occupied a country and become a Kage himself back then. But he had not done so. The shinobi world had no future. If the shinobi world was to be given a future, the Eye of the Moon plan was the ultimate solution. Obito licked his lips. He could hear the disdain in Madara's voice. Madara completely disregarded the land of water. One had to remember that this was one of the great nations. But considering Madara's strength, Obito felt that this seemed perfectly normal. Madara-sama, do you need your weapon? Obito pursed his lips and asked. He was referring to the Uchiha clan's war fan, Madara's most effective weapon. Madara paused, then told him to retrieve it. Obito turned and left. He was going to find that base and retrieve the Uchiha war fan from within it. After Obito left, Madara sat alone in the cave, researching Edo Tensei. He knew Obito had his own little schemes. He also knew from Black Zetsu that Rin had been revived. But Madara did not care. He was not bothered. Would a heavyweight boxing champion care about a baby? Madara naturally would not care about Obito's little schemes either. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 455, Chapter 455, A Battlefield Where Jonin Cannot Intervene. Chapter 455, A Battlefield Where Jonin Cannot Intervene. The attack intensity is good, but your intent is too obvious. Improve that next time. Kenichi flashed past. Behind him, explosive flames burst outward. Reflected within those flames were Asuma's eyes. His eyes were red as he glared at Kenichi with furious resentment. He gripped his kunai tightly and swiftly charged in, kicking toward Kenichi's chest with the kunai in hand. At the same time, Tsunade also delivered a swift kick, blocking Kenichi's retreat path. If Kenichi wanted to dodge Asuma's attack, he would inevitably be hit by Tsunade's. It had to be said that as one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade's combat instincts were extremely sharp. But Kenichi was not worried at all. He was not wearing heavy weights now. Although Tsunade's attack speed was very fast and experienced, Asuma's was not. The difference between a Jonin and a Kage was fully displayed at this moment, and Kenichi no longer had any intention of playing along with Asuma. Although Asuma's strength was lacking, every time he attacked, he aimed for a life-for-life exchange. Kenichi found it somewhat annoying, so he decided to make Asuma withdraw first. That way, he could concentrate on dealing with the Kage. Thinking this, Kenichi's body flickered, and he disappeared from in front of Tsunade. Tsunade's pupils contracted. She saw Kenichi's figure appear behind Asuma. If your lungs aren't feeling well, fight less. Go rest. Before Tsunade could warn Asuma, Kenichi directly pierced Asuma's collarbone with a shuriken. The blade passed through his chest, and the immense force threw Asuma out like a discarded weapon. The giant shuriken carried Asuma's body with it and embedded itself firmly into a tree trunk. The violent impact made Asuma spit out a mouthful of blood. Ah! Asuma let out a miserable wail, struggling in vain to pull out the shuriken piercing his chest. But his whole body was inexplicably weak, and he could not exert any strength. At this moment, Asuma wished he could die. His father had died at Kenichi's hands. Despite Tsunade and Choso's attempts to stop him, he had insisted on coming to avenge his father. But he had not expected that he would lose before even earning the right to face Kenichi head-on. He had even been treated with such a condescending tone. That humiliation made Asuma wish he could drive the shuriken straight through his own heart. On the battlefield, no one paid attention to Asuma's wailing. The fact that he could still scream proved that he was still alive. After Choso glanced at Asuma, he activated the multi-sized jutsu and charged toward Kenichi, forming a pincer attack with Tsunade. Kenichi looked at the two people charging toward him at the same time and took a deep breath. Then green chakra began to emanate from his body. In the next moment, Kenichi stomped down. Using the recoil, he swiftly charged toward Choso. Under the enhancement of the 8 gates, Kenichi could even hear the wind breaking past his ears. Choso's plump body also began rapidly expanding. Kenichi held his breath, twisted his waist, stepped forward, and kicked Choso with tremendous force. Choso, who was using the human bullet tank, suddenly felt an overwhelming impact. For a moment, he even had the vague sensation that he was about to be sent flying. This guy's taijutsu is also this strong. Choso was somewhat shocked. He had been directly kicked, interrupting his human bullet tank. His body rolled backward several times before finally stopping. He's really heavy. Kenichi twisted his ankle. He had activated the 8 gates, yet kicking that giant meatball still felt somewhat heavy. However, Kenichi had no time to dwell on it, because a powerful gust of wind came from behind him. Kenichi knew it was Tsunade. He instantly used the body flicker technique to leave his original position. A shockwave spread through the place where Kenichi had just been standing, instantly crushing countless trees. At the same time, Tsunade also saw Kenichi dodge. The green aura around him instantly made Tsunade realize that Kenichi also practiced the 8 gates, Konoha's forbidden taijutsu. This made Tsunade's heart grow heavier. That little bastard Kenichi was becoming stronger and stronger, so strong that Tsunade found it almost unbelievable. It had to be remembered that the 8 gates, as a forbidden taijutsu, was extremely difficult to learn. Not every ninja could master it. Otherwise, Konoha would have definitely trained an 8-gate squad long ago. The 8 gates required daily training, and the burden on the body was extremely high. In all of Konoha, only Might Guy and his father practiced this forbidden technique. No one else did. Because it was too arduous, and the benefits were not guaranteed. Unlike ninjutsu, which could be immediately put into practice once successfully mastered, the 8 gates required continuous accumulation over time before results could be seen. The longer one trained, the stronger the body became, and the more terrifying the explosive power of the 8 gates would be. However, during daily training, the consumption of food and other resources was enormous. As a jonin, Might Guy had basically poured all his earnings into physical training and nutritional supplements. Still, Tsunade clearly did not know the true value of the 8 gates as a forbidden technique. If she had known, perhaps she really would have formed a small squad. When necessary, activating the Gate of Death and launching Night Guy would make killing a Kage far from difficult. Then Konoha might have directly unified the shinobi world. So troublesome. Looking at Tsunade charging toward him, Kenichi once again used the physical enhancement of the 8 gates to dodge her attack. It was at that moment that he heard a loud crash behind him. Turning his head, he saw a giant appear behind him. It was Choza. Super multi-size jutsu. Kenichi murmured. He was actually very curious about how the multi-size jutsu, a technique that seemed somewhat contrary to human biology, was used. After all, a person's body weight and other factors generally would not undergo extremely drastic changes in a short period of time unless it was due to an accident, such as losing a limb in a crash. Otherwise, change usually required years of accumulation. Even if someone ate excessively every day, it would take several days before the weight gain became visible, and losing weight was even more difficult. Normally, a person's weight would not change much within 24 hours. If observed within a single minute, there would be almost no change at all. However, the Akimichi clan had mastered secret techniques such as the multi-size jutsu and super multi-size jutsu, allowing them to change their weight in an astonishing way almost instantly. Kenichi had even kicked Choza earlier to test his theory. As expected, he found that Choza had genuinely grown larger, not merely puffed himself up. The heavy sensation from that kick had acted back on Kenichi as well. That made Kenichi even more curious about Choza. The secret technique mastered by the Akimichi clan was truly amazing. It allowed flesh, bones, and blood to grow proportionally. How was that possible? Was it through chakra consumption? But after the secret technique ended, they returned to their original form. Then what happened to the extra flesh, bones, and blood? Did they shrink back proportionally? If one were to cut off Choza's leg with a blade while the technique was active, after the technique ended, would the severed part shrink or remain unchanged? Kenichi remembered that the Akimichi clan also had the partial multi-size jutsu. Could that be used for more specialized applications as well? Indeed, compared with the Reikage, who often appeared in exaggerated battle jokes, the Akimichi clan's secret techniques had far more absurd and versatile potential. If the current situation were not inappropriate, Kenichi would have wanted to study it. The gigantic Choza kicked out. The strong wind stirred up by that kick carried Konoha leaves and sand toward Kenichi's eyes. Tsunade clearly would not miss such an excellent opportunity. She activated her Yin seal and charged toward Kenichi. You're not the only one who can grow bigger. Kenichi took a deep breath, then deactivated the 8 gates around his body. He slammed both hands down. In an instant, a wood golem emerged, letting out an earth-shaking roar. Tsunade punched off one of the wood golem's legs, but the rapidly growing wood made Tsunade's attack futile. At the same time, Kenichi controlled the wood golem to grab the fist of the supersized Choza before him. Taking advantage of that moment, Kenichi glanced around. Nagato was controlling the 6 paths of pain to deal with the 3 Kage, but clearly, handling 3 Kage at once was difficult. Fortunately, those Kage did not know Nagato's abilities yet and were still at the stage of probing for information. I can't keep holding them back. Kenichi looked at Tsunade and Choza. Although there were 3 people here, the concept was completely different. Asuma was already out of the fight. Choza's combat power was limited. The only true Kage-level combatant here was Tsunade. Nagato was handling 3 Kage, so was Kenichi really supposed to keep trading blows back and forth with Tsunade? That would not do. The gigantic Choza raised his fist and swiftly threw another punch. At the same time, Tsunade's figure also disappeared. Kenichi looked at Choza. It was time for him to leave the stage. the Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in Kenichi's eyes. Then an ominous chakra quickly enveloped the wood golem, forming enormous armor around it. At the same time, the wood golem took one step back. The sword in its left hand slashed down swiftly, directly cutting off Choza's left hand before he had time to react. The severed hand fell to the ground. However, to Kenichi's disappointment, the moment it fell, that hand returned to its original size. It would not maintain its enlarged state indefinitely. Choza gritted his teeth as blood gushed continuously from the wound. Using his remaining right hand, he punched toward Kenichi. Kenichi frowned slightly. Something was off. Choza was also an experienced ninja. What was the meaning of doing this? But Kenichi still slashed down with his blade. Regardless of what Choza intended to do, Kenichi was going to force him out of the battle. Ah! Choza roared. His body lunged forward, taking Kenichi's slash with his shoulder. The blade cut into his shoulder and got stuck in the bone. At the same time, Choza threw his massive body forward and shook Kenichi's wood golem, causing the entire wood golem to crash toward the ground. Out of the corner of his eye, Kenichi saw Tsunade. Tsunade's charged punch was already heading toward his head. And now, Choza was still on top of the wood golem, still exerting force to press Kenichi down. There was nowhere to gain leverage in the air. If Kenichi wanted to avoid this attack. No. He could not avoid it. Kenichi quickly assessed the situation. Tsunade and Choza's combined attack had clearly been planned. Tsunade's punch was unavoidable. However, Kenichi was not anxious. How dare Tsunade still look directly at him? As the Mangekyo rotated, Tsunade's eyes blurred for a moment. In an instant, she found that her target had become Kato Dan, while Nawaki lay inside. But Tsunade gritted her teeth, and the illusion shattered. Mangekyo Sharingan Genjutsu was not entirely impossible for her to deal with, unless it was a dojutsu on the level of Tsukuyomi. Her fist struck heavily against Susanoo. But in the brief moment when Tsunade had been dazed, an additional Susanoo shield had appeared at the point of her attack. The immense force instantly shattered the shield and even cracked Susanoo itself. But Kenichi was unharmed. In Kenichi's eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan rotated. Countless elements constructed themselves within his vision, then formed the fist he was looking at. Decompose. Kenichi whispered softly. Tsunade instantly discovered that her entire right arm, from the wrist upward, had vanished. Blood gushed continuously from the severed end. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Tsunade retreated in horror, completely unaware of how Kenichi had attacked her. Kenichi frowned slightly. Blood was flowing from his eyes. Maintaining Susanoo while using the decomposition and analysis functions was quite taxing on his eyes. He closed his Mangekyo Sharingan, blinked, then stabbed toward Choza on the wood golem with his blade. Tsunade could not pose an effective threat in a short period of time. The sword blade pierced the skin. But then Choza himself shrank, and the strike naturally missed, leaving only a bloody wound. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. Choza's combat experience was indeed rich. But was it useful? Kenichi suddenly pushed off and instantly opened the gate of joy. Choza had just landed and had not yet steadied himself when he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood and futilely grabbed at the giant shuriken that had pierced him with one hand. Farewell. Kenichi gripped the shuriken and pushed hard. Choza's body flew backward and was pinned to a tree trunk. His head slumped. There was no life left in him. A thick fog spread. Kenichi frowned and looked into the forest. The dense fog obscured Choza's body, then rapidly expanded. Did Mei make her move? He could no longer see anything inside the thick fog. Such a hidden misjutsu could only be performed by someone powerful, someone on Mei's level. Heh. Kenichi scoffed, then opened his mouth. Fire release, great fire annihilation. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 456, Chapter 456, The Fallen Kage. Chapter 456, The Fallen Kage. Although water release restrained fire release, it was clear that ordinary water release was still too weak to block a Sage Art fire release. Under the extreme heat of great fire annihilation, the dense fog instantly dissipated by a large amount, and Choza, who had been pinned down, disappeared as well. So that means... Kenichi looked behind him. Sure enough, Asuma was gone too. Tsunade had also vanished. It seemed Konoha had suddenly withdrawn from this battlefield. Kenichi twisted his neck. It seemed Tsunade intended to pull Asuma and Choza out of the battlefield. But that was fine. What right did mere Jonin have to interfere in a battle between Kage? If it were Konoha's strongest genin in the future, that would be another matter. Kenichi turned his head, and a shuriken grazed past his face. Immediately afterward, he raised his hand and blocked a kick aimed at his head. the shuriken had been a transformation jutsu. Mei had used this method to get behind him, reminding Kenichi of the similar tactic Naruto had used in the original work. Mei. Kenichi looked behind him. Mei was quickly forming hand seals. The moment Kenichi turned his head, a water ball suddenly shot from her mouth. Kenichi clapped his hands together. The ground trembled. Then an earth wall rose high from the ground. Even so, the massive flow of water still washed the earth wall away. Water release, water formation wall. This was truly interesting. Such a powerful water release ninjutsu. Kenichi used the force to leap backward and landed on a tree trunk. He looked down at Mei, his brows slightly furrowed. As a woman, Mei's strength was quite good. She was also a Kage-level expert. However, she had not appeared before, so Kenichi had been unable to figure out what she intended to do. Now, Mei had come out, while Tsunade was gone. Although his earlier tactic had clearly disrupted the strategy Tsunade and Mei had discussed, Tsunade had obviously taken Asuma and Choza to treat their injuries and would return once they recovered. At that time, Kenichi would probably have to face Tsunade's violent attacks while also guarding against Mei. Would that not become a different kind of 5 Kage siege? If he did not want to fall into that situation, the best method was to force these Kage to withdraw. As long as one Kage fell in battle, the scales of victory would tilt toward Kenichi. Mei cautiously watched Kenichi on the tree branch. She had already seen his battle with Tsunade. All she could say was that Kenichi had actually blocked that almost fatal blow, and had even seized the opportunity to sever one of Tsunade's arms. Mei frowned as she looked at the slowly spinning Mangekyo Sharingan in Kenichi's eyes. Her expression was solemn. This man's strength was indeed terrifying. No wonder he had the confidence to face so many Kage at once. However, Mei immediately lowered her head. Now was not the time to look directly at his Sharingan. Tsunade's tragic condition earlier had already made her realize that looking into Kenichi's Mangekyo could easily lead to being caught in genjutsu. Even if she could quickly break free from the genjutsu, it might still put her at a disadvantage. In a battle between powerful individuals, even a difference of 1 second could cause the battlefield to slide into another abyss. It seems Nagato is under some pressure. Kenichi glanced toward the other side of the battlefield, where Nagato was fighting the 3 Kage. It would be somewhat troublesome for him to deal with Mei here. It would be better to start with the weakest Kage. For Kenichi, Raza, who could be ambushed and killed by Orochimaru, was naturally the best choice. Moreover, this was not a desert region. How much of Raza's strength could he exert here? And even if he could exert it, as long as the plan was proper, Raza was still bound to die. Although Nagato possessed the Rinnegan and was very strong, his current body was severely damaged. Facing 3 Kage at the same time naturally put him under enormous pressure. Among those 3 opponents, although Raza seemed rather ordinary compared with the other 2 Kage, he was still a Kage. And beside him were veteran powerhouses like A and Inoki. Reducing Nagato's pressure would also help Kenichi deal with Mei and Tsunade. Although Nagato with the Rinnegan was extremely powerful, it still depended on who his opponents were. The current battlefield was also unsuitable for Nagato to use Shinra Tensei at full power. Shinra Tensei was very powerful, but it required preparation and consumed a huge amount of chakra. Kenichi did not think Nagato would use that ninjutsu in a place like this. You still have time to care about others. Mei clenched her fists in anger. This guy actually had the leisure to watch other people's battles while facing her. She opened her mouth without hesitation. Boil release, skilled mist technique erupted. The high-temperature mist instantly turned the surrounding trees into charcoal, while the corrosive acid mist within it released a strange odor. Kenichi turned his head. A shield made of wood release rose from the ground, blocking the boil release attack, but several holes were corroded through the shield. Mei lunged forward without hesitation and struck at Kenichi with water release, water formation wall. Facing such a powerful ninjutsu, Kenichi had to concentrate on dealing with it. He once again used earth release to block Mei's fierce attack, but then a water dragon roared and rushed toward him. It seemed he could not free his hands to help Nagato without first restraining Mei. How troublesome. Kenichi looked at Mei. This woman's Kekii Genkai was truly somewhat disgusting, but it was not without a way to deal with it. However, right now, Kenichi needed to quickly reduce Nagato's burden. Although Nagato had not asked for his help, Kenichi would not underestimate A and Inoki. Those 2 were not weak. Lightning gathered in Kenichi's hand and was pulled into a long current. But Kenichi did not stop there. He continued pouring chakra into it. A glob of acidic liquid sprayed toward him. Before it even got close, Kenichi could already smell its strange odor. No wonder no one dares to marry you. Kenichi watched the rapidly approaching acid liquid, pushed off with his left foot, and quickly darted to the right. Even so, he still had to use a small wood-release shield to block the acid attacks. At that moment, a dense fog quietly spread again, filling the area. Kenichi looked at the thick fog sweeping around him, then looked down at the lightning release ninjutsu in his hand. He immediately understood what Mei was planning. Although lightning release was powerful, when everything around him became a conductor, this lightning release could easily electrocute him as well. Mei had clearly noticed the lightning release ninjutsu gathering in his hand, so she used the dense fog to try and restrict him. It had to be said that there was a reason Mei could become the Mizukage. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. It seemed he could not use this ninjutsu against Mei. But that was fine. He had another target. Thus, Kenichi threw the lightning that was already constantly leaping in his hand. Accompanied by a dull roar, the lightning rushed toward the other end of the battlefield at terrifying speed. The high-voltage current inherent in the lightning itself continuously shot out electric arcs as it passed through plants and other conductors along the way, forming a chain lightning phenomenon. The dull thunder instantly attracted the Kazekage's attention. He subconsciously looked behind him, and then he saw the lightning rapidly approaching. Am I the target? A hint of indignation flashed through Raza's mind. But he also knew that now was not the time to take this ninjutsu head-on, so he subconsciously intended to turn and dodge. However, the summoned creatures in front of him kept blocking him, making Raza more and more annoyed. He spread his hands, and gold dust surged out, constantly dragging the summoned beasts underground. For this battle, he had specifically brought the gold dust necessary for his ninjutsu. Otherwise, finding gold in the land of fire would not have been easy. However, the dull thunder had not only attracted Raza's attention. It had also attracted Nagato's. Nagato, who was distracted by fighting the three Kage, saw that the target of the lightning was Raza. The moment he realized this, Nagato acted without hesitation. He had the Pretapath absorb one of Inoki's earth release ninjutsu through a sealing technique. Then Nagato controlled the Deva Path of Pain and directly used Shinra Tensei to push Inoki away before rushing toward Raza without hesitation. Raza, who had just moved to dodge, suddenly felt a powerful suction force constantly dragging his body. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Raza was somewhat startled. He flew directly toward the Deva Path of Pain, while the lightning in the air was already closing in on him. Inoki's eyes narrowed. This suction force, could it also be the opponent's ability? However, although he saw that Raza was in danger, Inoki had no immediate intention of acting. He was the Tsuchikage. His relationship with the Kazekage was not close. Or rather, none of the current four Kage had any intention of truly fighting together. Most of them wanted the others to go first, suffer losses while testing the enemy's abilities, reduce their combat power, and then enjoy the benefits themselves. Otherwise, if they had truly united and cooperated fully, Nagato's pain bodies would have been destroyed long ago. Gold Dust Square. Although no rescue came, Raza was still a Kage. He used his ninjutsu without hesitation, forming a hard gold dust cube to protect himself. But then he realized something and subconsciously dispersed the gold. Golden particles continuously fell away. The lightning instantly struck the gold dust cube that had been flying backward. Sand itself did not conduct electricity and was an insulator, but the falling gold dust was an excellent conductor. The lightning strike produced a dazzling brilliance, and Raza inside the cube also felt a strong numbness spread through his body. But in the next second, a black rod violently pierced through the vitrified glass and stabbed directly into Raza's chest. Raza spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were bloodshot. Although he had blocked the Sage Art lightning release that Kenichi had projected from a distance, he had no complete defense against Nagato here. At the same time, two other black rods stabbed in from different angles. Raza tried to resist, but because of the numbness in his body, he could not react quickly enough. His eyes widened, bloodshot and strained. He struggled continuously, trying to dodge those two black rods. If he only had a little more time, he could have. But Nagato did not give Raza a chance to dodge. The two black rods instantly pierced Raza's body. Excruciating pain struck him. Then, all at once, his body no longer hurt. Raza's vision blurred. His hands weakly lowered, and his head bowed. At that moment, countless figures flashed through his mind. Granny Chiyo, who had died long ago, seemed to be watching him from far away. Was that the Pure Land? Blood made it impossible for Raza to speak. Only gurgling bubbles came out. A black rod had pierced his windpipe, and blood continuously poured in. Thinking of the declaration of war he had received earlier, Raza felt somewhat dazed. Thankfully, he had already given other orders. But he did not know whether this gamble would end in victory or defeat. In the next second, a small figure appeared in Raza's mind. His youngest son. Gaara. Raza's eyes widened helplessly. He weakly raised his hand, trying to pull the black rods out of his body. He remembered that there were still things he had not done. But before his hand could touch the black rods, his consciousness plunged into endless emptiness. Damn it! A rushed over in anger. He had naturally noticed what had just happened, but he had thought Raza would be able to handle the situation himself. Because of that, A had been focused on dealing with the 3 opponents in front of him. Who would have thought the Kazekage would be so weak? Inoki's expression did not look good either. Although the Kazekage's strength was not particularly great, he was still a Kage. Inoki had never expected that something would happen just because he had not thought to save Raza for one moment. A Kage had died here. That made Inoki's expression turn much more serious. When he had received the threat earlier, he had been full of confidence. But now, a trace of worry had appeared in Inoki's heart. Tengai Shinsei. No. Kenichi clearly had the strength. He and this man with the eyes of the sage had cooperated tacitly, directly killing the Kazekage while the others were not paying attention. Now, only Inoki and A remained on this side. But between Iwagakure and the Hidden Cloud Village, there were long-standing grudges. Especially since the current 4th Raikage, A, was the son of the 3rd Raikage, who had been exhausted to death by Iwagakure. That was a deep hatred born from the death of a father. Could the two of them truly cooperate fully? At this moment, the vitrified cube struck by lightning was still flying toward Nagato. The high-temperature vitrified glass touched Nagato's hand and shattered on the ground. As the vitrified cube broke apart, Nagato's hand held a corpse. Nagato looked at Raza, whose head hung low and whose breath had already stopped. He was dead. Blood slowly dripped from the black rods. Nagato casually threw Raza's corpse aside. Then A's fist struck his face, sending him flying. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, had fallen in battle. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 457. Chapter 457, is Sunagakure trying to gamble the fate of their nation? Chapter 457, is Sunagakure trying to gamble the fate of their nation? As Raza fell in battle, another, even grander battle began in the border forest of the Land of Fire. Are these Sunagakure ninja insane? Orochimaru looked at the map in his hand. He truly had not expected that the Sunagakure ninja troops he had spent half a day searching for were actually at sea. Judging by their movements, they seemed to be planning a direct sneak attack on the mainland of the Land of Flame. Are they trying to force a base trade, taking advantage of Kenichi's unwillingness to bring the war to the mainland? Orochimaru mused, vaguely guessing what the Sunagakure ninja were thinking. First of all, his student Kenichi's plan had been flawless. He had already drawn out the Kage of the other 4 ninja villages. Now, those ninja villages lacked Kage-level combat power. The only remaining issue was the unknown whereabouts of each village's tailed beast. Fortunately, Konoha's Ninetails was still in the Land of Snow, living happily as a child with his mother. At present, the ninja troops of the other ninja villages had mostly halted their advance. After all, their Kage had been drawn into battle by Kenichi, and they needed to monitor the situation. If necessary, they might even rush over to support their village's Kage. These people could not possibly just watch their Kage die. Because of that, Orochimaru easily found the allied ninja forces of the other 3 ninja villages. Only Sunagakure's ninja had mysteriously disappeared after their Kazekage left, forcing Orochimaru to spend a long time searching for them. At first, Orochimaru thought Sunagakure's ninja might have gone somewhere else, or perhaps even returned home. Unexpectedly, the intelligence relayed by Deidara indicated that Sunagakure's ninja were advancing toward the Land of Flame. Unless all of Sunagakure's ninja were rogue ninja who intended to completely defy the Kazekage's intentions, Orochimaru found their sudden collective action utterly incomprehensible. Therefore, the abnormal actions of Sunagakure's ninja likely came from the Kazekage's command. And if the Kazekage had ordered these ninja to advance en masse toward the Land of Flame, then what exactly was he planning? They even know how to use puppets to hide ninja underwater and avoid detection at sea. Orochimaru licked his lips, somewhat intrigued. Sunagakure's move struck him as very interesting. If he were not the battlefield commander right now, he might even consider going personally to see what Sunagakure's ninja were truly thinking. These ninja had only been discovered because Deidara, while flying in the sky, saw large shadows in the sea, sensed that something was wrong, and then figured out what Sunagakure's ninja were doing. However, a surprise attack was only effective if it remained undetected. Now, Sunagakure's ninja troops were already an open secret. Under such circumstances, it would be impossible for Sunagakure to achieve their strategic objective. Leaving it to those 2 should be enough. Orochimaru's fingers tapped the map. 4 circles had been drawn on it, indicating the current positions of the allied forces from the 4 ninja villages. A scattered mess. The 4 allied ninja forces showed no intention of cooperating. They remained widely separated. This made Orochimaru want to laugh. A group formed under the binding force of self-interest was indeed fragile. Before a strong wind had even blown, they had already scattered. This situation also made it easier for Orochimaru to execute his plan to defeat these allied ninja forces one by one. Orochimaru looked at the map. His original target had been Iwagakure, because Iwagakure's ninja strength was relatively weaker. However, Iwagakure was positioned between Konoha and Kimogakure's allied ninja forces. If he attacked Iwagakure's ninja, it might attract the attention of the other two ninja villages. Then, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. In this situation, to break the deadlock, he would have to. Meanwhile, in the waters near the Land of Flame, violent explosions continuously echoed across the sea surface. High in the sky, Deidara excitedly scattered his bombs. Art is an explosion. Ha. Deidara let out an excited cry. As he watched the black object below slow down under his attacks, his heart grew even more jubilant. This guy has such a strange ability. On the cliffside, Kisame unfastened his clothes, took them off, and set them aside. Then he clicked his tongue as he watched Deidara continue flying through the sky. He had been assigned by Orochimaru to assist Deidara on this mission. There were no other reinforcements. At the time, Kisame had been somewhat curious. He had originally expected to carry out the mission with Kakuzu, but unexpectedly, he was alone and had to cooperate with a brat named Deidara, who had no reputation whatsoever. They're in the sea. I think you alone are enough. However, after hearing Orochimaru's words, Kisame had no further questions. A group of Sunagekure ninja without their kage, and they were still at sea. Even if that monster, the One-Tail, were released, Kisame would not be intimidated. At sea, this was Kisame's territory. Dealing with those useless Sunagekure ninja would be far too easy. It's time to let these landlubbers know what the sea is. With Samahata on his back, Kisame leaped down and quickly approached the slowly moving black shadow underwater. Before long, the calm sea suddenly churned with giant waves. A strangely shaped object floated up from the seabed to the surface, and several corpses of Sunagekure ninja drifted out with it. Wow, this guy is really violent. Deidara looked at the battle below from the sky and could not help licking his lips. His assistant's strength was truly terrifying. But soon, Deidara noticed something wrong. Those black shadows from under the sea had surfaced, and there were indeed some corpses of Sunagekure ninja. But the number. We've been tricked. Kisame emerged from the sea, his expression somewhat grim. He looked angrily at the corpses in front of him, then climbed out of the water and stepped onto the heavily damaged puppet creations. Unlike Deidara, whose combat experience was still not extensive, Kisame had once been a ninja of the Hidden Mist Village, and an ANBU at that. He easily judged that the number of ninja corpses before him did not match the number of allied ninja that a village would dispatch. Unless Sunagekure intended to send only a tailed beast and their Kazekage to increase their leverage after the war, such a small number of ninja would definitely not be enough. Kisame's face was somewhat grim. Although Deidara did not think as deeply, he also understood that the number here was wrong. He quickly rode his creation toward the main base. He needed to relay this information, then find the true location of Sunagekure's ninja. Soon, Orochimaru, who was stationed at headquarters, received Deidara's message. He. I didn't expect them to be only bait. Kakuzu let out a strange laugh. As he spoke, he glanced at Sasori, who was sitting quietly beside him with an expressionless face. It seems Sunagekure's Kazekage has other plans. Orochimaru's brows furrowed. He was thinking about what Sunagekure's ninja intended to do. They had gone through so much effort to hide themselves and set up bait. What exactly were they after? Orochimaru had thought he had grasped the positions of the 4 ninja villages' forces. But in the end, he had not. Sunagekure seemed to be playing some new trick this time. Orochimaru had some impression of Sunagekure, after all, they were old adversaries. However, in Orochimaru's impression, Sunagekure did not particularly like playing tricky maneuvers. Most of the time, they relied on puppets and poisons to fight. Their methods were somewhat underhanded, yet their fighting style was surprisingly reckless, carrying a sense of fighting with utter disregard for consequences. It was Iwagakure that liked playing tricky maneuvers and gambling the fate of their nation. They had once engineered the death of the third Raikage, though that battle had also caused Iwagakure heavy losses and severely depleted their strength. If it were Inoki, he might indeed gamble the nation's fate. But what Orochimaru had not expected was that Sunagekure had also started playing such tricky maneuvers. What exactly did they want to do? Swap bases. That was somewhat possible. But ultimately, although parts of the Land of Wind were desert, its land area was still significant. It was unlike the Land of Water. While the Land of Water had better land, it also had other problems. Its land area was far smaller than the other 4 great nations, and it was located at sea. Many things had to be imported from other countries in the shinobi world. If Sunagekure deployed all its forces and forcibly occupied the Land of Water, using it as a base for survival, that would mean handing over the Land of Wind. Although doing so would make it difficult for Kenichi to conquer the Land of Wind, since the Land of Wind was close to the other 3 great nations, it would still be a disadvantage for Sunagekure. So what exactly did Sunagekure want to do? But now, it was impossible to keep searching for traces of Tsunagekyu's ninja here. Orochimaru decided to take a two-pronged approach. On one hand, they would search for Tsunagekyu's ninja. On the other hand, they would execute his recent plan to defeat the allied ninja forces of the other 3 ninja villages separately, paving the way for his disciples' future strategy. Then Sasori, you take 50 jonin and 300 chunin to the target location. Orochimaru looked at Sasori as he spoke. To achieve his plan, he needed Sasori's cooperation. Sasori nodded, having no objections. And the others? Orochimaru continued arranging tactics. This time, he would also go to the front. The main base was some distance from the 3 battlefields. If an unexpected situation arose, it would be difficult to provide support in time. Because of that, Orochimaru planned to move to the front, allowing him to provide timely support if problems occurred. After all, no matter how well a plan was conceived, other problems could easily arise. Plans were always subject to change, and enemies would not necessarily act strictly according to one's plan. For a time, the ninja forces of the Land of Flame and the members of the Akatsuki organization scattered, disappearing into the dense forests of the Land of Fire. Boom. With a loud explosion, Iwagakure's ninja turned their heads in shock, looking toward the direction of the blast. A giant monster stood there. What is that? Kitsuchi stared in astonishment at the huge creation before him. It looked humanoid, yet it was unlike a normal person. And was it not a little too large? The nearby trees looked so small beside this thing that they did not even reach its knees. Enemy attack. However, Kitsuchi instantly reacted. Whatever this thing was, it clearly was not here to help them. In an instant, countless ninjutsu flew toward the giant monster. But immediately afterward, Iwagakure's ninja discovered that behind this giant monster, a large group of ninja were also attacking them. Enemy attack. A sharp cry tore through Iwagakure's ninja camp. There's movement over there. At Konoha's gathering point, Shikaku frowned and looked into the distance. That was Iwagakure's ninja gathering point. After Tsunade had been drawn away by Kenichi, Konoha's ninja had also actively explored outward, then located Kumogakure's ninja and Iwagakure's ninja. So Shikaku easily determined that the disturbance came from Iwagakure's direction. Do they need support? At this point, the only ones likely to launch an attack are the ninja occupying the Land of Water. Inoichi looked at his old friend. The 5th Hokage had her battlefield, but Konoha's ninja also had their own battlefield. I think something's wrong. Shikaku rubbed his temples. We know Iwagakure's position. They're between us and Kimogakure. If I were the commander of the Land of Water's army, I wouldn't attack Iwagakure, because that would easily provoke a reaction from both us and Kimogakure. Shikaku narrowed his eyes. Kenichi was the Land of Water's known card. He should still be fighting Tsunade right now. He certainly would not be the commander of the Land of Water's army. So who was commanding the Land of Water's forces now? Without needing to think much, a name appeared in Shikaku's mind. Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru was Kenichi's teacher. He had also commanded large-scale wars for Konoha before. Moreover, his strength was immense, making him qualified to serve as a battlefield commander. But if Orochimaru was the commander, then it was even less likely for him to do this. Could it be a feint? Inoichi also agreed inwardly. If he were the commander, he absolutely would not attack the obvious Iwagakure. Would it not be better to attack Tsunagakure instead? The Tsunagakure ninja army's current location was unknown. They seemed to have hidden themselves. The ninja Konoha had sent to search for them had not found any trace yet. Then who do you think they want to attack? Shikaku looked at the map. The only thing currently uncertain was the location of the Land of Water's ninja forces. Inoichi was not very sure either. But in the next second, a deafening sound echoed through the forest. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 458, Chapter 458, Chibaku Tensei. Chapter 458, Chibaku Tensei. Mei, you really are ill-tempered. Aren't you worried you won't be able to get married? Kenichi dodged Mei's attack, and countless wooden shields rose beside him. But before he could even catch his breath, all of the wooden shields were smashed apart, and Tsunade's furious punch struck Kenichi heavily. Looking at the dissipating shadow clone, Tsunade's expression was ugly. This guy. Tsunade gritted her teeth and looked at her severed wrist. Her hand was gone. Strangely, it did not hurt or itch. It had simply vanished. Even with Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, there was no good way to deal with such a severed limb. However, she now had a better understanding of Kenichi's ability. Mei, Kenichi's Mangekyo Sharingan is very special. He seems to be able to directly erase parts of our body tissue. Be extra careful when fighting him. Tsunade spoke softly while searching for Kenichi's tracks. At the same time, she also had to guard against Kenichi going over to cooperate with the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Just now, those two had worked together and directly killed Kazekage Raza. If another Kage died there, things would become even more troublesome. Kenichi squatted on a treetop and looked down at Tsunade and Mei below, feeling a bit of a headache. Mei was very strong. Tsunade was also very strong. Although Kenichi had taken advantage of Tsunade's lack of understanding toward his Mangekyo Sharingan ability to remove one of her hands, this had clearly only made Tsunade even angrier. Seeing the Yin seal open on Tsunade's forehead, Kenichi knew that Tsunade was now fighting at full power. This setup would probably be used against Madara in the future. But the good news was that he had Nagato helping him. Nagato was using the 6 paths of pain to deal with the Reikage and the Tsuchikage, while Kenichi dealt with the Hokage and the Mizukage. As for Kazekage Raza, he had already died in battle, and Kenichi planned to make use of his corpse. If not for the sudden outbreak of war between the 4 ninja villages, Kenichi would have even planned to collect the remains of various powerhouses in the shinobi world, then form an Edo Tensei army to deal with these troublesome people. However, Kenichi was not without backup plans now. He already had the first Hokage's cells, and the first Hokage could be summoned with Edo Tensei at any time. But how much power the Edo Tensei first Hokage could exert was still a question. Not to mention that Kenichi did not have much time to create the Edo Tensei bodies needed for the technique. It's a pity. Although many people have died here, there probably aren't many corpses around. If I want to use Sage Art, would release, true several thousand hands, I'll have to wait until the main battlefield suffers heavy casualties to maximize the benefits. Kenichi narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. He wondered what Orochimaru was doing now. Before Kenichi came to deal with Tsunade and the others, he had also equipped Orochimaru with a special tactical squad of his own. However, due to the shinobi world's technological production capacity, that tactical squad did not have much ammunition. Even with Kenichi's shadow clones constantly producing it, they still had not made much. But if used properly, the effect should still be very good. While Kenichi was pondering, the tree beneath him fell. The enraged Tsunade had found his location and launched a fierce attack. Mei, standing to the side, also showed no mercy. Every strike was aimed to kill. You two are really ruthless. Kenichi chuckled and teased them, then was almost kicked by Tsunade. Tsunade had no intention of reminiscing with Kenichi. Although she had one less hand, Tsunade's monstrous strength had not been affected much. Kenichi instantly dodged the combined attack from Tsunade and Mei. He frowned slightly. If this entanglement continued, victory was not impossible, but it would consume a great deal of chakra. Although Hikari could replenish him, Kenichi did not want things to become so troublesome. He needed to find an opportunity. An opportunity to severely injure either Mei or Tsunade. Kenichi tapped his toes against the ground, his body drifting backward as he dodged Tsunade's pursuit. Tsunade now had one less hand. Although her fighting style was unique and she rarely used ninjutsu, losing one hand would still have some impact, right? Moreover, as a medical ninja, and a Kage-level medical ninja at that, Tsunade's presence on the battlefield would be a great help to the allied shinobi forces. Kenichi decided on his target. This time, he would severely injure Tsunade. If Tsunade also fought to the death like Jiraiya, Kenichi could only send her to the Pure Land to accompany him. However, judging from Tsunade's current attitude and fighting will, Kenichi felt that he could not let her die peacefully. Unless he possessed the overwhelming strength of 6 paths Madara, he could not hold back against a powerhouse of Tsunade's level. I need some time. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. Tsunade and Mei kept hounding him, leaving him with little time to prepare. He had to find a way to buy himself a little time. Not much. Just 1 minute. Thinking of this, Kenichi knew what ninjutsu to use. As Kenichi quickly formed hand seals, a dense fog rapidly spread out from him, enveloping everything around them. Mei could not even see Tsunade standing opposite her. This guy. Mei gritted her teeth. When it came to the hidden misjutsu, Mei was definitely an expert. She could tell that the hidden misjutsu Kenichi had used was not low in quality. A large amount of chakra had been poured into it to achieve this kind of effect. Mei felt somewhat uneasy. That bastard Kenichi, just how much chakra did he have? To be able to squander it like this. Heavenly foot of pain. Tsunade stomped hard on the ground. A huge shockwave dispersed the nearby mist, but soon, the dense fog enveloped them again. Tsunade did not hesitate and directly retreated. She knew some intelligence about Kenichi's combat style. It mentioned that Kenichi liked combining hidden misjutsu with lightning release ninjutsu to strike enemies. Under such dense fog, Mei could only temporarily choose to retreat as well, since she had also seen some intelligence about Kenichi. Kenichi had no intention of using ninjutsu to attack Mei and Tsunade. He went straight to the place where Raza had died in battle. Raza's mutilated body was very conspicuous on the ground. Nagato and the Raikage were still fighting in the distance. Kazekage, although your strength is insufficient, still. Kenichi placed his hand on Raza's forehead. The dense fog dissipated. Kenichi was not surprised. Although he had used a sage art, who were his opponents? Tsunade and Mei. It was impossible to expect the hidden misjutsu alone to incapacitate them. What did you do? Tsunade frowned as she looked at Kenichi, who was standing calmly in front of her. After the dense fog was dispelled, there had been no follow-up attack. At that moment, Tsunade knew that Kenichi had not used the hidden misjutsu to set up a combined ninjutsu, but to conceal his movements. What did I do? He. Kenichi smiled and answered with a question, making Tsunade's remaining fist clench even tighter. This guy was so annoying. Sister Tsunade, if you stop now and take the Konoha ninja away, we can still talk. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. He planned to persuade Tsunade one last time. After all, his relationship with Tsunade was not bad, and if Tsunade died, things would become even more troublesome. Never. Tsunade's angry eyes stared straight at Kenichi. She was the Hokage. She was also a ninja. For the village, for so many villagers, she had gone against her conscience many times. And this time? Kenichi sighed. It seemed there was no other way. Tsunade twisted her neck. Fine. She had to deal with Kenichi as soon as possible. Otherwise, the other side might. Just as she thought this, a figure flew over. It was Pain, whose upper garment had been destroyed, but whose eyes remained just as cold. Little girl Tsunade. Is it really that hard to deal with a brat? A muffled thunder sounded in the distance. Immediately afterward, a man rushed over at high speed. Lightning released chakra mode, lariat. Kenichi frowned slightly. Although he had a sage body, he was not arrogant enough to take a lariat head-on. So he directly used a lightning clone, letting the clone explode while his real body supported Nagato. Did you mess up? Kenichi looked at Nagato in front of him and almost wanted to laugh. It was rare to see Nagato in such a disheveled state. Anoki is a bit troublesome, Nagato said calmly. The battle still raged in the distant forest. Anoki was dealing with Nagato's other pain bodies there. Brat. Being conceited will get you killed. The Raikage was in high spirits. The guy with the sage eyes had made him very uncomfortable just now. They were all ninja, so what was he putting on airs for? And calling himself a god? Ridiculous. Nagato looked coldly at Raikage in front of him. I gained transcendent power through infinite pain. Nagato remained calm. Pain raised his hands to his chest, palms facing each other. Kenichi's pupils contracted. Could it be? Brat. Don't talk big. Although A did not know what Pain was doing, his instincts told him to stop it. But A and Tsunade, who were charging forward, were met by a torrent of flames. Fire release, great fire annihilation. However, this ninjutsu only delayed A and Tsunade for a short time before Tsunade used raw strength to smash a path through the flames. But that was enough. Chibaku Tensei. Pain threw the black orb in his hand. The black orb quickly ascended, and its powerful gravitational pull began constantly dragging everything nearby toward it. Rocks were absorbed. Trees flew up. Even Raza's corpse flew toward the center along with the rising chunks of earth. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Tsunade was somewhat shocked. She had never seen such a unique ninjutsu before, and the strength of that suction force made even Tsunade feel troubled. The ground kept shaking, making it impossible to stand firm. This is useless. A, surrounded by lightning, charged toward Pain. Pain raised his hand. A's body suddenly paused, but then he immediately realized something was wrong. This guy had not used that strange ninjutsu. Nagato suddenly charged toward A. After closing the distance, he sent a flying with Shinra Tensei. A, suspended in midair, was pulled by Chibaku Tensei and crashed into the rising giant rocks. Kenichi did not hesitate. He knew that Chibaku Tensei was a powerful ocular technique, but it was not impossible to break. In the original story, Nagato's Chibaku Tensei had been broken by a rampaging Naruto. Raikage's strength could not be underestimated either. It was impossible to rely on Chibaku Tensei alone to deal with A. Was capable of fighting the Eight Tails. Countless wooden spikes shot out from Kenichi's side, rapidly flying toward A. At the same time, Kenichi also rushed forward, but Tsunade blocked his path. Mei's lava release, melting apparition technique also sprayed toward Kenichi's back. Kenichi's hand twitched, and a sword made of lightning appeared in his hand. The turbulent lightning leaped constantly. Wooden shields appeared behind him, blocking the lava release, melting apparition technique. Layer after layer of wooden shields was continuously corroded, but Kenichi's wooden shield seemed endless. Mei, who was about to pursue, had just begun forming hand seals when a huge suction force pulled at her. Her body suddenly flew backward toward Nagato. Pain held a black receiver in his hand, ready to strike. Amamiya Kenichi. Tsunade roared in anger and swung her remaining fist at Kenichi's face. Kenichi gripped the lightning sword in his hand and brought it down. The almost solidified lightning collided violently with Tsunade's fist, and countless bolts of electricity spread outward. Tsunade gritted her teeth. After the strength of 100 seal was released, all injuries on her body were automatically repaired. With a full power strike, Tsunade even shattered the lightning sword in Kenichi's hand. Her fist then forcefully struck Kenichi's head. "You think you can restrain me like this?" A furious voice sounded. The fourth Raikage, A, stepped across the rocks of Chibaku Tensei and swooped down quickly, his wrist aimed at Kenichi's neck. Lariat repeater, huh? Kenichi was a little speechless. Could I not use some other move? Why was it always lariat? Kenichi was almost afraid that when he went to sleep at night, he would pull back the covers and find nothing but lariats. But it was also at this moment that Raza, who had been sucked onto the rocks, swayed and stood up. He raised both hands, aiming at Raikage A and Tsunade, whose backs were turned to him. Gold dust condensed around him, forming sharp spikes that pierced fiercely toward Tsunade and A's backs. Two huge wooden hands appeared in front of Kenichi, grabbing toward Tsunade and A respectively. Something's wrong. Tsunade noticed the whistling sound behind her. She glanced back from the corner of her eye and saw the rapidly approaching gold dust spikes. Looking at the wooden hands in front of her that she could easily shatter, then at Kenichi behind them, Tsunade gritted her teeth in hatred. But she had no choice. She could only turn around and deal with the giant gold dust spikes behind her. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 459, Chapter 459, The Bird That Broke Free and the Five Tails. Chapter 459, The Bird That Broke Free and the Five Tails. The Uchiha Gunbai. I remember it was here. While Kenichi and the four Kage were locked in an intense battle, Obito entered a desolate cave. Looking at the cave before him, Obito suddenly felt as if his entire life had some strange connection to caves. He had once thought he was going to die, but unexpectedly, he had met Madara and survived. That, too, had been in a cave. This cave was hidden beneath the rocks, blocking out the sunlight. Obito rubbed his hands and vigilantly observed his surroundings. Black Zetsu had not appeared yet. He was probably still monitoring the current Shinobi World War. Thinking of this, Obito breathed a sigh of relief. He had come this time to retrieve Madara's fan, but beyond that, Obito also wanted to do something else. Remove the cursed seal near his heart. This cursed seal had been used by Madara to restrain him, ensuring that Obito would serve the Eye of the Moon plan wholeheartedly, like a bird trapped in a cage. Obito himself knew this. But previously, he had no way to deal with this cursed seal. Now, however, he finally had an opportunity. I never thought I'd have to thank that bastard Kenichi one day. Obito muttered as he stroked his chest. Ever since he had been chosen by Madara to become his successor and carry out the Eye of the Moon plan, Obito had diligently performed his duties. That was until he met Kenichi, whom he considered the most detestable person in his life. From the moment Kenichi appeared before Obito, that bastard had constantly caused him trouble. Obito could no longer remember how many times Kenichi had disgusted him. He had even been killed once by Kenichi during their previous battle. If Black Zetsu had not given him an Izanagi eye as a precaution, Obito would probably have gone to the Pure Land to find Rin. But that resurrection also brought Obito an excellent opportunity. For some reason, after being revived, Obito discovered that the cursed seal near his heart had developed some issues. It was no longer as impregnable as before. Now, Obito felt that he had found a way to break the cursed seal. So strictly speaking, he truly did need to thank Kenichi. Thank that bastard. Because Kenichi had indeed brought him an opportunity. An opportunity to break free from control and become his own person. He had specifically come to this place to retrieve Madara's weapon precisely to buy himself enough time and space to remove Madara's cursed seal. Previously, Obito had not had this thought because he wanted to create a world with Rin. But now, this world already had Rin. So he wavered. Looking at that smiling girl shopping, Obito hesitated for the first time about carrying out the Eye of the Moon plan. If he were asked to kill Rin, Obito could not do it. He had thought he could. After all, this filthy world suffocated him. But when he saw Rin, his courage deflated like a punctured balloon. Obito's eyes grew solemn. He wanted to be himself again. He wanted to control his own life. Ah! A beast-like wail echoed through the empty cave. That wailing continued for a while before slowly subsiding. Obito panted heavily, his hands covered in blood. The hole in his chest made his body tremble, but his eyes were filled with absolute joy. He had succeeded. He had successfully dealt with the restriction Madara had placed on him, and Madara had not activated the cursed seal to deliver a more fatal blow. He, ha 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 ha. Obito covered his eyes and let out a manic laugh. Before, he could not do anything to himself. But now, Obito had finally broken free completely from Madara's grasp. Looking at the Uchiha Gunbai, a trace of hesitation flashed through Obito's eyes. But then he still took the fan and hurried out. This weapon must have had its unique qualities to be valued by Madara. Obito needed power now. Power to protect Rin. As long as he could escape the land of flame, then in the vast ocean, Obito did not believe anyone else could find him. Obito's eyes seemed to glow. Now that he had successfully removed the cursed seal and broken free from Madara's restraints, he finally had the chance to forge his own path. Thinking of Rin, who was smiling and shopping in the capital of the land of flame, Obito's eyes unknowingly welled up with tears. He gripped the Uchiha Gunbai tightly in his hand, and his steps unconsciously quickened. He wanted to see Rin. Then he wanted to take her away and find a secluded place to live with her. He did not need lavish material comforts. He did not need status or power. He only wanted to live a life meant for the two of them with Rin. Obito only wanted to have a few children with Rin, care for them, and finally, while holding the hand of an equally white-haired Rin, sit in a chair and watch the sunset. Then slowly close his eyes. That would be enough. Obito's mood was joyful, like a caged bird finally breaking free from its restraints and embracing freedom. He ran without stopping. At that moment, the dark cave was left behind him, and the bright, sunlit forest embraced him. And just as Obito destroyed the cursed seal, Madara's hand, still inside the cave in the land of water, paused for only an instant. But it was only that instant. Then Madara continued with what he was doing. He did not care what that useless Obito was doing. Whether Obito died or broke free from the cursed seal's control, Madara did not care. Just an ant. Madara's eyes held a hint of excitement. Although Edo Tensei had various issues, it had to be said that this ninjutsu was truly powerful. Extremely powerful. It allowed those revived by Edo Tensei to possess nearly infinite chakra. Although it was still not as good as being alive, it was enough to alleviate boredom. Kenichi, let me see whether you can dance. Battle intent boiled in Madara's eyes. He wanted to see whether Kenichi, who possessed Hashiramas would release in Sage mode, along with his own clan's Mangekyo Sharingan, could truly become an opponent who excited him. His improvements were almost complete. After that, he would be able to unleash his original strength. A trace of disdain appeared in Madara's eyes. Without regaining his Rinnegan, even his Mangekyo Sharingan era self was less than half of his peak. But this was enough. If that junior named Kenichi could not even defeat him in this state, then there was no meaning. However, I still need my fan back. Madara twisted his neck. Did Obito take his fan? Had he taken it, or had he left it there? He hoped that Fool was sensible enough to bring it to him. Otherwise, he would have to waste time looking for it. The cave fell silent once again. Enemy attack. The roars of Iwagakure ninja rang out constantly, but the attacking monster, that gigantic monster, still lifted its foot and strode forward. Countless ninjutsu continuously tried to attack this enormous thing, but the effects were not particularly obvious. This rampant wave of ninjutsu attacks quickly came to an end. Although this giant was huge and ninjutsu attacks could basically hit it, a group of ninja followed behind the giant. To deal with the threat posed by those ninja, Iwagakure's ninja had to divert their attention and fight them. These ninja wore strange forehead protectors with an odd symbol that did not belong to any ninja village. Iwagakure's ninja did not pay attention to those details. They only needed to know that these people were enemies. Enemies needed to be fought, torn apart, defeated, and then. The ninja leading the charge quickly met the first wave of fatal strikes. The moment they looked at those ninja, these spirited Iwagakure ninja collectively saw red eyes. Dense red eyes. Within those eyes, strange patterns rotated. Iwagakure's ninja inevitably fell into the genjutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even powerful individuals like Orochimaru had once suffered losses when facing Mangekyo genjutsu. Although Orochimaru at that time had also been weakened spiritually, the power of Mangekyo genjutsu was undeniable. Almost instantly, the ninja who saw the Mangekyo Sharingan stared blankly. Then the attacking ninja from the land of flame pierced their hearts, and they fell to the ground in vain. Don't look at their eyes. Katsuchi shouted anxiously. He had not expected so many of the attacking ninja to possess Sharingan. Were these people all Uchiha clan ninja? But had the Uchiha clan not either defected or been annihilated? Why were there so many of them? Sasori controlled the giant unit, 01. He stomped down, and the Iwagakure ninja, who would normally have reacted quickly enough to avoid being stepped on, were instantly crushed into a bloody mess. There was not even the slightest sense of obstruction. Their bodies merged with the earth. Although they were panicked, Iwagakure's ninja quickly followed Kitsuchi's instructions and stopped looking into the eyes of these enemies, haphazardly unleashing ninjutsu. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The ninja from the land of flame at the front collectively opened their mouths and quickly formed hand seals. Under the control of the parasites, they unleashed this ninjutsu almost simultaneously. Overwhelming flames instantly surged toward Iwagakure's ninja. At that moment, in Kitsuchi's eyes, these fire release techniques seemed to ignite the entire world. A mud wall quickly rose, blocking the fierce flames. The spreading mud wall demonstrated the immense chakra of the user. Truly a troublesome opponent. A man in red armor stood at the front, his eyes focused. Han. Kitsuchi breathed a sigh of relief. Although the Tsuchikage had gone to battle, it was good that Han was still here. However, Kitsuchi immediately began organizing the ninja of his village to counterattack. The enemy ninja had already rushed past the mud wall. Jinchuriki. Sasori's brow furrowed as he looked at the figure below. The Akatsuki organization had a great deal of intelligence, and information on Jinchuriki was even more detailed. Even Sasori knew some things about Jinchuriki. Like the one before him. Han, the Five Tails Jinchuriki. The Jinchuriki of Iwagakure. Jinchuriki were all monsters. Inside them was an even more terrifying monster. Sasori manipulated his puppet. The giant puppet raised its hand, drew the heavy sword at its waist, and swung it down. The powerful heavy sword sliced through the air, as if it were splitting the air itself. Humph. Han snorted coldly. A tail appeared behind his body. He quickly dodged the attack, but then a group of ninja from the land of flame rushed over. Han quickly shifted his gaze, only to notice that many black threads had appeared on his body. He, this is a big catch. Kakuzu's eyes seemed to glow with money. He had finally waited for these damned Jinchuriki. According to Orochimaru, the bounty for killing a Jinchuriki was very generous. There was no need to capture them. Just killing them was enough. Facing Kakuzu and Sasori, Han's expression became extremely grim. Neither of these two was weak. Even a one-on-one fight would have an uncertain result, let alone facing both of them at once. And he could not rely on the ninja from his own village at all. Those people were being beaten down by the enemy ninja. Thinking of those red-eyed madmen, Han knew he could not hold back now. If he tried to hold back, he would be killed directly by the enemy. So. Roar. A deafening roar made the forest tremble. Inoichi and Shikaku exchanged glances, a trace of shock flashing through their eyes. They saw the formidable presence in the distance. That was Iwagakure's camp. Iwagakure had actually released a tailed beast. This is bad. Iwagakure must be under immense pressure. Otherwise, why would they release a tailed beast so quickly? Shikaku suddenly stood up and stared intently into the distance. Inoichi continuously organized Konoha's ninja. The moment he saw the five tails, he knew that no matter what the commander wanted to do, they could not just stand by. To instantly force Iwagakure to release its tailed beast, one could imagine how troublesome the enemies they faced were. Meanwhile, on Kimogakure's side, Darui scratched his head as he looked at the fully transformed five tails. Things are getting troublesome, Killer Bee-sama. Darui sighed. He was under a lot of pressure now. Thankfully, the eight tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, was right beside him. Things are getting interesting. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and revealed a pleased smile. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 460, The War Intensifies. Chapter 460, The War Intensifies. Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Kenichi's expression was grim as he watched the fourth Raikage, A, break through every obstacle and charge toward him. He had originally manipulated Raza to launch a surprise attack in order to force A and Tsunade back, but Kenichi had not expected A to attack him regardless. Meanwhile, Tsunade blocked Raza's attack from behind, even deflecting the blow that had originally been aimed at A. That was why A could charge forward without worrying about his back. Lightning Release Chakra Mode, Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Is that all A knows? Kenichi's Sharingan spun, and Susanoo covered his body, forming a half-body giant. It blocked A's Lightning Release Chakra Mode in time, but the outer shell of Susanoo cracked under the attack. It clearly could not withstand another blow. With a crisp crack, Susanoo shattered. Immediately afterward, a fist rapidly enlarged in Kenichi's vision. In the next moment, Kenichi was sent flying by Tsunade's punch. Four ribs broke, and his lungs were damaged, but those injuries rapidly healed. Almost the moment Kenichi crashed into a tree and stopped, the wounds repaired themselves. With a muffled groan, Mei clutched her shoulder and glared angrily at the men in front of her. She had been about to use lava release to attack the men with the sage's eyes, but unexpectedly, two pain bodies suddenly appeared from the side and attacked her. Although Mei reacted quickly, under the pincer attack of the three pain bodies, a black receiver still pierced through her left shoulder. This guy's black rods can interfere with chakra flow. Mei keenly noticed the abnormality in her body. At this moment, she had no intention of holding back and immediately shouted the information she knew. Watching the dead Raza twist and rise again, Mei knew that if the four Kage did not cooperate now, they might still be defeated one by these two. That would be troublesome. Even in death, they would not find peace, and their remains would be desecrated by Kenichi. These people seem to be puppets. I've killed 3 of these monsters, but they were revived. Inoki also flew over. He had already finished the battle on his side and noticed the situation here. The moment Mei shouted, he understood what she was thinking and also saw Raza flying down from the sky. That person is called Pain. He seems to be a ninja Jiraiya encountered before, and he belongs to the Akatsuki organization. Their leader has an ability that can repel anyone who gets close to him. Tsunade also stopped holding back information. She was now certain that Kenichi, that bastard, was serious. He truly intended to eliminate them, the Kage. I already know the range of that guy's repulsion. But he controls it himself, and after each use, there's roughly a 5-second cooldown. Reikage also stood nearby. He reached out and pulled out the black receiver, while Tsunade quickly helped Mei treat her injury. Kenichi and Nagato stood together, looking at the 4 Kage in front of them. Kenichi licked his lips. This was getting interesting now. The 4 Kage were actually standing together. Were they planning to join forces against them? This was truly a shinobi world war. In that case, Kenichi looked at the 4 Kage in front of him, his expression serious. Beside him, Kazekage Raza stood there, his eyes vacant and devoid of life. This is... Nagato could not help glancing at Raza beside him. He had killed this man himself. Nagato remembered that very clearly. But he had not expected Raza to crawl out of the Pure Land now. A simple ninjutsu. Kenichi was not too concerned. Raza's strength was not outstanding, and this hasty resurrection was merely a modified ninjutsu based on Edo Tensei. It could not give Raza much combat awareness, nor much chakra. The current Raza was completely cannon fodder. But the problem was that the others did not know that. Before Raza's true nature was exposed, he was still a very useful punching bag. These 4 Kage naturally could not ignore a fighter who feared neither death nor pain. Moreover, although the 4 of them seemed to have allied, they still had a fatal weakness. If Kenichi could exploit that weakness, he could heavily damage this alliance and make it collapse. Then this war could also come to an end. A furious roar echoed through the entire forest. Everyone instinctively turned their heads in one direction. Among them, Inoki's expression became extremely grim. He naturally recognized that sound. It was the cry of the 5 tails, the tailed beast of his village. Can't sit still. Kenichi listened to the deafening roar, then looked at Inoki's grim face and could not help smiling. Although Kenichi could not distinguish which tailed beast's roar it was, seeing Inoki's expression told him that Iwagakuru's situation was not good. Inoki must be eager to return. It seemed Orochimaru had already begun to act. As for those tailed beasts, Kenichi was not particularly worried. It would be strange if those beasts could still display their might while surrounded by a group of Mangekyo Sharingan ninja. In fact, the tailed beasts, once considered trump cards in the Shinobi World War, had now become the greatest trap in this war. It would be fine if these fools did not deploy the tailed beasts. But once they did, it would become their downfall. You bastard. Inoki's nose was red with anger. He wished he could immediately fly back to Iwagakuru's ninja forces and see what was happening, and why Iwagakuru's ninja had deployed the tailed beast. It's too early to leave now, isn't it? Kenichi shot upward, and a wood golem appeared before the 4 Kage. Then his Mangekyo spun, and Susanoo covered the upper half of the wood golem. Kenichi brought his sword down without hesitation. Although he did not know how Orochimaru had arranged the war missions, Kenichi knew one thing. As long as he held back the 4 Kage here, the tide of war would eventually shift in his favor. With so many ninja lost, and even the Kage of their villages trapped here, what would the 4 ninja villages use to fight him afterward? In this war, the villages that deployed their tailed beasts would ultimately lose those tailed beasts. Before Kenichi left the Land of Flame, he had sent someone to the Land of Snow to pick up Kushina, precisely so he could use the Uzumaki clan's sealing power to find suitable Jinchuriki within the Land of Flame. Then he would extract the tailed beasts from their current Jinchuriki and implant them into the Land of Flame's chosen Jinchuriki. That would completely sever the other ninja village's foundation for resistance. Excitement surged in Kenichi's heart. In this battle, he would cut off the foundations of the 4 ninja villages once and for all. Then he would be able to completely annex these 4 countries and achieve the grand unification of the shinobi world. This is truly absurd. Nagato looked at the giant wood golem beside him and felt his own insignificance for the first time. However, Kenichi's formidable strength also made Nagato excited. The stronger his ally was, the more likely the future his ally spoke of would be realized. Instead of letting those insects continue sucking the blood of the people, it would be better to crush them completely and bring true peace to the shinobi world. Don't talk big. The fourth Raikage, A, was the first to charge. His hair stood on end, and the chakra throughout his body erupted to its peak. He leaped up. Kenichi was surprised to find that at that moment, he could not see the fourth Raikage at all. In the next instant, a flash of lightning streaked past. The Susanoo armor shattered into pieces. Even the wood golem beneath Kenichi split open in that same moment. A crack ran from its head all the way down to its base, splitting the wood golem directly in half. This bastard. Kenichi crouched on a treetop, looking at the fourth Raikage, A, who was completely enveloped in lightning release, and could not help licking his lips. Was A using his full power now? He had actually split open a wood golem covered in Susanoo with a single hand chop. Even the armor of Susanoo and the strength of wood release could not withstand that attack. Lightning release, lariat. It truly deserved to be a powerful ninjutsu capable of directly shattering Susanoo's initial form, especially when combined with the Raikage's physical strength. Kenichi frowned deeply. It seemed dealing with these four would not be easy. A deadly sense of crisis struck him. Kenichi shot away. The trees behind him were instantly torn to shreds. Immediately afterward, clods of earth pressed down from the sky, seemingly intending to crush Kenichi into dust. Anoki, you're really anxious. You're even using particle style. Kenichi grumbled while looking at the panting Raikage. He knew the ninjutsu A had just performed must have consumed a great deal of stamina. But the Raikage could rest. Kenichi could not. Shinra Tensei. Tsunade and A, who were preparing to rush over and attack Kenichi, were repelled by Nagato's Shinra Tensei. Kenichi twisted his neck. These bastards were truly troublesome. Kenichi glanced at the sky. Although it was not raining today, it was not perfectly clear either. There were clouds, but not many. If he wanted to use that lightning release by drawing on the power of the heavens, he would need some preparation time. But Tsunade might know some of his information. Would she just stand by and watch? Kenichi took a deep breath. Although he had never performed that ninjutsu before, he had made some attempts. Now, as long as he expended a large amount of chakra, he should be able to replicate that ninjutsu. If Nagato cooperated well, there might be a turning point. Sage Art. Would release. This big guy is valuable. Kakuzu constantly dodged the Five Tails attacks, then found time to strike back. But against the massive Five Tails, the effect was not particularly obvious. Before Kakuzu could do anything else, he saw a group of Land of Flame ninja leap up. Then the Five Tails movement suddenly paused, its body becoming sluggish. A Mangekyo Sharingan slowly appeared in the Five Tails' eyes, then disappeared, only to immediately appear again. The Five Tails' movements became stiff. Sasori raised his hands and slammed a heavy punch onto the Five Tails' head. The immense force, combined with his own weight, drove the Five Tails' head into the ground with a loud thud. The other Land of Flame ninja simultaneously performed ninjutsu, and the Five Tails was instantly drowned beneath group ninjutsu. Watching the Five Tails let out a painful roar, Kitsuchi tightly gripped the kunai in his hand. He looked at the Land of Flame ninja in front of him, who were as ferocious as wolves and tigers, and a resolute glint flashed through his eyes. For Iwagakure. Kitsuchi charged forward. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Just as Iwagakure's ninja fell into battle, two teams of ninja appeared almost simultaneously at the edge of the battlefield. The forehead protectors they wore proved their identities. They were Konoha and Hidden Cloud Village ninja. Chidori. Lightning crackled in Kakashi's hand as he pierced through the chest of a Land of Flame Chunin. However, the Chunin suddenly grabbed Kakashi's hand and flashed him a ferocious grin. In the next moment, a huge explosion sent Kakashi flying. If Kakashi had not sensed something was wrong and desperately struggled free, that one blast alone would have been enough to injure him badly. This lunatic. Kakashi's eyes held disbelief. He had never imagined the opponent would directly detonate explosive tags. And judging by the force, there had probably been quite a few of them. Something's not right. A Hyuga clan ninja helped Kakashi up, looking at the battlefield with uneasy suspicion. What's wrong? Kakashi asked the Hyuga ninja beside him. The grim Byakugan in the Hyuga ninja's eyes proved that he was using the Hyuga clan's dojutsu. So what had he seen? These people, there's a huge bug in the backs of their heads. That bug is still moving. The Hyuga ninja swallowed and spoke with horror. Kakashi froze. Bug. A huge bug. Still moving. Every single one of them. These ninja from the land of flame, all of them have bugs in the backs of their heads. The Hyuga ninja now wished he could gouge out his own eyes. Looking at those huge, squirming bugs made his entire body feel uncomfortable. Kakashi stared blankly at the ninja who fought without regard for life or death. Even when their comrades died beside them, they fought emotionlessly. A chill ran through Kakashi's heart. So what exactly had happened? What had his friend done? Why did these ninja all have bugs in the backs of their heads? But Kakashi also knew that this was extremely important information. It had to be reported to Shikaku quickly. You need to get this information back quickly. Kakashi spoke in a low voice. Then he picked up his weapon and charged forward again. No matter what, he needed to help Iwagakure and prevent them from being annihilated. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 461, Obito, Where's My Rin? Chapter 461, Obito, Where's My Rin? I thought it was some unique ninjutsu, but it turns out to be this wood golem jutsu again. I looked at the wood golem rising from the ground, a hint of disdain appearing on his face. Although the wood golem was huge and looked extremely intimidating, in the eyes of A, who could split wood golems apart with his bare hands, it seemed like a trick that had already run its course. He had thought Kenichi was going to use some powerful new wood-release ninjutsu. In the end, it was still just the wood golem jutsu. Tsunade looked at the wood golem in front of her. This time, Kenichi had not covered the wood golem with Susanoo armor, as if he no longer had much combat power left. But Tsunade vaguely felt that something was wrong. Kenichi, this little rascal, was extremely talented in ninjutsu and had also mastered Sage Mode. The powerful Sage Art ninjutsu he had displayed until now proved that. But Kenichi's combat instincts were also very sharp. So why would he continue using this ninjutsu when he already knew it could not pose a major threat? Tsunade knew very well that Kenichi, this little rascal, had many trump cards. There was no reason for him to continue using this ninjutsu, especially after the fourth Raikage had already dismantled his wood golem and Susanoo. This time, he had not even armored it with Susanoo. If Kenichi truly only had these few tricks, he would never have been able to kill Jiraiya. Although Kenichi had not yet used the terrifying lightning release ninjutsu that Fukasaku Sage had mentioned, Tsunade's vigilance remained at its peak. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Kenichi did not stop. He created 2 shadow clones without hesitation. Then 2 more wood golems rose from the ground. This consumption instantly drained a large chunk of chakra from Kenichi, but with the support of his sage body, he could still endure it. At that moment, Kenichi suddenly felt a surge of pure chakra appear inside his body, replenishing the portion he had just consumed. Kenichi was startled for a moment. But he quickly understood that Hikari was probably helping him replenish his chakra. That little girl. Kenichi shook his head. He did not actually need this chakra replenishment at all. With Nagato's help, Kenichi did not think he would be pushed into such a desperate situation while dealing with the 4 Kage in front of him. As a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, Nagato possessed an enormous amount of chakra. As long as Nagato did not use the Shinra Tensei that flattened Konoha, his endurance would last for a very long time. The only other thing Kenichi was worried about was something else. Black Zetsu and Obito. Those 2 were nowhere to be found. Kenichi was worried about whether Black Zetsu would discover his cooperation with Nagato and then decide to reclaim Nagato's Rinnegan. Nagato's current strength was inseparable from his Rinnegan. If Nagato's Rinnegan were taken and given to Obito, that would become even more troublesome. Kenichi shook his head. Now was not the time to think about these things. He looked at the 4 Kage in front of him, his eyes serious. 3 wood golems standing together created enough intimidation through sheer size alone. However, that intimidation was only useful against ordinary ninja. If he wanted the 4 Kage to feel truly threatened, the wood golems would probably need to be fully armored with Susanoo. However, Kenichi had no such intention. Continuously using Susanoo over a short period consumed a great deal of ocular power, unless it had already evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Otherwise, maintaining Susanoo for 3 wood golems was not very cost-effective. Kenichi knew that none of the 4 people in front of him were easy to deal with. They all had their own ways to counter Susanoo armored wood golems. Instead of wasting time like that, it would be better to. Kenichi narrowed his eyes and looked at A's leg. Countless elements appeared in Kenichi's vision, then slowly. Don't let him stare at you for too long. He has an ability that can make things he sees disappear. Tsunade stomped the ground, kicking up dirt and blocking Kenichi's line of sight. Kenichi felt a little annoyed. Although most human bodies were similar, it was impossible to find 2 people who were completely identical. Some subtle differences were enough to distinguish one person from another. For example, if 2 men stood side by side, and one had a scar on his leg while the other did not, then there would be differences in the elemental composition of their bodies. Once there were differences, it became very difficult to apply a single template. Even the amount of subcutaneous fat might differ. Because of that, Kenichi's idea of fully deconstructing one person to create a template for quickly identifying others was rather difficult to achieve. Of course, the main reason was that Kenichi's current eyes could not support too much consumption. Before he could confirm that he could create the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, even Kenichi himself did not dare use his eyes casually. Otherwise, it would be ridiculous if his eyes went blind. Although he could also transplant another person's Mangekyo Sharingan, that would not truly solve the problem. It would only be a temporary fix. Only by solving the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan could he truly use Mangekyo Sharingan Dojutsu freely. Kenichi did not have the luxury to think too much, because with Tsunade's attack and warning, the battle began once again. The giant wood golem swung its fist, smashing down toward Mei's head. Mei's wound had not fully healed. Although Tsunade had helped her, her movements were still somewhat awkward. When a person was injured, the pain of the wound would restrict their movement. Although Tsunade had quickly healed Mei, it still took the body a short period of time to adapt. During that time, Mei might make some awkward movements because of the memory of her previous injury. Lava release, melting apparition technique. Mei spat out a stream of acid without hesitation. The acid sprayed onto the wood golem, instantly corroding wounds into it. However, wood release itself could rival sage art because this Kekii Genkai was extremely powerful and naturally possessed a certain degree of regeneration. Coupled with Kenichi's chakra infusion, the wounds on the wood golem quickly showed signs of recovery. But how could the four Kage just stand by and do nothing? Tsunade's powerful kick instantly shattered the wood golem's body, sending wooden fragments flying in all directions and scattering them across the ground. So easy to deal with. Tsunade looked at the fallen wood golem and the dismissed shadow clone. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and the strange feeling in her heart became even stronger. But before she could think any further, countless streams of gold dust surged toward her, trying to drag her underground. Tsunade could only focus on dealing with the resurrected Raza. The battlefield suddenly became somewhat chaotic. Nagato looked at the besieged wood golems. He always felt that his collaborator was planning something. But what exactly did Kenichi intend to do? These wood golems looked intimidating, but in an actual fight, they were just for show. Universal pull. Nagato stretched out his hand, and a pulling force dragged Mei toward him. At the same time, the ninjutsu Inoki was preparing to attack him with was absorbed. Nagato silently chose two opponents. As for Reikage and Tsunade, both of them were taijutsu-type ninja. Their attention had been completely drawn by Kenichi's wood golems, and for a moment, they had no room to pay attention to the much smaller Nagato below. The sky slowly darkened. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. This battle had already lasted for some time. By now, all the wood golems Kenichi had previously made had been dismantled, and wooden fragments lay scattered everywhere. Kenichi and Nagato exchanged glances. Nagato instantly understood Kenichi's meaning. Their battles gradually drew closer together. When the four Kage were positioned near each other, Kenichi launched a fierce assault. Raza, whose body was half destroyed, clung tightly to Mei. Even though his body was corroded down to the bone by acid, he showed no intention of letting go. Kenichi's Mangekyo Sharingan Genjutsu activated at full power. Together with the resurrected pain bodies, he entangled the other three Kage. Immediately afterward, the Deva path of pain floated into the air. A wider-range Shinra Tensei instantly sent the four Kage flying. It also sent Kenichi and Raza flying with them. However, Kenichi had prepared beforehand and stabilized his body in advance. Looking at the four Kage scattering in all directions, he revealed a faint smile. It's almost time. Kenichi took a deep breath. To be honest, this battle had somewhat exceeded his expectations. It had lasted too long, to the point where even Kenichi felt his scalp tingle. Now, Kenichi only wanted to end this battle quickly and go back to check how his clone was progressing. Sage Art. Kenichi gathered a large amount of chakra inside his body. The dismissal of his shadow clones had greatly increased the chakra in his body, and it was at least enough to handle the current situation. Surging chakra continuously flowed into the wood release fragments scattered across the ground. Immediately afterward, trees sprouted from those fragments, almost instantly covering the entire forest. Is this deep forest emergence? Tsunade looked at the battlefield that had been instantly separated by dense trees, somewhat startled. But she quickly realized that now was not the time to stand there in a daze. These wood release trees were absorbing her chakra. Although the absorption speed was very slow, the sheer number of trees made it effective. Almost anyone standing on these trees would have their chakra slowly absorbed. And the more trees they came into contact with, the more chakra would be absorbed. Kenichi looked at the forest in front of him without any hesitation. He continued forming hand seals. Thick fog billowed out, constantly churning and obscuring the traces of battle within the forest. Fire release was extinguished inside this forest. The animals that had lived in this forest died silently within it. The trees were so dense that they pressed against one another, catching these creatures completely off guard and squeezing them directly into the gaps between the trunks until nothing remained. Aside from the sounds of ninja fighting, every other sound vanished. It was as if this battlefield had been pulled into another world. The blanket of thick fog had originally been easy to deal with. But when paired with these dense trees, the fog also became troublesome. Wind release had little effect against the trees. Fire release was directly smothered by the thick mist, unable to produce even a spark. What are you going to do? Nagato walked up to Kenichi. This was the area Kenichi had left uncovered by trees. Naturally, we'll defeat them one by one. Kenichi shrugged. His intention this time was to defeat them separately. Although he could use would release ninjutsu like true several thousand hands, driven by caution, Kenichi still did not want to expend too much chakra. Otherwise, if any unexpected situation arose, it would become troublesome. Let's go. Nagato nodded. He could see that the main purpose of this ninjutsu was to divide the battlefield and create opportunities for them to launch sneak attacks. That would reduce the number of enemies as much as possible and give them an advantage in the following battle. So, who would be the first target? There was no doubt about it. Naturally, it would be the weakest one. Unfortunately, Raza was already dead. Otherwise, Kenichi would not need to think much. But with Raza dead, Kenichi's target fell on one person. Mei. Was Mei weak? Kenichi actually thought she had strength. Otherwise, she would never have become the new Mizukage. But compared to Inoki and Mei was easier to bully. As for Tsunade, even though she was missing a fist, Kenichi was worried that killing Tsunade would make a certain blue beast of Konoha decide that it was time to sacrifice himself, open the gate of death, and kick him. That kick should be left for Madara, that unlucky guy, to take. So Mei was naturally the best choice. Rin. In the capital of the Land of Flame, Obito descended from the sky. Looking at this strange yet familiar city, a trace of fervor flashed through Obito's eyes. The journey had been smooth. He had encountered no obstacles. Obito also noticed that the Land of Flame's defenses seemed somewhat weak, with few ninja visible on the streets. This gave Obito some confidence in taking Rin away. Thinking of his beautiful future life with Rin, Obito's heart could not help leaping with joy. He hurried inside and found the place where Rin used to live. But there was no one here. Obito froze. He found a piece of paper on the table, pressed down by a cup. Beside it was a pair of socks. Obito walked over, puzzled. Rin Nohara's socks. If you want to find Rin Nohara, please go to the Land of Sunset, the place where the sun can be held in your hands. Obito almost typed out a few question marks. What did this mean? If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 462, Chapter 462, The Finale of War. Chapter 462, The Finale of War. What in the world is Kenichi doing? Obito sprinted through the forest, biting his finger in thought. He truly could not understand the meaning behind Kenichi's actions. Where the sun sets, where one can cup the sun. This riddle was not difficult to guess. In fact, anyone with a brain could figure it out. After all, normally, a person could not cup the sun in their hands. But what if the sun was reflected in water? Then cupping the water would be equivalent to cupping the sun. The specific location had even been mentioned. Where the sun fell. That meant west of the Land of Flame's capital. Only that place fit the conditions on the note. As for Rin's socks, Obito had also taken them. But he had done so purely out of concern. He was worried something might happen to Rin. What if those socks were needed later? So Obito still chose to bring them with him. What Obito could not understand was the meaning behind Kenichi's actions. He should know that I care a lot about Rin, but that can also be seen from my previous behavior. So is he intentionally provoking me? Obito scratched his head, feeling that he had a little too much to think about at the moment. Could it be that Kenichi already knows my identity? A possibility that made Obito feel somewhat alarmed flashed through his mind. But when he thought about it carefully, this possibility was indeed not small. Obito's movement slowed for a moment as he began to think. If Kenichi had already known his identity before, then everything Kenichi had done seemed to have a reason. This guy had been playing with him. And every time, the timing had been perfect. Kenichi would always do something to provoke him, such as desecrating Rin's corpse, taking Rin's arm, or now, directly resurrecting Rin and even embracing her in front of him. Everything. All of it. It had been to enrage him. But Obito could not understand one thing. He had died in that battle. Both Kakashi and his former sensei, Minato, believed that. Even when Obito had stood before his former sensei, Minato had not recognized his true identity at all. That had completely removed Obito's inner guilt. Since his sensei did not recognize him anyway, whatever he did no longer mattered. Moreover, Obito had not exposed anything related to himself afterward. He had not even touched his own grave. During wartime, many people like him died without remains, leaving only cenotaphs behind. Furthermore, Obito could not recall any trace of Kenichi in his past life. Kenichi had been a complete stranger to him back then. Someone he did not know at all. There had been no reason for the other party to pay attention to him. It had to be known that in order not to expose his identity, Obito knew his Sharingan was with Kakashi, yet he never thought of taking that eye back. Kakashi had carried out so many missions, but Obito had never made a move. That was precisely to avoid unnecessary suspicion and prevent the entire Eye of the Moon plan from being jeopardized. He had been cautious enough. So how exactly had he been exposed? Obito could not figure it out. It had to be known that apart from Black Zetsu, Obito had never exposed his true appearance. Even when he took Kisame as his subordinate, he had worn a mask. No one had seen the face beneath that mask. Not even Nagato. It can't be Black Zetsu, can it? Obito scratched his head. Only 3 people knew his identity. Madara, who had been in the Pure Land. Black Zetsu. And himself. He certainly was not the one who had exposed it, so the mole could only be Black Zetsu. But Black Zetsu was the embodiment of Madara's will. How could it reveal his true identity? That would not help the Eye of the Moon plan at all. Wait. It can't be that I'm the mole, can it? Obito suddenly thought of another possibility. He shook his head violently. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could he expose his own secrets to Kenichi? If such a thing had happened, Obito would definitely know something. But right now, he was completely unaware. Obito's expression was a little grim. After ruling out every possibility he could think of, he now found himself completely unable to understand the meaning behind Kenichi's actions. Of course, it's for fun. Kenichi looked at Mei in front of him. She was panting, her eyes filled with intense, unyielding hatred. Just for that, you killed all the ninja of the Hidden Mist Village? Mei was so enraged that she coughed up a mouthful of blood. She clutched her stomach, where a gruesome wound bled continuously, soaking the earth. Nagato stood nearby in silence. Of course not. I'm trying to unify the entire shinobi world and make war disappear from this world forever. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. His previous words had naturally been a lie. He was not so bored that he would massacre a ninja village just for entertainment. Would that not make him a pervert? Moreover, he had been extremely wasteful. The population of a ninja village. What an enormous fortune. If Kenichi had not nuked the Hidden Mist Village with an atomic bomb, then he would have even more confidence facing the 4 ninja villages now. Perhaps he could even have directly led the 4 Kage and their ninja forces into battle together. After all, with so many ninja and jonin from the Hidden Mist Village, if they had all awakened their Mangekyo Sharingan, even the Nine Tails would have had to obediently kneel and sing Blue Bird. 1 Mangekyo Genjutsu per person. Who could withstand that? Then he could induce the awakening of Koto Amitsukami and directly implant loyalty to him into the subconscious of the 4 Kage. After that, he would simply wait to reap the rewards. War. Mei's eyes were somewhat unfocused. As a ninja, she naturally knew how difficult and idealistic it was to make war completely disappear from this cursed shinobi world. Yet the madman in front of her was actually trying to do that. It surprised Mei a little. But only a little. Although Mei herself felt that Kenichi's idea was very idealistic, even if he was truly striving for that goal, why did the Hidden Mist Village have to be the first sacrifice? Why could it not have been another ninja village? Kenichi did not know Mei's thoughts. If he did, he would only sigh that hatred made people lose their minds. Even if he had chosen another ninja village to detonate the nuclear bomb, then the one angry and resentful here right now might have been Inoki, or Tsunade instead. People were always like this. They never wanted misfortune to fall on themselves. You bastard. Mei gritted her teeth and tried to form hand seals. But before she could, 4 pain bodies descended from the air, each holding black receivers. The black receivers pierced Mei's body, sealing her chakra flow and leaving her humiliatingly sprawled on the ground. Listening to the sounds around him, Kenichi did not delay. He took an insect egg from the pregnant one and forcibly hatched it with chakra. The insect writhed continuously in Kenichi's hand. There has never been a revolution in this world without bloodshed. Kenichi looked at Mei and spoke softly. The Hidden Mist Village just had bad luck, that's all. Then he grabbed Mei's hair, used a kunai to make a small cut at the back of her neck, and inserted the insect. The insect writhed and quickly burrowed into Mei's body. What did you put in my body? Mei looked at Kenichi in horror. She had also seen the insect in Kenichi's hand, but she still could not quite accept it. Such a large insect. And this bastard had put it inside her neck. Take a deep breath. Pain is normal. Kenichi looked at Mei and spoke calmly. Mei was a Kage. Not just in the future either. The current Mei already possessed Kage-level combat power. It would be a pity to let her die just like that. It would be better to control Mei with an advanced parasite and, incidentally, conduct an experiment to see whether advanced parasites were effective against a powerhouse of Mei's caliber. Mei struggled in pain. She could clearly feel something wriggling inside her body, which caused her immense suffering. But her mouth had been stuffed with torn cloth from her own clothes, so even screaming was useless. Soon, Mei stopped moving. She lay silently on the ground, her eyes empty. Kenichi closed his eyes and sensed it. He could feel the parasite inside Mei's body. The parasite had already attached itself to Mei's brainstem. However, to avoid a situation like Suigetsu's, Kenichi had the parasite prevent Mei from using ninjutsu like hydrification. That said, the parasite did not know the steps for performing such ninjutsu, so whether it would succeed was still a question that required observation. Did it succeed? Nagato had naturally seen how Kenichi implanted the parasite into Mei, but he did not care. The only thing he wanted to do now was help Kenichi complete his plan. To establish a new country in this world and make this world completely free of war. Yes. Kenichi nodded. The parasite had already begun to affect Mei. Although the current Mei could not immediately serve as combat power, she could be taken away for treatment. Once her injuries healed and the parasite developed further, she would become useful. Incidentally, he could also use her to test whether Kage-level powerhouses using ninjutsu would affect the parasite. Kenichi thought that if his target were the fourth Raikage, that madman, then the parasite would probably need to be very cautious. After all, loved using ninjutsu like lightning release armor, which could easily affect the parasite. Take her down for treatment. These Kage are still useful. Kenichi told Nagato. Nagato had no objections. He immediately had one of the pain bodies take the empty-eyed Mei away. I always feel like you're very tense. What are you nervous about? Nagato multitasked, sending Mei away from the dense fog forest while looking at Kenichi and asking. Nagato was somewhat confused. Now, out of 5 Kage-level powerhouses, 1 was dead, 1 was about to become an ally, and 3 remained. Among those 3, Tsunade was missing an arm. Winning this war was only a matter of time. After dealing with Inoki, and Tsunade, Nagato felt that Kenichi's wood golem alone would be enough to trouble other ninja for a very long time. Although our strength seems strong now, it's only for now. Kenichi shrugged. If Hokage were viewed as a novel, then it would be a power-leveling novel. Invincible in 1 chapter. Enemies from the heavens in the next. Naruto and Sasuke basically always encountered stronger enemies and fought their way upward. Finally, when Kaguya appeared, Naruto could be considered complete. But unexpectedly, Boruto, Naruto Next Generations was added later. However, Naruto and Sasuke were already considered invincible by then, so what could be done? Naturally, external enemies from the cosmos had to appear. Oh. Nagato looked at Kenichi, his tone carrying a hint of curiosity. He always felt that Kenichi seemed to be hinting at something. As if this man knew some very secret things. But Kenichi did not say it, and Nagato did not know either. Let's go. While they haven't converged yet, let's quickly. Kenichi shook his head. Now was not the time to ponder those issues. First, they had to resolve all 4 Kage. But before Kenichi could finish speaking, several trees flew out. Then 3 figures appeared before Nagato and Kenichi. Where's Mei? Tsunade looked at Kenichi. She was somewhat disheveled at the moment and did not look to be in good condition, while and Inoki also had grim expressions. Dead. Kenichi smiled, then waved the cloth in his hand. It was Mei's clothing. The air fell silent for a moment. Tsunade and the others did not speak. They did not roar. They did not say anything about avenging Mei. They simply charged forward. But Kenichi felt sufficient pressure. These Kage had become more serious. And this time, they were truly cooperating. 4th Raikage, are you just letting go of the great revenge for your father's death? Kenichi dodged A's attack, then taunted him. What answered him was only silent A and Inoki's fierce assault. Kenichi knew that at this moment, the battle had entered its final stage. Either the 3 Kage would defeat him and Nagato, bringing about their final victory, or he and Nagato would crush the hopes of the 3 Kage and bring an end to the wars of the shinobi world. Then let's begin. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 463, Chapter 463, A New Way of War, A Baptism of Ammunition. Chapter 463, A New Way of War, A Baptism of Ammunition. The power of Mangekyo Ninja is far greater than I imagined. Orochimaru stood atop the tree canopy, gazing at the battlefield ahead. The mighty Five Tails had actually been defeated in a battle of this intensity. In previous wars, such a thing would have been unimaginable. One had to remember that this was a tailed beast, and not a weak one among them. Normally, dealing with a tailed beast was incredibly difficult. The fourth Hokage, Minato, had died on the night the Nine Tails rampaged through the village. Although Orochimaru knew some of what had happened back then, Minato had not truly died by the Nine Tails' hand. His death was more like a responsibility, a forced sacrifice to prevent Konoha from suffering even greater casualties. There were also other hidden reasons behind it. However, the fourth Hokage's death was indeed somewhat related to the Nine Tails. But even though the Five Tails was also a tailed beast, it could now only be trapped here, unable to move. Oh! Shikaku and Inoichi. Orochimaru saw two old acquaintances. A slight smile appeared on his face. Since Shikaku and Inoichi had arrived, it meant the combat plan here had succeeded. Orochimaru also saw Darui. He had also come to this battlefield, but Killer Bee was nowhere to be seen. It's a bit of a pity. If Killer Bee had also come. Orochimaru licked his lips. He had not truly expected Killer Bee to show up. However, being able to concentrate the attention of Konoha and Kumogakure's ninja here was already enough. But then Orochimaru noticed someone else. Kumogakure's other Jinchuriki, Yujito ni. She had actually followed Darui to the battlefield. Orochimaru raised his eyebrows. If that was the case, then it meant that among Kumogakure's allied ninja forces, only the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, was likely still present. Begin the operation, Orochimaru said softly. On the other side of the battlefield, inside the quiet forest, a blonde girl spat out a snake from her mouth, then revealed a joyful smile. All right. We can begin the operation now. Orochimaru's shadow clone looked ahead. There was a forest before them. They stood at the edge of that forest, while deep within the trees ahead were the vigilant Kimogakure ninja troops. Orochimaru had still placed his strategic target on the Kimogakure ninja. There were many considerations behind this. On one hand, the main force of Tsunagekyu's ninja was still nowhere to be found. On the other hand, Kenichi had told him to try not to be too harsh on Konoha's ninja. Although Orochimaru did not know why, he had sensed the seriousness in his student's words at the time. Because of that, Orochimaru chose not to be ruthless toward Konoha. Otherwise, a hint of coldness flashed through Orochimaru's eyes. He had once thought of completely destroying Konoha to strike at the third Hokage. But after hearing his disciple's remarks about how exhausting and unrewarding being Hokage was, Orochimaru felt that his student's words seemed to make sense, so he gradually let go of that obsession. However, if given the chance, Orochimaru would rather deal with Konoha's ninja. After all, he was far too familiar with Konoha's ninja. He knew exactly what they would do and how they would act. Commander, should we launch the attack now? A Land of Flame ninja ran over and asked softly. Yes. Launch a saturation attack on the target now. Fire all ammunition. Orochimaru nodded. Kumogakure was a large ninja village, and the number of ninja they had was considerable. Moreover, according to the intelligence transmitted from his main body, Darui of Kumogakure had already led a team away, but Killer Bee had not been seen. Killer Bee was very likely still with the Kumogakure ninja troops. The best way to deal with a monster like the Eight Tails was direct firepower saturation. At the same time, this would also allow Orochimaru to see how effective his student's carefully prepared tactical squad really was. Understood. The ninja nodded, then ran off. After a while, a group of ninja came over while pushing strange contraptions, while one or two hot air balloons ascended into the sky. Orochimaru watched with curiosity. What are they doing? Kisame looked at the scene before him, somewhat confused. He had originally planned to go with Deidara to search for Tsunagekyu's ninja, but Deidara was more agile when it came to searching for ninja, so Kisame followed Orochimaru's shadow clone here instead. However, looking at the blonde Orochimaru beside him, Kisame's expression was still a little strange. He had never expected Orochimaru, one of the Sannin renowned throughout the shinobi world, to look like this. Indeed, rumors in the shinobi world could not always be trusted. Kisame rubbed his nose. A new way of war. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, watching the scene before him. He had long heard about his student's attack methods. When his student went out to explore, he earned the title of Heavenly Demon. Now, Orochimaru seemed to be able to understand the method of war Kenichi had spoken of. Orochimaru still remembered his student's confident tone and proud demeanor when he spoke of this new way of war. It had left a deep impression on him. Load ammunition. The Jonin began directing the battle. All the ninja collectively started loading ammunition. Rocket launchers were loaded with special ammunition, and the ninja in the hot air balloons set off with combined thermobaric bombs. For this war, Kenichi had handed his specially made tactical squad to Orochimaru, asking him to find a suitable place for them to perform. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and watched curiously. As he observed, he recorded his insights and the data he gathered. Target at 11 o'clock. Wind speed correction. The Jonin continuously observed and recited data. Orochimaru waited patiently. Kisame was somewhat confused, but he said nothing. He knew that when it was his turn to act, he would enter the battle without hesitation. After speaking, the Jonin paused, seemingly waiting for something. Then, after 12 seconds, the Jonin waved his hand. Fire. As his words fell, the rocket launchers began firing in a volley. Countless projectiles shot out from the launchers, rising into the air with flames and smoke as they flew toward the predetermined location. In Orochimaru's Mangekyo vision, he could clearly see the shape and color of those projectiles, and even the way flames sprayed from their tails. This made Orochimaru somewhat excited. This attack method was indeed unprecedented. At least 100 of those strange rockets had been launched in a single volley. And it was not over yet. As the first round of ammunition was fired, ninja carrying more ammunition came over to reload. With the extraordinary physiques of ninja, the reloading process became incredibly fast. In less than 5 seconds, all the ammunition had been reloaded. Fire. The second round of rockets flew with trails of flame toward the location of Kumogakure's ninja. At the same time, other rocket launchers in other directions continuously fired toward the target of this attack. Under Orochimaru's command, the ninja controlled by parasites launched attacks from all directions almost simultaneously. Countless rockets swayed with fire in the air, carrying destruction and death as they disappeared from Orochimaru's sight. We are a full 10 kilometers away from Kumogakure's ninja. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. For this war, Kenichi had specifically told him about how rockets should be used. Their range could be extended very far. But they could not be too close, because firing them from too close would be disadvantageous. Orochimaru had listened. And now, it seemed his disciple had been right. He only wondered about the attack power of these weapons. These rockets were still firing continuously, and Orochimaru also knew that there were 2 Shinigami wandering in the sky. He wondered whether Kumogakure's ninja could withstand this attack. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. In Kumogakure's main camp, because they feared Kenichi's previous attack method, the ninja here were generally spaced farther apart. However, at this moment, sharp cries echoed throughout the entire camp. Countless ninja frantically gathered together, then began casting defensive ninjutsu, while strange objects rapidly fell toward them from the sky. Continuous explosions instantly tore through the sky. Kumogakure's ninja constantly used ninjutsu, but often, just as they blocked an attack from the front, another attack came from behind. Then more came from the sides. Yo, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Killer Bee looked at the rockets coming from all directions. He had never seen this kind of attack method before, but he knew he could not just stand by and watch. If he continued doing nothing, most of Kumogakure's ninja might be lost here. But the coverage of the attack was too vast. Although Killer Bee's taijutsu was excellent and his speed was very fast, blocking so many attacks was not easy. So Killer Bee contacted the 8 tails inside him without hesitation and instantly transformed into a tailed beast, using Gyuki's massive body and tails to block the attacks of these things. Roar. These things are so annoying. Gyuki roared irritably. These attacks were not particularly painful, but they were incredibly annoying. They exploded when caught by hand. They exploded when wrapped up by a tail. They exploded at the slightest disturbance. Be careful. I keep feeling. Killer Bee was somewhat worried. This attack method had appeared after Darui took some ninja to support Iwagakure. Could it be that the true target of this attack was Kumogakure? The attack simply would not stop. Strange weapons kept flying in from all directions, bombarding Kumogakure's ninja encampment and making even Gyuki somewhat overwhelmed. But just as Gyuki was busy clearing away these weapons, a strong sense of unease suddenly surged in its heart. Gyuki looked around in astonishment. But it did not see a single enemy. Then this unease was. In the next second, Gyuki caught a faint sound of air being torn apart. It suddenly looked up. At the same time, 2 familiar objects, each carrying 2 people, enlarged in its pupils. This is. Gyuki instinctively tried to swat those 2 things away. But before it could act, the 2 people above them dissipated. At the same time, the casing of the thermobaric bomb suddenly expanded, and the high temperature scorched Gyuki's body, making it wail. 2 thermobaric bombs. And they were mixed with chakra. Even Gyuki appeared to be in agony when facing such an attack. To protect Kumogakure's ninja, it even had to use its body and tentacles to shield them. And those strange weapons continued bombarding Kumogakure's encampment. The ninja, who were already busy dealing with those weapons, were caught off guard by the high-temperature thermobaric bombs, which also carried lightning release power and ambushed them from behind. In an instant, more than half of the ninja were killed or wounded. Only a small portion of ninja barely survived because of Gyuki's protection. The high temperature and explosions continued, seemingly endless. Such an attack was too much even for Gyuki to bear. It roared ceaselessly, bellowing in anger, but only scorching heat and pain filled its mouth. Countless rockets bombarded Gyuki's body, literally blasting away a layer of its flesh. And this attack still continued. Fire! Fire! The Land of Flame ninja was still directing the firing. He had already asked for confirmation, and the commander had said to fire all ammunition. So the rocket launchers would not stop. However, such an attack could not last too long because the ammunition was being consumed too quickly. Orochimaru looked at the distant mushroom cloud and black smoke, licking his lips. Kumogakure's ninja had now suffered a devastating blow. Facing an attack of this level, how many people could survive? But he thought his main body should have already noticed Darui and his team retreating, right? If so, the plan could proceed to the next step. Kisame, once the mushroom cloud dissipates, enter the battlefield. Your objective is to observe the Eight-Tails' survival. If he is still alive, kill him if you have the chance. If he is already dead, retreat. Orochimaru issued the next combat mission. Kisame revealed a bright smile. Finally, it's my turn to act. A tailed beast. This is truly interesting. Kisame was somewhat excited. He took his weapon, Samahata, and rushed into the forest. The bombardment continued. All the ammunition Kenichi had previously produced was expended in this combat mission, even though the target was only Kimogakure. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Now, only the final question remained. Where had the vanished Sunagakure ninja gone? If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 464, Chapter 464, Uchiha Madara steps onto the battlefield. Chapter 464, Uchiha Madara steps onto the battlefield. Things have changed. At Konoha's main camp, Shikaku's expression was grim. His shadow clone had gone to support Iwagakure, but it had quickly dispersed, bringing back shocking information. The ninja attacking Iwagakure, who called themselves ninja from the Land of Flame, all had a strange, large insect inside their heads. This intelligence had been detected by Konoha's Hyuga clan ninja, so it was absolutely accurate. However, that was not the information that made Shikaku's face so grim. After all, so what if all the ninja from the Land of Flame had those insects? There were plenty of ninja in the shinobi world who specialized in insects. Konoha's Aburame clan, for example, were masters of insects. In fact, the Hyuga clan often disliked using their Byakugan to look at members of the Aburame clan. Because it was very easy to feel nauseous and lose one's appetite. Although Shikaku did not know the exact situation with those insects, compared to another piece of intelligence, that one was insignificant. Kumogakure has also been attacked. 2 mushroom clouds rose over there, and the battle is extremely fierce. Even from Iwagakure's ninja encampment, we can hear the roaring sounds from that direction. Shikaku pinched the space between his brows. Although he had guessed before that Orochimaru's actions might be a feint, he had not expected the true target to be Kumogakure's ninja. This left Shikaku somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, should the target not be Sunagakure, the weakest of the villages? But Konoha had not found any trace of Sunagakure's ninja, so Shikaku did not know where they were. He had originally planned to support Sunagakure when Orochimaru and his group attacked them. But now it seemed Sunagakure did not even need support. Kumogakure was already struggling. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki, Yujito, was already rushing back under Darui's lead. Although helping Kumogakure had been Darui's decision, with his own village under attack, Darui naturally could not continue helping Iwagakure for the sake of future cooperation. That would be foolish. Now, it was Konoha's turn to make a choice. Forget Iwagakure. I feel like I can hear the commotion from Kumogakure even sitting here. Inoichi sighed. The direction of this war was hard for him to understand. This war was different from all previous wars. According to intelligence, all the ninja from the Land of Flame possessed the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan. They had fought Iwagakure's ninja until the latter could barely retaliate. Only a few powerful Iwagakure jonin could cope, and the 5 tails showed no signs of activity either. It had not even released a tailed beast ball. This made Inoichi think of the day the 4th Hokage died. At that time, the 9 tails' eyes had also looked similar. So, could the Mangekyo Sharingan deal with tailed beasts? Then what was the point of Konoha going to such lengths to isolate the Uchiha clan and drive them out? Was that not weakening their own combat power? And Konoha's higher-ups all knew that the Uchiha clan's defection from Konoha had a lot to do with Kenichi. Now that Kenichi had become the ruler of the Land of Flame, where would the Uchiha clan's ninja be? When would those Uchiha emerge? So what do we do? Inoichi looked at his old friend. Lady Tsunade was not present, and according to the war plan she had set, all of Konoha's decisions were to be made by Shikaku. Even the Konoha Elder Council had no objections to this. Shikaku was famous for his intelligence, one of Konoha's best strategists. His decisions rarely led to major mistakes, and Hamura Mitokado and Kohara Utatane also knew that. Send 10 ninja squads to support Kimogakure. At the same time, expand the alert perimeter. We need to monitor the Uchiha clan's movements. Shikaku narrowed his eyes. He always felt that Orochimaru's plan would not be so simple. Attacking Iwagakure to attract the attention of the other 2 ninja villages. It was not impossible. But it was too early. Orochimaru had attacked Kimogakure too early. They could have intensified the assault on Iwagakure, which would have drawn more of Kimogakure and Konoha's forces. Then, a surprise attack on Kimogakure would have been even more effective. Unless Orochimaru felt that it was completely unnecessary. Unless merely attracting their attention was enough for him to conquer Kimogakure. But Kimogakure had Killer Bee, the 8 Tails. How could Orochimaru be so confident? Darui did not care what Orochimaru was thinking. He was now frantically rushing toward Kimogakure's main camp with Yujito. However, along the way, after seeing those strange things streaking across the sky, Darui had a new idea. Come on. Let's go over there. Darui's eyes were extremely sharp. He no longer had his usual lazy demeanor. Why? Yujito looked at Darui in confusion. The other Kimogakure ninja beside them remained silent. Their status was not equal to Darui's, and only Yujito could ask this question. Going back there now is useless. We need to deal with whoever launched the attack first. That's the only way to lift the siege. Darui explained to Yujito. Yujito did not ask any more questions and followed Darui, rushing toward the place where they had seen those strange weapons flying from. But when they arrived, the surrounding forest was completely silent. There was no sound at all. Darui looked at the grass and the indentations left on the ground, then fell silent. They were too late. The attack had stopped. Those people had already retreated, whether because they had finished their assault or because they had detected Darui and the others approaching. But now was not the time to think about those questions. Darui led Yujito and the others back toward Kimogakure's base. The closer they got, the heavier Darui's heart became. There were severed limbs everywhere. Not a single living person. When he reached the edge, Darui's pupils suddenly constricted. He quietly looked at the blackened land before him. For a moment, he could not even recognize whether this was the place where they had once camped. My God! Someone could not help but exclaim. Darui clenched his fists. The main camp before them had a height difference of more than 20 centimeters compared to the soil they were standing on. And the difference became even more obvious toward the center. The land here was black. Not a single weed could be seen. A large amount of shattered flesh was scattered across the entire battlefield. Darui saw Kimogakure forehead protectors among the remains. The entire camp was uneven, and at the center of it, a giant figure stood there. The 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Darui quickly rushed over with Yujito and the others. It hurt so much. Gyuki let out an earth-shaking roar. It now felt as though it had escaped from hell. Just a moment ago, those attacks had continuously struck its body. Although they were not especially painful at first, they were relentless. Gyuki's body was not strong enough to be completely impervious to damage, so wounds appeared. Then those wounds were continuously torn open, pierced, and bombed. Coupled with the explosions of the 2 fused thermobaric bombs, Gyuki's body was now missing a small portion, and 5 of its 8 tails had been completely severed. The feeling of its wounds being continuously assaulted almost drove Gyuki mad with hatred. If Killer Bee had not wanted to protect Kimogakure's ninja, Gyuki would have long since rushed over and killed those who had launched those strange weapons. Roar! Seeing the blurry figures rushing over from the distance, Gyuki instinctively prepared to unleash a tailed beast ball. But before it could begin its attack, Killer Bee stopped it. Killer Bee clearly saw that the ones approaching were Yujito and Darui. Killer Bee's heart was filled with sorrow. He was an optimistic person, though a little eccentric, but deep down, he cared about his village. However, he had never expected that after his brother left to fight, he would not even be able to protect the village's ninja. Countless ninja had been torn apart by artillery shells right in front of him, blasted into fragments. It was extremely difficult to piece together even a complete corpse. He could only search for intact bodies among the ninja he had desperately protected. Killer Bee even saw some ninja instantly charred black by the high temperature. The hellish scene made Killer Bee feel breathless, and the other Kimogakure ninja felt the same. The thermobaric explosions had caused countless amounts of oxygen to be drawn away instantly. If this had not happened outdoors, many ninja would likely have suffocated to death. Darui and Killer Bee met. The surviving ninja also emerged from the 8 Tails protection. They looked at one another. Then they all fell silent. Orochimaru, however, did not care about their silence. Orochimaru was beaming with joy. Good. Very good. Kumogakure has been crippled, so next, Konoha shouldn't be able to sit still, right? Orochimaru stood up. The war had now entered its final stage. Kumogakure had been crippled. This new method of war developed by his student could indeed be said to have changed the entire landscape of the shinobi world's wars. At least in previous wars, ninja hardly cared whether there were enemies too far away. But now, Orochimaru felt that these people should remember this lesson firmly. However, you don't have a chance now. Orochimaru gazed into the distance, his eyes far away. His student was going to unify the shinobi world. That was even crazier than Orochimaru's own dream. But the craziest part was that his student was already doing it. Damn that bastard. Damn him. In the land of flame, Obito ran with a piece of paper in his hand, his face dark with frustration. This was the fourth place he had run to. Each place had some of Rin's clothing, along with a new note. Obito could now confirm that Kenichi was definitely messing with him. Otherwise, there was no reason to torment him like this. But Obito did not know where Rin was, so he could only keep running like this. It made him feel like a dog chasing a bone. There was a trace of resentment in Obito's heart, but that feeling only grew stronger. Kenichi, that bastard, must know him. He knew Obito's identity. That was why he was targeting him so precisely. Otherwise, it made no sense. There was no explanation for why he would do this. Looking at the note in his hand, Obito continued sprinting. He had originally thought about giving up when he reached the previous location. After all, who knew whether Kenichi was simply toying with him? But this time, the personal clothing placed nearby belonged to Rin. Ahem. Obito was too embarrassed to carry that item openly, but he still put it in a bag and took it with him. There was even a bent hair on it, making Obito tremble with anger. Right now, he only wanted to kill the person who had taken off that personal clothing. What are you doing? A voice with barely any emotional fluctuation made Obito suddenly stiffen. He froze in place, a drop of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Running around here with my war fan. Like a dog on a leash. The person walked over. Wild black hair hung naturally around him, and cold eyes fixed themselves on Obito. Even though Madara did nothing, Obito felt as if his heart had stopped in that instant. The air fell silent. Obito swallowed, his hands clenched tightly. If he had not removed the cursed seal from his body, he would not have cared. He could have greeted Madara with a smile. But he had already removed that cursed seal. Madara stood before Obito. He calmly extended his hand. Obito looked at those Edo Tensei hands, struggling internally. But in the end, he took the war fan from behind his back and handed it to Madara with both hands. Madara took it without even glancing at Obito. Then he turned and left. This made Obito feel a strange sense of humiliation. If Madara had attacked him, Obito might have felt better. But this attitude of treating him like an ant was truly. Even so, Obito inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Madara's strength was beyond doubt. If he could avoid becoming Madara's enemy, that would naturally be best. And although Madara despised him, as long as Obito could be with Rin, that was enough. Thinking of this, Obito ran even faster. His steps became lighter, as if he could fly at any moment. Madara, however, only glanced coldly at Obito before leaving. He had retrieved his war fan. His current body allowed him to exert 60 to 70% of his strength from when he was alive. That was enough. Madara's heart was somewhat fervent. He wanted to see what kind of strength this new generation powerhouse possessed. The men who made Obito fearful. The men whose current recall Black Zetsu had not opposed. Heh. Don't disappoint me, Amamiya Kenichi. Madara let out a joyful laugh. That cold heart, which had not pounded intensely since Hashirama's death, seemed to burn again at this moment. Uchiha Madara stepped onto the battlefield. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 465, Chapter 465, True Several Thousand Hands. Chapter 465, True Several Thousand Hands. Good news, 3 of the 5 Kage remained. Bad news, the 3 who remained were not easy to deal with. In fact, their stubbornness was far more troublesome than Raza and Mei. The only good thing was that after an entire afternoon of fighting, the chakra within the 3 Kage had likely been greatly depleted. Kenichi took a breath. After such a long battle, even he felt a little irritated. These Kage were like cockroaches, one after another. Just dealing with Raza and Mei had taken Kenichi some time to plan. But now, it was time to end the battle in one move. Kenichi took a deep breath, an immense chakra gathered around him. Oh! Would release. Sage art. Are you planning to use true several thousand hands? A strange voice suddenly broke the tense atmosphere of the battlefield. Kenichi, Nagato, and the three surviving Kage all looked over at the same time. On a nearby treetop, a man with black hair and dark red armor stood there. A strange fan was strapped to his back. Kenichi's pupils contracted. How could Uchiha Madara be here? From his appearance, Kenichi knew that Madara was in an Edo Tensei state. Although Kenichi had known he might eventually face Edo Tensei Madara after Obito and Black Zetsu attacked Konoha and obtained the Forbidden Jutsu Scroll, he had not expected Madara to appear here so early. Could it be that I pushed Obito too hard? Kenichi considered that possibility, and his expression turned grim. It was not as if he had never considered nipping the problem in the bud to avoid a future disaster. But every time he tried to kill Obito, unexpected incidents would always appear and ruin his plan. His previous plan had almost succeeded. The thermobaric bomb had destroyed Obito's body. But who knew Obito had hidden an Izanagi, instantly rendering all of Kenichi's preparations useless. The most recent opportunity had been when Obito attacked the capital of the Land of Flame. Kenichi had prepared to kill him, but who knew Jiraiya would interfere again. Otherwise, the ninjutsu he had used on Jiraiya had originally been intended for Obito. The result was that Obito escaped, and Kenichi missed another chance to kill him. Now, Obito was not here, but an even more troublesome individual had arrived. Uchiha Madara. Kenichi had some understanding of Madara's strength. He could be said to possess the combat power to rule a country alone. If Madara had not been deceived by Black Zetsu into carrying out the Eye of the Moon plan, then Madara could have long ago occupied countries like the Land of Water and the Land of Lightning and declared himself Kage. In the final battle, Madara could also be said to have suppressed Naruto and Sasuke. Kishimoto probably felt that Madara was too strong, and that defeating him required a suitable reason. But it was difficult to create one naturally, so he forcefully had Black Zetsu launch a sneak attack, killing Madara and introducing Kaguya Otsutsuki as the final boss. Uchiha Madara. Inoki's pupils trembled. As the oldest of the 5 Kage, he had naturally witnessed the combat power of the 2 former strongest ninja in the shinobi world. It was precisely because he had witnessed it that Inoki had always been so wary of Konoha. Konoha, that village, once truly had the potential to eliminate every other ninja village and become the master of the entire shinobi world. Thankfully, Madara and Hashirama later developed differences. After their battle, Madara died in combat, and Hashirama did not live much longer either. Otherwise, Inoki shuddered just thinking about it. But the most important thing he needed to understand right now was whether this Uchiha Madara before him was an enemy or Edo Tensei. You actually used Edo Tensei on Uchiha Madara. Tsunade looked at Kenichi with shock and anger, roaring furiously. She immediately recognized Madara's current state. Only Edo Tensei would appear like this. Since Madara had been resurrected with Edo Tensei, then what about her grandfather, Hashirama? So he's an enemy then? The irritable Reikage, could no longer listen. He had just noticed the mushroom cloud rising from the direction of Kimogakure and the huge roar that followed. That made only want to rush back immediately and see what state his village was in. So it directly sprinted out, bringing lightning release with him as he charged toward Madara, who stood not far away, with lightning release chakra mode. Lightning release, huh? Madara casually tilted his head, dodging A's attack. He even had the leisure to tap A's back with his foot. At the same time, he waved the gunbai in his hand. Without any visible exertion, A was slammed directly into the ground by the fan, creating a crater. Deal with Uchiha Madara with full power. He's a monster. Inoki floated up and formed hand seals. Immediately, dust release was unleashed. But it did not even touch a hair on Madara's head. You flying around look a bit familiar. Madara felt a trace of excitement. When he had come from the Land of Flame earlier, he had seen ninja battles, but those battles had left him completely uninterested. Only fighting these Kage could make his mood brighten. Tsunade directly blocked Inoki's path, looking seriously at Madara. As a powerful ninja who could be mentioned in the same breath as her grandfather, Hashirama, Tsunade would never underestimate Madara's strength. What's going on? Nagato looked at the chaotic situation before him. Earlier, he had still been thinking about how to cooperate with Kenichi to take down these Kage. He had not expected that in the very next second, someone would jump out and start fighting the 3 Kage. It could not even be called an even match. Nagato could see that the black-haired man was fighting very easily, with the casual air of someone teasing children. Uchiha Madara. I didn't expect him to be resurrected with Edo Tensei. Kenichi rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat annoyed. Things had once again slipped out of his control. Kenichi had planned everything perfectly. Defeat the 5 Kage. Control those who could be controlled. Then weaken the combat power of the other 4 villages on the main battlefield. After that, he would directly annex the Land of Lightning in one fell swoop, establishing a land passage for the Land of Flame and avoiding restrictions on the transportation of its goods. Then he could slowly annex the other countries while also trying to kill Obito to prevent him from causing trouble. But now, all those plans had been disrupted. The monster named Uchiha Madara had appeared. Nagato. Kenichi looked at Nagato beside him, his expression serious. Nagato looked back at Kenichi in confusion. He knew Uchiha Madara. Madara had even joined the Akatsuki organization before, but his strength had seemed relatively average, at least inferior to Nagato himself, who possessed the sage's eyes. So Nagato did not understand why his collaborator was so nervous now. According to my research, after the Sharingan evolves into the Mangekyo Sharingan, advancing further becomes extremely difficult. But once that step is crossed, as long as the conditions are met, there is a chance to obtain the Rinnegan. Kenichi spoke seriously. Nagato listened quietly. The battle in front of them continued, and Madara seemed to only be warming up. The three Kage, who held great renown throughout the shinobi world, were like three children trying to snatch lollipops from an adult in Madara's hands. They posed no threat whatsoever. Something like the Rinnegan is basically impossible to obtain on one's own. Kenichi finished speaking. Nagato understood what he meant. Kenichi was saying that his eyes had most likely been given to him by someone else. This made Nagato frown slightly. I obtained these eyes when I was a child. After witnessing my parents being killed by enemies, my hidden bloodline awakened. Nagato did not quite agree with Kenichi's words. He had always believed that his eyes had come from awakening his own bloodline. Kenichi's mouth twitched. Awakening a bloodline to obtain the Rinnegan. Even the protagonists of Naruto, and Sasuke would not dare say such a thing. Sasuke's Rinnegan had not advanced slowly on its own either. Otherwise, if the Uchiha clan could awaken the Rinnegan just by witnessing their parents' deaths, then what would have been the point of the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura? You need to be careful. Uchiha Madara is very likely to go after your original body and reclaim his eyes. Kenichi could only warn Nagato. As for whether Nagato listened, that was Nagato's business. However, Nagato was still alive, and Konan was guarding him. It would not be easy for Black Zetsu to launch a sneak attack. If Madara went after Nagato, then as soon as the battle began, Kenichi could immediately go support him. Nagato was somewhat confused. What did this mean? His eyes had been given to him by Madara. They had not been obtained by himself. And was Kenichi implying that Madara was very likely to come and reclaim his eyes? Kenichi took a deep breath. He did not pay attention to the confused Nagato. Instead, he looked up at the sky. The sky was not very good at the moment. There were some clouds, but not enough to meet the requirements for performing that Sage Art Lightning release. So, forget it. I'll worry about the future later. Right now, I must find a way to break this situation. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. His body flickered, and a shadow clone quietly left with a scroll. Kenichi also whispered something to Nagato. After hearing it, Nagato silently nodded. Nagato, let me show you what a true powerhouse looks like. With the preparations done, Kenichi was now ready to go all out. He had to attract Madara's attention, as well as the attention of the other three Kage, to provide cover for the upcoming nuclear explosion. Kenichi did not have much confidence. Madara was too monstrous. Even if Kenichi used all his chakra to unleash true several thousand hands, he was not certain he could send Madara back to the Pure Land. So he had to add a nuclear explosion to make sure Madara returned there. The only pity was that he did not have Madara's body tissue. Otherwise, he could have resurrected Madara with Edo Tensei himself and controlled him that way. But even then, he was not sure whether it would succeed. Madara was too troublesome. He also had great talent for understanding ninjutsu, so it was hard to say whether the control method would work on him. Sage Art would release true several thousand hands. As immense chakra surged in, Kenichi's vision suddenly soared upward. Almost instantly, he saw the surrounding valleys and even the distant battlefield. This colossal size even surpassed the wood golem jutsu. No wonder this ninjutsu could overwhelm Madara's armored nine tails. This ninjutsu. Nagato's pupils contracted. He had also been lifted up by the gigantic thousand-armed Buddha statue. He was now standing on the statue's head, and below them, the tiny figures were the three Kage and Madara. Would release. This monster, he even mastered this ninjutsu. Inoki gritted his teeth. With Madara in front and Kenichi behind, at this moment, he felt as if he had returned to his childhood, facing the god of shinobi who had once dominated the entire shinobi world. A sense of powerlessness surged uncontrollably through his heart. Tsunade looked at Madara, who had been fighting effortlessly the entire time, then looked back at the gigantic thousand-armed Buddha statue behind her. Her heart felt heavy. She did not even know whether she could survive such a ninjutsu. This guy. Reikage wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Madara was already troublesome enough, but he had not expected Kenichi, that bastard, to still have another trump card. Madara looked at the colossal entity before him, and his heart pounded with excitement. He felt a thrill as chakra surged rapidly. Immediately afterward, the complete body Susanoo stood up, facing the thousand-armed Buddha statue in front of it. Ha 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 ha. Entertain me. Madara let out a maniacal laugh. Ever since Hashirama died, Madara had felt that life had lost its meaning. Completing the Eye of the Moon plan had become his only obsession. But now, looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar thousand-armed Buddha statue, Madara's heart was filled with passion. He had found the passion for battle again. It was as if he had returned to the past, facing Hashirama and fighting with all his might. Despair enveloped the hearts of the three Kage. They did not even know what meaning their presence here had. We need to break through. Inoki's expression was grave. He saw no possibility of defeating these two monsters. They had to get away from them, or they might not even know how they died. Took a deep breath, gathered the chakra within his body, and leaped up. Do your best. Tsunade sighed. Jiraiya's death did not seem unjust. Fukasaku had not even seen Kenichi use this would-release ninjutsu, which meant Kenichi had still been hiding trump cards. The next moment, two figures flew high. Each descended rapidly from the air with a punch, striking the complete body Susanoo. At the same time, Inoki also used his trump card. Dust Release, Detachment of the Primitive World Jutsu. Kenichi did not notice this. When he saw the complete body Susanoo, he used Top Transformed Buddha without hesitation. Countless fists continuously slammed toward Madara in front of him. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 466, Chapter 466, Uchiha Madara under the nuclear blast. Chapter 466, Uchiha Madara under the nuclear blast. Kenichi's tongue felt a little numb. Because standing before him was none other than Uchiha Madara, the undisputed strongest individual in the entire shinobi world. Before the Otsutsuki clan descended, Madara could be considered an absolute powerhouse. However, after the Otsutsuki appeared, Madara became something of a joke. His heart was pierced, he became a stepping stone for others, he was manipulated by Black Zetsu, and even his entire being transformed into Kagaya Otsutsuki. If Kagaya had not been sealed in the end, Madara probably would not even have made it to the Pure Land. But there was no denying Madara's terrifying personal strength. He had pressured the allied shinobi forces, dominated Sasuke and Naruto, made the 5 Kage vomit blood, and even withstood Gai's full power. Even then, he had remained so at ease, as if countless trump cards had yet to be revealed. Looking at Madara, who was being covered by the wood golem beneath him, Kenichi's gaze turned solemn. He knew that there was a mountain he absolutely had to overcome. Uchiha Madara. If this guy could not be defeated, then Kenichi's dream of unifying the shinobi world would remain unrealized. But the good news was that the current Madara was not in his complete form. Nor was he absolutely unbeatable. If this guy were in his Ten-Tails Jinchuriki state with the Rinnegan, defeating him now would be very difficult. But you're a dead man who crawled out of the Pure Land, so there's still a fight to be had. Kenichi licked his lips. He did not fear Madara. His heart was even filled with excitement. Being able to deal with Madara here was an unexpected bonus. Even more unexpectedly, Tsunade and the others actually thought Madara was his helper and directly launched a full-scale assault on him. Looking at those ninjutsu, Kenichi knew that the 3 Kage had gone all out. Coupled with his own sage art would release, true several thousand hands, defeating a mere Edo Tensei Madara should not be a problem. Especially since Madara did not have the Rinnegan. He could not use those powerful Rinnegan dojutsu. How interesting. At this moment, Madara was under immense pressure. He had originally intended to deal with Kenichi and see how this sage art would release compared to Hashirama's. But he had not expected the opponent's strength to be truly impressive. However, looking at the 3 Kage-level powerhouses before him, Madara's heart was still somewhat displeased. In his opinion, the protagonists of this battle were undoubtedly himself and Kenichi. These 3 Kage absolutely should not interfere in such a battlefield. These 3 were clearly mere children, yet they were so reckless. These foolish brats. Madara narrowed his eyes. His complete body Susanoo was enduring a massive assault. On one side was the attack from Sage Art would release, true several thousand hands. On the other side were Tsunade and the 4th Reikage's Liger Bomb, along with Chiyo's puppet performance, self-sacrifice. With the help of that brat Inoki, the taijutsu of those two posed some threat. Moreover, Inoki had also used Dust Release. Madara could feel that his complete body Susanoo would not be able to hold on much longer. If this continued, the complete body Susanoo would collapse. Then he would have to face the attacks of this Senju Buddha statue again. This made Madara recall his past encounters with Hashirama. It seemed to have been much the same. Hashirama, Konoha truly has an incredible successor. Madara's fighting spirit soared. Did they think they could defeat him with such methods? How laughable. Fire release, dragon flame caterwall. Madara opened his mouth. With the almost infinite chakra of his Edo Tensei body, the surging flames transformed into a sea of fire and covered the entire sky. Susanoo raised its weapon high and slashed down at the three Kage. Facing this powerful blow from the complete body Susanoo, even Tsunade and A did not dare ignore it. If they were struck by this slash, it would truly be fatal. Is this guy planning to clear the field? Kenichi narrowed his eyes. He knew that Madara had not fully unleashed all his trump cards yet. He had not even begun using wood release, and Madara still seemed to be fighting with ease. But Kenichi did not intend to give Madara the chance to fully unleash his power and use wood release or other ninjutsu. Nagato, we need to leave here quickly. Kenichi spoke to Nagato while continuously controlling the Senju Buddha statue to attack the complete body Susanoo. He had not even let Nagato attack Madara this time, precisely to avoid excessive losses to Nagato's puppets. Moreover, this statement was meant for Nagato's true body. Kenichi knew that Nagato's true body was definitely nearby. If they did not leave and the atomic bomb exploded, Nagato would likely be severely injured. It would be too ridiculous if Nagato died prematurely here. Kenichi looked at Nagato. He had an idea. A complete Madara needed the Rinnegan. So, if Kenichi completely destroyed the Rinnegan beforehand, crushed it, burned it, and scattered the ashes, would Madara still be so powerful? However, it had not reached that point yet. Okay. Nagato nodded, understanding Kenichi's meaning. In the next second, Kenichi continued increasing the chakra infusion, almost exhausting all the chakra in his body. Then he left a clone standing on the Buddha statue, while his true body was swiftly pulled away by the Deva path of pain, flying into the distance. This scene went unnoticed by Madara. He was currently planning to clear the field, to make those three annoying brats leave the battlefield so he could fight Kenichi wholeheartedly. This Kenichi was like a replica of Hashirama, igniting a fervent passion within Madara. In his previous battle with Hashirama, if he had not sealed a Izanagi in his eye, he might have truly died by Hashirama's hand. Biting off the flesh from Hashirama's arm at the end had also been a manifestation of his frustration. Frustration at his own lack of strength. Frustration that he had been unable to defeat Hashirama. But now that Hashirama was dead, Madara could no longer get his revenge. So he had taken Kenichi as his new opponent. Something's wrong. Madara, who had just slashed away Tsunade and A, looked up. He observed the Buddha statue, which was continuously attacking, and keenly sensed a subtle abnormality. The force of the Buddha statue's attacks had decreased. The power had become very even, and it was gradually weakening, giving the feeling of dwindling momentum. Madara narrowed his eyes. He saw only one person standing on the Senju Buddha statue. Presumably, that was the junior named Kenichi. But then Madara noticed something wrong. That Kenichi was too rigid. And his aura felt off. A clone. Madara was momentarily stunned. Leaving only a clone standing there. What was Kenichi planning? Could he be planning a sneak attack? Madara remembered that both Black Zetsu and Obito had mentioned that Kenichi also possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, and that his ocular ninjutsu was quite peculiar, unlike conventional Mangekyo techniques. Run! Just then, Inoki's urgent voice came. Madara saw A and Tsunade, who had just been fighting him tooth and nail, suddenly begin fleeing desperately without caring about anything else. Madara looked up in confusion. Then he saw a blinding white light bloom above his head. It was too fast. Madara could see how the flames were generated in an instant, but he had no way to escape. An aura of destruction rushed over him. The blinding white light, the instant high temperature, and the terrifying pressure shattered the complete body Susanoo in an instant. A powerful sense of discomfort surged through Madara's heart. It felt as though his entire body was burning. Madara's body instantly shattered into pieces under the attack of this level of weapon. Ha 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 ha. Amamiya Kenichi, I, Uchiha Madara, admit. His words were cut short as the explosion and high pressure swept over everything, destroying the entire battlefield. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The forest, which had already suffered a nuclear attack once before, was once again ravaged by a nuclear blast. The roaring nuclear weapon exploded again. The massive mushroom cloud was so clear that even the ninja of Kimogakure, Iwagakure, and Konoha could see it. The battlefield instantly fell silent. But then new fighting broke out again. They still did not know the fate of the Kage, and they had no other choice but to kill their enemies. This was what it meant to be a ninja. Although this isn't the first time I've seen it, each time is still astonishing. Orochimaru licked his lips, excitedly observing the distant mushroom cloud. This mushroom cloud was much larger than the one after a thermobaric bomb explosion. Just standing here and watching it gave an extremely strong sense of oppression. Orochimaru was a little curious. His student had used such a move, so what exactly was the battle situation like? Were those Kage truly that strong? Strong enough to force Kenichi and the leader to use that weapon? Or had some uncontrollable change occurred in the battle? However, there was no need to consider any of that now. The battle there had already been decided. So he, Orochimaru, needed to quickly achieve his strategic plan. This should be the last one, right? Meanwhile, in the land of flame, Obito, who had narrowly escaped Madara, was clutching a piece of paper tightly. It read, Rin Nohara's location, the place where everything began. Obito's expression looked terrible. He naturally understood that, the place where everything began, referred to the place where he had first received the note. So Rin was actually still in the capital of the land of flame. He had been led on such a long chase, only for the other party to tell him that his target was actually still in the capital. Then what had been the point of running around so much? What did that bastard Kenichi take him for? Thinking of this, Obito's rage became somewhat uncontrollable. But for Rin, he rushed back to the capital without hesitation. Then, in the original room, he saw a new note. In the cave on the nearby mountain, Rin Nohara is waiting for you. Obito took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart, and then sped off again. This time, there were finally no strange notes or Rin's personal belongings. At the entrance of the cave, Obito saw 6 ninja standing guard. Obito revealed a crazed smile. Was Kenichi planning to use Rin to deal with him? But the anger he had suppressed along the way, the rage of being led around like a dog, was now uncontrollable. He desperately needed a fight to calm the almost uncontrollable frenzy inside him. Fueled by rage, Obito charged at the 6 ninja guarding the cave. But to his surprise, he killed those 6 ninja with extreme ease. A hint of bewilderment flashed through Obito's mind. These ninja were too weak. They even gave Obito the feeling of genin. This did not match the strength level of Kenichi's subordinates. When he had tried to snatch Rin before, he had been heavily entangled by those ninja, even getting injured several times and having to use Kamui to evade their attacks. But this time, Obito had killed these 6 ninja with great ease. They seemed to have come here just to die. A bad premonition flashed through Obito's mind. That bastard Kenichi seemed to know him very well, and he also seemed to know his identity. If that was the case, then what was the meaning behind Kenichi doing this now? What exactly was he planning? Wasting his time? Making him run circles around the land of flame? Obito did not understand. He rushed into the cave. Then he saw a pale, delicate arm tightly clutching a piece of paper. Obito walked over with a slight tremor. He gently took the paper from the hand. Rin Nohara is indeed waiting for you, but only one hand is waiting for you. Rin Nohara is currently in Gokuriko Hot Spring Town in the Land of Lightning. If you don't hurry. Nothing was written after that. But just seeing the words, Gokuriko Hot Spring Town, made Obito lose his composure. He naturally knew what kind of place that was. Although Obito had never been there, he had some understanding of such establishments in the shinobi world. He had even once discussed with Kakashi about visiting that place in the future. But he had never expected Rin to be sent to that place. Amamiya Kenichi. Obito let out a roar filled with extreme anger. He grabbed Rin's arm and rushed out in a hurry. Although he did not know whether this was a trap, and although he had considered ignoring Rin's fate, he could not do it. Because Kenichi was using obvious bait, and with Obito's deep feelings for Rin, he simply could not ignore that possibility. Obito left in a rage. He now wished he could turn back and slaughter the entire capital of the Land of Flame. But thinking that Rin might not have much time, remembering the puppet he had seen that day, and the person lying on it that day, Obito felt as if his heart was about to break. So Obito rushed out recklessly, gritting his teeth in secret. Once he found Rin and settled her down, Obito swore he would make Kenichi pay the price. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 467, Chapter 467, The End of the War. Chapter 467, The End of the War. Did it succeed? Nagato supported Kenichi. Both of them had just been blown away by the shockwave of the nuclear blast. Kenichi's physical condition was good, so he endured it. Nagato's puppets were not human at all, so they naturally endured it as well. There was no situation where the attack harmed their own side, which made Kenichi breathe a sigh of relief. I don't know. Even if it succeeded, the gain isn't much. Kenichi shook his head. He looked at the mushroom cloud rising behind him. An attack like that could even kill a tailed beast. It should not be a big problem for Madara in his Edo Tensei state. But even if it killed him, then what? Madara was in his Edo Tensei form. Even if the nuclear explosion killed him, the significance would not be very great. It would only send Madara back to the Pure Land. But if there was no way to seal Madara's soul, he would eventually return. However, Kenichi himself had not learned a sealing jutsu on the level of the Reaper Death Seal. Even if he had, restraining Madara would not be an easy task. Now, he could only hope that destroying Madara's Edo Tensei body this time would buy him more time. Enough time to annex the Land of Lightning, then make a few more nuclear bombs. Kenichi himself did not know whether ordinary atomic bombs would be effective, but he still planned to try. Of course, his own strength also needed to improve further. In this war, Kenichi had discovered some of his weaknesses. Although he had no problem facing ordinary Kage-level powerhouses now and could defeat them with relative ease, if he faced the encirclement of several Kage at once, it was not easy to decide the outcome quickly. And if the opponent was a powerhouse on Madara's level, it became even more troublesome. This was still only Edo Tensei Madara. If Madara's plan succeeded, and he became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and entered Six Paths mode, then the current Kenichi might only be able to start researching how to build rockets and move to another planet. However, it was not entirely without good news. Before the nuclear explosion, Tsunade and the others had still been near the epicenter. Even if they could run, and even if they ran very quickly, it would be impossible for them to come out of a nuclear explosion completely unharmed. That meant the Kage of the three villages were basically half-crippled. Even if they survived, recovering to their peak strength would take a great deal of time. In that case, as long as Orochimaru could defeat the allied shinobi forces on the front lines, the overall problem would not be too serious. What do we do now? Nagato looked at Kenichi. His chakra had been depleted quite a bit, but he could still continue a low-intensity battle. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. Frankly speaking, this battle had gone beyond his expectations. After all, he truly had not expected Madara to come over, let alone directly target him. If Tsunade and the others had not thought Madara was his Edo Tensei helper at the time, it would have been difficult for him to deal with Madara. If he had faced the encirclement of the three Kage plus Madara, that would have been even more amusing. First, let's clean up the battlefield. I want to see whether Tsunade, Inoki, and A are dead or alive. Kenichi dispelled his shadow clones. The returning chakra made his body feel much lighter. Since obtaining the first Hokage Sage body, Kenichi had rarely encountered such a troublesome battle. This battle truly made him feel as if his chakra had almost been insufficient, although that was also related to his use of multiple large-scale ninjutsu, as well as shadow clones. However, Kenichi handed the task of cleaning up the battlefield to his shadow clones. Nagato did not need to go. There was still a large amount of nuclear radiation in the nuclear explosion area. Going in now would not be cleaning the battlefield. It would be rushing to death. Nagato had no objection to this, but he still sent out some puppets to search for the whereabouts of the three Kage. Damn it, damn it. Kitsuchi spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the ninja in front of him, a trace of fear flashing through his eyes. He truly had not expected Iwagakure to be so vulnerable before these ninja. Moreover, every single one of these guys was excessively strong, especially their eyes. When fighting them, if one was caught off guard and looked into their eyes, they could fall under genjutsu. If one did not want to be affected, the best method was to avoid looking into their eyes. But the problem was that this was a battle between ninja. Not every ninja could learn to fight without looking into another person's eyes. Kitsuchi tried to stir up dust, but it was still useless. Iwagakure's ninja quickly dwindled in number. Lowering one's head and trying to react quickly to ninjutsu was very unrealistic. Many ninja were buried at the hands of the Land of Flames ninja while trying to fight with their heads lowered or their eyes closed. And the village ninja who were controlled by genjutsu had disappeared, seemingly taken away. But Kitsuchi did not know where they had been taken, or what was being done to them. The village's strongest trump card, the Five Tails, was being pinned down and beaten by that giant monster. At first, the Five Tails had tried to resist. But as those ninja used the Uchiha clan's Sharingan to control the Five Tails, the current Five Tails was purely taking a beating. Kitsuchi did not even know how much longer the Five Tails could last. That giant monster was still hitting it, as if it wanted to beat the Five Tails to death. This made Kitsuchi somewhat afraid. That was a tailed beast. A powerful anti-human tailed beast. Even the Tsuchikage would find the complete Five Tails very troublesome. But now, the Five Tails was dying. The worst news was that Kitsuchi himself was being targeted. Looking at the 6 pairs of feet around him, a hint of despair flashed through Kitsuchi's eyes. Being targeted by 6 jonin of this caliber, even he felt immense pressure. Looking up could lead to genjutsu. Falling into genjutsu could lead to being taken away. But not looking up meant he could not fight. Now's the time. Kitsuchi did not give up. The Kumogakure ninja had already left. Although Konoha's ninja were still there, the battlefield was too chaotic, and he could not ask for help. The only way was to escape the battlefield, return to the village, and then quickly relocate. The allied shinobi forces had failed. Or at least, Iwagakure had failed. The ninja squad they had brought, which had originally intended to enter the battlefield, harvest the territory of the Land of Water, and finally obtain funds to save the village from danger, had unexpectedly gained no money. Instead, they were buried in the Land of Fire. It was foreseeable that Iwagakure's strength would definitely be damaged after this battle. If they did not return quickly, there might be no Iwagakure in the future. Earth Release, Great Earth River. Kitsuchi suddenly launched an attack. A large amount of chakra surged out, and because the enemy was caught off guard, he actually broke through a gap. Kitsuchi ran out without thinking. But the moment he ran out, he felt something grab his neck. Kitsuchi was forced to raise his head. He saw a blonde girl. Her appearance was very beautiful, and she carried a pleasant scent, but her pupils were vertical. This person was Kitsuchi. Orochimaru revealed a slight smile. His Mangekyo Sharingan flickered faintly in his eyes. Kitsuchi still had some resistance to genjutsu and managed to endure it without being affected for too long. But in that brief moment, if Orochimaru had wanted to, Kitsuchi would already be dead. Orochimaru. Kitsuchi tried to struggle, but it was useless. The moment he was controlled by genjutsu, Orochimaru directly used a sealing jutsu to seal his chakra flow. The current Kitsuchi was now just an ordinary person. If Inoki dies, then theoretically, you should become the Tsuchikage. Orochimaru mused. He had not originally intended to leave anyone alive. But considering his student's plan to unify the shinobi world, a jonin like Kitsuchi, who knew many of Iwagakure's secrets, was quite important. That was why Orochimaru kept him alive. Kitsuchi lowered his head. He had already been choked unconscious, the intense suffocating pressure leaving him unable to breathe. Take him away. Orochimaru waved his hand. Kitsuchi no longer had any ability to resist. Afterward, he would be taken away and become a loyal ninja of the Land of Flame. Two jonin hurried over and carried Kitsuchi away. For someone of Kitsuchi's caliber, they could at least receive a mid-level parasite. But considering Kitsuchi's status, he would likely be implanted with a high-level parasite this time. Orochimaru looked at the battlefield in front of him. Iwagakure was finished. The remaining ninja were now crumbling under the encirclement of the Land of Flame's ninja, and deserters had begun to appear. However, these deserters were powerless before the encirclement of multiple Land of Flame ninja. They were taken away one by one and sent to the rear. They would undergo modification there until they became ninja of the Land of Flame. Orochimaru now understood how his student controlled these people. Although it was somewhat beyond his expectations, as he had not expected Kenichi to obtain parasites, and it even seemed that those parasites had reproduced. With these mind-controlling parasites, Kenichi could quickly unify the entire shinobi world. All resistors, once implanted with parasites, would become the most loyal subordinates. How interesting. Orochimaru licked his lips. He spat out a snake from his mouth, and from the snake's mouth came a sword. Then Orochimaru took the sword into his hand. Orochimaru carefully evaluated the situation. If his student unified the shinobi world, it would be beneficial for him. At the very least, he would have enough resources for research, and all ninjutsu could be freely studied. That would fulfill his ideal. So Orochimaru did not mind helping his student. Moreover, the most troublesome people on the battlefield had already been drawn away by his student. If Orochimaru could not quickly resolve the battle against these ordinary ninja, he himself would lose face. Lord Orochimaru, the Kimogakure ninja have left. They are advancing toward the direction of the mushroom cloud. A Land of Flame ninja jumped out. Orochimaru glanced at him. He was an ANBU responsible for relaying intelligence. Although his student had once said that the name, Special Agent, sounded better, they had ultimately still adopted the name, ANBU. What about the Konoha ninja? Orochimaru looked at the battlefield in front of him. Currently, the most noteworthy thing on the entire Iwagakure battlefield was the Five Tails. The Konoha ninja are also showing signs of commotion and are packing up. The ANBU ninja's words made Orochimaru nod. His idea was actually very simple. First, pretend to attack Iwagakure and attract the attention of Kimogakure and Konoha. Then use the tactical squad Kenichi had given him to attack Kimogakure, making them misjudge his target as Kimogakure. That would draw away the Kimogakure and Konoha ninja. Finally, Orochimaru would directly assault Iwagakure, take it down completely, occupy Iwagakure's current position, and divide Kimogakure and Konoha. That would prepare them for the subsequent war. But Orochimaru had not expected the tactical squad Kenichi gave him to be so effective. Kimogakure suffered heavy losses in this battle, and now Kimogakure was even beginning to retreat, presumably planning to find A and then return to Kimogakure with him. In that case, only Iwagakure and Konoha were still here. And then there was Sunagakure. Those people had vanished to some unknown place. Orochimaru had already assigned the task of investigating Tsunagekyu's whereabouts to Deidara, but Deidara had not yet sent back any news. He also did not know what those people from Tsunagekure were doing. Teacher. Kenichi ran over from the distance, his face not looking very good. Is your battle over? Orochimaru glanced at his disciple. Kenichi had clearly been through a major battle. His eyes showed some fatigue, and his body was covered in dust. Kenichi wiped the dust from his head, then glanced around. His gaze fell on the Five Tails and Sasori, who was currently beating it. The nuclear explosion had not killed the three Kage. At least, he had not found any remains of the three Kage at the nuclear explosion site. Nor had he found Madara. Kenichi did not know whether they had been vaporized or escaped. After searching for a while, he could only come over to deal with other matters first. He had to seize this opportunity to expand his gains and also confirm how his teacher Orochimaru was doing. The land of Earth is a bit far. Kenichi looked at the Five Tails. Then chakra condensed in his hand, forming a huge wooden sword, which he thrust through the Five Tails' head. After that, he created several more wooden swords to pin the Five Tails down. The Five Tails was already on the verge of collapse. With Kenichi's finishing blow, it directly dissipated from this world and would reappear only after some time. Kenichi nodded. The tailed beasts could not be left alive. If even one tailed beast died, Madara's Eye of the Moon plan could not be implemented. For the divine tree to appear, all 9 tailed beasts had to be gathered. Now, he had completely made it impossible for Madara to enter Six Paths mode. Are you planning to target Konoha or the Land of Lightning? Orochimaru looked at Kenichi. He knew what his student meant. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 468, Chapter 468, The Urgent Need to Develop a Hydrogen Bomb. Chapter 468, The Urgent Need to Develop a Hydrogen Bomb. I've already arranged for people to go to the Land of Lightning. If they run fast enough, they should be about ready to go crazy over there by now. Kenichi looked around. Iwagakure's base was now filled with corpses everywhere. There were corpses of Land of Flame ninja, and there were also corpses of Iwagakure ninja. It had to be said that while the Land of Flame ninja were quite capable, the Iwagakure ninja were not pigs waiting to be slaughtered either. Achieving a completely unscathed victory was not an easy task. But these casualties were still within a range Kenichi could accept. The Land of Lightning. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. If he had known it was the Land of Lightning, he should have focused his main target on that nation. But it did not matter now. In any case, the ninja of the Land of Lightning had already suffered heavy losses under the strikes of Kenichi's tactical squad, and even the 8 Tails had been injured. As long as the 4th Raikage, died, taking down the Land of Lightning would not be difficult. But after thinking about it carefully, there was no real problem with this choice. After all, the 2 countries closest to the Land of Flame were the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. Teacher, how are things going with Konoha, Kumogakure, and Tsunagekure? Kenichi asked curiously. He had been busy dealing with the 5 Kage, and with Madara interfering, he had not had much time to pay attention to the battle situation here. It's all right. Kumogakure has suffered heavy losses under the strikes of your tactical squad. As for Konoha, I haven't made a move yet. Orochimaru glanced at his student. To be honest, he had not even begun preparing to act when Kenichi arrived, which surprised him a little. After all, he knew what his student had gone to do. He had originally thought Kenichi would spend more time over there. What about Tsunagekure? Kenichi did not hear Tsunagekure's name, which surprised him. Could it be that the Tsunagekure ninja had been completely wiped out? They don't even know where they are now. Thinking of Tsunagekure, which had not made a move until now, Orochimaru shook his head. Because of the mysterious disappearance of the Tsunagekure ninja, his entire strategic objective had been disrupted, and he had to remain on guard from time to time against possible attacks on the Land of Flame by those Tsunagekure ninja. Kenichi was stunned for a moment. Good grief. He had not expected that in this war, Tsunagekure, which he had originally thought would be the easiest to eliminate, had not made any move until now. Meanwhile, the quite capable Kumogakure had already suffered heavy losses. However, this indirectly provided some assurance for his plan to conquer the Land of Lightning. Teacher, if we take these ninja and conquer the Land of Lightning now, how confident are you? Kenichi looked at Orochimaru with a smile. Although he did not know what those Tsunagekure people had run off to do, Kenichi did not care. As long as they were not attacking the Land of Flame's homeland, he would not care even if the Tsunagekure ninja betrayed their Kazekage and ran back to their village. Anyway, without their Kazekage, those people would only become bones in a grave in the future. Among the several ninja villages, Tsunagekure's strength was relatively weak, especially now that Chiyo and Raza were dead. Tsunagekure really could not produce many ninja who could hold their own. In future shinobi world wars, Tsunagekyu's situation would almost entirely depend on Gaara, the Kazekage. And Gaara, who could beat anyone when he first appeared, eventually became unable to beat anyone later on. Furthermore, one had to remember that the current Gaara was still just a child. He could not support the entire Tsunagekure at all. Even if those Tsunagekure ninja escaped back, in the future, when Kenichi's blade pointed their way, Tsunagekure would only be able to surrender at the mere sight of him. The Land of Lightning. That depends on whether the fourth Raikage is dead, and then on the eight-tails Jinchuriki and two-tails Jinchuriki. Orochimaru looked at Kenichi with a smile that was not quite a smile, though his words still carried confidence. The most troublesome thing about Kimogakure in the Land of Lightning was the AB combo. That was power capable of suppressing ordinary Kage-level powerhouses. Even Minato, a ninja who was extremely formidable in ninja combat, had to be extremely careful when facing the AB combo, or he would suffer losses. However, looking at these parasite-controlled ninja under Kenichi's command, Orochimaru was still very confident. These ninja feared neither death, and their strength was quite good. Some had even awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. With such a group of ninja, Orochimaru felt that it would be disgraceful if he could not steamroll Kimogakure. Then I'll have to trouble you, teacher. Kenichi did not intend to give Kimogakure's ninja any chance to catch their breath. After this war ended and the news spread, what would greet him would either be the solicitation of the four daimyo, or their even crazier suppression. After all, the allied shinobi forces led by the four Kage had all been defeated by his hand. Those daimyo were likely filled with fear. But this was also what Kenichi wanted to see. Unlike traditional ninja like Naruto, who took the daimyo for granted, Kenichi did not think those daimyo were qualified to sit in the position of daimyo forever. They were just ordinary people. Their blood was also red. At that time, the only role of the four daimyo would be to leave all their wealth to him, then smoothly hand over political power and disappear into the long river of history. Then what can you give me? Orochimaru walked over, his bright eyes looking at Kenichi with amusement. Teacher, have you ever wondered what those stars in the sky are? Kenichi smiled. He knew how to hook Orochimaru's interest, and he knew what his teacher wanted. For Orochimaru, the most attractive things in the entire shinobi world were likely novel knowledge and eternal life. It was just that his teacher had already researched a method of eternal life. As long as he was not killed or sealed, he would not die of old age. Therefore, only novel knowledge and unknown realms could move Orochimaru now. Fine. You've convinced me. Orochimaru shrugged. He was indeed full of curiosity about the stars in the sky, and he also knew that his student had researched hot air balloons and airships. It was hard to say whether Kenichi truly had more advanced gadgets that could fly even higher and pluck the stars from the sky. Then I'll leave it to you, teacher. I'll go clean up the battlefield first. Kenichi scanned the battlefield before him. There were still some Iwagakure ninja resisting, although not many. Even so, Kenichi still felt it would be better to end this battle as soon as possible. After all, he did not know whether that old guy Inoki was dead or alive. Ending the battle early would also allow him to rush to the Land of Lightning faster and take down Kimogakure. Then he could search the Land of Lightning for uranium ore. Only then could he create new nuclear weapons. This time, when dealing with Madara, Kenichi felt that an atomic bomb might not be enough to handle a guy like him. Frankly speaking, atomic bombs were not without weaknesses. For example, Obito. As long as Obito used Kamui to store the atomic bomb in the Kamui dimension before it exploded, the explosion of the atomic bomb would be useless. For a powerhouse on Madara's level, the same move was unlikely to be effective a second time. Whether it was to face Madara's threat in the future or to be careful of the Otsutsuki clan, Kenichi needed even more powerful weapons. Such as a hydrogen bomb. But using a hydrogen bomb was a matter for later. Sage art, Yama's slash. Kenichi slammed his hands onto the ground. The dead Iwagakure ninja struggled to crawl up from the earth once again. They grabbed the ankles of their former companions and dragged them into hell. You only resurrected the Iwagakure ninja. Orochimaru looked at the scene before him, unfazed. However, the Land of Flame ninja did not move. They were still lying on the ground. Kenichi nodded. Although these Land of Flame ninja were controlled by parasites, and there was absolutely no need to worry about loyalty, Kenichi would still give them the respect and treatment they deserved. They had already died once for the Land of Flame. Kenichi was not so insane that he would make them die again. Of course, if the war situation became urgent, that would be another matter. With the help of the resurrected, the remaining resistance forces of Iwagakure were quickly extinguished. Kenichi also turned his attention to another location. Kakashi. Kenichi walked over. The Land of Flame ninja nearby lowered their heads and respectfully moved aside, revealing Kakashi, who was panting heavily inside. Kakashi was in a sorry state. His clothes were covered in scorch marks, and some knife wounds could be seen on his body, but his eyes were still bright. Amamiya. Kakashi's eyes lit up when he saw Kenichi, but then they immediately became conflicted. In the end, he gritted his teeth and looked at Kenichi with hostility. Kenichi was not surprised to see this. Ever since his identity had been exposed, he had known he would encounter situations like this. Not to mention, he had killed many important figures of Konoha. People such as the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Jiraiya. Did you come to help Iwagakure? Now that they're all dead, you can go. Kenichi waved his hand, and the ninja on the side silently cleared a path. Kakashi tightly clutched the kunai in his hand. He had many questions he wanted to ask. He even wanted to demand why Kenichi had to be so ruthless. But looking at Kenichi's face, he could not say anything. In the end, Kakashi took away the corpses of the Konoha ninja from his team. Except for Kakashi, the other Konoha ninja who had come to support had all perished here. War was ruthless. Kenichi had only told the Land of Flame ninja not to kill Kakashi and Guy if they saw them. He did not care about the others. Watching Kakashi leave silently, Kenichi stood behind him and quietly watched. Calculating the time, Obito should have arrived by now, right? Or had he already started a massacre? Kenichi was truly curious. But a crazed Obito was too threatening, and Kenichi had not left Shirori there. Otherwise, he could have seen what Obito looked like when he was completely insane. Huff, huff. Obito was very tired. For this entire day, he had been running everywhere, running around aimlessly while being led by the nose by that bastard Kenichi. This made Obito extremely exhausted. Furthermore, in the end, Rin was not in the Land of Flame but had been sent to the Land of Lightning instead. Obito had no choice but to run to the Land of Lightning. But the moment he thought of Rin being sent to the hot spring town in the Land of Lightning by that bastard Kenichi, he could not stop at all. Even when riding a hot air balloon, he used wind release ninjutsu the entire way to speed toward the Land of Lightning. After arriving at the location, he was discovered by the hot air balloon ninja patrolling the border of the Land of Lightning. Fortunately, their strength was mediocre, and he easily dealt with them. However, Obito's pace became increasingly impatient. He walked quickly through the bustling hot spring town. All around him, there were scantily dressed women soliciting customers, and even handsome-looking men calling out to customers. If it had been before, Obito would have lamented how dark this world was. But now, he could not care about anything else. Obito's mind was full of Rin. Rin. Obito saw a familiar person. She was standing in front of a three-colored dango stall, just taking out money to buy some dango. Although it was only a side profile, Obito recognized the person in front of him at a glance. It was Rin. At that moment, joy filled Obito's heart. He no longer cared that in Rin's heart, he was already a dead person. He walked straight over, bumping into the crowd blocking his way, and with eager steps, he ran toward the stall where Rin stood. Rin. Obito grabbed Rin's hand. A warm hand. How long had it been since he last felt that? Eh? Who are you? Rin turned her head in confusion and looked at the men who had grabbed her hand. But then her expression became hesitant. The person before her looked like Obito. I'm Obito. Uchiha Obito. At this moment, all his plans were thrown to the back of his mind. Had Madara not been resurrected? Then let Madara execute the Eye of the Moon plan. Obito only wanted to take Rin away, find a place far from the shinobi world, and live a quiet life. He would prepare enough supplies and live a life that belonged only to the two of them. Obito. There was a trace of disbelief in Rin's eyes. Although the person in front of her looked somewhat terrifying, those eyes and those faintly familiar facial features left Rin dazed. This person really seemed to be Obito. Rin, I didn't die. Obito did not know how to describe his current mood. He only felt as if he were floating on air at this moment. The joy of seeing Rin. The joy of recovering something he had lost. All of it made him so happy he was about to go crazy. Rin, let's go. Let's find a small island far away from the darkness of the shinobi world and live together. Obito spoke incoherently. He excitedly hugged Rin, holding his beloved girl tightly, as if he would lose her again if he let go. Obito. Why did you kill me? Rin's weak voice sounded. Obito felt warmth touch his cheek. He hesitantly let go. Then he saw Rin with a kunai plunged into her chest. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 469, Chapter 469, The Hidden Sand Village Ninjas Plan. Chapter 469, The Hidden Sand Village Ninjas Plan. Obito stared blankly at Rin. There was a kunai lodged in her chest. But it had not been there a moment ago. So why was there a kunai now? Why was this kunai stuck in Rin's heart? Why? Obito. Rin coughed up a mouthful of blood. She slowly extended her hand, wanting to touch Obito's face. But in the next second, her hand dropped powerlessly. The people around them screamed in terror. Someone had just died right in front of them. But Obito did not react. He simply held Rin silently, watching the woman he loved lose her breath, watching her warm body slowly lose its warmth. Rin. Rin. Obito's pupils trembled. Before, he had witnessed his best friend being forced to kill the girl he loved most. And now, the girl he loved most had died right in front of him. But both times, Obito could do nothing. He could only watch. Just watch. Obito was not proficient in medical ninjutsu, but he knew one thing. If a person's heart was pierced, they would not survive. Ah. Obito wailed in grief. He held Rin tightly, trembling all over. His body shook, and at that moment, his sanity completely collapsed. The beautiful future he had just built in his mind, the hopes he had for the days ahead, all of it was utterly destroyed. Who are you? The ninja responsible for guarding the hot spring town walked over and vigilantly looked at the men in front of him. What greeted him were blood-red eyes and a sudden wooden spike that pierced his chest. The ninja lowered his head with difficulty and glanced down. A wooden spike had pierced through his chest. Pain surged through him, and adrenaline began to pour out, suppressing the pain. But then, an even more intense pain struck. He could no longer make a sound. Because his body was already filled with sharp wooden spikes. Wood release erupted. Countless wooden spikes continuously harvested the lives of everyone in the hot spring town. The completely insane Obito slaughtered everything he could see, no longer caring about anything. And in the distance, the Kimogakure ninja who had hastily retreated from the land of fire also noticed the commotion here. Obito's war had begun. Uchiha Madara, huh? Inside the makeshift room, Kenichi bit the pen in his hand, frowning in thought. Before, Kenichi could still hope that Madara would not be released so early. But this time, Madara's sudden appearance during the battle with the 4 ninja villages made Kenichi realize that his hopes had been dashed. That guy Obito could not withstand his pressure and still chose to use Edo Tensei on Madara. But in the end, this also had something to do with Kenichi himself. After all, Edo Tensei had been a relatively obscure ninjutsu before. When the second Hokage, Tobirama, first created this ninjutsu, it had only been used to have Edo Tensei ninja carry large numbers of explosive tags to launch attacks. It could be said that it was very different from the current Edo Tensei. However, Kenichi had brought out this ninjutsu in advance, and after refining it with Orochimaru, it had become the current Edo Tensei. So, in a way, Kenichi had dug his own grave. I should have known not to mess with Edo Tensei. Kenichi sighed. He had jumped out too early. Before he was fully prepared, he had already been forced to face that madman, Uchiha Madara. So there are a few problems I need to solve now. Kenichi picked up his pen and wrote down his thoughts on the paper. The tailed beast of the Hidden Mist village died, and now another tailed beast has died. With 2 fewer tailed beasts, Uchiha Madara definitely cannot enter his 6th-path state within these few years. That reduces my pressure somewhat. Currently, the strongest state Uchiha Madara can theoretically achieve should be full resurrection after regaining both Rinnegan. If I want to solve this problem, then I need to prevent Uchiha Madara from being resurrected. At present, the only methods for resurrecting ninja are the self-reincarnation that I control and the Rinne rebirth of the Rinnegan. Kenichi scratched his head. Thinking about it this way, the pressure was actually much lower. Although Edo Tensei Madara was also very strong, his strength was still limited after all. He was still inferior to Madara after regaining the Rinnegan. Now, the key problem was how to prevent Madara from obtaining the Rinnegan. As long as he did not have the Rinnegan, Madara would not be able to reach his strongest form. Although Kenichi suspected that if Madara were resurrected and given enough time, it was hard to say whether he could advance to the Rinnegan again. But this had never been mentioned in the Hokage manga, and the resurrected Madara had not immediately grown a Rinnegan either. He still had to regain his original Rinnegan. So in that case, I only need to protect Nagato. But even then, it's not completely certain. After all, Madara's strength is there. If he finds a way to restrain me, then let someone else attack Nagato, and finally Black Zetsu reclaims the Rinnegan, there's still a possibility. Kenichi irritably picked up his teacup and took a sip. Solving the divine tree problem was not complicated. As long as the tailed beasts were killed and could not be gathered, he would have time to grow. The only problem now was the Rinnegan. If he could destroy the Rinnegan, then he would not need to worry about Madara regaining it. But that would require Nagato's consent. Otherwise, their cooperation would be over. You seem troubled by something. Orochimaru walked in. He had just finished arranging the plan for the invasion of the Land of Lightning. Although Kenichi had requested to go later, Orochimaru, while somewhat confused, still agreed. Teacher, when you use Mangekyo Sharingan ninjutsu, do your eyes ever feel very tired? Kenichi burned the paper in his hand to ash, then looked at Orochimaru and asked. Orochimaru looked at Kenichi. He could tell that Kenichi was changing the subject, but he did not care. Yes. If I overuse it, my eyes hurt a lot. Orochimaru sat in the chair opposite Kenichi, then poured himself a cup of tea. His posture was relaxed and composed. Kenichi glanced at Orochimaru. There had been some changes. His teacher seemed to be adapting more and more to this body. Before, there had still been traces of his original habits, but now Orochimaru seemed increasingly accustomed to his current form. From a research perspective, Kenichi found it very interesting. He wanted to study whether the influence between soul and body was one-way or two-way. It seemed that Orochimaru could provide some help in this regard. For example, by serving as a qualified test subject. Teacher, I've researched the Mangekyo Sharingan. Using Mangekyo Sharingan ninjutsu will gradually lead to blindness. Eventually, there is a high probability that the user won't be able to see anything at all. Kenichi withdrew his gaze. Although Orochimaru would not notice his thoughts, he still needed to be careful. A ninja's sixth sense was particularly sharp. So what's the solution? Orochimaru calmly took a sip of tea, his fingers resting on the cup. He knew his student would not say this for no reason. Since Kenichi had brought it up, it meant he should have a solution to the problem. The currently feasible and effective method is to dig out your own eyes before going blind, then replace them with someone else's eyes. Kenichi shrugged. He was not lying. Currently, this was the only available option to solve the Mangekyo Sharingan problem. As for advancing to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he had not entered the experimental stage yet and could not prove whether his idea was feasible. The experimental process would take a long time. Although he had Amato Sanzu's cloning technology to help, it would still take a long time for the clones to grow up. Then what about the temporarily unfeasible methods? Orochimaru asked with interest. This question was quite important to him. After all, he now also had the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he had also noticed the problem of blindness. If it could not be solved, then it would indeed be very troublesome. Well, genetic programming can be considered, but I'm still researching that. Kenichi pondered for a moment and did not reveal the method for advancing to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, he knew Orochimaru's personality. If he told Orochimaru, his teacher would definitely be drawn to it. But Kenichi did not know whether that would produce any results, so it was better to try his own idea first and see whether it was feasible. I see. Orochimaru fell into thought. Just as Kenichi was about to say something, someone rushed in excitedly. It was Deidara, who seemed extremely excited. Hey! Senior Amamiya. Deidara had originally looked at Orochimaru, but then he noticed Kenichi beside him and quickly waved excitedly. Deidara. Did you find traces of the hidden sand village ninja? Kenichi was also stunned when he saw Deidara. But then he realized that Deidara's excitement meant something must have happened. Combining that with what Deidara had been sent out to do, Kenichi knew that Deidara must have found the location of the hidden sand village's main force. Regarding this war, Kenichi had learned many things from Orochimaru, such as the mysterious disappearance of the hidden sand village ninja and even their deliberate creation of a false trail, making it impossible to know what they were doing. Yes. I found traces of an airship, and after chasing it, I found them heading toward the land of grass. Deidara spoke excitedly. He had found hidden sand village ninja before, but he had not expected those people to be decoys. The land of grass. Kenichi was stunned. Why were those people running to the land of grass? If they were returning to the land of wind from their current position in the land of fire, they should not be going that way. Could it be? Kenichi took out a map and discovered that if they set out from their current location and flew toward the land of grass, they would eventually reach the land of earth. Could it be that the hidden sand village ninja were planning to? How interesting. Orochimaru also walked over. He looked at the map in Kenichi's hand, a trace of playfulness and surprise in his eyes. The hidden sand village ninja are likely trying to swap bases. Orochimaru pointed at the land of wind and the land of earth, though he was still somewhat uncertain. After all, this idea was a little crazy and did not seem like something the hidden sand village ninja would do. Swap bases. Kenichi also understood what Orochimaru meant. Now, ninja from all 4 ninja villages had been deployed, and the 4 Kage were also on the battlefield. Their main bases were relatively empty. What if the hidden sand village ninja wanted to leave the land of wind and live in a more suitable land? One had to remember that in the shinobi world, the hidden sand village was considered the weakest of the 5 great ninja villages because of its extremely harsh natural environment. They basically lived in the desert. This made it very difficult for them to develop. Extremely difficult, even. This was also the fundamental reason the hidden sand village always wanted to cause trouble. After all, there was no one who did not want their village to become better. If Kazekage Raza wanted to take this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Iwagakure and directly swap bases to live in the land of Earth, it did not seem impossible. This is truly interesting. Kenichi stroked his chin. If the Hidden Sand Village really thought this way, then it would be a huge help. When the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth started fighting, Kenichi's occupation of the Land of Lightning would not attract too much attention. But they seemed to have run into some trouble. Deidara's expression became strange. Kenichi was stunned. Trouble? What trouble? How did he not know he had gone to mess with the Hidden Sand Village? I saw a green giant attacking those Hidden Sand Village ninja at the time. Deidara added. Kenichi was stunned. A green giant? The Hulk? Could that one from Marvel next door have crossed over? But then Kenichi shook his head. Unlikely. It should be Susanoo. A green Susanoo. In that case, he could understand. Those Hidden Sand Village ninja must have encountered the Uchiha clan, who had come from the land of rice fields to support him, while they were trying to go to the land of Earth. And that green Susanoo should have been used by Shisui. Kenichi had seen Shisui use Susanoo before, and it was green. They ran into Shisui. They probably won't be able to escape. Kenichi shook his head. That was Shisui of the body flicker, plus the other members of the Uchiha clan. It would be absurd if those Hidden Sand Village ninja could escape. No wonder he had not seen the Uchiha clan come to support him before. It turned out they had intercepted the Hidden Sand Village ninja halfway. But this had also disrupted Kenichi's previous plan. Though it did not matter. That terrible place, the Land of Wind, only had one thing he was interested in, the Land of Wind's daimyo. He was not really interested in the other places. That land was full of deserts, and there were not many places suitable for human settlement. He did not have much time to waste on environmental management now. Forget it. I'll go over. Kenichi pinched the space between his brows. He could not just stand by and do nothing. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 470, The Hidden Sand Village That Will Gradually Vanish. Chapter 470, The Hidden Sand Village That Will Gradually Vanish. When Kenichi arrived by airship, he saw the Sunagekure ninja being held captive. They sat on the ground with ashen faces, their bodies securely bound and unable to move. Beside them, the Uchiha clan ninja were tending to the wounded. Shisui and Itachi stood together, whispering about something. It was then that Shisui looked up, saw Kenichi, and quickly walked over, waving cheerfully at him. Shisui, thank you. Kenichi smiled and extended his hand to shake Shisui's. This war was over, and the Uchiha clan no longer owed him a favor. At least, that was what Kenichi thought. However, Kenichi was not sure how the Uchiha clan viewed the matter. Perhaps they would still feel indebted to him, but Kenichi no longer planned to ask anything of the Uchiha clan. The clan had suffered heavy casualties, and what they needed most now was a long period of rest and recuperation. Strengthening the Uchiha clan was not something one person could achieve. The prosperity and continuation of a clan was a long-term project, unless someone was willing to become a breeding machine. You're welcome. This is what our Uchiha clan should do. Shisui spoke earnestly. They had come from the land of rice fields this time to repay Kenichi's kindness. Unexpectedly, they had encountered Sunagekure's ninja on their way to the land of grass. Although Kenichi had not said much, Shisui knew that Sunagekure was also Kenichi's enemy. So he had taken action directly. Speaking of which, who is the leader of Sunagekure's ninja? Kenichi asked with some curiosity. He could not help being curious. Sunagekure's ninja really had a weak presence. Kenichi's most vivid impressions of Sunagekure were Gaara, Sasori, and Chiyo. Aside from them, there was practically no one else. It's him. Sunagekure's Jonin, Baki. Shisui pointed at one person. That man was looking at Kenichi and Shisui with an indifferent gaze. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. He had some impression of that name. He vaguely remembered that although Baki was not a particularly powerful ninja, he seemed to have some reputation in Sunagekure. Kenichi glanced at him once and lost interest. Baki was not an especially famous ninja, and Kenichi did not have a deep impression of him. There was nothing special about him worth noting. Someone like that should just be sent to have a parasite implanted and become a ninja of the Land of Flame. However, before the implantation, Kenichi still walked over. He squatted in front of Baki, who silently watched him, his eyes carrying a trace of despair and resignation. You went to the Land of Earth to ambush Iwagakure and give your Sunagekure ninja a new gathering place? Kenichi asked curiously. He thought Sunagekure's idea was a little fanciful. After all, that was Iwagakure. Although Inoki's fate was unknown and Iwagakure's ninja had suffered heavy casualties, there were still many Iwagakure ninja within the land of Earth. Baki did not answer. He only looked at him. Raza is dead. Kenichi showed a slight smile. Baki's eyes trembled, but he still said nothing. Is your Sunagakure really going to attack Iwagakure? If you don't speak, I don't mind burying all of Sunagakure in that desert. Kenichi frowned slightly. Although implanting a parasite could make the other party tell the truth, that would take some time. That was not convenient when he needed information about Sunagakure quickly. We only wanted to find a land more suitable for survival. Baki finally spoke and sighed. Lord Raza, this gamble had undoubtedly been lost. Sunagakure's ninja would ultimately remain trapped in the barren, harsh land of the Land of Wind. Some people from other countries believed that Sunagakure's ninja stayed in the Land of Wind because of attachment to their homeland, contentment with the status quo, or simple habit. But only Sunagakure's ninja knew the truth. To hell with attachment to homeland. If Sunagakure's strength had not been so weak, completely incomparable to the other villages, they would have long since broken out and annexed the small countries bordering the Land of Fire as a buffer zone, then moved their ninja village there. In that terrible place called Sunagakure, you breathed sand, and when you opened your eyes, there was sand. If you did not eat indoors, your food would be full of sand the moment you stepped outside. In Sunagakure, military rations were the best-selling product, because when Sunagakure ninja performed missions in the wild, they did not want to eat mouthfuls of sand. They would rather eat military rations. Eating military rations occasionally was fine. But eating them frequently was incredibly suffocating. Yet Sunagakure's ninja had been eating them for so many years. Kenichi rubbed his head. He had previously visited Sunagakure to promote his goods. The Kazekage of Sunagakure, Raza, had left him with the strongest impression of being stingy. Or rather, too frugal. Raza had haggled over the price of an airship. He had haggled in all sorts of ways and was terribly meticulous. Although the Kage of other ninja villages also liked to haggle, they generally would not be like Raza, who kept haggling endlessly. Even after an agreement was reached, he would still ask whether the price could be lowered further before paying. Now, it seemed Raza also had his own difficulties. That Kazekage probably excelled at panning for gold in the desert to help the village survive, right? A dignified Kazekage living like a gold miner. Perhaps the most suitable job for Raza really was gold mining. So everyone in your ninja village has also set out, right? Kenichi thought of something. It would not be easy to take down Iwagakure with only these ninja. If he guessed correctly, Sunagakure should have already begun preparations to invade Iwagakure. Since they planned to gamble the fate of the village, they would definitely go all in. Just like when Iwagakure once gambled the fate of their village and ended up being slaughtered by the Third Raikage. Although they eventually succeeded in wearing down the Third Raikage, the price they paid was too heavy. And now, Sunagakure's ninja had also begun gambling the fate of their village. To increase their chances of victory, they would definitely send out the entire village. Otherwise, if Iwagakure reacted and intercepted Sunagakure's ninja, it would become a piecemeal tactic. Yes, but if we don't go, they will return. Baki sighed. This time, to occupy Iwagakure, they had even brought the young Gaara, all to use the tailed beast in Gaara's body to gain an advantage at the most crucial moment. But if this group of ninja did not go, then their compatriots in the village naturally would not continue fighting. They would return to Sunagakure, defend it fiercely, barely survive, and buy time for the village to rest and recuperate. In such a situation, the daimyo of the Land of Wind would probably also increase investment in Sunagakure. After all, if Sunagakure disappeared, then the Land of Wind would also be in danger. Kenichi squatted on the ground, thoughtfully looking at Baki in front of him. He was considering whether to let Baki lead Sunagakure's ninja to continue this crazy mission, letting Sunagakure and Iwagakure wear each other down like dogs fighting over a bone, before he absorbed them afterward. Or should he safely take over Sunagakure now and control them with parasites? Both options had benefits. But considering that every ninja was now a rare and valuable labor force, Kenichi ultimately decided to absorb Sunagakure and make them work for him. As for Iwagakure, without the Five Tails Jinchuriki, and with Inoki's fate still unknown, Iwagakure's strength had already declined greatly. After annexing the Land of Lightning, he could begin preparing to attack the Land of Earth. Let them all accept new life. Kenichi waved his hand. The Sunagakure ninja here would be controlled, implanted with parasites, and then made to perform ninjutsu to see whether any ninjutsu could nullify the parasite's control. As long as none could, they could be sent back to Sunagakure, accompanied by 2 jonin from the Land of Flame. Step by step, Sunagakure would be swallowed whole by parasites. By then, Sunagakure could complete its transition of power peacefully. The ninja from the Land of Flame brought by Kenichi led the Sunagakure ninja away one by one. They would let them accept new life and become entirely new people. Kenichi. Shursui looked at Kenichi, seeming to hesitate. Shursui, what's wrong? Kenichi smiled at Shursui. He no longer had such great expectations for Shursui. No, it should be said that he no longer had such great expectations for the Uchiha clan. For the current Kenichi, the Uchiha clan was just the Uchiha clan, a ninja family with decent strength. As for their Kekkei Genkai, Kenichi really was not that interested anymore. After all, he could now mass-produce Mangekyo Sharingan ninja. Given enough time, all the ninja under his command could awaken the Sharingan. Kenichi, I want to ask, how far along is that plan now? Shursui clenched his fists and asked cautiously. Kenichi was startled, then realized what Shursui was asking. The land of flame is mine now. In the future, the land of wind and the land of lightning will also be mine. After that, only the land of earth and the land of fire will remain. Kenichi explained with a smile. Baki, beside him, gritted his teeth, but he also looked at Kenichi with some shock. This madman. Did he know what he was doing? This madman was making an enemy of the world. What kind of country do you plan to establish? Shursui looked at Kenichi seriously, his expression solemn. Beside him, Itachi nervously pursed his lips. A country where ordinary people and ninja can live normally, without worrying about war. Kenichi scratched his head. He did not state some overly grand dream. Because he knew that for the current shinobi world, his dream was already grand enough. Baki remained silent. This madman. Can we join this country? Shursui took a deep breath, then asked. Of course. The land of flame welcomes any peace-loving ninja. Kenichi smiled. He had long grown tired of the intrigues of the shinobi world. Establishing a unified country and stabilizing it for 100 or 200 years would mean there would no longer be a land of water or a land of fire in the shinobi world. There would only be one country. As long as there were no external enemies, such peace would last for a long time. Of course, other problems would inevitably arise. But compared to the current shinobi world, that world would already be beautiful enough. Can we also join? Baki could not help asking. Sunagakure had initially considered whether to attack the land of flame and exchange bases with it, but ultimately decided that Iwagakure was more suitable. It was closer, and there was no need to worry about delays. However, they had not expected to be intercepted by these people before even reaching the land of earth. Now that they were prisoners of the enemy, Baki also wanted to fight for something else for the village and his comrades. You don't seem to have a choice. Kenichi glanced at Baki. He would not believe what Baki and his group said. Only after implanting parasites could he feel at ease. A unified country needed to eliminate hatred between countries from every aspect. And there had never been any concept of unification in the shinobi world before. Everything needed to start from scratch, and the difficulty would naturally be greater. Baki showed a bitter smile. But then, the unwillingness in his heart miraculously dissipated a little. If they could join such a country, then Sunagakure could also move out of the desert, right? At that moment, in Gokuraku Hot Spring Town, a giant tree stood tall. Obito let out an incomprehensible roar. He was wailing, and blood tears flowed from his eyes. His eyes had been broken by Killer Bee. Yo, you bastard, I'll punch you out. Killer Bee rushed over furiously. He absolutely did not want to waste time here now. His elder brother, the fourth Raikage, was currently lying behind him, receiving treatment from medical ninja. I had to be sent back to Kimogakure's hospital for more comprehensive treatment. The enraged Killer Bee charged toward Obito with lariat. Obito suddenly turned his head. His crimson Sharingan flashed in his eyes, causing Killer Bee's pupils to constrict. He had once been controlled like this and lost control when he and A went to Konoha to discuss cooperation. If not for... You all must die. Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan spun in his eyes. But Killer Bee, who was rushing toward him, was too fast. Before Obito could clearly see him, he was sent flying. But then vines coiled around Killer Bee, and countless sharp thorns instantly pierced into him. Blinding lightning flashed from the thorns. Then Killer Bee, gripping his weapon, charged toward Obito. Lariat. Killer Bee swung his blade down. Obito instinctively entered the Kamui dimension. A violent explosion instantly shredded his body. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 471, The Death of Uchiha Obito. Chapter 471, The Death of Uchiha Obito. A bomb. When? A hint of confusion flashed through Obito's mind. But immediately afterward, his consciousness plunged into darkness. He saw a ball of light. Gentle, warm, intoxicating. It was as if going to that place could end all his suffering, completely sever him from his past life, and grant him eternal tranquility and peace. Obito knew that was the pure land. He had seen that place before, back when he had been struck by the explosion inside the Kamui dimension. But that time, he had used Izanagi, avoiding the fate of death and returning to this dark, filthy, despair-inducing shinobi world. But at this moment, Obito suddenly felt tired. Was there really any need to return to that filthy, despair-inducing shinobi world? Moreover, Rin had died right in front of him, her heart pierced by a kunai, just like that. That blow was indescribable to Obito. He had completely lost his sanity at that moment. Only after death did he finally have a little time to reflect on what had happened. But even so, Obito was very tired. Now that Rin was dead, she must also be in the Pure Land, right? Then could he go find Rin and live with her forever in the Pure Land? Kakashi, I'm sorry. I hope you come find me later. Rin. Obito's consciousness sank into boundless darkness. He slowly closed his eyes, drifting toward the Pure Land. But in the next moment, Izanagi activated. Obito instantly appeared at the border of the Land of Lightning. He silently looked at everything around him. He had come back to life once more. And this was the last time. Because he could no longer find another Mangekyo Sharingan to use for Izanagi. Without Izanagi, there was no way to escape the fate of death. But what about Rin? He was alive now. But what about Rin? Could Rin come back to life? Hee. Obito's shoulders trembled. The grief and indignation in his eyes were like those of a mother beast that had lost its cub. He kept laughing. Louder and louder. More and more maniacally. Ha 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 ha. Obito clutched his chest and knelt on the ground, continuously letting out insane laughter as tears streamed from his eyes and dripped onto the ground. It was all Kenichi's fault. Rin's death was definitely related to him. A thought surfaced in Obito's mind. He gritted his teeth and kept scratching his chest, as if only that could slightly ease the pain inside him. Thinking about it carefully, everything was strange. That fellow Kenichi seemed to have deliberately led him to the Land of Lightning. Then, at the moment he gave him hope, Kenichi completely shattered everything, letting despair descend upon him and ultimately driving him completely insane. After that, he attracted the attack of Kimogakure's ninja. And when Obito was attacked, he instinctively used Kamui to avoid the blow. But the result was that he was blown up by the weapon Kenichi had placed inside the Kamui dimension long ago. It was the exact same way he had died last time. And that incident had clearly also been done by Kenichi. That guy was a madman. A complete lunatic. As crazy as one could be. Obito could not even understand what meaning there was in Kenichi tormenting him like this. Could it be that he knew Madara's plan? But how was that possible? At that time, only he, Madara, and Black Zetsu were in that space. He was not the mole. Then who was? It could not be that Madara and Black Zetsu were the moles, right? That would be too ridiculous. Toby. A playful voice sounded. Obito froze for a moment. He instinctively turned his head and saw Kenichi. Behind Kenichi was a dense ninja force, standing there and watching him coldly. Amamiya Kenichi. Obito completely ignored the crowd behind him. He rushed forward frantically, and sharp wood release instantly pierced toward Kenichi's entire body. Right now, he only wanted to tear Kenichi into pieces and make him atone for Rin's death. He did not even want to hide his identity anymore. Since that bastard Kenichi already knew. This bastard clearly knew his identity, yet he still pretended like this. It was disgusting. Don't be so agitated, Obito. Kenichi scoffed. The Mangekyo Sharingan in the eyes of the ninja behind him appeared simultaneously. This bizarre scene made Obito stop in his tracks. He stared blankly at what was before him. He knew his own situation. Obito was well aware of his current strength. Although it was decent, trying to attack Kenichi in front of so many Mangekyo ninja was no different from a pipe dream. Even if these ninja were not very strong, if so many Mangekyo Sharingan attacked him at once, Obito would have no choice but to retreat into the Kamui dimension. But listening to Kenichi's words, the anger in Obito's heart surged again. Sure enough, this bastard knew him. He even knew his name. Now Obito began to suspect that when he had played the role of Toby to approach Kenichi, the other party had already known his identity from the start. That was why Kenichi had done things that took advantage of him. Looks like you used Izanagi again. Kenichi looked at Obito in front of him, a hint of playfulness rising in his heart. Seeing Obito's appearance, Kenichi knew that he must have already found Rin. And Rin should have committed suicide in front of Obito under Shiori's manipulation. Otherwise, Obito would not have lost his mind like this. But now that Obito had appeared in this place, it could only mean that he had been resurrected. He must have used the same ocular ninjutsu as last time. Izanagi. However, this was also within Kenichi's expectations. After all, when he placed the thermobaric bomb into Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan space, his goal had been to kill Obito. What exactly do you want to do? Obito calmed down. He quietly looked at Kenichi. With so many Mangekyo Sharingan ninja behind him, Obito knew he could not escape. At most, he could use Kamui to hide. But the problem was that Kenichi also had Kakashi's Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan, and he could completely throw an explosive thermobaric bomb inside to kill him. Coupled with Rin's death before his eyes, Obito's heart was ashen at this moment. He was tired. He wanted to return to the Pure Land to find Rin. Since he was going to leave this dark shinobi world and find a place to live anyway, why not go to the Pure Land and live with Rin there? Then he would not have to worry about this or that. He could simply live a peaceful life with Rin every day. Didn't you die before? What exactly did you want to do by faking your death? Kenichi glanced at the team behind him. Nagato's Deva Path Pain was following behind, and Nagato could also see this. What Kenichi needed to do now was make Obito reveal Madara's plan. At the same time, he needed to pretend to seriously ask Obito whether Nagato's eyes had been given by Madara. That way, Nagato would completely believe that statement. Hey, you really don't know. Obito sneered. This guy Kenichi already knew his identity, yet he was still pretending here. Obito even suspected that Kenichi knew more than just this. Otherwise, why would he kill the tailed beasts? I can guess a little. Kenichi shrugged. Now that Madara was out, Kenichi's strength was almost enough to handle the current situation. Most importantly, Madara's plan had completely collapsed. He did not mind revealing a few other things. If it had been before, Kenichi would naturally have feigned ignorance, pretending he knew nothing at all. Then that's that. Why are you still asking me? Obito sat tiredly on the ground. He was very tired now. Kenichi remained silent. For Hokage, sometimes, once certain things were exposed, many matters became dull. Just like Obito. He had once dreamed of a perfect world after the Eye of the Moon plan was implemented, where he could live happily with Rin. But he had no idea that Rin's death and his own severe injuries had, to some extent, all been arranged by Madara. As for Madara, even if Kenichi told him the truth, that proud man would not believe it. Because Madara had always believed Black Zetsu was the embodiment of his will. He had no idea that he himself was merely a pawn chosen by Black Zetsu. What's going on with Nagato's eyes? Kenichi asked directly. Behind him, Nagato froze for a moment. Then his expression became more focused. That. Obito was just about to say something. Then suddenly, his body could no longer move. Immediately afterward, his eyes looked backward, but he could not see anything. Obito, you mustn't ruin our plan. Black Zetsu's voice came from beside Obito's ear. Kenichi's pupils contracted. He rushed over without hesitation. But by the time he reached Obito, Black Zetsu had disappeared. Only Obito remained lying on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Obito, I want to ask you a question. Kenichi looked at the dying Obito and knew that he had been completely abandoned by Madara and Black Zetsu. However, this was probably a good thing. Because for the current Obito, all he wanted was to die quickly and go to the Pure Land to find Rin. Obito weakly opened his eyes. He could not speak. That guy Black Zetsu had torn his throat apart. Back then. Kenichi scratched his head. Never mind. There was nothing of value to say. Obito's only value was his Mangekyo Sharingan ability, Kamui, which could forcibly open Kagaya Otsutsuki's dimension and travel to other dimensions. Other than that, what else was worth mentioning about Obito? Nothing. Ultimately, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Obito's biggest role was to use Rin Rebirth to revive the dead. Then, with his last breath, he used Kamui to achieve the so-called salvation. For the greater good, Naruto could only cooperate with Obito. That made Kenichi's scalp tingle. If he were Naruto, not tearing Obito into 1,000 pieces would already be considered soft-hearted. Obito looked at the sky, his eyes becoming hollow. He was dead. He died after going mad. He died because of Black Zetsu's betrayal. In the end, he could not say those words to Rin. Kenichi unhesitatingly cut a piece of flesh from Obito's body. Then he found a genin on the spot and performed Edo Tensei. He worked very quickly. But when he finished, he discovered that Edo Tensei had failed. Obito had died, and Edo Tensei had failed. This proved that Obito had been under Black Zetsu's surveillance. The other party had prepared the Edo Tensei ninjutsu in advance. At the moment Black Zetsu killed Obito, he had probably already begun implementing Edo Tensei. That meant Kenichi could no longer use Edo Tensei on Obito. The biggest drawback of Edo Tensei was that if the target had already been resurrected with Edo Tensei, then the same target could not be resurrected again. Black Zetsu. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. That guy, Black Zetsu. He had only asked Obito to confirm the fact that Nagato's eyes had been given by Madara. This was indeed the truth. But Kenichi had not expected Black Zetsu to be so ruthless, directly killing Obito. A black tiger steals the heart, but I didn't expect Obito to be the victim this time. Kenichi scratched his head, looking at the lifeless Obito in front of him. For a moment, Kenichi did not know what to say. Then he silently squatted down and dug out Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan. Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan ability was Kamui. Kamui was a powerful ocular ninjutsu and could sometimes be useful. Although Kenichi thought it was impossible for Black Zetsu to release his old mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, he could not say for certain. So it was always good to be prepared. Was that just now? Deva Path Pain walked over. He had also seen that scene just now. That guy Obito had actually died here. You know, Black Zetsu. Kenichi sighed. Now things were troublesome. Obito was dead, but Madara had arrived. This opponent was even harder to deal with, and his strength was also formidable. Looking at the Rinnegan in Pain's eyes, Kenichi's desire to destroy those eyes grew stronger. If Madara were to regain those eyes, it would be troublesome. Nagato, I want to tell you something. Kenichi looked at Nagato seriously, his expression solemn. No matter what, he did not want to face a Rinnegan Madara. Just thinking about the powerful combat ability Madara would display after regaining the Rinnegan in the future gave Kenichi a headache. What Kenichi needed now was time. But if Madara obtained the Rinnegan, he would not have that much time. Nagato silently looked at Kenichi. Then he nodded. Chapter 472, Chapter 472, Edo Tensei, the Bug Level Ninjutsu. Chapter 472, Edo Tensei, the Bug Level Ninjutsu. So that's why you wanted to see me. Nagato looked at Kenichi in front of him. He coughed, and his already frail body made Kenichi worry even more that Nagato might simply drop dead before anyone even had the chance to ambush him. After all, Nagato's body was far too weak now. He looked gaunt and emaciated. Kenichi looked at Nagato. Although he knew Nagato's current body had been drained to this state after summoning the demonic statue of the Outer Path, he still had to admit that it was terrifying to see. For Nagato to survive until the future, go to Konoha, and talk to Naruto about Kurama paying rent, it truly spoke to the Uzumaki clan's monstrous physique. Yes, but looking at you, I feel like you might head to the Pure Land any second now. Kenichi sighed. He looked at Nagato, then at Konan beside him, and scratched his head. To be honest, he did not know how to tell Nagato and Konan these things. The whole matter was simply too outlandish for them. And thinking about it carefully, when Nagato was revived through Edo Tensei, he still seemed to have the Rinnegan. But logically speaking, Obito should have already taken his Rinnegan by then. So why did Edo Tensei Nagato still have the Rinnegan at that time? Could it be that Edo Tensei revived a person in the state they were in just before death? Madara did not have the Rinnegan before he died, so when the deceased Madara was revived, he had the Mangekyo Sharingan instead of the Rinnegan. Nagato, however, had the Rinnegan when he died. So even though Obito had taken his Rinnegan after that, Edo Tensei Nagato still possessed the Rinnegan. This led to a very interesting hypothesis. If one killed a Rinnegan wielder, extracted the Rinnegan, transplanted it into someone else, then killed that new wielder, extracted the Rinnegan again, and repeated the process endlessly, would all the ninja brought back by Edo Tensei possess the Rinnegan and nearly infinite chakra? Would Madara still be so frightening then? He would probably tremble all over, right? After all, being surrounded by a group of Rinnegan users would be truly interesting. Even if each of them used only one ninjutsu, it would probably be enough to make Madara's scalp tingle. And as long as Madara could not enter Six Paths mode, how would he deal with these Rinnegan ninja? If all the Edo Tensei bodies used Chibaku Tensei together, it would be enough to shave the entire shinobi world down by a foot. Even if Madara was truly very strong, the sheer exhaustion alone would be enough to make his scalp tingle, right? So Kenichi felt that this idea actually had some feasibility. In fact, it could be said that after the appearance of Edo Tensei, this superpowered, bug-level ninjutsu, the plot of the shinobi world could no longer be examined too carefully. Because the moment one examined it closely, they would realize that the shinobi world should have collapsed long ago. The reason it still progressed to Naruto and Sasuke sealing Kagaya Otsutsuki together was entirely due to Kishimoto forcibly pushing the plot. Otherwise, if it had been allowed to develop naturally, Edo Tensei Rinnegan Kage could have swept through the shinobi world. Where would there be all that nonsense about the Fourth Great Ninja War? Unless Kishimoto jumped out and added a patch, such as Edo Tensei ninja being unable to possess the Rinnegan after revival unless they had worn it for more than a year before death. Otherwise, Kenichi believed his idea was truly possible. Kenichi fell slightly into thought. Nagato, standing in front of him, rolled his eyes. What was wrong with this bastard? He could actually get distracted while talking to someone. If Kenichi were not his ally, Nagato would have cursed him out. Thinking about it that way, it doesn't seem impossible. So how foolish was Kagaya Otsutsuki to think of creating those useless white Zetsu? The more Kenichi thought about it, the more feasible his idea seemed. Ordinary ninja might not be able to control the Rinnegan. But what about the fourth Hokage, Minato? What about famous shinobi world powerhouses like Tsunade and Jiraiya? Giving them the Rinnegan should not be a trap, right? And although the Rinnegan consumed a great deal of chakra, the problem was that Edo Tensei almost perfectly compensated for this. With Edo Tensei, a ninja's chakra was virtually infinite. So why would anyone need white Zetsu? Why would anyone need that worthless Eye of the Moon plan? Give everyone a Rinnegan and sweep directly through the Otsutsuki clan. Even if ordinary ninja could not do it, over so many years in the shinobi world, so many Kage had died, as had Kage-level powerhouses. They were completely worthy of a Rinnegan. With the Rinnegan, if they were given some time to develop, would they not easily overwhelm ordinary ninja? So, in fact, the ultimate form of the shinobi world was everyone becoming a Rinnegan ninja. Everyone with a pair of Rinnegan, paired with the incomprehensibly vast chakra of the Uzumaki clan or Hashirama Senju, would that not be stronger than worthless white Zetsu? That useless Kagaya Otsutsuki. She could not even be a proper ancestor of ninja. She deserved to be sealed away forever. What did you say? Nagato was stunned. What was that? What had Kenichi just said? It sounded a little strange. Nothing. Kenichi waved his hand. This question would be very difficult to prove. After all, if he wanted to verify this idea, at the very least, he would need Nagato to die now. But a dead Nagato right now did not quite fit Kenichi's interests, because Nagato still had room to be useful. And ultimately, Nagato and Kenichi were only in a cooperative relationship. Their relationship was not close enough for Nagato to die for him. However, thinking about it carefully, Nagato dying now did seem like a good option. A dead Nagato's Rinnegan could be extracted and used in rotation, then destroyed directly after use. Then Madara would have to fight Rinnegan Ninja with only his Mangekyo Sharingan. It was just unknown whether Madara would have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan or the Rinnegan when he was revived. But judging from Madara's behavior, he seemed to have wanted to reclaim his own eyes at that time, rather than growing a new Rinnegan himself. Perhaps there was some kind of limitation. It was hard to say. The more Kenichi thought about it, the more he felt this idea was good. So Kenichi looked up at Nagato, contemplating whether it was worth it. He had prevented Madara from acquiring the Rinnegan, but did that truly mean the other party had no countermeasures? Even without the Rinnegan, Madara's strength still surpassed that of ordinary Kage-level powerhouses. Moreover, Nagato might not even understand what he meant, and might even think Kenichi was playing a trick on him, causing their cooperation to collapse completely. Kenichi did not have much confidence in his Talk no Jutsu ability. Then will I follow you in the future? Nagato coughed a few times, drawing Kenichi's attention back to him. He seemed uncomfortable with others seeing his true current state. Nagato, may I ask you to die? Kenichi narrowed his eyes and looked seriously at Nagato. He still wanted to try. Nagato froze for a moment. Konan's pupils constricted, and she instinctively moved in front of Nagato. What was this bastard Kenichi saying? He actually wanted Nagato to die. Reason. Nagato suppressed the anger inside him and could not help asking. He wanted to ask Kenichi why he had to die. Did this have anything to do with what Kenichi had said earlier about following him being safer? Did Kenichi believe that even with him present, they still could not fight the threat ahead? Kenichi pursed his lips. Because your death can allow me to quickly sweep through the shinobi world, unify the entire shinobi world, and bring peace. Kenichi spoke calmly. As for Madara, he did not mention him. Because he knew Nagato might not believe it. If Nagato did not believe him, then saying it would be meaningless. A pure waste of breath. And therefore, there was no value in saying it. Nagato narrowed his eyes at Kenichi. The pains also slowly descended around Nagato, subtly guarding him. Kenichi sighed. It really would not work, would it? He was not Uzumaki Naruto, who had eaten the Talk no Jutsu fruit and could persuade enemies with words. However, what this world never lacked were ninja who completely ignored the words of others and only wished to carry out their own will. Someone like Uchiha Madara. Whatever Naruto said to him was useless. Either defeat him with brute strength, or be crushed by him. If you're unwilling, then pretend I never said it. Kenichi shrugged and walked out. He did not expect a few words from him to make others weep, bow their heads, and submit. That was not a person. That was a succubus. Kenichi admitted that his charm was not that great. So Kenichi left. Anyway, no matter what Nagato thought, he had his own contingency plans. The only difference would be choosing another plan based on Nagato's decision. Nagato, don't listen to that guy. Konan was somewhat upset. Nagato was her only good friend. If Nagato died too, then she would be all alone. Even if she saw the world Yuhiko had wanted to see, what would be the point? Her most important person would already be gone. Conan, you know this. Death and parting have permeated our entire lives. Nagato's eyes were somewhat vacant. Death was an issue no one could escape. Or rather, he, Uzumaki Nagato, had never thought of escaping death. Death was merely a new beginning. Then he could go see Yuhiko and proudly tell him that he had not forgotten their past wish. It was just that he did not know whether his death would be worth it. Moreover, dragging around this crippled body seemed no different from being dead. What did you go talk to the leader about? After returning to the main camp, Kenichi saw Orochimaru sitting in a chair, drinking tea while watching him. I went to talk to the leader about safety issues. Kenichi sighed. He did not know what Nagato would choose, but it did not matter. No matter what Nagato chose, Kenichi would proceed with his plan. Madara was very troublesome. But with enough preparation, he was not impossible to deal with. Orochimaru glanced at his student and said nothing. Now that Kenichi was back, the Land of Flame Ninja Army's campaign against the Land of Lightning could continue. Thinking of this, Orochimaru began directing the allied shinobi forces to continue advancing toward the Land of Lightning. Soon, the footsteps of the Land of Flame Ninja entered the territory of the Land of Lightning. The small nations behind them trembled. Faced with the might of the Land of Flame's ninja, they had no power to resist. How are things? On the road back to Konoha, Shikaku quietly asked the rushing ANBU ninja. Reporting, Lord Nara. According to intelligence, the Land of Flame Ninja, led by Kenichi, have now left the Land of Fire and are heading toward the Land of Lightning. The ANBU ninja spoke respectfully. With Tsunade in a coma, Konoha's command had temporarily been transferred to Shikaku. Shikaku breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, that guy had not followed them. Otherwise, they would have had to fight to the death or surrender directly. Shikaku looked worriedly toward the tent. They had encountered the unconscious Tsunade on the way to the Mushroom Cloud's location. Tsunade's condition was very bad. She had turned into an old woman, her face covered in wrinkles, almost unrecognizable as the beautiful Tsunade. Her injuries were severe. Even with Shizen there, they could only barely stabilize her condition. Despite that, she still needed to be sent back to Konoha for treatment, and Shizen was still inside, personally taking care of Tsunade. Konoha's ninja silently walked toward the village. Although the information was kept secret, such a hasty retreat, instead of continuing to advance triumphantly toward the Land of Flame, already indicated that something was wrong. Everyone knew that Konoha had failed. It could even be said that the allied shinobi forces had failed. Before setting out, all the ninja had thought this battle would be very easy. After all, it was a simultaneous operation by 4 ninja villages. In such a situation, they did not think the small Land of Flame could survive. But who knew the battlefield would change like this? Iwagakure was attacked and released a tailed beast. Then Kumogakure was also attacked. And among the ninja who went to support Iwagakure, only Kakashi was sent back. A mushroom cloud had risen into the sky. And their powerful 5th Hokage, Tsunade, was severely injured and unconscious, still not awake even now. What on earth had happened? Was this still the revered Konoha village? Were they truly the #1 village in the shinobi world? All the ninja had lost their morale. Faced with such a situation, Shikaku was helpless. After all, they were indeed retreating. It was impossible to tell them to advance toward the Land of Flame, right? If they did, Orochimaru and Kenichi would probably immediately turn back and cripple Konoha. At present, Konoha did not even know who to choose as the 6th Hokage. Chapter 473, Surrender or Resist. Chapter 473, Surrender or Resist. Raza, the Kazekage, is dead. Inside Konoha's hospital, Tsunade spoke softly from her bed while Shikaku diligently recorded the information beside her. However, the very first piece of news was already so shocking that Shikaku's hand paused. He thought of Tsunagekyure's ninja, whose whereabouts had mysteriously vanished and remained completely unknown. Now that Raza, the Kazekage, was dead, Tsunagekyure would likely decline. Did Konoha need to change its attitude toward Tsunagekyure? Although Konoha had not suffered catastrophic losses in this war and had even preserved much of its strength, Shikaku instinctively wanted to do something, such as extracting some benefits from Tsunagekyure to make Konoha more prosperous. But after considering that the entire shinobi world was now facing the same threat, Shikaku abandoned that idea. Currently, the biggest threat to the entire shinobi world was Kenichi, that madman. His offensive seemed endless. What exactly was he planning? Could he be planning? Mei is also missing. I don't know where she went, but I didn't see her body. Tsunade exhaled wearily, interrupting Shikaku's thoughts. Tsunade's complexion was not good. The scenes from before were like a nightmare. 5 Kage-level experts had fought Kenichi and Jiraiya's disciple, yet they could not do anything to those 2 madmen. They had even fallen into Kenichi's hands instead. Tsunade was somewhat confused. Could they really withstand Kenichi and Jiraiya's student? If not, what meaning did all the sacrifices they had made during this time have? Suddenly, Tsunade understood the despair of the ninja who had lived in the same era as her grandfather. It was the feeling of powerlessness that came from facing an opponent far beyond one's own strength. Even though they had fought with all their might, they could not even defeat Uchiha Madara, who had been resurrected by Kenichi through Edo Tensei. How were they supposed to solve this problem? They might as well simply give up. Just thinking about Madara, Kenichi, and Nagato standing before her made Tsunade feel deep despair. It was completely impossible to fight them. Shikaku rubbed his temples and exchanged glances with Inoichi beside him. This problem was extremely troublesome. Lady Tsunade and the other 4 Kage-level experts had fought together, yet they were still at a disadvantage. And Kenichi, as the victor, still had the energy and confidence to conquer the Land of Lightning afterward. His strength was too extraordinary. What should Konoha do to deal with someone as troublesome as Kenichi? Do we have any intelligence on Inoki and A? Tsunade remembered something. Inoki had been the first to discover the weapon falling from the sky and had told them to escape quickly. Tsunade had also unleashed her full power without reservation and rushed out, but she had still been severely wounded by the nuclear explosion. She wondered whether that old man Inoki and the 4th Raikage, A, were still alive. The 4th Raikage, A, should be fine. That muscle monster had extremely strong physical ability. But Inoki was uncertain. He was very old, and she did not know whether he could withstand the attack of that weapon. The ninja of Iwagakure were almost completely wiped out. According to the intelligence Kakashi brought back, almost all of Iwagakure's ninja died on the battlefield. They should only have the ninja left in their village now, and the intelligence has not yet been transmitted back. Shikaku spoke softly. Tsunade let out a dejected laugh. According to intelligence, the 5 Tails Jinchuriki released the 5 Tails and entered its complete form, but it still could not defeat the ninja team from the Land of Flame led by Orochimaru. They all seemed to have Sharingan. The 5 Tails could not move at all and was suppressed. It should have died afterward. Shikaku mentioned Iwagakure's tailed beast, and Tsunade's expression grew even worse. During the battle, she had noticed the 5 Tails appearing on the battlefield, but she had not expected the appearance of the tailed beast to be completely useless. Now, Iwagakure's ninja were also. If Inoki died and the main force of Iwagakure's ninja was annihilated, how could the shinobi world possibly deal with Kenichi? Sunagakure had nothing impressive to offer now. The only thing it had was its tailed beast, but the death of the 5 Tails had already proven that Kenichi had mastered a method to deal with tailed beasts. And with that terrifying would-release ninjutsu, even the 9 Tails would probably have to obediently behave like a pet, right? What about Kimogakure? Tsunade thought of Kimogakure, whose strength was second only to Konoha. Kimogakure and Konoha also had a strategic cooperative relationship, and their relationship was quite close. If Kimogakure's ninja forces were preserved intact, then there might still be some ability to resist. An explosion occurred in Kimogakure earlier, and they were also attacked by Kenichi. The subsequent situation is unknown. But according to the latest intelligence, Kenichi and Orochimaru are leading their self-proclaimed Land of Flame ninja army toward the Land of Lightning. Before you woke up, they had already entered the territory of the Land of Lightning. Shikaku carefully chose his words, trying to use phrasing that would not provoke Tsunade too much. Tsunade's eyes became somewhat hazy. That madman, Kenichi. After a great battle with them, he still had the time to attack other countries. Was he planning to directly annex the Land of Lightning? Was he not afraid? Tsunade closed her eyes. Yes. That madman really was not afraid. The allied forces of 4 ninja villages had jointly attacked him, and he had dealt with them. Now, taking advantage of victory to directly annex the Land of Lightning was a matter of course. It was likely that so-called neutral countries like the Land of Iron would also submit to Kenichi's military might, unless Kimogakure could hold back Kenichi's army. But whether the 4th Raikage, A, was still alive was already a question. Although Killer Bee of the 8 Tails and Yujito Ni were powerful, they probably could not resist that madman Kenichi. Thinking about it this way, unless Kimogakure had some trump cards they had never revealed, news that the Land of Lightning had been renamed the Land of Flame would likely spread in just a few days. What would Konoha do then? Hold a high-level meeting. If Kenichi successfully annexes the Land of Lightning, then we. Tsunade gritted her teeth and gripped the bedsheet in frustration, so hard that her wounds reopened. Shizun frantically treated Tsunade's bleeding wounds. Tsunade seemed completely unaware of the pain. She only felt deep humiliation. As the 5th Hokage of Konoha, she did not seek to achieve great deeds. But at the very least, she should not let the name of Konoha disappear under her watch. This was the village her grandfather had founded. But now, it was about to be destroyed in her hands. How ironic. The hospital room fell silent. No one spoke. Tsunade, Shikaku, and Inoichi were all lost in thought. But there was no doubt that the shinobi world was about to undergo a massive change. The Land of Lightning. Kenichi yawned. He did not have much impression of this country. The scenery was quite good, but aside from that, there was nothing worth mentioning. Of course, Kumogakure should be considered the Land of Lightning's greatest specialty. However, Kumogakure's ninja were no longer in Kumogakure. The Land of Lightning was in danger, but the king was nowhere to be seen. What a sad story. Those people had gone somewhere unknown. According to Orochimaru, if a thief entered Kumogakure now, he would have to leave behind a bag of rice, because basically everything had been moved out. Only some useless houses remained. It could be said that these people had not even left a single dango for Kenichi, which made him unsure whether to laugh or cry. Of course, it was not a complete loss. Some scattered items that could not be taken had been left in the village, but they were not valuable. Those things would probably only be recycled and reused, and he still had to be wary of explosive tags. So Kenichi swiftly rushed to the capital of the Land of Lightning to prevent the daimyo of the Land of Lightning from fleeing with the funds. The daimyo could flee, but the money had to remain. Kenichi needed those funds to maintain the country's financial operations and purchase the necessary experimental equipment and materials. Fortunately, he had arrived quickly enough. At the daimyo's residence in the capital of the Land of Lightning, he intercepted the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, who was about to flee with his retainers. There was another person beside him. Kenichi glanced at her. He remembered that this woman's name was Yujito-ni. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki. Or was it Yujito-ni? She should be a Jinchuriki, and her strength was certainly good compared to ordinary ninja. However, for the current Kenichi, she was not impressive enough. You are. Yujito's pupils constricted as she stared at the men in front of her in astonishment. Although she had not seen this man's face often, it had appeared in intelligence reports. He was the heavenly demon who had attacked Kumogakure. Then he was the madman who had actively challenged the fourth Raikage, the leader of Kumogakure, to a fight. That man named Kenichi. Can you leave the money? Kenichi chuckled as he looked at Yujito. He completely disregarded the daimyo behind her. The daimyo's only purpose was to stabilize the annexed country and allow a peaceful transition of power. Instead, Kenichi was more interested in Yujito. The tailed beast within Yujito was necessary to complete the Eye of the Moon plan. If Yujito were killed here, Madara would have to wait even longer. However, Kenichi immediately abandoned this idea. Because one three-tails and one five-tails had already died. Without these two-tailed beasts, how could Madara complete the Eye of the Moon plan? Yujito was somewhat wary. She was here to take the daimyo of the Land of Lightning away, but she had not expected to run directly into Kenichi. The fact that he could defeat 4 Kage meant his strength was absolutely beyond what she could handle. Leave the money, then go back. If A is still alive, tell him. If A is dead, tell the next person who can make decisions. Kenichi casually walked past Yujito. Her body stiffened, and chakra raged throughout her body, as if she might transform into a tailed beast at any moment. But she still made no move. She allowed Kenichi to walk past her. Then Kenichi stopped. If you can't win, then why increase casualties? Surrender now, join the Land of Flame, and work together for the peace of the shinobi world. Isn't that better? Kenichi patted Yujito's shoulder, then walked to the daimyo's side. His Mangekyo Sharingan flickered in his eyes, and the daimyo instantly became motionless. Kenichi took the daimyo inside. He needed to extract all the wealth from the daimyo and keep him alive for now, but the daimyo also needed to be controlled by his Mangekyo Genjutsu. Once Kenichi had implemented the Land of Flame system in the Land of Lightning, it would be time for the daimyo of the Land of Lightning to die. Yujito fled. She frantically left the capital of the Land of Lightning, and at the same time, she relayed Kenichi's words to the ninja of Kumogakure. That guy actually said that. The fourth Raikage, lay on his hospital bed and was so enraged by those words that he slammed the table, almost spitting blood. Even so, the surrounding medical ninja stared at him sternly. The fourth Raikage's injuries were severe. The burns on his body were difficult to treat, and his wounds were still worsening. Because of that, they could only abandon Kumogakure for now and hide. A group of Kumogakure's high-ranking officials exchanged glances. This proposal did not seem entirely impossible. After all, for them, changing leaders did not matter as long as it did not affect their status. Yes. Yujito breathed a sigh of relief. When she had encountered Kenichi, she had doubted whether she would die. Raikage coughed, veins bulging in anger. That bastard Kenichi had gone too far. Was he so certain he could annex the 4 great nations? Raikage felt somewhat unwilling. The current situation was complicated. He could either choose to take Kimogakure's ninja to the land of fire, then cooperate with Konoha and jointly send troops to resist Kenichi. Or he could only submit. In that case, at least Kimogakure's foundation could be preserved to the greatest extent. And it was hard to say whether there would be other opportunities to deal with Kenichi in the future. Even Hashirama and Madara, the founders of Konoha, had once intimidated the entire shinobi world. But they fought each other to the death, which led to the flourishing development of the other ninja villages and the three great shinobi world wars. If Kenichi and that other powerful individual clashed, and they fought each other to the death, then Kimogakure could naturally take the opportunity to rebel and reclaim its status and the land of lightning. So, what choice should he make? The fourth Raikage was somewhat indecisive. If Kimogakure's main force had not been damaged, he would definitely kill that bastard Kenichi directly. But Kimogakure's main ninja force had also been attacked and had suffered heavy losses. Killer Bee was also injured. Damn it. Raikage A roared in anger. Then a group of medical ninja rushed over. The fourth Raikage's wounds were bleeding again. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 474, Chapter 474, Black Zetsu's New Plan. Chapter 474, Black Zetsu's New Plan. Inside the dim base, Black Zetsu was frantically smashing everything around him. He roared, shrieked, and let out furious screams. Only after a long while did Black Zetsu finally calm down. He sat quietly on a stone chair, staring blankly at the ground. The plan had gone wrong. The original plan had been progressing smoothly until recently, when the entire scheme began to collapse. The three tails died. The five tails died. And now, everything had completely fallen apart. Obito's fate was unknown, and Madara had fallen in the land of fire. Although Madara was already dead and had merely been brought back through Edo Tensei, he had still died without leaving even a trace behind. That irritated Black Zetsu. He did not care about the lives of Obito and Madara, provided his mission could be completed and he could successfully rescue his mother. At that point, even if Madara and Obito did not die, Black Zetsu would lend them a hand and make sure they died quickly. However, their deaths should not have happened now. To rescue Kagaya Otsutsuki, the Eye of the Moon plan had to be executed. Only then could Kagaya be unsealed and return to this world. However, it was impossible for Black Zetsu to achieve this on his own. Although he possessed some control abilities, that was about it. If the person he controlled had a helper, Black Zetsu would be badly beaten. So Black Zetsu had set his sights on Madara, hoping to rely on this powerful individual to help him rescue Kagaya. But now, Obito was dead, and Madara had returned to the Pure Land. How the hell was he supposed to continue? One after another, they had boasted endlessly, seemingly capable of punching the Sage of Six Paths and kicking all nine-tailed beasts combined. Especially Madara. He had appeared with an air that practically said, "You are the challenger," making Black Zetsu feel confident. But who knew Madara would be about to declare victory, only to be instantly killed by that scoundrel Kenichi and see his life flash before his eyes. All that was missing was a line like, "I couldn't make Lord Amamiya go all out." Who was that supposed to be hinting at? Uchiha Madara. No, I must use Edo Tensei on him and continue the Eye of the Moon plan. But can an Edo Tensei Madara deal with Amamiya Kenichi? Black Zetsu hesitated. The little guy he had once ignored had now grown to the point where he had become a serious problem. Black Zetsu had never paid attention to the small Kenichi before. He was merely a student of Orochimaru, one of the Sannin. Just a nobody. Until Kenichi grew up and repeatedly interfered with his plans, making Black Zetsu grit his teeth in hatred. Black Zetsu's expression was ugly. Now, when speaking of the strongest in the shinobi world, Madara and Kenichi were certainly on the list. But Black Zetsu did not know who was stronger between the two. However, Black Zetsu knew that if Madara were in his complete form, crushing Kenichi would be no problem. The problem was that Madara could not be in his complete form right now. If Kenichi noticed the problem and destroyed the Rinnegan, things would become troublesome. Black Zetsu had considered directly reclaiming the Rinnegan to allow Madara to possess more complete power. However, the problem was that he had checked before, and Nagato always had Konan by his side, along with one Pain on guard. This made Black Zetsu realize that Nagato must have sensed something and started taking precautions. Everything had changed too quickly. Black Zetsu could not even take Nagato's Rinnegan, and he did not even dare appear in front of Nagato now. Because he did not know whether Nagato would sense something and directly absorb him and kill him. That would be troublesome. Black Zetsu gritted his teeth, almost cracking them. Wait. That Amamiya Kenichi also has the Mangekyo Sharingan. So, can I guide Amamiya Kenichi to look at that stone tablet, then have him complete the Eye of the Moon plan? A strange thought emerged in the agitated Black Zetsu's mind. After careful consideration, it did not seem impossible. After all, Kenichi himself possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. If guided properly, Kenichi could be completely used by him, just like Madara had been in the past. Then, liberating his mother would no longer be an issue. Look at the proud Madara back then. Such a powerful individual, yet had he not still been played like a fiddle by Black Zetsu? Even now, Madara believed Black Zetsu was some kind of manifestation of his will. That had almost made Black Zetsu laugh his head off. Someone like Kenichi, who had always grown smoothly, was exactly like Madara. Such arrogant people were the easiest to mislead. As long as the inducement succeeded, no one would stop his plan. He just needed to wait for the 5 tails and 3 tails to revive, and then he could continue advancing the Eye of the Moon plan. However, the only problem was that guy hiding in the background. That troublesome guy. He might be from the Otsutsuki clan. Black Zetsu's face turned gloomy. He had investigated that strange underground base before, and although he found nothing, he felt increasingly uneasy. Who was he? He was Black Zetsu, the one who had fabricated the history of the ninja. It could be said that there might be some things in the shinobi world he did not know, but there were almost no forces he was unaware of. However, the problem was that he had now discovered an underground base that was completely beyond his control. He could not even determine who was leading that underground force. But those strange methods and the opponent's incredibly strong concealment ability made Black Zetsu extremely uneasy. The opponent was hiding so deeply. They must have a grand scheme. Only by freeing his mother could he deal with that force. With his mother's intervention, he could surely suppress the opponent firmly. I can't wait any longer. Black Zetsu vanished from the base. He planned to tackle both options simultaneously. He would use Edo Tensei on Madara, and at the same time, subtly guide Kenichi. If both succeeded, that would be ideal. If not, he would still have Madara as a backup, avoiding a situation where he gained nothing at all. He hoped it would go smoothly. He only wanted to rescue his mother. Could it be that this world held such great malice toward such an act? If it really did not work, then he could only guide Kenichi to discover that base, letting Kenichi and the other side fight to the death. That way, his plan might still be able to proceed. With 3 countermeasures in hand, the advantage was his. This thing is. Kenichi looked at the object in his hand. He had now occupied the Land of Lightning, and the entire Land of Lightning had been incorporated into his territory. The only problem was that Kimogakure seemed unwilling to be annexed, so they could not be found now. Kenichi felt that Kimogakure's ninja had probably already left the Land of Lightning. The most likely scenario was that they had gone to Konoha, intending to join forces with Konoha to deal with him. However, Kenichi was not too worried. After that great war, both Konoha and the other ninja villages needed to recuperate and rest. Moreover, with the fall of the Land of Lightning, the mission jointly issued by the 4 ninja villages was naturally cancelled. Unless those daimyo were willing to empty their coffers to deal with him. But now, they showed no movement. Kenichi sneered. Those guys probably already planned to act as fence-sitters. If he could annex the Land of Fire, then he might soon see surrender documents from those daimyo. Originally, Kenichi had planned to return to the laboratory today to check on the growth of his clones and conduct a few experiments to see whether fusion into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was feasible. However, what he had not expected was that today, inside a warehouse at the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Lightning, he discovered an ancient stone tablet. Finding a stone tablet was not rare. After all, in this era, some people still liked to engrave things on stone to ensure history remembered them. But the problem was that this stone tablet was unusual. In his eyes, there was a pattern on the stone tablet that normal eyes could not see. It seemed to be a map. Specifically, a map of the Land of Fire. Strictly speaking, it should be a map of the area around Konoha. Because Kenichi had once lived in Konoha, he was very familiar with this terrain, which allowed him to distinguish what the pattern on the stone tablet showed. It seemed to mark a point. A strange location. Kenichi scratched his head. This thing looked a little familiar. It was also something normal eyes could not see and required the Mangekyo Sharingan to view. And it just so happened to be in the warehouse of the Land of Lightning's daimyo. Kenichi could only say that such an arrangement was a bit too deliberate. It was almost as if it were telling him to hurry up and look. Black Zetsu. Kenichi thought of the ultimate mastermind in Naruto, Black Zetsu. In the early stages, Black Zetsu had not shown much remarkable performance. His biggest impression was his elusive ability to hide and gather intelligence. Beyond that, he had cleverly guided Madara and turned him into his pawn. However, due to issues with the character's build-up, his acceptance among readers had not been very high. As a result, after Kagaya appeared, many people felt that Kagaya's oppressive presence was not as strong as Madara's. After all, Madara was genuinely strong, while Kagaya felt a bit like a forced setup for later plot development. Is he trying to guide me to see that stone tablet and then approve of the Eye of the Moon plan? Kenichi smiled playfully. He could roughly guess what Black Zetsu wanted to do, since Black Zetsu's current actions were practically laid bare. Kenichi felt that even if he did not go see it now, Black Zetsu would probably forcibly bring that stone tablet to him in a few days and make him look. However, speaking of the Eye of the Moon plan, it was actually quite interesting. Everyone would be caught in infinite Tsukuyomi, and all regrets would be fulfilled in the Tsukuyomi world. Everyone could even live a life where they were the protagonist. This way, there would be no regrets and no wars. Would that not mean the shinobi world would be at peace forever? In the context of his previous life, it would be like letting everyone in the world enter a super-realistic simulation game, where everyone was the protagonist of their own world and lived a very happy life. Such a concept was actually very tempting. Kenichi even thought that many people might yearn for such a world of infinite Tsukuyomi. After all, in reality, one was just an ordinary person. But in the world of infinite Tsukuyomi, one was the master of that world, able to live a happy life however one wished. How could such temptation be resisted? Moreover, considering the current situation of the shinobi world, before Kenichi proposed the unification plan, achieving permanent peace in the shinobi world was almost impossible. 3 great shinobi world wars had made peace seem like a mirage. Even in the post-Naruto era, peace in the shinobi world was mostly due to the immense power of Naruto and Sasuke. Therefore, Madara's infinite Tsukuyomi plan was almost unassailable in the current shinobi world. Everyone could live a happy and fulfilling life within it. What a pity. Those people would all eventually turn into white Zetsu, becoming war weapons under Kaguya. Kishimoto probably knew this too, which was why he set up the transformation into white Zetsu. Otherwise, Naruto breaking the world of infinite Tsukuyomi would be even less convincing. Black Zetsu's plan. Kenichi put down the stone tablet and tapped his fingers on the table. He was thinking about how to handle this matter. Black Zetsu probably thought he was still well hidden, and not many people in the shinobi world knew his true identity. Or perhaps no one knew. After all, even Madara, who had spent so much time with him, had failed to discern Black Zetsu's true identity and plan. So Black Zetsu probably wanted to lure him into seeing the Eye of the Moon, thereby joining the plan. Still, I'll go take a look. Kenichi showed a faint smile. Ninja warfare was a battle of intelligence. Similarly, Kenichi knew Black Zetsu's intentions thoroughly, while Black Zetsu did not know that Kenichi was aware of his goals and thoughts. This was the biggest information asymmetry between the two. With Black Zetsu around, he could certainly use Edo Tensei on Madara. Then Kenichi would have to face an Edo Tensei Madara, which would be very troublesome and dangerous. But if he went to look at that stone tablet and pretended to fall for it, acting as though he intended to carry out the Eye of the Moon plan, then Black Zetsu might not use Edo Tensei on Madara. Even if he did, Madara would not necessarily be Kenichi's enemy. Kenichi could then openly conquer the entire shinobi world while preparing for his later plans. And the most crucial point here was, the 5 tails and 3 tails were both dead. With them dead, the Eye of the Moon plan could not proceed. It could only be implemented once both tailed beasts revived. That would not take too long, but it would be enough time for Kenichi to gain the power to directly confront Madara. Shirori. Kenichi called out, and Shirori immediately came over. Later, no, now, send a formal request to Konoha. Say that I plan to visit. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trian. p@trian.com/fanficlord03